Chen Yuan, an ordinary college student, was dumped at the beginning and received a system that made him a godly rich man. He was given 90 trillion, but the catch was that the money could only be spent on women. Unable to do anything, Chen Yuan embarked on a very unusual path of becoming a godly rich man. Chapter 1: The Dog Licker System. Chen Yuan, let's break up. Lin Shudong looked at the scruffy, delicate-looking young man in front of her, his messy hair like a bird's nest, with a look of disgust on her face. Why? Shudong, have I done something wrong? Tell me, I will change. Chen Yuan was completely confused, his expression panic-stricken and uneasy. Lin Shudong was his goddess. From the first year of college, he had fallen for her at first sight. In order to win the goddess's heart, Chen Yuan had been a dog-licking guy for 3 whole years. For 3 years, he often delivered breakfast under the girls' dorm building. He would ask her how she was and take care of her every need. Just because she wanted an iPhone, Chen Yuan worked part-time for 4 months delivering packages just to make the goddess smile. He didn't know whether it was his efforts that moved the heavens. A month ago, Lin Shudong finally agreed to be his girlfriend. Chen Yuan, my ex-boyfriend came to see me. In my heart, I still love him, not you. I really appreciate all the things you've done for me, but I really don't like you. The only reason I agreed to be your girlfriend was because you comforted me when I was at my lowest. But being moved isn't love. Let's break up. But Shudong, Huang Kaijun is a scumbag. He made you pregnant and didn't take responsibility. Why can't you see through him? Is it just because he has money? Please don't insult my boyfriend. You're not even worth his little finger. You're just a loser. Do you know what my best friend thinks of me? Walking out with you makes me lose face. Just go. You. Chen Yuan's face turned pale, his heart like a knife cutting through it. 3 years of effort, and what he got in return was disgust. This was the first woman he truly loved. To please her, he didn't even mind that during these 3 years, Lin Shudong had long been flirting with other guys. He willingly became a backup. He quietly gave without expecting anything in return. He thought true love shouldn't care about the past of the other person. But in return, his sincerity was met with contempt and humiliation. Why was life so unfair? Why did truly pure and kind people always get insulted and hurt? Could it be that the dog-licking guy really ends up with nothing? Shudong, don't leave. Please, don't break up with me. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I will change anything you want. Go away, you just make me sick. Lin Shudong forcefully pushed Chen Yuan's hand away. Soon, she got into a red Maserati by the side of the road and sped off. Lin Shudong, you'll regret it. Chen Yuan yelled, his eyes bloodshot. TCH, another loser going crazy. Hey! Isn't this our school's ultimate dog-licking king, Chen Yuan? I heard he works part-time all year round to chase a girl. He eats steamed buns and pickles every day just to buy her makeup, clothes, and bags. Amazing. Is this girl Lin Shudong? I heard she wasn't that famous, just the class flower level. But this guy licked his way into making her famous. Huang Kaijun heard about it and decided to chase Lin Shudong. He thought it would be hard, but he got her in just 3 days. Ha ha. At the school gate, a group of students whispered, pointing fingers. Both the boys and girls looked at Chen Yuan with disdain. Chen Yuan ignored them. Because after these 3 years, he had gotten used to having a thick face. He didn't know when it happened, but he had lost his self-respect and became as humble as a dog. Ding! The strongest dog-licking system has detected a suitable host. System binding in progress. Binding complete. System. Chen Yuan looked completely dumbfounded. He had read many novels before, but many novel protagonists have systems to back them up, but never did he expect such absurdity to happen to him. The next second, a virtual interface popped up in front of his eyes. Name, Chen Yuan. Licking dog limit, 90 trillion huaxia coins. Personal wealth, 230 huaxia coins. Enhancement points, 0. Licking dog limit? What is this? Does it mean the money I can spend? Just as Chen Yuan was puzzled in his mind, a black card mysteriously appeared in his hand. This black card looked extraordinary. The host guessed correctly, the licking dog money refers to the money the host can spend. A system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. This is 90 trillion? Damn! How much does the richest person in the country have? How much does the richest person in the world have? Combined, they might not even have 1/10,000th of this, right? Chen Yuan was stunned, utterly stunned. Reminder to the host, the licking dog money is not the host's private property, it can only be spent on licking dog actions. Every time the host kneels and licks a goddess, all expenses incurred during that time will be borne by the system. But personal consumption is not covered by the system, such as buying a house, buying a car, eating alone, entertainment alone. Anything not related to licking dog actions will not be covered by the system. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Yuan felt terrible. He originally thought he could show off, slap faces, and reverse his fate, but now he still had to be a licking dog. He had countless funds but could only pick up the tab for others. He was still a poor beggar. A beggar with 90 trillion. Reminder, as long as the host successfully reverses the situation and turns a goddess into the host's licking dog, transforming their identity, 10% of the licking dog money spent on that target will be converted into a reward to the host's private account and become the host's personal property. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan finally understood. As long as he licked the goddesses madly, bought things for them, spent wildly, he could earn 100,000 by spending 1 million, or 1 million by spending 10 million. Anyway, it didn't matter how much he spent, as long as he kept spending more. As long as he kept being a licking dog, he'd soon achieve financial freedom and reach the peak of his life. After a while, Chen Yuan followed the system's instructions and bound the licking dog money black card to his mobile payment account. He went to the school supermarket, bought some snacks, and a few cans of beer. When he went to pay using the account bound to the black card, the payment page just wouldn't open. Hey, can you hurry up? Stop dragging your feet with the payment, can't you see there's a line behind? Behind Chen Yuan, a very stunningly dressed girl in the queue impatiently urged. Beauty, can I add you on WeChat? I'll pay for your bill. Chen Yuan wasn't angry. In fact, he said it cautiously. Of course, he wasn't testing if this gorgeous girl would give him her WeChat. He was testing if the licking dog money really worked. After all, with his usual personality, it was hard for him to approach a beautiful girl. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Licking dog action activated. Name, Su Lele. Age, 21 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Beauty score, 7.9 points. This girl's affection towards the host, minus 50 points. Binding licking dog relationship. When this girl's affection for the host exceeds 95 points, the reversal will be successful, and the identities will be switched. She will become the host's licking dog. Upon successful reversal, 10% of the licking dog money spent will be rewarded. Reward enhancement points, 5 points. Enhancement points can improve the host's physical attributes, including stamina, spirit, strength, agility, etc. Damn, this is going to be amazing. Chapter 002, I really am a lowly bone. Reversing the situation actually brings so many benefits? Chen Yuan was shocked. For a moment, he looked at Su Lele as if he was looking at a huge piece of meat. Su Lele, affection -1. Su Lele, affection -1. The affection score above Su Lele's head dropped another 2 points. It went from -50 to -52. This negative favorability has actually already turned into a kind of disgust, and the level of disgust isn't low. What are you staring at, a loser, pretending to be a rich man? Do you even dare to ask me for my WeChat? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What kind of person are you? Su Lele looked at Chen Yuan with contempt, wearing slippers, shorts, and a t-shirt, sporting a messy hairstyle. His appearance was still quite delicate, but his body was weak and thin, looking like an internet-addicted teenager. This was a complete loser image. His entire outfit probably cost less than 200 yuan. Who is Su Lele? The third-ranked beauty at the School of Arts, Lake University, with so many boys chasing after her that they could line up from the school gate to the back street. Among them are not only academically excellent school heartthrobs but also rich second-generation heirs. She couldn't be bothered with such a poor guy. Hey, beauty, don't rush to refuse, adding me on WeChat won't cost you anything. As long as you agree, I'll pay for all your expenses today. Chen Yuan said with inexplicable confidence. He realized that as long as there was money in his account, he wasn't nervous at all, his back straightened slightly. Isn't this the guy who always hangs around the girls' dormitory, delivering breakfast to Lin Shadong? He actually dares to ask Su Lele for her WeChat? Holy crap! Did this kid suffer some kind of shock? He actually dares to say he'll pay for Su Lele's expenses for the whole day. He probably doesn't know how scary it is when girls spend money. And of all the people to ask for WeChat, he had to pick Su Lele? She's famous for being a gold digger at our school. Not only is Su Lele a gold digger, but she also often flirts with various rich second-generation heirs. She has countless backups, and her methods of playing with emotions are way more sophisticated than Lin Shutong's. This loser couldn't even handle Lin Shadong, and now he's up against Su Lele. He's probably going to be eaten alive, with not a bone left. Several students seemed to recognize Chen Yuan and Su Lele and immediately started gossiping. Are you sure? Su Lele asked coldly. I'm sure. Chen Yuan answered in a calm tone. Alright then, today I want to treat everyone here to snacks and drinks. You can pay the bill for me. Chen Yuan didn't say anything. He just took out his phone and started scanning the QR code. Alipay received 50,000 yuan. Everyone, eat and drink whatever you like. Today, Su Lele is treating, so don't be shy. When the electronic sound of 50,000 yuan arriving at the cashier rang out, everyone was stunned. It seemed no one expected that Chen Yuan would actually take out a huge sum of 50,000 yuan just because Su Lele said one sentence, treating everyone to food and drinks. Of course, if it were a rich second-generation heir who took out this money, maybe no one would be too surprised. But the key is, this guy is Chen Yuan, the famous simp at Lake University. A simp spending 50,000 yuan to show off just to get Su Lele's WeChat? This guy must be out of his mind. Even if you pull off this kind of show-off, she probably won't have any positive feelings toward you. This show-off is just too low-grade. At this moment, Su Lele was also a little surprised. This guy, with his messy hairstyle, didn't look like someone who could take out 50,000 yuan. But the way he acted, it seemed like 50,000 yuan really wasn't a big deal to him. Now, can I add you on WeChat? What's the rush? The event just started. Come with me. 30 minutes later. Chen Yuan and Su Lele arrived at Qianda Commercial Plaza. Let's go, I've had my eye on a new Gucci bag lately. I think you wouldn't mind getting me one, right? Su Lele asked with a smile. I don't mind. Chen Yuan also answered with a smile. With such a good chance to spend money, how could he refuse? As soon as they entered the Gucci store, Chen Yuan unexpectedly bumped into someone he knew. Brother Jun Kai, do you think this bag looks good on me? Lin Shudong asked, wearing a new Gucci bag, staring at herself in the mirror, checking again and again. It looks good, but Shudong, recently my dad imposed economic sanctions on me. He thinks I've been spending money too recklessly. He only gives me less than 100,000 yuan for my monthly living expenses. My life is quite tight, how about we go shopping somewhere else first? Don't worry, next time I will definitely buy it for you. Huang Junkai casually promised. Although he spoke confidently, in his heart, he had no intention of buying. He wasn't like those losers who saved up to spend thousands on designer bags and fruit phones for girls. Spending that money to package himself, isn't that more appealing? Setting up the rich second-generation persona, girls are even willing to spend money on you. But I really like it. Shudong, I really don't want my girlfriend to be someone who cares about material things. I want her to like me for who I am, not for other things. Do you understand what I mean? Huang Junkai suddenly darkened his face, speaking in a serious tone. Alright, I won't ask for it anymore, I'm not that kind of materialistic woman. Lin Shudong looked at Huang Junkai with a flattering expression, reluctantly taking off the bag. As soon as she finished speaking these words, Su Lele and Chen Yuan walked into the Gucci store one after another. Their eyes met. Lin Shudong froze for a moment. Chen Yuan, why are you following me? I've never seen anyone so shameless. I told you I don't like you, and you're really disgusting me. As Lin Shudong finished speaking, Chen Yuan was immediately filled with rage. Even a clay figurine would have some fire, but you, Lin Shudong, are going too far, aren't you? I've spent 3 years, holding you close to my heart. You treat me like a dog. Just because I like you, does that mean you can trample on my dignity? Recalling everything, he really felt it wasn't worth it. I'm not following you, I'm just here with Su Lele to buy a bag. Since we've broken up, you don't need to interfere with what I do. Chen Yuan replied in a stiff tone. From this moment on, he no longer wanted any relationship with Lin Shudong. But just then, a system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Dog licking mission started. Name, Lin Shudong. Chen Yuan never expected that upon seeing Lin Shudong again, he would rebind to the dog-licking relationship. Could it be that deep down, I still hope to reverse things with Lin Shudong? Damn! I really am a masochist. But reversing things with Lin Shudong actually rewards me with 20 strengthening points, 4 times more than Su Lele. This clearly shows Lin Shutong's extraordinary position in Chen Yuan's heart. Chapter 003, Your boyfriend is so generous. But seeing the -10 affection points above Lin Shutong's head, Chen Yuan felt a chill in his heart. If someone has liked you for 3 years, even if they are a stranger, they would still have some affection for you, right? But Lin Shudong had no affection for him at all, even hatred. These 3 years, she had really treated Chen Yuan as a long-term meal ticket, never once liking him. Chen Yuan, I've already chosen the bag, you go check out. Just then, Su Lele, who had already picked out her bag, walked over. She confidently told Chen Yuan to check out. As a veteran dog licker, when a beautiful woman tells you to check out, you must not hesitate for even a moment. In this respect, Chen Yuan was very qualified. All right. Chen Yuan took out his black card and walked to the counter. Sir, your girlfriend really has good taste. She picked this season's latest model, but it costs 32,800 yuan. No problem, swipe the card. When the card was successfully swiped, Lin Shudong was full of questions. And this bag was exactly the one she had just been eyeing. Huang Junkai, the rich second generation, hadn't even been willing to buy it for her. Chen Yuan, this dog of a man, didn't even blink before buying it. What's going on? When did this kid become so rich? At this moment, Chen Yuan saw the affection points above Su Lele and Lin Shutong's heads, and they started rising at the same time. Su Lele, affection plus 20. Su Lele, affection plus 20. Su Lele, affection plus 20. Lin Shudong, affection plus 5. Lin Shudong, affection plus 5. Lin Shudong, affection plus 5. Just by buying a bag, Su Lele's affection points went from -52 to 8. 8 affection points meant Su Lele didn't exactly dislike Chen Yuan anymore, and even had a bit of affection, though she still didn't really like him that much. Lin Shudong also went from -10 affection points to 5. This was the magical effect of money power. Let's go, see what else you want to buy. Whatever you want today, I'll buy it for you. Chen Yuan said in a calm tone as he put away the black card. His appearance even looked a bit handsome. Even though he was wearing slippers, shorts, and a t-shirt, with his messy hair, he still carried a unique aura. Carrying the latest Gucci bag, Su Lele felt a little excited. Especially when she saw a woman who also liked the bag but couldn't get it, and she got it instead. That made her even more thrilled. Su Lele, affection plus 10. Hubby, you're so good. On impulse, Su Lele actually linked her arm with Chen Yuan and said, Hubby, you're so good. This woman was very clever. She clearly saw the unusual relationship between Chen Yuan and Lin Shudong. Now, linking her arm with Chen Yuan and saying intimate words gave him a lot of face. As the saying goes, when you take someone's gift, you can't let them down. Since she accepted the gift, naturally, she couldn't disappoint him. Seeing Su Lele's shy face, Lin Shudong inexplicably felt a bit jealous. In her mind, Chen Yuan had always been her loyal dog. Whenever she was happy, he came, when she was unhappy, he left. No matter how she treated him, this man would always stay by her side, loyal as a dog. But now, this dog wasn't licking her anymore, he was licking someone else? It felt like her personal possession was stolen by someone else. She might not have liked it, but having another woman take it away, especially one who was just as beautiful and in shape as she was, made her feel uneasy. Her heart felt more unbalanced now. Junkai, look. Shudong, I have some business tonight. Let's not shop anymore. But? No buts, be good. Huang Junkai pulled Lin Shudong out of the Gucci store. On the surface, Huang Junkai drove a luxury car, wore Versace casual clothes, and often showed off pictures in his friend circle, claiming his family gave him tens of thousands in pocket money every month. But in reality, all of this was just his own packaging. His luxury car was rented, and his entire outfit was carefully saved up for. He never spent money when chasing girls. His family wasn't poor, but they definitely weren't wealthy. At best, they were middle class. He posted pictures of luxury cars and himself looking handsome, but he never paid for anything. Yet, despite this, he still managed to reel in quite a few high-score girls. It can only be said that in today's society, deep affection can't hold people, only tactics can win hearts. Shelly, I really don't understand it more and more. Those second-generation rich people who look all fancy, when it's time to buy gifts for their girlfriends, always have all kinds of excuses, always pushing it off. But those guys wearing street market clothes, when it comes to spending tens of thousands, they don't even blink an eye. Is it true that nowadays, rich people like to pretend to be poor? So the shop manager told you not to judge people with colored glasses. Sometimes, people who lack something like to pretend they have it. The poor pretend to be rich, and the rich pretend to be poor. We should treat everyone equally. It seems that from now on, I need to be careful when choosing a boyfriend. I must never be deceived by those fake rich second-generation guys. Several female shop assistants were discussing in a flurry. Su Lele also looked at Chen Yuan with some confusion. Could it be that this guy was just pretending before, and his real identity is actually that of a rich second generation? And this guy treats all the students at the school supermarket to food and drinks, buys Gucci bags, and when he swipes his card, his calm and ease really doesn't seem like it's fake. If there wasn't some solid background, such a large expenditure would definitely make someone nervous, right? But Chen Yuan was really calm. A wealthy family. Definitely from a wealthy family. When this thought popped up, Su Lele's favorability for Chen Yuan suddenly skyrocketed. Su Lele, favorability plus 10. Su Lele, favorability plus 10. Su Lele, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan was a little stunned. He hadn't done anything yet, he had just walked out of the Gucci store with Su Lele, and the favorability above her head had already increased by 30 points. Now, Su Lele's favorability had risen to 48 points. 48 points of favorability meant Su Lele already kind of liked him. Could it really be that bags cure all ills? As long as you buy a woman a branded bag, she'll like you. Damn, this is too magical, right? At this rate, maybe in just a few days, Su Lele's favorability for him would rise to 95 points, but the money spent so far was still too little. Less than 100,000 in total. No, I need to spend more money, otherwise the bonus when I reverse the situation will be too small. After a while, Chen Yuan took Su Lele to a Chanel clothing store. He picked out 2 pieces of clothing from the rack. These 2 will do. Su Lele frowned as she looked at the clothes in Chen Yuan's hands. But I don't really like these 2. They seem a bit old-fashioned. I meant I don't want these 2. Everything else is included. This, Mr. Sir, are you serious? Do you see me joking? Swipe the card. Miss, your boyfriend is so generous. The saleswoman respectfully took the black card, with a face full of envy and jealousy. Chanel clothes, even a random piece, cost tens of thousands. Although the store didn't have much stock, buying everything would cost at least several million. This was no ordinary extravagance. Isn't it a bit too much? I can't wear so many clothes. How about just picking 2? Su Lele said, both excited and hesitant. How can that be? Since I said I'll cover it, I must cover everything. Chen Yuan had now taken the lead. His decisive tone unexpectedly made Su Lele feel somewhat touched. She felt that this guy with messy hair actually had a domineering CEO aura, which was gradually overlapping with the image of the Prince Charming in her mind. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. But, with so many clothes, I can't even fit them in the apartment I rented outside school. It doesn't matter if they don't fit. How about I buy you a house? Upon hearing this, Su Lele was completely stunned. Can buying a house really be said so casually? Although Han City's housing prices were not as high as those in Mo City or Yen City, they were definitely not low. In the city center, the average price per square meter was over 30,000, and prices for school district houses and those near commercial streets even soared above 50,000. Even in the more remote areas, it cost around 20,000 per square meter. A 100 square meter apartment, 2 to 3 million was normal, and 5 to 6 million was not considered outrageous. Su Lele was indeed materialistic, and she never hid it. But Chen Yuan's actions really scared her. Su Lele, favorability minus 5. Her favorability, which had risen to 63 points, actually dropped by 5 points. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that talking about buying a house had probably scared Su Lele. Sometimes, being too nice to someone, especially when you're not very familiar with them, can. It really could backfire. It seems that making money can't be rushed, it still has to be done step by step. Still, forget it, the things you bought for me today are already enough. Actually, I didn't mean to spend so much of your money, I just wanted to mess with you, wanted to see you make a fool of yourself. I'm sorry, I wasn't in a good mood today. When we were at the school supermarket, I didn't mean to tease you. I understand, everyone has times when they feel bad. But now I'm really happy, and also, I'll just pick a few clothes, really don't need to buy so many. Alright. Chen Yuan nodded. Waiter, do you have membership cards? Yes, sir. Okay, give me a membership card, I'll load 1 million onto it, and from now on, whenever this lady comes to your store, just recommend her the latest styles. Okay, sir. The female store clerk originally thought this big deal was gone, but who knew, there was another twist of fortune. Several female staff members looked at Chen Yuan with a slightly strange expression. This guy swiping his card is really handsome, even though he didn't dress up much, just casually dressed, and didn't even wash his hair, but he really has a different kind of aura, something ordinary people don't have. Really, if he changed into a nice outfit, got a haircut, and shaved, he'd definitely be a male god. Look at the aura he has, he must come from a distinguished family, not like those nouveau riche with a showy attitude. Instead, he has the deep cultivation of a noble family's young master. Why don't I have such a good boyfriend? Some of the girls walking in and out of the store now threw jealous glances at Su Lele. Chen Yuan listened to their discussions. Quite speechless. How the hell do I not know I have this kind of aura? And this noble young master's deep cultivation? You guys really know how to flatter. Here's your card, I see you're still missing a watch, isn't there a luxury watch shop downstairs? I think Patek Philippe looks pretty good. No need, really no need, you've already bought me so many things, I don't even know how to thank you. Then how about you give yourself to me? Ugh, you bad guy. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Damn, This kind of flirting openly can actually increase favorability? Chen Yuan was almost stunned. Looks like there's a reason why nice guys stay single. For Su Lele, she wasn't afraid of a man having thoughts about her, she was afraid you didn't have any thoughts at all. Casually accepting gifts worth hundreds of thousands from someone without giving anything in return would make people feel uneasy. Chen Yuan made this request in a joking tone, but ironically, it made Su Lele feel much more at ease. Of course, she wouldn't let Chen Yuan get what he wanted so quickly. The art of baiting and withholding was something she had mastered to perfection. However, the problem was, Chen Yuan really didn't have any thoughts in that direction, he just said it casually. For him, trying to get a girl to bed within a few days was simply impossible, especially if the girl was very pretty. What Chen Yuan didn't know was, for such girls in front of real rich men, they were much more proactive than he imagined. Brother Yuan, you keep buying things for me, why don't you buy anything for yourself? No money. Chen Yuan shrugged and told the truth. He really didn't have money. The money for the simping dog, he didn't spend a single penny of it. Brother Yuan, you really know how to joke. Next, they went to a men's clothing store, and Su Lele actually took the initiative to spend money buying 2 sets of men's clothing for Chen Yuan, along with a pair of shoes. Then they went to the hair salon downstairs, where Tony designed a hairstyle for him. By the end of this trip, they had spent nearly 2,000 to 3,000. Clearly, when Su Lele realized Chen Yuan might be from a wealthy family, her attitude had already changed. She was a woman with high emotional intelligence. In order to play with a rich fool, sometimes it's necessary to make a small investment. Only asking, and giving nothing in return. This man surely won't keep up his enthusiasm for you for long. You need to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Sometimes, spend a bit of money on the man, send him little gifts, say a few sweet words. That's enough to tie a man down completely. Men are so shallow. To be honest, Su Lele's actions really moved Chen Yuan deep inside. He didn't even realize how long it had been since he had received a gift from a girl. Although he had just spent hundreds of thousands on Su Lele. But that hundreds of thousands was dog money, not his own money. Spending it didn't hurt at all. But the 3,000 Su Lele spent on him was her own hard-earned money. At this moment, a figure flashed through Chen Yuan's mind again. It was Lin Shudong. He remembered that when he first met Lin Shudong during the military training in freshman year, her attitude towards him wasn't so hostile. In fact, she even showed some signs of liking him. After they added each other's contact information, Lin Shudong replied to messages quickly, showing a lot of enthusiasm. One time, when Chen Yuan caught a cold and had a fever, Lin Shudong even took the initiative to buy him medicine. This sudden care made Chen Yuan fall for her instantly. He thought, love had arrived. After that sick event, Chen Yuan started pursuing Lin Shudong with a crazy passion. But no matter how much he pursued, Lin Shudong neither agreed nor rejected. Every time Chen Yuan was about to give up, feeling discouraged, Lin Shudong would start responding to him again, giving off the vibe that he was almost there, just a little bit more and she'd be his. But chasing a girl doesn't have a progress bar, you never know how much more just a little bit is. And so, the more Chen Yuan gave, the less he could take back. 3 years of emotional investment, could it be let go just like that? In the end, he wasn't moved by Lin Shudong, he was moved by himself. And so, Chen Yuan completely turned into a dog in love. So humble, without an ounce of dignity. Chapter 005, Still Have to Keep Licking. Now, Su Lele buying him clothes and shoes felt so similar to how Lin Shudong once bought him medicine. First, she gives you a little sweetness, then plays hard to get, like flying a kite, you move forward, and I'll take a step back, you take a step back, and I'll take a step forward. After a while, you'll turn into my little puppy. Damn. This familiar move, this familiar routine, it's terrifying. I just wanted to spend some dog money, I didn't really want to be your dog. Can you please let me go? Chen Yuan suddenly woke up while getting his haircut. He decided that he would never invest emotions so easily again. Spending money is fine, dating is fine, buying things is fine, flirting is fine, but no feelings. I have to say, Tony's haircut skills are really amazing. When Chen Yuan's messy hair turned into the most fashionable trendy boy hairstyle, and his outfit of slippers, shorts, and a t-shirt was replaced with Su Lele's carefully chosen high-end clothes, the whole feeling of the person changed instantly. Chen Yuan wasn't bad-looking to begin with, he just usually didn't bother to tidy up. He actually had pretty good hardware. Now, after the makeover, he was surprisingly handsome, not at all inferior to the trending young idols on social media. Su Lele almost stared blankly. The before and after was so striking, it felt like a completely different person. Su Lele, favorability +5. Su Lele, favorability +5. Su Lele, favorability +5. Unknowingly, Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan had risen to 83 points. A favorability of 83 points is already quite high. This level of favorability is enough to make a girl actively chase after you. At this moment, in Su Leilei's heart, Chen Yuan was truly a hidden gem. When they first met, he wasn't much. The more you get to know him, the more you'll discover countless shining points about him. First, Chen Yuan is rich, but very low-key. After 3 years in university, he managed to blend in like an ordinary person. Second, Chen Yuan is deeply devoted and loyal. When he likes a girl, he can silently devote himself to her for 3 years. As a rich second generation, he can still humble himself and run to the girl's dormitory every morning to deliver breakfast. How gentle and thoughtful is that? Finally, this guy is actually handsome? With a little tidying up, he's way more handsome than that Huang Junkai, and even more charming to look at. Thinking back to when Lin Shadong was at the Gucci store, clearly liking that handbag, but her boyfriend just wouldn't buy it for her, offering all sorts of grand reasons. She suddenly thought, is this girl blind? She's clearly already gotten the best, yet she picks the sesame and drops the watermelon. How about we go have a meal? Before she realized, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yuan still hadn't eaten. If he didn't eat with Su Leilei, he wouldn't be able to use his dog-like money. His own card only had a little over 200 yuan. If he didn't use this chance to eat with his dog-like money, he'd really have to eat dirt. Sure. Su Leilei happily agreed. They left Qianda Plaza. The two arrived at a high-end restaurant. The meal was quite enjoyable. Chen Yuan devoured his food, and Su Leilei didn't mind. Anyway, he looked handsome no matter how you saw it. At 11 at night, Chen Yuan and Su Leilei finished their date for the day. They exchanged contact information. Damn, old four, where did you go today? You even got yourself such a handsome outfit? Roommate Zhou Haiquan raised his eyebrows and asked. Went on a date. A date with who? Lin Shadong? I think old four, you're enough already. Lin Shadong obviously treats you as a tool, a long-term meal ticket. Why are you so devoted to her? She only looks for you when she needs something, and when she doesn't, she chats with other guys. You and this woman are on different levels. It's better to let go early. Not Lin Shadong. I went on a date with Su Leilei today. Who? Su Leilei? Don't bullshit me, she's one of the top 3 beauties in the art college, with high standards. Can she really go on a date with you? Old four, you're getting more and more delusional. I think you should stop hanging all your hopes on one tree. You don't have to go after the prettiest girls, just someone who's a good match for you, mainly someone you deserve, said the dorm leader, Xia Jinyan, trying to advise him. Ding! At that moment, Chen Yuan's phone rang. He thought it was a message from Su Leilei. When he opened it, it was actually from Lin Shadong. Chen Yuan, are you asleep? I didn't mean to say those things to you today. Please don't be angry, okay? I just didn't want Jun Kai to misunderstand, so I said some harsh words. Actually, I felt bad too. Can you forgive me? Here it comes again? Again? Seeing this message, Chen Yuan almost got so angry that he wanted to throw his phone. It's this kind of cold and hot attitude that has turned Chen Yuan into a dog all these years. If it were in the past, Chen Yuan would definitely still be angry, but Lin Shadong would continue to coax him. In just a few days, Chen Yuan would be coaxed into a daze and continue being the dog. He had always been controlled by her tightly. But now, he still had to continue being the dog. There's no way. The system had already bound the dog relationship. He couldn't stop being the dog. It's okay, I forgive you. As long as you're happy, I'm willing to do anything. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it. Girls Dorm 503. When Lin Shadong saw the message from Chen Yuan, she froze for a moment. In fact, she thought what she did today was a bit too much. She originally thought it would take a few days to make Chen Yuan calm down. But who knew, he forgave her right away. Could it be that he was just saying things out of anger? Of course, she didn't really care whether Chen Yuan was angry or not. She just wanted to know where Chen Yuan got all that money. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry, I have my own troubles too. My mom is sick and in the hospital, and I need 50,000 for her medical bills. I had no choice but to ask Huang Junkai. If I didn't act like that in front of him, he wouldn't have lent me the money. I'm really, really sorry. Ding dong. Chen Yuan has transferred 50,000 yen. Click to confirm receipt. Seeing this transfer message, Lin Shadong was stunned. Actually, she never really planned to trick Chen Yuan out of 50,000 yuan. She just instinctively told one lie to cover another lie. But who would have thought that Chen Yuan would transfer the money without even asking a question? This was 50,000 yuan, not just 50. Thinking about how the man she loved with all her heart, Huang Junkai, wouldn't even buy her a bag. She felt really upset inside. Chapter 006. Lin Shutong's heart starts to waver. Chen Yuan, where did you get so much money? Lin Shutong quickly messaged him. Oh. My family's house was demolished, we got compensated with over a dozen apartments. Chen Yuan casually made up an excuse. So that's it, but even if you got compensation, you shouldn't spend money so carelessly. Shutong, for you, I'm willing to do anything. Chen Yuan held back his disgust and sent a bootlicking message. To him now, Lin Shutong was really a complete green tea bitch. If you don't like someone, why go tease them? Then when they decide to seriously pursue you, you start making excuses again. Do you just enjoy the feeling of being chased by people? Damn you. Chen Yuan, don't be like this, I really feel stuck. This time, Chen Yuan didn't reply to Lin Shutong's message. Instead, he turned to chat with Su Lele. Lele beauty, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Ah. Tomorrow? Tomorrow I have an appointment with my bestie to do nails. Then forget it. Sorry. As a girl with a favorability rating of 84 towards Chen Yuan, she actually did want to go on a date with him in her heart. But as a girl, sometimes it's necessary to play a little reserved. Otherwise, if a man gets you too easily, he won't treasure you much. And she hadn't known Chen Yuan for very long, she didn't want to push things too fast. Of course, Chen Yuan wasn't really dying to date. He just wanted to take advantage of his bootlicking budget to enjoy a few good meals. If you're not willing, then I'll just lick someone else. After all, licking anyone is still licking, as long as the bootlicking money is spent. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan didn't reply to Lin Shutong's message. Lin Shutong was staring blankly at her phone. She was wondering whether or not to accept the 50,000 yen transfer Chen Yuan sent. Actually, her mom wasn't sick at all. If she took this 50,000 yen, it would basically be fraud. Small gifts here and there were one thing. But 50,000 yen was a huge amount, and if she took it, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Plus, she just broke up with Chen Yuan today. If she took the money, wouldn't that make her look super greedy and shameless? At that moment, Lin Shutong's bestie, Sun Rui, came over. Shutong, who's so generous? They actually sent you a 50,000 yen red packet transfer, was it Huang Junkai? It wasn't Huang Junkai, it was Chen Yuan. Little Rui, what do you think I should do? Lin Shutong looked at Sun Rui, seeming very troubled. Chen Yuan? That loser has this much money? He actually gave you 50,000 yen? Sun Rui said in surprise. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Today I broke up with him, then when I was shopping with Junkai, I happened to run into him. At the time he was with that Su Lele from the art academy, and somehow I felt upset inside. The bag I liked, Junkai wouldn't buy for me, but Chen Yuan bought it for Su Lele. I was so mad. Lin Shutong complained. From what you're saying, seems like you still can't let go of Chen Yuan. But how can he compare to Huang Junkai? Whether it's looks or family background, there's no competition, right? And your first time was with Huang Junkai. But I feel like Junkai is a little dishonest. He never lets me see his phone, and he never buys me gifts. He's just very romantic and knows how to make me happy. Last time, when I wanted to see his phone, he got so angry that he wanted to break up with me. I couldn't stand it, so I agreed to Chen Yuan's confession. But after all these events, I realized that Chen Yuan treats me better, and his family even got compensation from a demolition, splitting up more than 10 apartments. Ah. They got demolished. No wonder. I didn't expect that Chen Yuan would be such a potential guy. Sun Rui started to feel a bit envious and jealous. She thought her looks and figure were just slightly worse than Lin Shutong's. But why couldn't she meet such good fortune? Especially Chen Yuan, he's so loyal, so devoted, and now he has more than 10 properties. He looks so much more reliable than Huang Junkai. Shutong, I suggest you not make a decision in a rush. Keep observing. Since Chen Yuan has already transferred you money, you can just keep it. If he asks for it back, you can always return it. But I recommend you not treat him the same way as before. At least leave a backup plan. As for Huang Junkai, I think you're too obedient around him, and it's easy for you to get hurt. I understand. Lin Shutong nodded. At this moment, Lin Shutong sent a message to Huang Junkai. Junkai, my mother is sick and in the hospital. Could you lend me some money? Ah. She's sick and in the hospital? How serious is it? You should have told me earlier. Junkai, I knew you'd be the best to me. I have 500 yuan. I'm not sure if it's enough, but if it's not, I can borrow more. How about this, I'll go with you to the hospital tomorrow to see your mother and buy some supplements. Huang Junkai expressed his concern on the surface. But if you analyze carefully, it was clear he doubted her. Lin Shutong's heart suddenly went cold. 500 yuan. Does he think I'm only worth 500 yuan? She had never let Chen Yuan touch her body, but even so, with just one word, he transferred her 50,000 yuan without a moment of hesitation. But she had given everything to Huang Junkai, even had an abortion for him, and he just offered her 500 yuan? And even doubted her words? Even though she did lie. The purpose was just to test him. But this wasn't the answer she wanted. What was even worse was that after sending that message, Huang Junkai didn't even transfer her the 500 yuan. It was just talk. For the first time, Lin Shuatong wondered if she was really wrong. On a different note. Boys' Dormitory 205. Chen Yuan had just finished taking a shower. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He decided to open the Shark Live app. He casually clicked on a few female streamers in the beauty section. I wonder if spending money on female streamers can help me earn some dog-licking money? With a let's-try-it mentality, Chen Yuan started to recharge his account. To his surprise, the recharge was successful. Chen Yuan became excited. In reality, spending money was really hard. But licking a beautiful girl, and you don't even have to go shopping with her, which is exhausting. But online, licking female streamers, that's a different story. Spending tens of millions in one night was nothing. It's very efficient, and you can even switch between different beautiful streamers to send gifts as a dog licker. You can cast a wide net and focus on catching the big fish. Ding! System notification: the rewards and rebates will only be available when the chosen female streamer's beauty score exceeds 7.6, meeting the minimum goddess standard. After a successful upgrade, you can receive a bonus rebate. The female streamers have beauty filters, so their online appearance may differ significantly from their real appearance. The host must judge for themselves. Okay. Chen Yuan casually browsed through dozens of female streamers and found that at least a third of them had acceptable beauty. Of course, that was after applying the beauty filter. There were even a few streamers whose beauty score exceeded 8, and one even reached 9. But what they looked like in real life, Chen Yuan had no idea. A relatively big dancing streamer, Xiaomier, has millions of fans. After using the beauty filter, her look should be around 8.5 to 9 points. I heard she even did a livestream without makeup. Her real-life appearance is probably also good enough. The key is that her body is amazing. She can almost be called the #1 dancer of Shark. With an angel's face and a devil's figure. For a popular streamer like her, it's definitely worth chasing. Chapter 007, Shocked, Crazy 5000 Superfires. But the only flaw is, it's really hard to meet her in real life. And even harder to reverse the situation. After all, she's also a millionaire, earning over $1 million a month. She has a bunch of rich fans, and simply using money might not even guarantee a 95% favorability. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Forget it, just spend money. As for whether he could reverse the situation, he would think about it later. Xiaomier, can you be my girlfriend? I'll top your leaderboard in an instant. Chen Yuan casually sent a message, then started spending money. Ha, a level 3 small account is looking for attention. If you can really top the leaderboard, I'll eat shit on stream. A level 56 Duke Room manager mocked without restraint. I remember Xiaomier's total #1 on the leaderboard was over 9 million, right? Her weekly #1 was more than 20,000. Bro, don't talk about the total leaderboard, you can't even top the weekly leaderboard. Mr. Long, here you are again, scamming free food and drinks. You guys have driven up the price of shit. I'm losing it. Just as the barrage filled the screen, suddenly, a golden rocket shot up into the sky. The entire livestream room was covered with dazzling effects. Wow! Thanks to Lonely One Cigarette for sending the super rocket. You think this is the end? This is just the explosive start. As soon as the first super rocket shot out, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth followed. In just a moment, Chen Yuan sent out a total of 100 rockets. Even though Xiaomier is a top streamer with millions of fans, she rarely encounters this kind of situation. Unless it's during a competition when a guild boss helps you send a large number of gifts, it's rare for anyone to be this generous on a regular livestream. But money spent by a guild is refunded. Real rich people don't have that much to spend. Damn, this is really a god-level rich person, Mr. Long, slapped in the face. You look down on the level 3 small account? Quickly call me daddy. Mr. Long, don't forget to call me when you eat shit. I'm talking about the total leaderboard, not the weekly leaderboard. Eating shit is still far off. The Duke Room manager with the ID Longzone001 still seemed a little unconvinced. 100 super rockets worth 200,000 isn't a big deal for a real rich person. He can afford the Duke Room, so 200,000 is nothing to him, it's just that he rarely spends so much at once. But is 100 super rockets Chen Yuan's limit? What a joke. This is just the appetizer. Since he's going to show off, he's going to go big. Next. Across the entire Shark livestream platform, every streamer's public screen was filled with an endless rain of rockets. This rain lasted for a full half hour. The super rocket rain never stopped. Lonely One Cigarette sent Xiaomi a super rocket heavy multiplication x 4987. Lonely One Cigarette sent Xiaomi a super rocket heavy multiplication x 4988. Lonely One Cigarette sent Xiaomi a super rocket heavy multiplication x 4989. Damn! How many super rockets are there? It's been half an hour and it hasn't stopped. A streamer from the British League, who was no longer playing the game, ran to Xiaomi's livestream to watch. Terrifying. Xiaomi's livestream heat has broken 2 billion. 2 billion, my ass. The heat is fake, it's not even a real person. So amazing, so damn amazing, Mr. Yen moved from level 3 small account to level 120 full level in half an hour, and topped the total leaderboard. At this moment, the streamer Xiaomi was completely stunned. She had been live streaming for 2 years and had seen many rich people. But she had never seen such a rich, heartless big shot. Without saying a word, he directly sent 5,000 super rockets, instantly catapulting to the top of the leaderboard. This was too exaggerated. The key was, she didn't even know this person. Now, the top 3 on her leaderboard were all from the guild helping her out. In reality, she wouldn't get a single penny from that money. But this big shot with the ID Lonely Cigarette was a complete stranger. 5,000 super rockets meant 10 million yuan. Even if the platform took half, he could still pocket 5 million. Earning 5 million a day was just ridiculous. Thanks to Lonely Brother for sending 5,000 super rockets. Lonely Brother, what dance do you want to see? Lonely Brother, are you there? Do you want to add my WeChat? I'll private message you later. Xiaomi asked several times. But no one responded. Chen Yuan had already fallen asleep. She had been exhausted from shopping all day, and after sending all those rockets, her fingers hurt so much. She had been tapping the screen for over half an hour and her hands felt like they were going to break. As a result, Xiaomi sent him a private message, but he didn't even notice it. Chen Yuan had fallen asleep. But on the Shark Live platform, all the streamers were in an uproar. The ID Lonely Cigarette instantly became famous in the minds of all streamers. Especially among female streamers, remembering the IDs of wealthy users was almost a compulsory lesson. Countless viewers also quickly remembered this name. Mainly because this mysterious rich person left such a deep impression on everyone. He had caused a sensation. With just one click, he sent 5,000 super rockets. When he said he'd be number 1, he became number 1 instantly. The key was, this wasn't during a competition, which meant this rich guy could very well be a random passerby, not a fake rich person from a guild, but a real big shot. This was terrifying. For a while, besides Xiaomi sending a private message to Chen Yuan, many other female streamers also quietly sent him private messages. Other random people, asking for sponsorship and such, also reached out to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's ID account inexplicably gained tens of thousands of new followers. Some bloggers thought this was a hot topic. So, they wrote a Weibo post and even shared a screenshot of a rocket rain. The title of the article was, Shocking. Shark Life platform reveals the richest big shot in history, sending 5,000 super rockets in half an hour. Female streamer's live room heat soars to 2 billion. After this Weibo post was sent out, it accidentally hit the trending topics. Night. Thunder roared, and a thunderstorm poured down. The next morning, the air was especially fresh. Chen Yuan hadn't logged into his live streaming account. He picked up a book and got ready to attend the elective public class. Actually, the public class was optional, and if it were any other day, many people would skip it. But today was Monday, and it was a bit different. The most beautiful girl from the School of Literature at Lake University, and the second most beautiful girl on campus, Zhao Yuqi, attended the public class every Monday. So, fewer people skipped class. Especially the boys. Usually, at this time, they were all lazy and didn't even want to get up. But today, at this time, they all woke up half an hour earlier to look as handsome as possible. So, the 3 guys from Dorm 205, the leader Chao Jinyan, the second in command Zhou Haiquan, and the third, Xiong Tao, actually washed their hair with cold water early in the morning? Were they in a hurry to go on a blind date? Hurry up, the 4th one, we can see Goddess Zhao Yuqi today. Zhou Haiquan urged. Yeah, there's only one chance to see her every week. Damn, every time I see her, I get so nervous I can't say a word. Xiong Tao was nervously fixing his hair and even added some gel. No way, 2nd and 3rd, you guys are still too young. You can't stay calm even when facing the collapse of Mount Tai. The leader, Chao Jinyan, looked calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was panicking like crazy. Zhao Yuqi and Chen Yuan naturally knew each other. In the entire College of Liberal Arts at Lake University, there were only a few people who didn't know Zhao Yuqi. She was a woman so outstanding it was almost too much. She was not only the vice president of the student council, but also the president of the dance club. She had hosted several cultural performances, had a beautiful singing voice, and had even earned a level 10 piano certificate. But none of that was the main point. The main point was, she was very beautiful. In the hearts of many boys, she was even more beautiful than the popular celebrity Gulina. Before seeing Zhao Yuqi, you might not know what it means to fall in love at first sight. But after seeing her in person, you just couldn't lie to yourself. Not only that, Zhao Yuqi's family background also seemed quite unusual. It was exactly because of this that not many boys in school dared to chase her. Because even you would feel that you were not good enough for her. The light around Zhao Yuqi was too bright. Actually, Chen Yuan had self-awareness. Even when he was chasing Lin Shudong before, he already felt he was aiming too high. Zhao Yuqi was someone he didn't even dare to aim for. But now, licking a little seemed okay, right? Anyway, it wasn't his own money he was spending. Around 8 in the morning. Chen Yuan arrived at the public classroom. Today, Chen Yuan wore the clothes Su Lele bought for him yesterday. His hairstyle wasn't messy either. Have to say, Su Lele really had good taste. The clothes she picked for Chen Yuan perfectly matched his temperament. He looked clean and delicate. Who is that boy? He's pretty handsome, why haven't we seen him before? Don't know him, but he looks kind of familiar. Chen Yuan, oh my god, is that really Chen Yuan? How come we never noticed he was so handsome before? Actually, Chen Yuan wasn't ugly before. His hairstyle was just too lame, and his clothes weren't good either. Plus, he kept kneeling and licking Lin Shudong under the girls' dorm building, made him look super desperate. Didn't expect after Lin Shudong dumped him, he changed so much. Looks like breaking up really makes people grow. A few girls gathered and whispered, glancing now and then at Chen Yuan's seat. At this moment, Lin Shudong and Sun Rui walked into the classroom hand in hand. These two girls were dressed fashionably and full of youth. Especially Lin Shudong, with her ponytail, white sneakers, and tight hip-hugging pants, her beautiful figure stood out completely. She looked young and stunning. The first moment she saw Chen Yuan, she froze for 2 whole seconds. It seemed she couldn't believe that this unkempt guy, after cleaning up a bit, could look so good. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 10. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 10. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan felt speechless. The moment they met again, Lin Shudong's favorability went up by 30 points. His 3 whole years of effort before couldn't even make Lin Shudong look at him differently. She even got more and more annoyed with him. Now, just by changing his clothes, looking a little more handsome, it gave him 30 more favorability points? Chen Yuan's heart exploded. He kind of wanted to curse. Sure enough, women are shallow creatures. A few seconds later, Lin Shudong and Sun Rui sat in the seats behind Chen Yuan. If it was before, Lin Shudong definitely wouldn't sit this close to him. Even when they were in a relationship, Lin Shudong would still try to keep distance from Chen Yuan. But now, she actually sat behind him on her own. At this moment, a few boys around started discussing. Did you watch Shark Live yesterday? Damn, in Xiaomi's stream, the heat broke 20 billion. Some rich guy sent 5,000 super rockets in half an hour. Totally insane. I didn't watch the stream yesterday, but I saw it on Weibo's trending this morning. Just outrageously rich. 5,000 super rockets, isn't that 10 million? So much money could buy a villa, yet it's given to a female streamer, and still not get a single thing in return. I can only say, poverty limits my imagination. Hee. Do you really think those rich people are fools, burning money for no reason? No one will give you so much money without benefits, either it's a hidden deal, or the guild is creating hype. What's so surprising about that? Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Yuan was stunned. The mysterious rich person you all are talking about is sitting right next to you, isn't he? Unexpectedly, even a rocket can make it to trending news. It seems the spending wasn't in vain. Being discussed and admired by others feels pretty good. It made him want to shout aloud, I've revealed my identity, I am the mysterious rich guy you all talk about. I am lonely like a cigarette, huh? He wondered if saying this would make him look like he was trying too hard to show off. At that moment, 2 girls walked in through the classroom door. One of the girls was dressed very androgynously, with short hair similar to a boy's, around 1.72 meters tall. The other girl was about 1.68 meters tall, and as she entered the classroom, the more than 200 students inside suddenly fell silent. Especially the boys, each one wide-eyed. This girl was not only beautiful but also had a strong presence. The difference from ordinary girls was striking. It was like a white swan walked in among a group of ugly ducklings. Every move she made drew attention. Zhao Yuqi is really beautiful. It seems she didn't even put on much makeup, yet she is stunning. She has great skin, a good figure, and a lovely face, and on top of that, she is talented. A girl like this, not just boys, even girls would like her. But I heard that Zhao Yuqi is already taken. I saw her get into a Rolls Royce last time. What do you care about what car someone else gets into? Don't spread unverified rumors. The boys' eyes were filled with anticipation. It seemed they hoped Zhao Yuqi would sit next to them. Even if they couldn't share a desk, sitting closer to the goddess was still good. At this moment of expectation, a handsome, tall boy suddenly stood up. He walked directly up to Zhao Yuqi. Zhao Chairwoman, can I add you on WeChat? Wow, Li Jianfeng has some real guts, asking for someone's contact info right to their face. Damn it, I should have gone first, my courage wasn't thick enough. In an instant, all the students present waited for Zhao Yuqi's reaction. However, before Zhao Yuqi could say anything, the short-haired, androgynous girl quickly stepped in front of Li Jianfeng. What do you want? It's like this, my name is Li Jianfeng, and I want to apply to join the student council. Coincidentally, classmate Yuqi is the vice chairperson, so I wanted to ask. Li Jianfeng explained. If you want to join the student council, go fill out the application form yourself. Besides, the student council recruits new members every year. You've been in school for 3 years and still haven't joined. Now you're seizing the chance to ask Yuqi for her WeChat. Are you really interested in the student council, or do you have some other purpose? Ha! The short-haired girl brutally exposed Li Jianfeng's excuse. For a moment, the scene became extremely awkward. I. Li Jianfeng stammered, his handsome, sunny face turning bright red. It was indeed an embarrassing moment. Luckily I didn't make a move, otherwise, that would have been too awkward. Xiong Tao said with a face full of schadenfreude. This Wu Xiaofei is simply a devil. I knew that with her around Zhao Yuqi, any boy trying to flirt would not succeed. It seems to get close to Zhao Yuqi, one must first deal with this Wu Xiaofei. At this moment, another clean-cut boy stood up. Yuqing classmate, actually, I also want your WeChat. As soon as Chen Yuan said this, the whole class was shocked. They seemed to find it hard to believe that Chen Yuan actually dared to ask Zhao Yuqi for her contact information. Was this courage too much? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Didn't you see that Li Jianfeng failed and made things so awkward? Do you also want to join the student council? Wu Xiaofei asked disdainfully. No, I'm not interested in the student council, Chen Yuan shook his head. Then why do you want Yuqi's WeChat? Because I want to chase her. Now even Wu Xiaofei was stunned. She seemed to have completely not expected that Chen Yuan would be so straightforward, so bold. This is not following the usual rules. Ding! The dog-licking mission begins. Name, Zhao Yuqi. Age, 20 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Beauty score, 8.7. This girl's favorability towards the host, 10 points. Bind third-level dog-licking relationship. When this girl's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the reversal is successful, and roles will switch, she will become the host's dog-licker. Reversal completed, reward 10% of dog-licking money spent. Reward enhancement points, 25 points. Enhancement points can improve the host's physical attributes, including constitution, spirit, talent, strength, perception, etc. Reward skill, master-level piano performance. Chen Yuan completely didn't expect. Zhao Yuqi actually had 10 points of favorability towards him, something he had never anticipated. It must be said. Zhao Yuqi has seen countless boys trying to flirt with her since she was young. Among these boys, there were always some who would approach her with various excuses. Some joined the student council for her, some joined dance clubs, all kinds of reasons were present. Yet very few would directly say they wanted to chase her, like Chen Yuan did. Perhaps it's because her own brilliance is too dazzling. Most boys don't have much confidence in front of her, naturally not as carefree and bold as they would be in front of other girls. Why does Chen Yuan have such courage? Because he doesn't care. Long ago, when he pursued Lin Shudong, he had already lost all face and dignity. He doesn't care about love anymore. Now, all high-value beauties in his eyes are just money-making machines. As long as you meet the standards for dog-licking money, just lick first. Alright. Surprisingly, Zhao Yuqi actually nodded readily. She seemed to look at Chen Yuan with a somewhat appreciative gaze. Actually, adding a contact is just a small thing. Zhao Yuqi just disliked many boys who used grand excuses to get close to her. Can't someone be straightforward if they want to chase her? Every girl likes to be pursued. Zhao Yuqi is no exception. But whether you can succeed in chasing her is another matter. After adding WeChat, Chen Yuan didn't continue to shamelessly talk to her. He had already achieved his goal today. Shut on, what's wrong with this guy Chen Yuan? He actually wants to chase Zhao Yuqi. When did he become so bold? And didn't he transfer 50,000 to you yesterday? Now he's asking Zhao Yuqi for her WeChat in front of you, what does that mean? Sun Rui shook Lin Shutong's arm, asking with a puzzled face. I don't know what he means, but since we've broken up, I can't control whom he wants to chase. Lin Shutong's expression was not good. She felt like Chen Yuan had betrayed her. In just one day. Why has he changed so much? Before yesterday, this guy was her most loyal dog licker. But now, he actually dared to flirt with the second most beautiful girl in school right in front of her? And he even succeeded. Did you do it on purpose to show me? Or have you really stopped caring about me? Lin Shutong felt both angry and furious. She began to feel anxious and uneasy inside. If a man is completely under her control, then he is of no attraction to her. From a psychological perspective, this man is just a lower-level creature in front of her. The relationship between the two people is fundamentally unequal. How could there be attraction? Women generally say they hope to have a man who will obey them completely. But the truly obedient men, they don't find attractive at all. So, a charming man will never be controlled by women. Chen Yuan's indifferent attitude today exactly makes him appear confident and generous, full of charm. As the saying goes, the upper limit determines the lower limit. If Chen Yuan dares to pursue the school beauty, then Lin Shutong seems to be nothing special. Lin Shutong, favorability +5. Lin Shutong, favorability +5. Chen Yuan turned back to glance at Lin Shutong. He discovered that the favorability above her head had unexpectedly increased by 10 points. What the hell? What is this situation? Chen Yuan was a bit confused. The reason he flirted with Zhao Yuqi in front of Lin Shutong was actually because deep down, he wanted to vent his frustration. Since you, Lin Shutong, can be ambiguous with other boys, why can't I, Chen Yuan, chase the school beauty? He originally thought this move would lower Lin Shutong's favorability towards him. But who knew it didn't happen at all? Favorability actually increased? What? Didn't you say you don't like fickle men? Didn't you say you hate scumbags? Didn't you say you hope for a man who is devoted to you? I did everything according to what you said. But what was the result? You threw me away like a dog. Now, I'm flirting with the school beauty in front of you, and my favorability towards you is not only not decreased, but actually increased? Are you, by any chance, a crazy person? Chen Yuan felt completely unable to keep up with this woman's thought process. Indeed, a simp is doomed. Old 4, I've noticed you're totally different now, you even dare to flirt with Zhao Yuqi, impressive. What old 4, call me fourth brother. Fourth brother, can you send me Zhao Yuqi's WeChat number? Xiong Tao said with a flattering face. Not really, if you want it, go ask for it yourself. Fourth brother, don't be like that, we're brothers. Have you forgotten that time when 2 of us wore 1 pair of underwear, and 4 of us wore 2 pairs, many people wore 4 pairs? What kind of friendship do we have? Life and death buddies. No, I can't help you with that, even if I give it to you, they might not even add you. What the hell? You treacherous guy who forgot loyalty for lust. Unknowingly, the time for 2 public classes had passed. After class, Chen Yuan had just walked out of the classroom. Unexpectedly, Su Lele walked towards him. Today she wore a Chanel's latest trendy dress. With elegant wavy curls. Her exquisite makeup, every move exuding feminine charm. Originally, after their date ended yesterday, she didn't want to push their relationship too fast. So when Chen Yuan invited her to dinner last night, she politely declined. But this morning, after she saw a trending Weibo post, her heart was completely unsettled. Because the mysterious rich man who generously tipped a female streamer 10 million soft sister coins had the ID named Lonely One Cigarette. And Chen Yuan's WeChat name is also Lonely One Cigarette. Since they added each other as friends yesterday, she hadn't had time to change the note. Moreover, not only were their names the same, their profile pictures were identical as well. Su Lele suspected that Chen Yuan and the mysterious rich man trending on Weibo could very well be the same person. There can't be that many coincidences in the world, right? Having the same ID name is common. But having both the ID and the profile picture exactly the same is quite rare. If Chen Yuan really has the ability to give a female streamer 10 million, how wealthily would he be behind it? At least it must be in the tens of billions, right? It's possible that it could even be over 100 billion. Can an average rich second generation compare to that? What if he's actually a hidden tycoon, or a wealthy heir? If such a hidden giant is missed, wouldn't that be regrettable for a lifetime? Although she wasn't 100% sure. But testing it wouldn't hurt anyway. So, Su Lele began to take the initiative. What a coincidence, classmate Su Lele, are you also attending classes here at the Academy of Arts? Chen Yuan greeted her in a calm tone. What coincidence? I came specifically to find you. This is a sketch I drew this morning, for you. Su Lele held out a drawing board, presenting it to Chen Yuan. To be honest, Su Lele's drawing skills were really impressive. The sketch portrayed none other than Chen Yuan himself. The lifelike appearance felt almost like a photograph. What's going on? Such a beautiful girl is actually here looking for Chen Yuan? Wow, isn't this Su Lele from the Academy of Arts? She's actually giving Chen Yuan a gift? So she is Su Lele, huh? I heard she's quite famous. Damn, that drawing is of Chen Yuan. Is she secretly expressing her feelings? I can't take this. Why do I, a single dog, have to witness such an unhealthy scene? It's not supposed to be like this. Where did I go wrong? In looks, in height, in talent, Chen Yuan is not as good as me in any aspect. Plus, I can rap and play basketball. Why would Zhao Yuqi want to add him on WeChat? Why would Su Lele initiate giving him a gift? It makes no sense. The school hunk Li Jianfeng was utterly baffled. Shadong, have you noticed that Chen Yuan seems to be getting more and more popular? First Zhao Yuqi added him on WeChat, and now even Su Lele from the Academy of Arts has come over to find him. When did this guy become so charming? Does everyone know that his family is about to be relocated? Best friend Sun Rui whispered from behind. Lin Shudong didn't know whether to be angry or not, silently watching Chen Yuan and Su Lele laughing together. She deliberately walked past them. She wanted Chen Yuan to know she was angry. She wanted Chen Yuan to come running over to comfort her, like he used to, whenever he sensed she was unhappy. This time, however, Chen Yuan seemed to have completely ignored her. He continued to laugh and talk with Su Lele. Sometimes, girls have a very strange psychological hint. The less liked a boy is by girls, the less they admire him, thinking he is short, ugly, and poor. If nobody wants him, why on earth would I? But if it's a popular boy, liked by other girls, he must have his own charm and talent, so I should get to know him better. This kind of psychological hint is often subconscious. What cannot be obtained is precious. I will snatch what everyone is fighting over. This is also why the nice guys end up with nothing in the end. One of the reasons why bad boys often thrive. And now, after suffering emotional setbacks, Chen Yuan had begun to slowly transform from a nice guy into a bad boy. In his eyes, being a bad boy and a nice guy didn't seem like contradictions. He called it being a sweet bad boy. Your ex-girlfriend Lin Shudong seems a bit unhappy? Do you want to go comfort her? Su Lele said, with a hint of intention. She had already started to be on guard when Lin Shudong deliberately walked past just now. This woman was clearly a schemer. Eating from one bowl and looking at what's in the pot. Now that Chen Yuan was the prey Su Lele had set her eyes on, she couldn't let Lin Shudong snatch him away. No need, she has already called an ex-girlfriend. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to comfort her. Chen Yuan shrugged. He felt that both of these women were not easy to deal with. If it were the old him, he really couldn't handle these kinds of bad girls. But now, as long as he could stay true to himself and not develop real feelings, he could stand firm without losing. After all, in his eyes, they were just tools for making money. Thinking this way, Chen Yuan felt much clearer in his mind. Indeed, I am still too young. A single drawing from Su Lele almost shook my heart. Chen Yuan thought to himself. Xiao Yuan Gu, do you like watching live broadcasts usually? Walking down the shaded path of the campus, Su Lele began to subtly inquire. Live streaming? I don't watch it often, just occasionally glance when I'm bored. Oh. What platform do you usually watch? Shark, Douyin, Longya, I've seen them all, but I watch Shark a bit more. As expected. Su Lele seemed more certain of her thoughts in her heart. Xiao Yuan Ge, actually, I want to be a streamer too. I've heard that female streamers make quite a bit of money. That's great. Be self-reliant. If one day you start streaming, let me know, I'll support you. Really? Xiao Yuan Ge, you're so nice. As they talked, Su Lele had already linked her arm with Chen Yuan's. With a joyful smile, her hot figure and pretty face caught the attention of many students passing by. At that moment, a tall boy, around 1.8 meters, with fair skin and a calm look, approached Su Lele and Chen Yuan with fiery anger on his face. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been betrayed and deceived. Su Lele, didn't you say you were going to do your nails with your best friend today? Why did you lie to me? Who is this guy? Wang Yu, who I'm with, is none of your business. You're not my boyfriend. But you promised me 2 days ago to watch a movie together. Why go back on your word? Don't girls always say whatever? Lele, I've been chasing you for half a year. Why are you always like this? Am I just a backup to you? Wang Yu's face was filled with grief and anger, with tears in his eyes. Men have tears but don't shed them easily, only when heartbroken. Don't get too sentimental, Wang Yu. Did I ever ask you to chase me? Every time you date, it's only about watching movies? Do you know that I've seen that movie over 10 times already? I'm sick of it, I really don't want to waste time with you. Su Leilei's words were harsh. Even Chen Yuan furrowed his brows unconsciously. From this junior, he seemed to see his former self. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan suddenly shook Su Leilei's arm off. Xiao Yuan Ge, you. Su Leilei, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Is playing with boys' feelings fun? Seeing a movie over 10 times, who are you seeing it with? You've disappointed me so much. Xiao Yuan Ge, let me explain. No need to explain, do you think you can be proud just because many people pursue you? Let me tell you, when a piece of meat goes bad, more flies will come. Humph. Chen Yuan sneered. He left in big strides, not listening to Su Leilei's explanations at all. Even the sketch she gave to Chen Yuan was carelessly thrown into the trash can. At this point, Chen Yuan didn't care about Su Leilei's feelings anymore. As long as it felt good to vent. The feeling of pointing at a beautiful girl's nose to scold her was truly enjoyable. Being a man means having attitude and principles. Chen Yuan's attitude of turning on someone shocked many onlookers. Wow, that guy is really bold, scolding such a pretty girl? I couldn't bear to say a word, I treat her like a treasure. You don't understand, this is a real man, women shouldn't be spoiled. Pfft, what kind of man is this, so lacking in grace, not knowing how to cherish girls, he deserves to be single for life. A girl frowned. After a while, Su Leilei picked up the sketch from the trash can. Her eyes were very red, with tears flickering. She looked extremely pitiful. Leilei, that man doesn't cherish you at all, you shouldn't waste your thoughts on him anymore, I'm the one who treats you the best. Wang Yu suddenly turned into a puppy, trying to comfort her. Get lost. If it weren't for you, Chen Yuan wouldn't misunderstand at all. I hate you. Leilei, what did I do wrong? Why do you treat me like this? Wang Yu became more and more heartbroken. He felt that he was no worse than Chen Yuan. In terms of appearance, temperament, and aura, what was he lacking compared to that guy? But why did Su Leilei just look down on him? At this moment, Su Leilei felt an immense regret in her heart. She had gradually figured out Chen Yuan's background. This was definitely a man with a deep and unfathomable family background. She originally wanted to use a strategy of feigning indifference to make this man fall hopelessly in love with her. But who would have thought that before she could use all her tricks, this man turned on her right there? A cooked duck had flown away? She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart and wanted to make amends. She had to clarify this misunderstanding. Otherwise, she would be restless, unable to eat or sleep. Perhaps Su Leilei herself didn't realize that her mind was now completely filled with thoughts of Chen Yuan. Chapter 11 Chapter 011 mysteriously gains 100,000 followers. Su Leilei, favorability +5. Su Leilei's current favorability towards the host, 88 points. Seeing on the system interface that Su Leilei's favorability had actually increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 88 points. Chen Yuan was once again dumbfounded. He thought that after turning face to face this time, Su Leilei's favorability towards him would drop sharply. Who would have expected the result to be completely unexpected? How could this happen? Did I really make a mistake before? Feeling bored, Chen Yuan went back to his dorm alone. With nothing to do, he started scrolling through Douyin. The current short video live streaming platforms are incredibly popular. Most young people spend their leisure time scrolling through short videos. Douyin is the hottest app on the short video platform. Chen Yuan opened the local recommendations and casually scrolled a few times. A rather familiar face appeared in front of him. In the video, a girl in white was playing the piano. Although the filming distance was a bit far away and it didn't seem to be shot with a professional camera, just taken casually. However, the girl's temperament and looks were really different from ordinary internet celebrities. The key point was that she didn't even use any beauty filters. What kind of confidence was this? Nowadays, Douyin's female internet celebrities look like goddesses with beauty filters on and like passers-by without them. Some even look worse than ordinary people. Even men can transform into 2D beautiful girls with makeup and beauty filters. It simply dazzles your titanium alloy dog eyes. And the girl in this video, she not only didn't use beauty filters but didn't even wear makeup. Yet she was still pure and charming, dressed in a white hanfu, like a fairy from ancient legends. Her skilled piano playing made her temperament seem exceptionally elegant. Isn't this Zhao Yuqi? She actually started streaming on Douyin? Wow, she has quite a few fans, with only 7 or 8 works, and her followers have actually exceeded 1 million, this is going to explode. But then again, with Zhao Yuqi's looks and talent, it's really no surprise she became famous. After all, the campus belle of Hunan University ranked second is definitely not just for show. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and casually clicked to follow. He started browsing her previously shot videos. And just then, Zhao Yuqi actually started her live stream. Perhaps because she had just started streaming, there weren't many people in the live room. She and her close friend Wu Xiaofei were chatting. It seemed they were living in a very large room, not a school dormitory. "Welcome, Lonely One Smoke, to our live stream. Wow, big shot, your name is quite interesting. Did you see the trending topics on Weibo today? How dare you impersonate my smoke master? Kid, you're getting a bit carried away, aren't you? I remember there's a rich ID called Lonely One Smoke who gave $1 million to a female streamer in half an hour, leveling up from a level 3 account to max level, and even topped the leaderboard instantly. Who knows, maybe that person is the true rich player. Ha ha. If he's a rich player, I'll eat sh*t on livestream. Zhao Yuqi's Douyin ID is called Chichi Little Cutie. The main content of her livestream is singing and playing the piano. As time passed, the number of people in the live room grew from only a few to several hundred. Gradually, people began to send her gifts. But most of them were gifts worth only a few cents, and some would give a few dollars or tens of dollars. In less than half an hour, she received 5,000 sound waves, which is 500 yuan. Among the female streamers, there were often PK battles. Soon, Zhao Yuqi was connected with another female streamer. Wow, it's Peng Shichi. Shichi, I'm about to betray you. It's not that you're not pretty, but Shichi is also very beautiful, and she has too many fans. Zhao Yuqi was, after all, a new streamer. There was not much to compare with a big celebrity like Peng Shichi. The other party already had over 30 million fans, and the number of people online in her live stream exceeded 100,000. She was almost one of the hottest female online celebrities on the entire platform. Sure enough, the moment the PK battle opened in the livestream, Zhao Yuqi was immediately suppressed by the opponent. The opponent's rich fan started by sending 5 carnivals. The carnival gift was the most expensive gift on the donation interface, worth 3,000 yuan. Starting with 5 carnivals meant 15,000 yuan. Damn it, finally recharged the money. The recharge limit on Douyin should change. The maximum for one recharge is only 50,000, took 200 times to reach 10 million, it's quite tiring. Chen Yuan was quite speechless. He never expected that one day he would be annoyed by the low recharge limits of various platforms. Seeing Zhao Yuqi being crushed by Peng Shichi, Chen Yuan immediately entered a crazy gifting state. Zhao Yuqi was now one of his favorite streamers. If one day she could make a comeback, the more gifts he sent now, the more she would earn later. Moreover, the other party was right at Huda University. Being close to the water tower, the chances of making a comeback were much greater than reversing Xiaomi. The next second, a carnival gift effect instantly flooded the screen. Thank you, Lonely One Cigarette Brother, for sending the carnival gift. Zhao Yuqi thanked in surprise. She originally thought this PK was hopeless. Who would have thought a big brother suddenly emerged in the livestream? And this ID looked very familiar. Damn, could this be Cigarette Boss? I can't believe it, it's really Cigarette Boss, the real deal has arrived. Chichi, you're saved, Cigarette Boss is really a rich guy. Next, Lonely One Cigarette, indeed did not disappoint everyone. From the moment he sent the first carnival gift, the following gifts flooded the screen without stopping. Thank you, Lonely One Cigarette, for sending streamer Chichi the cute carnival heavy multiplication x108. Thank you, Lonely One Cigarette, for sending streamer Chichi the cute carnival heavy multiplication x109. Thank you, Lonely One Cigarette, for sending streamer Chichi the cute carnival heavy multiplication x999. At that moment, all the rich fans in Peng Shichi's livestream were collectively shocked. The dozen or so rich fans combined could not compete with just one person. This is too rich to be human? Damn, who is that guy opposite, so impressive? Lonely One Cigarette, Isn't he that mysterious rich guy trending on Shark platform? Amazing. Amazing. After finishing up on Shark, he came to Douyin to donate, must have too much money to spend, damn that's so rich. Cannot compete, Sister Shichi, it's not that we are not strong, it's just that the big brother opposite is too amazing, you might be beaten by a little streamer. There was no suspense at all. Under Chen Yuan's crazy gifting, Zhao Yuqi not only defeated the well-known online celebrity Peng Shichi in this PK, but also topped the hourly livestream ranking across the entire platform. Suddenly, several tens of thousands of people surged into her livestream. The number of fans following her increased by more than 20,000. What surprised everyone the most was that Zhao Yuqi's fans only increased by 20,000, but Chen Yuan's ID unexpectedly increased by 100,000 fans. But did you think it was over just like this? Chapter 12 Chapter 012 The mysterious rich guy turned out to be my friend? although the PK between Zhao Yuqi and Peng Shiqi was over. But Chen Yuan's gifts were not finished yet. The carnival kept flooding the screen. As if it had no end. Continuously sending. Always sending. An average of 1 carnival per second. 60 per minute. 600 in 10 minutes. 1 hour later. Lonely Cigarette, sending carnival to streamer Kiki, little cutie heavy multiplication x 3331. Lonely Cigarette, sending carnival to streamer Kiki, little cutie heavy multiplication x 3332. Lonely Cigarette, sending carnival to streamer Kiki, little cutie heavy multiplication x 3333. At this moment, Chen Yuan finally stopped. Zhao Yuqi was already numb. She looked completely dazed. She had only started streaming a few days ago. When had she ever seen something like this? Little Feifei, pinch me, tell me this isn't real. Is someone really sending me over 3,000 carnivals? Kiki, you're rich now. Damn, did this tycoon just send you 10 million? Thank you, tycoon, thank you, big boss, thank you, Mr. Yen. During the 1 hour that Chen Yuan was frantically sending carnivals, Zhao Yuqi's live stream audience count broke through 300,000, an unprecedented record. You must know, the audience count on Douyin's live streaming platform is the most accurate among all live streaming platforms. 300,000 online viewers on Longya equals 30 million popularity, on Shark it means 3 billion heat. For a new streamer, this is no exaggeration. Incredible. A new streamer, just a few days after starting, has gained 1 billion wave power, and the live stream's online audience has broken 300,000. Even celebrities can't match your popularity, damn DJ. I'm not here to watch the female streamer, I'm here to watch the tycoon spend money. Ha ha. Mr. Yen, next time you're spending money, give me a shout, I want to be your #1 lackey. Mr. Yen has a good eye, the girl's looks are pretty tough, I think she's not worse than Peng Shiqi. Mr. Yen, I've already followed you, let's private message and make a move. Chen Yuan looked at the backstage. Sure enough, there were countless private messages, all showing 99+. There were even a few female streamers who sent him private messages. The most shocking thing for Chen Yuan was that among them was even Peng Shiqi. This person was a top influencer with over 30 million followers. She was also a goddess among otaku men. The dream lover in countless dog-licking hearts. Her sweet and cute appearance won the hearts of both young and old. She was one of the top 10 star goddesses on Douyin platform. Such a high-popularity internet celebrity actually sent him a private message. This was something Chen Yuan had never imagined before. He clicked on the private message in the backstage. Lonely Cigarette brother, I followed you, can we follow each other back, you beat me so badly. Sorry, beauty. Chen Yuan immediately replied. Lonely brother, how about we add WeChat? I want to talk to you about something. What is it about? It's about a business partnership. I recently started a new media company and I'm missing a tycoon like you to join. There are a lot of little sisters who are influencers there. Really? Then I'll think about it, send me your WeChat number. Chen Yuan squinted his eyes. He felt that adding Peng Shiqi on WeChat wasn't a bad thing. She was a big beauty after all. She could become a dog-licking object. Moreover, she knew so many influencers, just introducing a few to him, Chen Yuan felt he could soon become successful in the influencer circle. And he wouldn't even need the system's reward dog-licking gold. Once he became famous, he could make money by himself. Of course, being low-key was still a must. He couldn't become an influencer. Because according to the system's rules, the first favorability towards his dog-licking object couldn't exceed 20 points. Otherwise, the dog-licking relationship couldn't be established. If the first impression already had more than 20 points of favorability, and the girl liked you from the start, you wouldn't meet the criteria to be a dog-licker anymore. Lonely brother, my WeChat number is Peng Shiqi. Okay. Chen Yuan decisively started adding. In less than 20 seconds, she approved his request. Lonely brother, is your age really correct? You're only 21? Peng Shiqi sent a message asking. It's real, in a month, I'll be 22. Chen Yuan typed back. I didn't expect you to be so young, in my impression, someone who can do this kind of thing. They are all the bosses of large conglomerates. Large conglomerate bosses? What does that mean? They are in the Fortune 500, and I could buy them out in a heartbeat, do you believe it? Ha, little brother, you are really humorous. Peng Shiqi clearly thought Chen Yuan was bragging. What does being in the Fortune 500 even mean? These giant companies easily have worth tens of billions, some even reaching hundreds of billions. If you could buy them, why not just fly to the moon? Even Jack Ma wouldn't dare to say such things. Are you saying you're more impressive than Jack Ma? Without much interaction or knowledge, Peng Shiqi felt this mysterious wealthy person seemed a bit exaggerated, not at all like the appearance of a rich person. She even thought that the person she added was not the real tycoon, so she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. "Four, why are you back so early? Weren't you on a date with Su Lele?" Xiong Tao immediately asked after returning to the dormitory. "Su Lele is not an easy woman, I scolded her and then came back." "Don't brag, it's good enough if you weren't scolded by her." Xiong Tao shook his head disdainfully. "Chen Yuan, who are you chatting with again?" Zhou Haiquan glanced at Chen Yuan's phone and casually asked. "Peng Shiqi." "What? Who did you say?" "Peng Shiqi, that girl internet celebrity from Douyin." "Oh come on, why don't you say you're chatting with the President of the United States?" "Hee hee, if you don't believe it, then forget it." Chen Yuan was too lazy to explain. On the other side, after Zhao Yuqi got off the livestream, she almost immediately followed Chen Yuan's Douyin account. She felt that whether out of gratitude, courtesy, or some other purpose, she should privately thank this mysterious big brother who ranked first. Moreover, this big brother also came from the same city. But the moment she followed Chen Yuan's Douyin account, she froze for a moment. Because she discovered that this mysterious big brother, the unparalleled wealthy person trending on Weibo, had a WeChat account that was actually connected to her as a friend. This meant that the tycoon who gave her 10 million was actually someone she knew. "How's it going, Chi-Chi? Did you add that mysterious tycoon on WeChat? I'm telling you, a big boss who recklessly tips 10 million must have unimaginable wealth. If you can get his support, it's not a big deal to quickly go viral all over the internet." "I've added him," Zhao Yuqi said somewhat absent-mindedly. "You added him so quickly?" "No, I found that the person who just gifted me was Lonely Cigarette, and he was already my WeChat friend," Zhao Yuqi explained. "What?" Hearing Zhao Yuqi's answer, Wu Xiaofei suddenly had a head full of question marks. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 The School Beauty invites me to dinner. "Your WeChat friend gave you 10 million? Who is it?" Wu Xiaofei asked with increasing curiosity. "Chen Yuan, the guy who asked me for WeChat this morning." "Is it him?" "He is Lonely Cigarette, wow." Wu Xiaofei was shocked. She absolutely did not expect that the boy who seemed a bit shy and reserved was actually a big spender online. The contrast was too great. Actually, just now, Wu Xiaofei had thought of several rich second-generation guys who had pursued Zhao Yuqi before. But among them, Chen Yuan was definitely not included. Because Chen Yuan was famously known in school as a sycophant. Perhaps Zhao Yuqi didn't pay attention to these campus gossip events. But Wu Xiaofei was different. She was practically well-versed in the gossip events around campus. How could a sycophant like Chen Yuan, this loser, be a tycoon who casually tips 10 million? "Chi-Chi, are you sure it's Chen Yuan? Not someone else? Why, does your reaction indicate you knew him before?" Zhao Yuqi asked. "I can't say we knew each other, but I've heard that Chen Yuan is a third-year student in our same department, who had been pursuing a girl before, and that girl is Lin Shadong. I heard that he pursued her for 3 whole years without success, often delivering breakfast downstairs at her dorm, confessing once a month, lighting candles, arranging hearts, singing love songs, and giving various small gifts, yet Lin Shadong never agreed to be with him. What Wu Xiaofei didn't know was that a month ago, Chen Yuan had already won Lin Shutong's heart, but she asked him to keep it low-key. No social media posts. No showing off their relationship. Therefore, not many people knew they were dating. No way, Chen Yuan is so rich, and he's not bad-looking either. Why couldn't this excellent guy win her over after 3 years? Zhao Yuqi grew even more puzzled. She had seen Lin Shadong, although she had some beauty, she wasn't particularly unique. In school, there were many girls prettier and more accomplished than her. Instead, Chen Yuan, with such a terrifying family background, could casually give $1 million to a streamer. This kind of wealthy young man is far from being an ordinary rich second generation. It's common for rich second-generation kids to drive luxury cars worth a few million. But to let them part with tens of millions to give gifts, hardly anyone can do that. Among the rich kids Zhao Yuqi knew, no one had that kind of strength. I understand now. The reason Chen Yuan couldn't win Lin Shadong is that he has been pretending to be poor. In order to hide his identity, he would even work part-time as a delivery guy. No one at school knows he's so wealthy. I've heard some sons of nobility have unique preferences. They seek true love and don't want a girl to be with them just for money. So, the prince pretends to be a frog, and the rich guy pretends to be a loser. Chen Yuan must be just like that. Wu Xiaofei loved to read online novels. His imagination was very rich. So, he automatically pieced together this analysis. Is it really like this? I think he should be disappointed, so he doesn't want to pretend anymore. Zhao Yuqi nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she felt that this guy was really excellent and very considerate. For the girl he likes, he is willing to give so much. A wealthy young master, willingly doing those undignified things for true love, and for 3 years, just to move her heart. That's so romantic. Sometimes people are so strange. A rich young master working part-time as a delivery guy makes you feel like he's given up so much. But if an ordinary student does delivery work, you think it's very normal and he hasn't really given anything. That's just how real it is. In the eyes of ordinary students, Zhao Yuqi is the unreachable goddess of the campus. But in essence, she is just a student too. She also likes guys who are more excellent than her. To her, Chen Yuan seems pretty excellent. Xiaofei, what do you think I should do to thank him? He gave me gifts worth 10 million, and the live stream fans have increased by tens of thousands, but I feel the gift is too big, a bit too heavy. Zhao Yuqi felt a bit anxious inside. In my opinion, that guy must be genuinely determined to pursue you, otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous. But Yuqi, you must hold your ground, don't let anyone take you easily. Wu Xiaofei advised. I understand. Zhao Yuqi nodded. She then picked up her phone and sent Chen Yuan a message. Classmate Chen Yuan, thank you for the gifts, I really feel sorry. Tomorrow evening at 6:30, I'll treat you to dinner, just as a thank you for your great support. What? The campus flower wants to treat me to dinner? After seeing the message Zhao Yuqi sent, Chen Yuan was a bit dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that one day Zhao Yuqi would take the initiative to invite him to dinner. This was a prominent figure in the school, vice president of the student council, the most beautiful girl in the arts college, the second campus flower of Lake University. Ordinary guys wouldn't even dare to pursue such a goddess. He only secretly had a crush in his heart. And now, the other party actually wanted to treat him to a meal? Sure, it's my honor to have dinner with Chairman Zhao. Chen Yuan immediately typed a reply. Then it's settled, 6:30, at the east gate of the school, see you there. I will make you go broke by eating. Bring it on. My family runs a restaurant, so eat as much as you want. Zhao Yuqi replied quickly, not minding Chen Yuan joking with him at all. On the surface, Zhao Yuqi gave the impression of a graceful, refined lady. But privately, she seemed to be a very lively girl. Moreover, she was quite talkative. As they chatted, Chen Yuan almost couldn't keep up with her pace. Basically, for every message Chen Yuan sent, she would reply with at least 2 or 3. Thinking back to how he used to message Lin Shadong. He would send over 10 messages, and she might reply once. And it would still be 2 or 3 hours later. Chen Yuan felt very heartbroken. He had been deceiving himself, thinking that as long as he kept giving, one day, Lin Shadong would see his good. But reality slapped his face time and time again. A man must improve himself. No matter how much you do, in her eyes, you are ultimately just a dog that licks. Old 4, stop playing on your phone, come join us for a game, we need a support player to help you reach gold, shouted Zhou Haiquan. Come on, what level do you think you are? After playing League for 7 years, you're still silver. You say you'll help me reach gold? I'd be a fool to believe you. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Our Ayla region is different from others, in our main server, silver can crush suburban kings. If it weren't for my teammates being so terrible, would I still be silver after 7 years? Not playing, go away, I still want to chat with the school beauty. You keep dreaming. In the blink of an eye, it was 6:30 the next afternoon. At the east gate of the Huda University. A girl wearing a medium-length white t-shirt and a pair of white sneakers, with a ponytail, had been waiting here for more than 10 minutes. Many students passed by, but the rate at which they turned their heads to look at her was almost over 90%. Even other girls couldn't help but turn back to take a few more glances. Her long, slender legs were incredibly eye-catching. Although she was dressed simply, it perfectly showcased her perfect figure and made her appear more youthful and vibrant. Not only that, but when boys saw this girl's appearance, they found it hard to move their legs. Who is this girl? She's so damn beautiful. Don't you know Zhao Yuqi? She's our student union vice president, the head of the dance club, and one of the top 3 school beauties. So she is Zhao Yuqi. It looks like she's waiting for someone. At this moment, a red Ferrari 488 suddenly stopped at the school gate. Wow, it's a Ferrari supercar, over 4 million luxury car. Looks like there's a handsome guy driving it, the way he drives with one hand is really cool. As the Ferrari came to a stop, a young man, about 25 or 26 years old, stood at a height of 1.82 meters and walked straight up to Zhao Yuqi. Yuqi, where are you going? Let me give you a ride? No thanks, Senior Zhang Bin. I have an appointment today. Zhao Yuqi shook her head to refuse. Who are you meeting? Let's go together, I know a nice private restaurant, and the food there is really good. It's a bit inconvenient. Zhao Yuqi wasn't shaken by the other party's luxury car. A 4 million sports car is nothing, Chen Yuan could casually buy 2 Ferrari 488s with the gifts he sends. Zhang Bin's expression turned a bit ugly. He didn't expect Zhao Yuqi to be so hard to deal with. Since the last birthday party when he met Zhao Yuqi, he was instantly smitten. He swore to pursue this girl. He even bet with his friends that he would win her over within half a month. But now, more than a week had passed, and there was still no progress. This time, he arrived in a luxury car, and unexpectedly, he was actually rejected. This was something he had never encountered before. At that moment, a handsome boy riding a bicycle slowly approached the two of them. "Classmate Yuqi, am I a bit late? I came right on time and didn't expect you to arrive early," Chen Yuan said apologetically. He glanced at the time on his phone. Exactly 6:30. Not a minute more, not a minute less. In the past, when Chen Yuan invited Lin Shudong out, she would at least be more than half an hour late. And he usually would show up half an hour late himself. With this back and forth, every time he went out, he would have to wait for at least an hour. After many anxious waits, Chen Yuan had also begun to be smart. He would always tell the other party he had arrived early and then show up just on time. This saved a lot of boring waiting time. Because today was his first time going out to dinner with Zhao Yuqi. So he didn't play these little tricks. He arrived precisely at 6:30. Not a minute more, not a minute less. Mainly, he didn't expect Zhao Yuqi, a girl and the school beauty, would actually show up more than 10 minutes early for the date. As for that guy driving a Ferrari, it seemed he wanted to steal his chance. "Senior Zhang Bin, we're leaving now," Zhao Yuqi said very politely. Then, amidst the astonished eyes of everyone, she sat on the back seat of Chen Yuan's bicycle. My god. Zhao Yuqi would rather sit on a bicycle than in a Ferrari. "I feel like I'm starting to believe in love again," a boy with black-framed glasses said with shock on his face. In love. In love. She is indeed our goddess senior, such a pure and proud quality, so different from those gold-digging girls. Senior Yuqi, from now on, I'm a fan. Damn, that guy riding with Senior Yuqi isn't that loser Chen Yuan, right? This. Watching Chen Yuan ride away with Zhao Yuqi on his bicycle, Zhang Bin's face turned a deep shade of anger. If he were to say he lost to a wealthy second generation of the same level, he could accept it. But losing to a loser riding a bicycle, what the hell was that? And he was ignored by the loser. Humph. A loser thinks he can play high class, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Zhang Bin scoffed, his face dark as he drove away. He would not let Zhao Yuqi go. He would make that poor student understand what reality really was. Classmate Yuqi, where are we going to eat? Today is your treat, after all. Chen Yuan asked with a smile on the bicycle. Thinking about Zhao Yuqi getting on his bicycle in front of everyone instead of the Ferrari, he felt very proud. It felt like today's sunshine was particularly bright. Who said girls prefer to sit in BMWs crying rather than sit on bicycles laughing? Didn't Zhao Yuqi just get on his bike? She was still a school beauty. Isn't there a Eton lobster near the school? The taste is okay, let's go eat lobster, Zhao Yuqi suggested. Alright. Arriving at the lobster restaurant. The environment inside was indeed nice. And the prices were not too high. A meal would basically cost around 300 to 500 yuan. If 3 or 4 people gathered, sharing the cost would be less than 100 yuan each. Ordinary students could afford it. So the business in the restaurant was very good. Zhao Yuqi seemed to particularly enjoy eating lobsters. And she ordered the spicy flavor. This girl's impression in Chen Yuan's mind seemed to begin to become more real. It turned out the goddess also liked strong flavors. It turned out even a fairy had to go to the toilet. Just as the two of them were chatting and happily starting to peel and eat shrimp, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women walked in at the door. The man was dressed in brand name Versace, and the woman was equally youthful and beautiful, but compared to Zhao Yuqi, whether it was temperament, figure, or looks, they were slightly inferior. Lin Shudong? Chen Yuan really felt a bit unlucky. How could he run into this pair of dogs no matter where he went? Last time it was at the Gucci store, this time it's at a lobster restaurant. It's like a ghost that won't leave. Lin Shudong was stunned when she saw Chen Yuan. But when she saw who was sitting with Chen Yuan was Zhao Yuqi, she was completely dumbfounded. How could Chen Yuan possibly get a date with Zhao Yuqi? This is impossible. This makes no sense at all. In these past few days, Lin Shudong's impression of Chen Yuan has changed somewhat, but his image as a lovesick dog is still deeply rooted. But who could have thought? This lovesick dog actually managed to get a date with the most beautiful girl of the College of Arts, the second-ranked campus beauty of Hunan University? Is he really that excellent? Why did Su Lele send him a sketch first? And now Zhao Yuqi is having lobster alone with him? Did I really misjudge before and fail to notice any unique excellent qualities in Chen Yuan? Lin Shudong began to doubt herself. Don't mention him, Huang Junkai also started to question life a little. Zhao Yuqi is a top-notch girl that even he could never pursue. What does this lovesick dog Chen Yuan have that makes him worthy? How could he eat lobster with a campus beauty? Junkai, shall we go to another place? Lin Shudong tugged at Huang Junkai's sleeve, feeling a little out of place. No need to change, this place is quite good, and we still have acquaintances here. As Huang Junkai said this, he walked straight over to the empty seat next to Chen Yuan. His hand wandered around Lin Shutong's waist, as if to show off. But his gaze always stayed on Zhao Yuqi. Clearly eating from the bowl but watching the pot. Huang Junkai, you scumbag, what are you doing? Suddenly, one of the four girls in the corner, a very overweight and spicy woman, stood up and shouted. Wei Shaoqing, what are you doing here? Huang Junkai stuttered, his face turning almost completely white. This should be what I ask you, right? Tell me, who is this bitch next to you? And you, this cheap one, a mistress, don't you know he has a girlfriend? Huang Junkai, you are not human. Have I treated you badly? I bought you clothes, shoes, watches, even lent you my car, and you go behind my back to find a mistress? You are a dog worse than a beast. The overweight woman angrily kicked Huang Junkai. She then slapped Lin Shudong. Smack! Lin Shudong was completely stunned. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 When it's time to act, act. Huang Junkai's expression looked like he had eaten something terrible. Shaoqing, I was wrong, I really was wrong, it was this bitch who seduced me, I actually don't like her, my heart only belongs to you, you must believe me. In the stunned gaze of everyone, Huang Junkai pushed Lin Shudong away and hugged Wei Shaoqing's thigh like a dog. Ha ha. This guy, dressed up like a model, I thought he was a rich and handsome guy, but turns out he's just a pretty boy who licks the boots of rich women. Damn, this brother has a really heavy taste, he can handle a tank of this size, incredible, just incredible. The doctor said my stomach isn't good, but I also want to live off a woman. For a moment, the onlookers were pointing and commenting. Lin Shudong was completely dazed. She only felt her head buzzing. She could hardly believe that her tall, handsome, and wealthy boyfriend, a rich second generation, was actually a pretty boy living off women? Did she really seduce you? Then fine, I'll give you a chance. Slap her twice in front of me, strip her of her clothes, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, hurry up and hand over the car keys, and from now on, we will cut all ties. Wei Shaoqing said aggressively. Smack! Smack! Huang Junkai indeed turned ruthless and really slapped Lin Shudong twice in public. He struck hard. Lin Shutong's face almost swelled up from the hits. Huang Junkai, you. What do you mean what? You cheap bitch, green tea, mistress who seduces other people's boyfriends. The necklace you are wearing is mine, take it off. Facing Wei Shaoqing's overwhelming dominance, Lin Shudong only felt an endless grievance in her heart. She didn't know that the scumbag Huang Junkai had a girlfriend. She was also a victim. Why does everyone think she is the mistress? No one is willing to stand up and say a word for her. In the contemptuous gaze of the crowd, Lin Shudong suffered the greatest humiliation of her life. At this moment, a good-looking boy suddenly stood up. He had no expression on his face, just casually picked up a plate of steaming lobsters and slowly walked to Huang Junkai's back, smashing the plate down hard. Bang! With a loud sound, the plate shattered, and the hot lobsters poured all over Huang Junkai's head. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people? Wei Shaoqing questioned. I'm hitting this bastard, Huang Junkai, you are nothing but a worthless dog. Chen Yuan was relentless, seemingly not planning to let Huang Junkai go. Damn you, you stinky loser, dare to hit me? I'll kill you. After being hit, Huang Junkai quickly reacted. His face twisted as he started brawling with Chen Yuan. In a fight, Chen Yuan and Huang Junkai were actually at a disadvantage. Huang Junkai was 183 centimeters tall and weighed 70 kilograms, while Chen Yuan was only 179 centimeters tall and weighed 63 kilograms. In terms of size and strength, he was not as good as Huang Junkai. At that moment, he noticed Lin Shutong's favorability towards him suddenly skyrocketing. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 20. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 20. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 20. Originally, Lin Shutong's favorability towards him had risen to 35 points. At this moment, taking action, the favorability instantly surged by 60 points. It had directly reached 95 points of favorability. This was completely unexpected for Chen Yuan. Turns out if you grasp the timing of heroically saving a beautiful girl, it can really make a girl's favorability explode. It could even turn her into your devoted admirer. When it's time to act, you must act. This is the attitude a man should have. At this moment, Lin Shudong was already in tears. She really didn't expect. When she was treated as a mistress and humiliated, the one truly willing to help her was still Chen Yuan. Only Chen Yuan. This man she once looked down upon. This man she once treated like a devoted dog, calling him around. This man she had driven away with her harsh words. When she was truly in danger, only this man stood up for her. Suddenly, she recalled the past 3 years, Chen Yuan's constant care and warmth. In contrast, Huang Junkai spoke sweet words, but in reality, he had never given her anything, instead using flattery to deceive her. In the end, even his identity as a rich second generation was a fake. How laughable it was that she was so infatuated, eager to climb higher. Only to end up in such a situation. In times of crisis, true hearts are revealed. Chen Yuan was the one who had always treated her well from the beginning to the end. She truly regretted it. Clearly, Lin Shudong was overthinking. Chen Yuan's actions this time were not because he couldn't forget her lingering feelings. He had long wanted to hit Huang Junkai. He just hadn't found the right opportunity to act. But today, seeing Huang Junkai's shameless demeanor, it was truly disgusting. Perfectly combining old grievances with new ones. Never mind if he could win or not, he had to do it. Ding! Detected the second devoted admirer, Lin Shudong, successfully breaking through 95 points favorability. Congratulations to the host for a successful turnaround. Ding! A total of 50,000 yuan was spent on devoted admirers, rewarding the host with 5,000 yuan. Ding! Lin Shudong successfully transformed into the host's devoted admirer, rewarding 20 enhancement points. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Strength, 9. Physique, 9. Spirit, 10. Agility, 9. Perception, 10. Adult peak level is 10. Status, sub-healthy. Skills, none. Enhancement points, 20. Please choose the enhancement direction. I choose to enhance 10 points of strength and 10 points of physique. Looking at the system interface that suddenly popped up in front of him, Chen Yuan chose to add strength and physique without hesitation. Ding! Enhancement successful. Current strength, 19 points. Current physique is 19 points. The next second, Chen Yuan felt a warm current sweeping through his entire body. His body, which had been slightly thin, suddenly awakened with explosive power. Huang Junkai was holding Chen Yuan by the neck, ready to punch him in the face. But suddenly, Chen Yuan's arm tightened fiercely, not only holding his fist tightly but even lifting him up and slamming him to the ground. Damn it! I'll kill you, you piece of trash! Bang! Huang Junkai had just climbed up from the ground when Chen Yuan kicked out violently, sending his tall frame, over 1.8 meters, flying 3 meters away. At this point, Huang Junkai no longer dared to make a move. Who would have thought that this skinny guy, Chen Yuan, would be so fierce when fighting? Huang Junkai, clearly much taller than him, was completely no match? In just a few moves, he was beaten to the point of losing combat ability. Chen Yuan, thank you. Lin Shudong said gratefully, tears shining in her eyes. No need to thank me, I'm not helping you, I just couldn't stand him for a long time. Chen Yuan spoke honestly. But Lin Shudong clearly didn't think so. She believed Chen Yuan still cared about her, just couldn't put aside his pride from before. Xiao Chine, help me, take me to the hospital, I'm about to be beaten to death. Get lost. You deserve it for being a scumbag. Hey, handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Wei Xiaoqing showed no sympathy for Huang Junkai being beaten. Instead, she ran over to ask Chen Yuan for his WeChat. Chen Yuan's decisive action, beating Huang Junkai, was simply dazzling. This is a real man. Chapter 16 Chapter 016 We Can't Go Back. Huang Junkai, this man of pretense, became more and more disgusting. Not only living off others, but also being useless. It wasn't enough that he had no face, but he couldn't even win a fight? What else could he be if not trash? Boss, today everything broken in the store, and the impact on business, all count on my bill. Zhao Yuqi walked to the front desk, smiling at the shop owner. The shop owner had originally planned to call the police, but since someone was willing to compensate for the loss, there was nothing more to say. Zhao Yuqi's gaze towards Chen Yuan seemed to appreciate him more and more. A low-key rich man, not only handsome but also skilled, with a strong sense of justice. Although Lin Shudong had wronged him multiple times, he did not hold a grudge but instead acted to punish the scumbag. What grace! What ease! Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Unknowingly, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards Chen Yuan had reached 40 points. With 40 points of favorability, it was already possible to start establishing a romantic relationship. Chen Yuan didn't expect that beating Huang Junkai would actually cause Zhao Yuqi's favor to rise so quickly. In fact, it was understandable that he helped Lin Shudong, her favorability towards him skyrocketed. But Zhao Yuqi was just a bystander. That she would also increase her favorability so much was truly an unexpected surprise. It seemed that girls' admiring strength must be a nature. Almost all women wish their men were strong, graceful, and responsible. Sorry, about today's meal. Chen Yuan approached Zhao Yuqi with an apologetic smile, scratching the back of his head. It's okay, I feel like I've met a different you today. It seems every time I interact with you, I discover a different side of you. Zhao Yuqi blinked her big eyes, carefully examining the boy in front of her. This guy really seems like a treasure boy. What different side? Haven't I always been me? Chen Yuan spread his hands. Actually, I had no impression of you before, until last time you asked me for WeChat, and spoke quite directly. I felt you were quite genuine and didn't have so many twists and turns, but who knew, you turned around and sent so many gifts in my livestream. When you were so famous online, I realized you weren't just ordinary rich, and now your fighting skills are impressive, really quite unexpected. Zhao Yuqi's big eyes sparkled like stars. Chen Yuan was initially not in her consideration at all. But now, Chen Yuan had become a core competitor. Among all the excellent boys she knew, Chen Yuan could definitely rank in the top 3. Is that so? I've been paying attention to you for a long time. I thought our school belle was an otherworldly fairy. Who knew you were so bold? Extra spicy, eating shrimp without gloves, and even liking to lick your fingers? You can't be a straight guy who doesn't know how to talk to girls. Zhao Yuqi stomped her foot in anger. She was quite cute. Lin Shudong watched Zhao Yuqi and Chen Yuan flirt, feeling a pang in her heart. Although Chen Yuan had just saved her, he wasn't comforting or flattering her like before, but was enjoying the conversation with Zhao Yuqi more and more. It felt like he had completely forgotten about her. At that moment, Lin Shudong suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Zhao Yuqi was not inferior to her in any aspect, and could even firmly surpass her. Such a goddess-level person was showing extraordinary interest in Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had found a better candidate for development. Could he still focus entirely on her, holding her in his heart? Impossible. Why is it that just when I want to truly understand him, like him, love him, he is about to be flirted away by another girl? No, it can't be like this. Chen Yuan is mine, Chen Yuan must be mine, no one can take him away. People often don't cherish what they have. But when they lose it, they always regret it. This was probably the most genuine reflection of Lin Shudong's feelings at that moment. Chen Yuan, can I talk to you? Lin Shudong walked over and interrupted the conversation between Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi. I don't think it's necessary anymore. But I really have something to say to you. You used to never treat me this coldly. No matter how much I did wrong, you would forgive me. This time, I really know I've made a mistake. Can we go back to the way it was? You love me, don't you? Lin Shudong's eyes were filled with tears, looking very pitiful as she asked. She hoped to receive a reassuring answer from Chen Yuan. Back to the past? To continue circling around you like a dog? You'd reply with a couple of texts if happy, and ignore me if not. We were together for a month, and you wouldn't let me post our pictures together or hold your hand in public, the excuse being that you were afraid it would affect your family negatively? I don't believe you. I think you're afraid your backup suitors will find out and all run away. 3 years, do you know what I've endured during these 3 years? I gave everything to make you happy, but everything I did is just a joke to you. You only enjoyed the process of me chasing you, you never cared about me at all. Lin Shudong, let me tell you now, we can't go back, I don't love you anymore. Chen Yuan's last sentence was almost a shout. He didn't bother with Lin Shudong anymore. Instead, he turned and took Zhao Yuqi's hand, leaving the lobster restaurant. On the way, Zhao Yuqi was forcefully held by Chen Yuan. She didn't know what to say. She also didn't know if Chen Yuan was doing it intentionally or unintentionally. Anyway, just now in the lobster shop, in front of Lin Shudong, Zhao Yuqi did not resist being held by Chen Yuan's hand. She didn't know if it was to give Chen Yuan face. Or perhaps it was a strange psychological factor at play. Zhao Yuqi was thus honestly held by Chen Yuan's hand for a long distance. Actually, I don't know what to say, you must be feeling very upset inside, right? I've heard your story with Lin Shudong, but I just can't understand, if you like her so much, why not boldly tell her your identity? If she knew your true identity, she should have agreed to be with you a long time ago, right? What identity do I have? Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He came from an ordinary family, what impressive identity could he have? But soon, he realized. Zhao Yuqi must have seen him gifting several million in the live broadcast, being extremely generous. So she guessed his identity was not ordinary. Chapter 17 Chapter 017 Lin Shuton's heart in agony. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person, all I want is a very simple love, but things never go as planned. Chen Yuan spoke sincerely. He really was just an ordinary person, with no impressive identity. In Zhao Yuqi's eyes, Chen Yuan was too humble. Sure enough, just as she had guessed before. Chen Yuan had been hiding his identity to seek a pure love, not wanting emotions to be linked with material things, but the reality was that a nobody does not deserve love. Fairy tales are ultimately just fairy tales. If you have no money, you can't give a girl romance, can't provide her with security, or the various comfortable lives she wants. Why would she choose you? You pretend to be a nobody to test her. It's destined to be someone's backup. Destined to become a puppy. Destined to be a jack. The story splits into two parts. After leaving the lobster restaurant, Chen Yuan, Lin Shudong returned to her dorm alone in a daze. She felt like she really messed up this time. Not only was she severely deceived by the scumbag Huang Junkai, but Chen Yuan also seemed to have completely given up on her. If it were before, she wouldn't have cared about Chen Yuan's opinion of her at all. After all, he was just a puppy. If he's gone, then let it be. At worst, she would just raise another puppy. Lin Shutong's fish pond didn't only have Chen Yuan and Huang Junkai. There were other fish being raised too. When necessary, she could fill the gaps at any time. Although these fish weren't that great. But having them was better than having none. There was at least a transition, right? But this time, she seemed to have genuinely cared about Chen Yuan. Especially as he became increasingly generous in spending. He was becoming more and more carefree. Even when fighting, he was showing more manliness. She realized that she seemed to have never really understood Chen Yuan before. And with Zhao Yuqi, Su Lele, those goddess-level figures in school, all actively engaging with Chen Yuan. She felt more and more that Chen Yuan was actually a deep man. Shudong, you finally came back. I discovered a huge secret. I wanted to tell you, but since you were on a date with Huang Junkai today, I felt it was inconvenient, so I waited for you to come back. Sun Rui squinted with excitement and said. What secret? Lin Shutong's expression was blank, obviously not very interested. The humiliation and blow she suffered today was too heavy, not something she could recover from in a short time. Shudong, do you know who Lonely a Cigarette really is? Sun Rui asked. Lonely a Cigarette, is that the wealthy person trending on Weibo? The one who gifted 1 million to the female streamer? Not 1 million, but 20 million, Shudong, do you know? Last night, I randomly scrolled through Douyin, and to my surprise, the highest trending streamer was Zhao Yuqi. I was shocked. Then I found out that Zhao Yuqi not only topped the hourly chart, but her stream had high engagement with a total of 100 million views, and that rich guy is Lonely a Cigarette. But that's not the point is this Lonely a Cigarette. After I followed his Douyin account, I found out he is actually my WeChat friend. And this person is Chen Yuan. Oh my god, do you know how I felt at that moment? I was completely stunned. Chen Yuan, this loser, is actually a god-rich man who casually spent 20 million online? This guy is hiding way too deep. I estimate that the demolition of his house is fake. His true identity should be a super-rich second generation, or a huge tycoon. Shudong, you are about to get rich. In the future, if you marry into a wealthy family, don't forget about your sisters. Sun Rui kept talking endlessly. She was so excited she couldn't stop. Lin Shudong felt like she had been struck by lightning. It felt like she had taken 1,000 damage points in an instant. What did you say? Chen Yuan he is Lonely Smoke? It's true, Shudong. At first, I didn't dare to believe my eyes, but the WeChat account linked with the Douyin account is not wrong, and Chen Yuan can casually transfer you 50,000. I think even if his house was demolished, his parents wouldn't just give him so much money, right? So there is only one possibility, Chen Yuan is a rich second generation, a super rich dude. Shudong, why don't you dump Huang Junkai and be with Chen Yuan instead? Sun Rui suggested. But she shouldn't have said this, because as soon as she did, Lin Shudong felt like someone had stabbed her heart several times. It was bleeding. Stop talking, Xiao Rui, don't say any more. What's wrong, Shudong? Why are you crying? At this moment, Lin Shudong felt like her heart was being cut into pieces. She finally understood why Zhao Yuqi went out to dinner alone with Chen Yuan. That's 10 million. Originally, that 10 million should have been hers, so why did it go to that cheap person, Zhao Yuqi? It turns out the wealthy young man she had been pursuing had already gotten her. This rich young man was even wealthier and more extravagant than she imagined, and he was completely devoted to her, simply the perfect idol in her mind. But this idol had been pushed away by her own hands. At this moment, she wished she could slap herself hard twice. Having treasure yet not realizing it. How could this be more than foolish? It was simply stupid. No. Things should not be this way. Chen Yuan is mine, I haven't lost yet, I still have a chance to redeem it. I shouldn't give up like this, I must win Chen Yuan back. After a series of blows, Lin Shudong decided to regroup. As the saying goes, when a man chases a woman, there's a mountain in between, when a woman chases a man, there's only a thin veil. And Chen Yuan had been chasing her for 3 years, which already had an emotional bond that was hard to let go of. As long as she turned passive into active, there was a big chance to save this relationship. Number 4, why are you back so late again today? I haven't seen you playing games lately. Where have you been having fun? Roommate Zhou Haiquan asked. Didn't I tell you guys early on? I went out to dinner with Xiao Yuqi, then out of boredom, I went shopping, and she even bought me a pair of coconut shoes. Chen Yuan pointed to his new shoes on the floor, speaking calmly. Number 4, you have to have some limits when bragging. Zhao Yuqi asked you out for dinner and even bought you shoes? What the hell, you're getting more ridiculous with every word. Okay, if you don't believe me, I won't explain. Maybe she wants to chase after me, who knows? Damn, this jerk really deserves a beating. Should we take him down? Let's get him. Number 4, take this move, the 18 dragon subduing palms. Anti-dragon has regrets. Monkey stealing peaches. Cut off offspring and grandson's feet. Chapter 18 Chapter 018 A mistake that added a 0. Tonight, the moon is bright, and the stars are few. After a playful fight with roommates Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Xiao Jinyan, Chen Yuan was ready to shower and sleep. In the bathroom, Chen Yuan discovered that he actually had 8 extra abdominal muscles. His originally skinny body, after taking off his clothes, surprisingly looked very strong. It was the ideal body, slim while wearing clothes, muscular without them. The system's enhancement points are really effective. This body, if it were a normal person, would take at least 3 to 5 years in the gym to achieve, right? Chen Yuan thought to himself. The 20 points of enhancement almost doubled his physical fitness and strength. This was just a triumph over Lin Shudong. If he could triumph over more goddesses, Chen Yuan wondered if he could become a Superman in the future? But this time the reward for my efforts was too little, only 5,000 bucks. I should have spent more on Lin Shudong. Chen Yuan shook his head regretfully. Not long ago, he just checked his private account. Indeed, 5,000 bucks had been added. For Chen Yuan, this 5,000 was his own money, which he could spend freely. For an ordinary junior student, this was quite a considerable amount. No matter how much there was, the reward money would never be spent on himself. Having money in his private account made Chen Yuan stand a little straighter. After finishing his wash-up, Chen Yuan found there were a few unread messages on WeChat. He opened them one by one. Zhao Yuqi, good night, my number 1 big shot. Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan, I know my actions may have completely hurt your heart, but you didn't block me, which means you still care about me a little bit. I know it's useless to say anything now, and I regret it, regret only understanding who truly cared for me until now. Chen Yuan, my heart cares about you, I always did. Please don't leave me, give me a chance, I will make up for what I've owed you. Su Lele, Chen Yuan, can you lend me some money? 3 messages. Chen Yuan read them all carefully. For Zhao Yuqi's message, he replied, good night. As for Lin Shudong, he didn't reply at all. Regarding Su Lele's message, normally, the one Chen Yuan shouldn't respond to the most would be Su Lele. Because this woman talked about money all the time. Last time he spent hundreds of thousands on her, and she still wasn't satisfied, now she was actually asking for money? Honestly, Su Lele's request was a bit ugly. Plus, this woman had a pretty bad reputation. Not only did she flirt with rich second-generation heirs, but she also seemed to accept money from any guy who spent on her. If Lin Shudong was a typical green tea girl, then Su Lele was a gold-digging vixen, not just materialistic but clearly so. However, for the current Chen Yuan, he actually liked someone like Su Lele the most. He wasn't afraid of her being materialistic. He wasn't afraid of her asking for money. He was just afraid she wouldn't ask enough. I have 90 trillion in reward money, how much have I spent so far? At this rate, I could spend for 1,000 years and still not run out. I must increase my output. Chen Yuan decisively replied, how much do you need? On the other side, in a shared apartment in the Menghu Water's Edge community. Seeing Chen Yuan's reply, Su Lele's desperate eyes seemed to sparkle with hope. For the past few days, she had been chased by loan sharks, not even daring to go to school. Chen Yuan, my dad is in debt because of his business and also owes loan sharks, can you help me? Su Lele's words were not a lie to Chen Yuan. Her father, Su Tianao, originally owned an internet cafe business. He had 17 chain internet cafes in Han City. Their family assets were in the millions. The internet cafe business was booming, and the investment would be returned in a year or two. But who would have thought a sudden epidemic would strike, causing all internet cafes citywide and even nationwide to face an unprecedented blow? All internet cafes were forced to shut down. And the closure lasted for as long as 6 months. As a result, Su Leilei's family went bankrupt. Her previous close friends now kept their distance from her. Before approaching Chen Yuan to ask for money, Su Leilei had already borrowed from nearly all her friends, especially from those rich second-generation heirs who had pursued her. However, when it came to such a large amount she needed, those so-called rich heirs, upon hearing she needed so much money, immediately distanced himself from Su Leilei. Some even insulted her as a chicken. Of course, insulting others is definitely wrong. But from another perspective, when you ask someone to borrow so much money, and your family is still in a bottomless pit of high-interest loans, do you really think people are fools with money? There are no promises or guarantees. No written agreement. Just relying on your body? Your beauty? Don't be naive. This society is very realistic. For a woman that can be played with tens of thousands, why would anyone spend millions? Su Leilei felt a bit anxious inside. Although Chen Yuan was wealthy, it didn't mean he would really lend her that much money. Moreover, last time, because of Wang Yu's sudden appearance, Chen Yuan developed some dislike for her. She felt uncertain. Brother Chen Yuan, I want to borrow 500,000. Don't worry, I can sign a contract. I will definitely pay you back. Send me your bank account number. Chen Yuan replied in a text. He didn't say anything unnecessary. Okay. My bank account number is 6225. In a little while, Su Leilei received a bank transfer notification. Ding dong. Your account ending in 6987 has received 5 million yuan. Su Leilei stared at the bank text message. She was instantly stunned. Brother Chen Yuan, I borrowed 500,000, why did you transfer me 5 million? Su Leilei hurriedly sent a message to ask. Oh. I accidentally added an extra zero. Seeing this message, Su Leilei cried. She truly cried. Brother Chen Yuan, so you do care about me. How else would you know that my family owes a total of 5 million in high-interest loans? You had already inquired clearly. Thank you, Brother Chen Yuan. I really don't know how to thank you. I will definitely repay you. All the grievances Su Leilei had suffered in these past few days burst out at this moment. The immense pressure she had been bearing instantly vanished into thin air. Her family owed a total of 4,800,000 in high-interest loans. As a student, even if she sold her body, it was impossible to gather so much money in a short time. She was merely hoping to borrow whatever she could. She had borrowed from all her friends, those boys who once said they would love her, protect her, and do anything for her ended up not even willing to lend her a dime. Especially those rich second-generation types, the wealthier they were, the more stingy they became. And Chen Yuan? He asked nothing. He didn't even say he needed to sign a loan agreement. He simply transferred her 5 million huge sum. This amount of money was enough to pay off all her family's high-interest loans at once. Su Leilei was moved. A hard shell in her heart was broken, completely fallen. At that moment, Chen Yuan's slightly thin figure suddenly seemed incredibly grand in Su Leilei's memory. She felt this man possessed an unprecedented sense of security. So captivating. As for the several boys on Su Leilei's WeChat who lent her their entire month's living expenses, she seemed to selectively ignore them. Chapter 19 Chapter 019 Stunned. Su Leilei, favorability +1. Su Leilei, favorability +1. Su Leilei, favorability +1. After Chen Yuan transferred 5 million, Su Leilei's favorability towards Chen Yuan began to rise again. Even without meeting in person, it continued to climb. Su Leilei's initial favorability towards Chen Yuan had already reached 88 points. At this moment, steadily rising. The favorability reached 94 points. Just a little more, and it could break through the critical value, successfully reversing the situation. But just when it was almost there, the favorability growth stopped. Damn, can you not mess with my mindset like this? Just a bit more and you stop me? Chen Yuan looked at the system interface, nearly cursing at the progress of Su Leilei's dog-like reverse attack. Does he have to continue transferring money? No way. All things in moderation. If he kept transferring money, the other party might think of him as a simple ATM and it wouldn't necessarily increase favorability. Money plus sweet words equals invincible. According to this formula. Now that he has money, but hasn't said enough sweet words. Chen Yuan himself is not good at sweet-talking. Of course, Chen Yuan would never confess to Su Leilei. Because he had a bloody lesson from the past. It was precisely because he confessed to Lin Shudong too early that he fell into an extremely passive situation. Later, he summarized his experience. The right way to flirt is to never confess. Just invite her out, and that's it. If she agrees to go out, it means she has some interest in you, and you can continue developing it. If she doesn't agree, then end it early, cut your losses, to avoid sinking deeper and becoming a useless follower. Once you confess, your neediness is exposed, and the girl will instinctively dodge. She may even distance herself from you. At that point, pursuing her becomes hellish in difficulty. Initially, Chen Yuan never really planned to pursue Su Lele. He always saw Su Lele as a tool for making money. So, in front of Su Lele, his attitude was casual and relaxed. Even a couple of days ago, he intentionally threw a tantrum in front of her. Because he didn't care, it made him seem extra suave. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan began to type, "If you have difficulties in the future, just tell me. I will help you no matter what." No, that's too much like a follower. I borrowed 5 million from her, not the other way around. Why should I flatter her so much? Chen Yuan thought about how he flattered Lin Shudong back then, and felt nauseous immediately. He quickly deleted the message. He typed again, "Su Lele, you are not allowed to be ambiguous with other boys in the future, do you understand?" Still not good. This sounded too harsh, making it uncomfortable to hear. Besides, I never planned to develop Su Lele into a girlfriend, right? He continued to delete it. In the end, Chen Yuan simply sent Su Lele 2 words, "Good night." That's right. Good night, this polite phrase, was the most suitable at this moment. Chen Yuan felt he shouldn't guess Su Lele's inner thoughts. Instead, he should let Su Lele be unsure of his true attitude. This way, he could maintain an unbeatable position. Turning proactive into passive is the ultimate realm of a follower. Good night, brother Chen Yuan. Su Lele quickly replied. But the affection still did not grow. Forget it, let it be. The more anxious you are, the more mistakes you make. It's better to talk tomorrow. Chen Yuan sighed. The next morning. At the boys' dormitory downstairs of the Phase 2 apartment. A girl with a pretty good figure was holding a delicate breakfast, already waiting for over 10 minutes. Wow, this girl is quite stunning, and she's carrying breakfast? I wonder which brother is so great, to have a girl bring him breakfast. I've seen guys bring breakfast to girls before, but this is my first time seeing a girl bring breakfast to a guy. Hey! In this day and age, even good cabbage gets pushed by pigs. Look at me, for over 20 years, I've been single. As a group of boys pointed and talked. Chen Yuan, along with his roommates Xiong Tao, Chao Jinyan, and Zhou Haiquan, came downstairs. He had just walked out of the boys' dormitory. The long-waiting Lin Shudong quickly ran up to Chen Yuan. "Chen Yuan, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. Let's go to class together." Lin Shudong said sweetly. "No, you eat it yourself. It's better for us to keep some distance, so others won't misunderstand." Chen Yuan firmly rejected Lin Shudong with a serious face. Once these words were said, several boys who had been keeping an eye on Lin Shudong almost spat blood on the spot. What the hell, who is this guy, so arrogant? Damn it, such a stunning girl is bringing him breakfast, and he actually looks disgusted? He's not even that handsome, I'm way better looking, is she blind or what? Just as 2 bespectacled boys looked angrily. Another girl with a hot figure and high looks approached. She glanced at Lin Shudong, her eyes revealed a strong hostility. "Brother Chen Yuan, I brought you breakfast, it's still hot, hurry and eat." Su Lele said in a sweet, flirtatious voice. That soft, tender tone almost melted the bones of many otaku. Damn! Another amazing girl is delivering breakfast to him, who the heck is this guy? He must have a rich family. Awesome! This is a real master, able to make 2 stunning girls compete for him, his skills with women are way too high. At this moment, roommates Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Chao Jinyan were also shocked. They had always thought Chen Yuan was just bragging in the dorm. But who would have thought he was truly that impressive? Lin Shudong and Su Lele were actually fighting to bring him breakfast. And they showed no hesitation even when seeing each other. What on earth is going on? Chasing after him? At this moment, the atmosphere on site was a bit strange. 2 girls, both good-looking and fit, each holding a breakfast, offered it to Chen Yuan at the same time. They were just waiting to see which one he would choose. More and more boys were coming downstairs, gathering around to watch. Isn't this guy the dog licker Chen Yuan? When did he become so amazing? It seems my hard work is not in vain. Look, even Chen Yuan, the dog licker, has succeeded. If I keep confessing to Qin Bingxue, who knows, maybe one day I could succeed too? Qin Bingxue? The most beautiful girl at the university? Are you dreaming? Bro, how many beers did you drink this morning? Why are you floating? Old 4, we haven't had breakfast yet, let us eat if you're not eating. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Xiong Tao spoke to ease it. Alright then, go ahead and eat. Chen Yuan accepted the breakfasts from Su Lele and Lin Shudong simultaneously, then handed them to Xiong Tao and Zhou Haiquan. This action made Su Lele and Lin Shudong somewhat unhappy. However, while they were unhappy, they also breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chen Yuan didn't eat the opposite woman's breakfast, leaving some dignity. The atmosphere eased slightly. But at that moment, the most beautiful girl in the College of Arts, the campus goddess Zhao Yuqi, came over with a packed breakfast of soy milk, youtiao, and rice noodles. She walked gracefully, slowly arriving in front of Chen Yuan. Here, this is your breakfast. In an instant, all the boys froze collectively, wide-eyed in shock. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Zhao Yuqi is not an easy one to deal with. What? How is this possible? How could Zhao Yuqi possibly deliver breakfast to Chen Yuan? This can't be real, this must be an illusion. Senior Yuqi is my goddess, how can she do such a thing? No. I don't believe it. What kind of magic has Chen Yuan cast? Why are all three gorgeous girls Lin Shudong, Su Lele, and Zhao Yuqi trying to please him? He's not that handsome. And he doesn't have much money, I saw him delivering packages last week. Most of the boys had a series of question marks popping up in their minds. Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Xiao Jinyan were utterly confused. Their goddess Zhao Yuqi, whom they secretly loved for 3 years, actually came to deliver breakfast to Chen Yuan? Is he really Chen Yuan? You must have been possessed by the love saint, right? Otherwise, how could he be so impressive? Compared to other boys, Lin Shudong and Su Lele truly understood why Zhao Yuqi wanted to be nice to Chen Yuan. Of course, he gifted her $1 million present. Giving her breakfast for a month is hardly excessive. As long as she can maintain a good relationship with Chen Yuan and gain his support, Zhao Yuqi's career in live streaming will skyrocket. It won't be long before she'll become a huge internet celebrity. Earning millions a month will be easy. This morning, Zhao Yuqi successfully trended on Weibo. The reason for her trending is the same as a few days ago with Xiaomier, being bombarded with gifts by the mysterious rich guy lonely with a cigarette, causing her popularity to explode. In just 2 days, millions of followers poured in. Many netizens on the Douyin platform frequently discussed what happened that day. Some even specifically took screenshots and posted videos. Surprisingly, all of it became popular. Douyin, this short video platform, is truly magical. Sometimes, when a person becomes famous, it happens so suddenly. For unknown reasons, popularity just exploded. Other netizens also crazily joined the trend. Zhao Yuqi became more and more popular as she was joined by more people. The more popular she became, the more they sought her out. Under this magical effect, she was already trending towards great popularity. Of course, Zhao Yuqi herself was beautiful, had a good temperament, and was talented. Her qualities were there, and Chen Yuan's appearance just ignited the fuse. Even without Chen Yuan crazily showering her with gifts, Zhao Yuqi's development in the short video industry wouldn't have been bad. It just might not have happened so quickly. By the way, Chen Yuan, I have a gift for you. I saw your phone was so old yesterday, so I bought you a new one. See if you like it. After saying this, Zhao Yuqi took out a brand new, unopened smartphone from her bag. Wow, this is the latest Apple 12 Pro, it costs over 10,000. Zhao Yuqi gave Chen Yuan a phone? What kind of luck does this dog have to deserve such treatment from a goddess? Why? I don't understand where I lost. Goddess, are you blind? What's so good about Chen Yuan? No way, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to expose Chen Yuan, the scoundrel. He's not only leeching off others but is also two-timing. Let's meet on the campus forum. In the angry gazes of a group of boys, Chen Yuan accepted the new phone Zhao Yuqi gave him without any embarrassment. An Apple 12, worth over 10,000, why not take it for free? Chen Yuan took a bite of a fried dough stick and happily sipped some soybean milk. So refreshing. The feeling of receiving a gift from the goddess was simply too great. It really proved that old saying. It's not that beauties don't make the first move, it's just that you've never seen a beauty take the initiative. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +5. After Chen Yuan accepted the gift, Zhao Yuqi's favorability surprisingly increased by 5 points, reaching 45 points. Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that besides giving gifts to increase favorability, receiving gifts could also do the same. As for Zhao Yuqi, Lin Shudong and Su Lele had prepared exquisite breakfasts for Chen Yuan, but he didn't eat them, even giving their breakfasts away to his roommates. Instead, he ate several bites of the soybean milk and fried dough sticks that she casually bought, even happily accepting the gift she gave. This indicated that her status in Chen Yuan's heart was incomparable to that of Su Lele and Lin Shudong. A mere 10,000 yuan phone. Could Chen Yuan not afford it? The reason he was so happy wasn't necessarily because he received an iPhone but because of the person who gave it to him. It made him feel good and cared for, which made him happy. What he valued was the friendship, the thoughtfulness. Zhao Yuqi thought so. Clearly, she misunderstood Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was not that noble, he didn't think so much, he was actually quite shallow. A 10,000 yuan phone was indeed a luxury for him. You gave me such an expensive gift, how could I not be excited? Yuqi, thank you for your gift, I really like it. I'm glad you like it. I have to go now. I have a live streaming event tonight about selling goods. This is my first time doing such an event, I hope you can support me. At this point, Chen Yuan finally understood why Zhao Yuqi suddenly gave him an Apple phone. It turns out she wanted him to support her. Thinking about it, Zhao Yuqi's favorability for him had not yet reached the level where she would pursue him. Now she was giving him breakfast. Sending a phone, on the surface, is ambiguous. In reality, she only wants to use Chen Yuan to create momentum. This woman is actually very calm. She is not a little girl who gets dizzy in love. Today, she suddenly appeared, not only suppressing Lin Shudong and Su Lele. She made the two women retreat in difficulty. Moreover, it will create an illusion for Chen Yuan. If Chen Yuan did not see that her favorability level was only 45 points above her head, he might have thought Zhao Yuqi really loved him. In reality, she has not invested any real feelings. She is still testing. She has merely flirted with Chen Yuan a little bit. If Chen Yuan gets hot-headed and blindly pursues Zhao Yuqi, then in the end, he will lose the initiative and become a lickspittle. Hi. Truly hi. This woman is not easy to deal with. Chen Yuan suddenly wakes up. The so-called school beauty goddess, after losing the halo of a goddess, is merely an ordinary woman. At most, she is just a bit prettier, nothing more. School beauties are not as noble, pure, or detached from the world as imagined. She is just a human too, with normal feelings and desires, and the same vanity as any other woman. Looking at Zhao Yuqi's favorability level of 45 points, Chen Yuan's originally fiery heart seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. If you only look at her performance in front of you, you can't judge how much she loves you. Don't worry, Chairman Zhao, I will definitely support you. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he tasted the breakfast prepared by Lin Shudong and Su Lele, one bite each. Oh, this tastes pretty good, hey, I won't eat the rice noodles anymore, who wants them? After Chen Yuan said this, he turned around and handed the rice noodles Zhao Yuqi gave him to his boss, Zhao Jinyan. Fourth, this is what the school beauty sent you. It's okay, just a breakfast, I can eat a little. Chen Yuan had a nonchalant face. As if the breakfast personally delivered by goddess Zhao Yuqi was nothing special in his eyes. Boss, I actually prefer to eat rice noodles, how about you just give it to me? Xiong Tao immediately said. Get lost. I can't even bear to eat it myself. Zhao Yuqi was just about to leave. But when she turned around to see Chen Yuan actually giving the rice noodles she sent to someone else, suddenly, she felt uncomfortable. For a long time, she had become accustomed to boys treating her as a goddess. As long as she showed even a little hint, the other party would be deeply moved, even grateful to tears. She thought that Chen Yuan was the same in front of her. Although this boy is very rich, he is essentially no different from other men. He is also conquered by her charm. But now, Chen Yuan does not look at her differently at all. In this guy's eyes, she is the same as Lin Shudong and Su Lele. Zhao Yuqi hated this feeling. She turned around and strode away, her face obviously looking a bit displeased. Chen Yuan, I see Zhao Yuqi seems to be angry. I said this guy, a proper school beauty sends you breakfast, and you actually dare to give it to someone else? If it were me, I would be angry too. Zhou Haiquan shook his head with a sigh. Exactly, even I, a hardcore straight man, understand this principle, how could you not understand? Although you are a good brother, you cannot jeopardize your lifelong happiness. Chao Jinyan patted Chen Yuan's shoulder earnestly, sounding a bit lewd. Boss, haven't you been secretly in love with Zhao Yuqi for a long time? Are you really willing to let your goddess be taken away by that dog of fourth? Xiong Tao interjected. Nonsense. As the saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. Am I the kind of person who values color over friendship? Boss, are you sure it's not that you simply can't pursue Zhao Yuqi? So you deliberately say such things to comfort yourself? We're all brothers, can't you stop pretending? Damn it, can't you give me some face? After Zhao Yuqi left, Lin Shudong and Su Lele also left one after another. Today was the first official confrontation between the three women. Originally, it was thought that Zhao Yuqi would crush Su Lele and Lin Shudong, but in the end, it turned out that no one gained any advantage. The main reason is that Chen Yuan's attitude was ambiguous. No one could figure out exactly who he liked. Since last night, Lin Shudong had completely firmed up her heart after learning Chen Yuan's background. No matter how Chen Yuan treats her, she vowed to win him back. Since Chen Yuan could pursue her for 3 years, then she could pursue him for 3 years as well. The things she once lost, she must reclaim them. Perhaps she didn't realize that her behavior was increasingly like a woman in love, desperately chasing after him. As for Su Lele, she feels that Chen Yuan has feelings for her. Why else would he casually lend her 5 million? And wealthy men are never short of women around them. It's quite normal for someone as outstanding and rich as Chen Yuan to have company. Compared to those nerds that no one wants, she would rather compete for a man liked by many girls. The better a man is, the more women like him, which means he is more excellent, and with Zhao Yuqi liking Chen Yuan, she has even less reason to give up. Knowing when to back down is just the pointless whining of the weak. The strong will only face challenges head-on. Arriving at the classroom, Chen Yuan spent some time adjusting the new Apple phone that Zhao Yuqi bought for him. Just logged onto WeChat. Suddenly, several messages popped up. Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan, let's go watch a movie together tonight. I've already bought the tickets for the 10 o'clock show. After the movie, we can grab a late-night snack. I've been feeling down lately, can you keep me company? Lin Shudong's message was quite explicit. Enough to make one imagine all sorts of things. A movie at 10 o'clock, finishing by midnight? And then having a late-night snack means it would be at least 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, right? What if the school closes by then? Where would they sleep? Wouldn't they have to find a hotel? A man and a woman going to a hotel, it's impossible to book 2 rooms, right? That would be such a waste of money. 1 room is just right to talk, to discuss life, to share dreams. This trick. Why is it so familiar? Chen Yuan, no, tonight I need to review my studies, I graduate next year, and I plan to take the graduate entrance exam. This excuse wasn't even believable to Chen Yuan himself, it was just nonsense. But he still sent it to Lin Shudong. Lin Shudong, you're going to take the graduate exam? I knew you were a very dedicated guy. If you're going to study for the exam, I can study with you. Chen Yuan, I was just saying that, I actually don't want to go watch a movie. Lin Shudong, that's fine. If you don't want to go today, we can go tomorrow? Lin Shudong, this weekend works too. Lin Shudong, why aren't you replying to me? Lin Shudong, can you at least respond to me? Lin Shudong sent dozens of messages in a row. Chen Yuan didn't reply at all. At that moment, she finally understood the feeling of madness when Chen Yuan sent her dozens of messages and she didn't reply for hours. It was utterly tormenting. Zhao Yuqi, my number 1 big guy, 8 o'clock tonight, don't miss the live stream. Chen Yuan, okay. After replying to Zhao Yuqi's message, Chen Yuan opened Su Lele's unread message. Su Lele, Chen Yuan, big brother, I'm personally cooking at home tonight. Thank you so much for your help, would you do me the honor of coming over for dinner? Su Lele, by the way, I've printed the loan agreement today. Even though it's your help, for a 5 million loan, we have to sign an agreement, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Chen Yuan, you're cooking personally? Then I have to taste your cooking. Su Lele, I promise to make sure you're satisfied, Chen Yuan. Su Lele replied instantly. She closed the WeChat chat page. Chen Yuan started downloading the Shark Live app, Douyin app, Longya Live app, Penguin chat group software, Alipay, and other common apps. Since it's a new phone, many apps need to be re-downloaded. But now in the 5G era, the internet speed is very fast. It didn't take long before everything was downloaded. Feeling bored, Chen Yuan opened the Shark Live app. He originally wanted to watch some game live streams. But for some unknown reason, he glanced at the beauty section. He saw that Xiaomi was live streaming. He clicked in casually. This time, Chen Yuan was not a level 3 nobody, he was a level 120 top expert. Although he hadn't activated Emperor status, he still had some flair. Wow, Yenzong is here, that man is here. Welcome Yenzong. Welcome Yenzong. Yenzong, you are already a level 120 expert, why not consider activating Emperor status? The Emperor is for those small rich guys to show off, don't you see who Yenzong is? Does he need to show off? Lonely brother is here, and a few days ago, I sent you a private message, and you didn't respond. I also said I'd add you on WeChat. Xiaomi pouted. Wow. Thanks to Lonely Brother for activating the Emperor. Chapter 22, Not Giving Yenzong Face? A noble emperor, 120,000 a month. Actually, it's not very useful. It's just that when entering the live streaming room, there's an entrance effect, and the bullet screens stand out, looking impressive, and the female streamers will treat you differently. Spending 120,000 to become a noble emperor just to have a bit of show? Chen Yuan thought this behavior was really a bit silly. He heard that there was an accountant who, to satisfy his vanity, actually misappropriated public funds to give millions to a female streamer. That's just insane. If you really have money, I won't say anything about you. But if you don't have money and still show off? In the end, you just put yourself into jail? You are really something. However, Chen Yuan was now doing this silly thing. Just activating an emperor status. After all, it wasn't his own money. He could spend his spare money freely. Xiaomi, did you send me a private message? Let me go check. After sending a bullet screen, Chen Yuan immediately went to check his private messages in the background. He had a lot of private messages. After searching for a long time, he finally found Xiaomi's message. Inside was Xiaomi's WeChat account that she had sent to him. Chen Yuan copied and pasted it and decisively added her as a friend on WeChat. However, after waiting for several minutes, he still hadn't been accepted. He ran back to the live room. Xiaomi, I added you on WeChat, please accept it. Okay, Yenzong brother. After a while, the other party accepted Chen Yuan's friend request on WeChat. Xiaomi, can I treat you to a meal? Chen Yuan openly asked in the live room. For meals, I usually have a fan meeting once a month, here in Pudong, Magic City. Yenzong, where are you from? I'm from Han City. Oh. That's actually not far. It's just a 2-hour flight. Are you coming to see me, Yenzong? No, I don't have time. If it was a fan meeting, there would definitely be many people, and Chen Yuan didn't want to join that crowd. If you don't go, then you don't go. If you go, you must meet privately. Yenzong brother, a successful person like you must be very busy. However, the Shark Life Carnival next month will also be held in Han City. There will be a chance to meet then. Carnival event, Xiaomi, are you hinting Yenzong to send rockets? Every time there's a carnival, they are just ripping people off. Yenzong, everyone is here, aren't you going to send at least one rocket before leaving? Wow, thanks to Lonely Brother for sending a super rocket. Love you, Momo de. Since Chen Yuan was sending gifts, he certainly couldn't send just one. One super rocket was just the beginning. In just a few minutes, he sent 100 super rockets. Then he slipped away. It's not that he didn't want to continue sending, but the shark fins on his account were already used up. Damn, the recharge limits on these live streaming platforms are too small. Every time I recharge, I have to do it many times. If I could recharge 100 million at once, how great would that be? Chen Yuan couldn't help but start venting. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan logged back on. This time, he prepared an incredibly ample supply of ammunition. However, this time he did not enter Xiaomi's live stream room. Because he discovered that another popular beautiful streamer was live. Xinshan, also a dance streamer. She was good at ancient style dance, modern dance, and Korean dance, looking quite cute with an excellent figure. In terms of looks, she might be slightly inferior to Xiaomi, but when it came to skills, she performed even better. Her looks were probably around an 8 out of 10, but her talent was a perfect score. She also had millions of fans. Wow! Yenzong, you didn't go see Xiaomi, but came here to Xinshan? Welcome, Yenzong. Welcome, Yenzong. Yenzong, you just sent 100 super rockets to Xiaomi, are you not going to show some love here at Xinshan? Yenzong, show some grace, at least 100 super rockets to start, right? Yenzong, what do you really do? Can I come work for you? As soon as Chen Yuan entered Xinshan's livestream room, the bullet comments started to hype up. The fans in the female streamer's room were mostly overlapping. Many people would check one streamer and then look at another streamer a moment later. They were basically in a flow state. Chen Yuan's fame on Shark Live was even bigger than many streamers' fame. Wow! Yenzong is here, welcome, welcome. Xinshan immediately welcomed him. Facing countless bullet comments, Chen Yuan said no useless words. He only sent one bullet comment. Xinshan, what is your total first place score? I'm here to break it. As soon as this striking bullet comment was sent out. Instantly, the entire livestream room erupted. Wow, Yenzong has started again, he's going to do it again. It's terrifying, Yenzong, stay calm. I just checked, Xinshan's total first place score is 18 million, and her first place influencer is Dragon Emperor. Yenzong, are you ready to break it? Dragon Emperor is already a level 120 big shot. He has several entertainment companies under him and is reportedly a shareholder of Penguin Group, he's quite impressive. Yenzong, it's fun in games, but don't joke about the first place. At that moment, as the bullet comments in the livestream room started to flood in wildly. A golden rocket ascended from the bottom of the screen, officially igniting the battle smoke. The first shot. The second shot. The 100th shot. The 1,000th shot. The 2,000th shot. The 5,000th shot. From the first rocket sent by Chen Yuan, that endless rain of rockets did not stop again. This kept up for a full 2 hours. That's right, 2 uninterrupted hours of sending. The popularity of Xinshen's live stream room climbed from an initial 2 million to a shocking 40 billion. Every single viewer in the live stream room was left dumbfounded. Xinshen opened her mouth wide, frozen in place, as if turned to stone. On the entire Shark platform, 80% of the viewers had all been drawn into Xinshen's live stream room. I'm shocked, I'm numb. Yenzone, you are too scary. Did you really send over 10,000 super rockets? That's too exaggerated. Too incredible. Yenzone, did you get cancer? Are you trying to spend all your money? Dad, if you have more money than you can spend, just give some to me. I can be your son. While the live stream room of Xinshen was going wild with bullet comments. The bullet comments in Xiaomi's live stream room were a bit sparse. Watching the endless rain of rockets on the global screen, Xiaomi became very jealous. She started to doubt if she had said something wrong earlier. Yenzone wanted to invite her to dinner, but she did not agree, instead gently suggesting they might meet during a fan meeting. Because the other party had asked in the live stream room. If she directly agreed to meet privately, it would ultimately not look very good. Besides, she still had so many fans. Most of them are husband fans. Naturally, I couldn't agree too openly. But because I didn't agree, Mr. Yan immediately sent over 10,000 super rockets to Xiao Xinshen, and he hasn't stopped yet. It's very likely that tomorrow, Xiao Xinshen will be trending. Thinking of this, Xiaomi regretted even more for saying the wrong thing. A tycoon like Mr. Yan, how could he be the same as an ordinary fan? If I openly refuse, isn't that just disrespecting Mr. Yan? Chapter 23, Chapter 023, Xiao Ruoyu. Sorry. Xiaomi, I'm going to watch Xiao Xinshen's livestream. I'm going too. It's so lively over there. Ha ha. I'm not going to watch Xiao Xinshen, I just want to see how many rockets Mr. Yan can send. I'm almost going crazy. You traitors, animals, wait for me. Looking at the livestream, another 10 or so VIPs left. Xiaomi wanted to cry but had no tears. Mr. Yan is just too wealthy. Under the impact of more than 10,000 super rockets, the traffic he brought was simply unimaginable. People are generally curious. They love to watch the excitement. If you send a few dozen rockets, or even a few hundred, it might not have much of an effect. Because this kind of thing has already become very common. Shark Live has been around for many years, and they aren't lacking these rich people who can send hundreds of rockets. But no one has ever sent more than 10,000 super rockets all at once. Never happened before. Unprecedented. Since Shark Live was founded, no one has ever sent more than 10,000 super rockets in one go. And today, Lonely Cigarette has done it. This sudden appearance of a legendary rich person has quickly become the leader in the rich community in just a few days. Not only did he send rockets on Shark platform, but he also sent rockets on Douyin platform. Every time he made a move, it was monstrous. And each time, he was even more ruthless, even more extravagant. In just 3 moves, he has sent nearly 50 million? Half 100 million in gifts. You could almost become a Shark shareholder with that money. Watching the number of viewers in the live stream continue to decrease, Xiaomi finally made up her mind. She had to apologize to Mr. Yan. She had to explain why she didn't respond to the invitation earlier. If she offended such a legendary rich person, she might as well quit this job. She picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and began typing a message. Mr. Yan, I'm really sorry today. There were too many people in the live stream earlier, so I couldn't answer some things. Actually, I have time these days, and I was planning to visit Han City. Mr. Yan, would you be available to guide me? After editing the message, Xiaomi immediately sent it. At this moment, Chen Yuan was still sending rockets. After pressing the screen for 2 hours, his hands were really starting to feel sore. Luckily, his body had been enhanced, or he might have been unable to keep up. Ding dong! Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. It was from Xiaomi. Chen Yuan opened it and glanced at it. He was a little confused. What did this mean? Earlier, when he asked to meet for a meal, she turned him down, but now she suddenly has time to fly from Magic City to Han City for sightseeing? This change in attitude came a bit unexpectedly. Did she finally understand the meaning behind his actions? It must be that. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. Forget it, I'll stop sending rockets for today. It's too tiring to keep sending them, and my phone is about to run out of battery. And it's an iPhone 12, how can the battery be so weak? After Chen Yuan stopped sending rockets, it took 5 whole minutes for the viewers on Shark Live to finally react. It's over, finally over. 12,700 super rockets, my god, this time he sent 12,700 super rockets. Welcome, Dragon Emperor. Damn, Dragon Emperor, you finally came back. Did you know you were exploded by someone? Your top spot was snatched away. Before I knew Mr. Yen, I thought sending 100 rockets made you a tycoon. After meeting Mr. Yen, if I don't send 1,000 super rockets, I feel embarrassed to go out and show off. In Xiao Xinshan's livestream. The noise was still lively. But Chen Yuan had already left quietly. Unknowingly. The morning class was over. Only then did Chen Yuan realize that he had actually swiped on his phone for the whole morning. During the teacher's lecture, he hardly listened. University teachers, except for the counselor, don't really care about students. If you sincerely want to learn and humbly ask questions, they will naturally teach you. If you choose to slack off, no teacher will urge you to study. It all depends on your own awareness. Basically, students sitting in the front row are more eager to learn and are preparing for graduate school. Students sitting in the back row plan to just get a graduation certificate. As long as they don't fail and get at least 60 points, they are fine. Hunan University is considered a first-tier undergraduate university. But it is not on the list of 985 and 211 universities. Compared to Wuhan University, Huazhong University, Central South University, and University of Science and Technology, it is indeed one level lower. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan's grades in high school were not particularly good, barely at an above-average level. Originally, these grades would not qualify him for a first-tier university. However, one day, when he learned that the girl he had secretly loved for 3 years, Xiao Ruoyu, was preparing to take the entrance exam for Wuhan University, he suddenly started to work hard. Some youth-themed movies depict the male lead as having poor grades throughout high school, and in the last 3 months, he studiously chases the goddess, ultimately landing in the top 10 in the school at the college entrance examination. The story sounds very inspirational. But this kind of cliché plot is actually rare in real life. Chen Yuan is a typical failed case. He thought he wouldn't need to be any special effort. After studying hard for the last 3 months before the college entrance examination, he could go to the same university as Xiao Ruoyu. Get accepted into Wuhan University together. Even if he couldn't be Xiao Ruoyu's boyfriend, as long as he could be at the same school and silently watch her, Chen Yuan would feel satisfied. He admits that his hard work in the last 3 months did have some effect, and his grades improved significantly. But he was still quite far from the cutoff score for Wuhan University. So, he failed. Xiao Ruoyu ultimately got accepted into Wuhan University, one of the top 10 universities in China. And Chen Yuan ended up attending Hunan University. Although it is still classified as a first-tier university, there is still quite a gap. After entering university, in order to forget Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan chose to pursue another girl. That is Lin Shadong. At first, he just wanted to forget someone, but who knew that he would end up falling deeper and deeper, becoming Lin Shutong's devoted admirer. Did he really fall in love with Lin Shadong and completely forget Xiao Ruoyu? Chen Yuan felt it wasn't so. With 3 years of effort, he wasn't truly devoted to Lin Shadong, he was just unwilling because he felt touched himself. Suddenly reminded of that warm girl's figure, like in spring days. Chen Yuan discovered that all these years, he had never truly forgotten her. In high school for 3 years. Because he secretly liked Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan would jump out the window every morning to be the first one to arrive in the classroom to wipe the desks and chairs for her. In the evening after self-study, he would secretly follow her home, and then return alone, often hiding along the road she passed just to see her faint smile, even accidentally seeing someone carve her name on a desk and fighting with that person. Intentionally borrowing her books just to steal a glance at her and say a word, staring at her in class with a daze. The name Xiao Ruoyu almost occupied Chen Yuan's entire youth. She was so outstanding. So outstanding that Chen Yuan didn't dare to confess at all. Since he entered Hunan University, he knew that his and Xiao Ruoyu's lives would be like two parallel lines, never to intersect again. Thinking of Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan shook his head, feeling a sense of nostalgia. He picked up his phone and replied to Xiaomi's message. Sure. Xiaomi, if you come to Han City for tourism, I will definitely be your guide and ensure it will be a worthwhile trip. Then it's settled, brother Yenzong. Just set a time to notify me. How about this Saturday? Brother Yen, what do you think? No problem. Then, can you send me a photo first? I'm afraid I won't recognize you when we meet. No need for a photo, you'll know what I look like when the time comes. After successfully scheduling with Xiaomi, Chen Yuan felt a bit incredulous. He really didn't expect that this big streamer would be so easy to approach. And she would fly from Magic City to Han City to meet him. Indeed, money can move mountains. After replying to the WeChat message, Chen Yuan reopened the Shark Live app. He wanted to see if Xiao Xinshan had sent him a private message. She was also a high-profile streamer, with looks, figure, and talent that could easily attract admiration. The money had already been spent. No matter if he could succeed in the end, at least he had to give it a try, right? What if it works out in the end? Sure enough. Chen Yuan opened the backend and quickly found Xiao Xinshin's private message. Thank you, Brother Yen, for becoming my #1 fan. Please add me on WeChat. Besides Xiao Xinshin's message, another private message caught Chen Yuan's attention. Hello, Brother Yen, I am Dragon Emperor. Let's be friends, since we are all in the same circle. More friends means more opportunities. I have a WeChat group with all the elite kings of Shark, we can support each other in business. What do you say? This Dragon Emperor's account was also at level 120, a clear sign of wealth. Chen Yuan thought for a moment, joining a circle of rich people didn't seem like a bad idea. He directly sent his WeChat number over. He also didn't forget to add Xiao Xinshin as a WeChat friend. In no time, Chen Yuan was added to a WeChat group. There weren't many people in the group, only about 30 or so. As soon as Chen Yuan joined, the group exploded with excitement. Wow, Brother Yen, is it really you? Dragon Emperor, you are amazing. You actually brought Brother Yen into the group, this raises our group's status a lot. From now on, if I say I know Brother Yen, won't that be impressive? Ha ha. Big boss, please take care of me in the future. Although everyone in the WeChat group was considered emperors, there were still ranks among them. For someone like Chen Yuan, who could shower millions in gifts at once, he was undoubtedly at the top level even among the emperors. Hello everyone, I'm a lonely cigarette, I hope everyone will take care of me. Chen Yuan politely sent a message. Brother Yen, don't be so modest, who can really take on the title of big boss in front of you? Brother Yen is too polite. Brother Yen, are you in Han City? I have a villa I want to sell over here. Are you interested? A group member named Gentle Breeze suddenly asked. Gentle Emperor, don't joke around, what kind of person is Brother Yen that he would need your villa? I can't help it. You all know I'm in the hotel business, affected by the recent events, the domestic tourism and hotel industries have basically collapsed. My cash flow is tight, and I'm running at a loss, so I have to sell the villa to hold on for a while and wait for the industry to recover. You're right, every industry is feeling the impact, and everyone's finances are not that sufficient. Why not approach Blue Emperor? He bought a mask factory last year, it's practically like printing money, he's making a fortune. But Blue Emperor isn't in Han City. Chen Yuan watched the messages in the group, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. A villa for sale, and it's in Han City? As a group member, wouldn't there be some discount? Of course, Chen Yuan didn't have money to buy a villa. But he could buy it for someone else. Lin Shadong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi, or other girls. As long as he had the relationship of a devoted admirer, with their names on the property deed, the villa wouldn't be under his name and could naturally be treated as an expenditure for his admiration. In the end, if he bought the villa, he could live in it himself. It doesn't matter even if it's not under my name. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan replied with a message. Since we're in a group, it's fine to help, add me as a friend, let's chat privately. Chen Yuan typed back. Thank you, Smoke Boss, you are so generous. Clearly, in the eyes of these emperors, someone at the level of Smoke Boss surely wouldn't lack a villa or two. The reason he was willing to buy the Qinghuang villa was purely to help out for the sake of his group friends. A friend this generous and easygoing is definitely worth making. As long as the relationship is good, the benefits in the future will be plentiful. Ding dong. Xingfeng Shanglai requests to be your friend, would you like to approve the friend request? Approve. Chen Yuan clicked to accept the friend request. Soon, a message came from the other side. Smoke Boss, I'm Hong Yuanxiao, just call me Xiao Hong, I've been a bit tight on funds lately, I'm wondering when you have time to see the house? I don't have time today, maybe tomorrow or the day after works. Where is your house? Chen Yuan typed back. It's over by Jiangkou, this villa was bought in 2018, it's a riverside villa, actually just over a year since it was renovated, with an area of 980 square meters, 3-story standalone house, with a garden, parking space, lawn, outdoor swimming pool, and a private cinema. Saying this, Hong Yuanxiao sent several photos of the villa. There were indoor photos and outdoor photos, whether in decoration or design, they were all super luxurious. From the angle of the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could even see the beautiful scenery of the Yangtze River. This location. This size. This decoration. Chen Yuan was almost shocked. Chen Yuan naturally knew the Riverside Villa community. This was one of the most expensive communities in Hanchang. The price per square meter was as high as over 50,000. Hong Yuanxiao's villa was at least over 50 million. This was definitely one of the top villas in Hanchang. After all, it wasn't a first-tier city. Compared to the prices in Moto and Kyoto, it was considered cheap, without frequently seeing houses in the hundreds of millions. Not bad. Your house seems alright. Send me a location. I'll contact you when I go over tomorrow. Okay, Smoke Boss, as long as you want to see the house, I'm free anytime. Hong Yuanqiao replied immediately. In fact, villas that are too high in value aren't easy to sell. They might be online for half a year, or even a year, and still not be sold. They're not as easy to sell as regular commercial properties. Especially with the economy not being so great lately. It's really hard to sell a villa worth 50 to 60 million in a short time. Being able to unexpectedly meet Smoke Boss is truly a stroke of luck. Smoke Boss is indeed Smoke Boss, too rich. Buying a villa is like playing. Smoke Boss gifts a female streamer with millions. Buying a villa is just like buying a toy, right? I'm getting more and more curious about Smoke Boss's identity. He can't be some alias of my boss, right? Dangon, you haven't been in the group for the first day. Don't you know some rules? Don't ask too deeply. Long Emperor warned. Chapter 25 Chapter 025 Finally, I can showcase my skills. Closing the Emperor group messages. It was already noon, 12 o'clock. Chen Yuan, along with his roommates Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, and Lao Xiong, went to the cafeteria for lunch. The lunch at the school cafeteria was very cheap, only around 7 or 8 yuan per meal. Surely no one would have thought that the Smoke Boss, who just spent over 10,000 in the live streaming platform, was eating a meal in the cafeteria costing 7 or 8 yuan, not even willing to order a meat dish. Xiao Rui, what should I do now? It seems Chen Yuan is unwilling to talk to me anymore. Lin Shudong held her phone, which hadn't received replies for hours. Her mindset was a bit crumbled. Shudong, what's wrong with you lately? Wasn't Chen Yuan always under your control before? Why do you lack confidence in front of him now that you know he has money? You can't be like this. You should know that men are naturally wretched. The more you pamper him, the less he cares about you. You should still deal with him the way you used to. If he ignores you, you can ignore him too. Sun Rui suggested. But, I feel like this method isn't working anymore. Chen Yuan is now being eyed by several vixens, including Su Lele from the art school and Zhao Yuqin from the student council. If I treat him cold and hot like before, he might just get snatched away by those two vixens. Lin Shudong shook her head, looking utterly defeated. Times have changed. In the past, Chen Yuan was only pursuing her. Now there are two competitors, and they're just as beautiful and fit as she is. She had even insulted Chen Yuan before, saying so many hurtful things to him. If she treated him the same as before, Chen Yuan would definitely not try to please her anymore. I see. It makes sense. Everyone knows that Chen Yuan is wealthy, not just us. It seems we really can't view him with the same eyes as before. But Shudong, you also have an advantage. You must know that Chen Yuan pursued you for 3 years without giving up, which shows your unique place in his heart. Men always have a first love complex. You are his first love, and that's something no other woman can compete with. So I guess the reason Chen Yuan is being so cold to you might also be because he wants to vent his dissatisfaction. After all, you treated him that way before. Once he has vented enough and cooled off, he will probably forgive you. At that time, your opportunity will come. Her best friend Sun Rui provided a wave of rational analysis. Lin Shudong listened and thought it made a lot of sense. If she were to swap her and Chen Yuan's roles, he would definitely be upset too and want to vent. Putting herself in his shoes explains why Chen Yuan hasn't replied to her messages. I understand now, Xiao Ruiru, if I want to win Chen Yuan back, I must first let him cool down. I won't give up. Go for it, Shudong. You'll definitely succeed. Sun Rui encouraged, raising her little fist, appearing supportive on the surface, but inwardly she was full of disdain. You, Lin Shudong, once looked down on him, treating him like a lackey. Now that you know he's wealthy, you start to remember the good things about him? Want to win him back? What a daydream. But Lin Shudong has no chance now. What about me? But directly contacting Chen Yuan might make me seem a bit too forward. Just right, Chen Yuan's roommate Zhou Haiquan is pursuing me. This relationship can be useful. After finishing lunch, Old Chao, Old Zhou, and Old Xiong dragged Chen Yuan to the internet cafe to play League of Legends. He didn't want to play, but he couldn't go against their collective anger. Because there were no classes in the afternoon. They were all students and didn't have other entertainment options. Besides lying in the dormitory, sleeping, and reading novels, probably the most popular activity for college students was going to the internet cafe to play games. Boss, do you have any 4-person computers available? Old Chao asked as soon as he entered the cafe. Yes, the business hasn't been good lately, so there are plenty of computers available. The girl sitting at the reception smiled and answered, looking reasonably good. Su Lele, why are you here? Are you working part-time as a manager at the internet cafe? Seeing one of the girls sitting at the reception was Su Lele, Chen Yuan asked in confusion. I'm not a manager, my family owns this internet cafe, Chen Yuan, didn't you know? Su Lele was a bit excited. She didn't expect to bump into Chen Yuan at the internet cafe. Her family owns 17 internet cafes, but due to the pandemic, the business hasn't recovered yet. The cafe has 6 or 7 employees, and they haven't been paid for 3 or 4 months. Moreover, the rent is due soon. The rent for the cafe is paid annually, and this one is located near the school with a prime spot costing up to 200,000 a year. Su Lele came today to pay her employees and also the rent. The 5 million Chen Yuan loaned her is enough to keep her family's internet cafe running and pay off the loans. I really didn't know. Your family is really rich, turns out you own an internet cafe. Chen Yuan exclaimed. This internet cafe has nearly 200 high-end computers, plus decoration and rent. Opening a store like this would probably take at least 2 million. Wow, I remember Deluo Internet Cafe is a chain, with over 10 stores. Does that mean the whole Deluo Internet Cafe belongs to your family? Xiang Tao looked at Su Lele, shocked. Yes, but now all internet cafe businesses are really bad, they are basically losing money, my family is about to go bankrupt. Su Lele candidly admitted. She intentionally glanced at Chen Yuan. If it weren't for Chen Yuan's support, her family would really go bankrupt. Awesome. Su Lele, you are actually a rich second generation? Zhou Haiquan sighed. There were so many rumors about you at school, saying you are a gold digger, but now it seems, they must have been just sour grapes. Old Chow smiled and glanced at Chen Yuan. It was as if to say your luck with girls is just too good. What they said is not wrong, I am a gold digger, don't think just because we know each other you can get a free pass, Of course, except for you, Chen Yuan, you always get free internet at my family's cafe. Su Lele joked. She naturally diffused an awkward topic, and importantly made Chen Yuan feel good about himself. Her emotional intelligence is really high. Damn, old C, why don't you just go for her? I can't take it anymore, I feel like throwing up. Damn, why is there no girl chasing after me? Is it because I'm not handsome? Xiong Tao complained with a face full of jealousy. Several roommates were increasingly confused. How did Chen Yuan suddenly become popular with girls? It makes no sense. If anyone in the dorm was good at getting girls, it has always been Xiong Tao. He is charming, handsome, and has a great sense of humor. Over the 3 years of college, he has dated 7 or 8 girls. Of course, mainly he is not picky. As long as there is a bit of beauty, it's fine, he doesn't necessarily need to find a top-tier girl. And now, the 3 girls chasing after Chen Yuan seem to be all top-tier, each one more beautiful than the last. It's completely unscientific. Let's get 5 machines ready, Sun Rue is coming over. Zhou Haiquan suddenly said. Who, Sun Rue? Isn't she Lin Shuton's roommate? Old Zhou, when did you start chasing her? Actually, I have been pursuing her for several months now. I feel like she has a good impression of me. Just now I said a few of our dorm roommates will play games at the internet cafe, and she surprisingly said she can be my support, perfect for a 5-man squad. Finally, I can show off my skills in front of a girl. Zhou Haiquan rubbed his hands excitedly. What skills do you have? Isn't it like low-tier silver? You don't understand, my Yasuo is really good, just wait until I can shine 5. Zhou Haiquan waved his hand. He only plays one hero, which is Yasuo. Although he is skilled with the hero, he often kills himself unnecessarily. He loves to take 1-on-2, 1-on-3, and enjoys extreme comebacks. His online persona is completely different from his honest and obedient character in real life. An hour later. Sun Rue rode a hello bike to the internet cafe. Today, she obviously dressed up a bit. With light makeup, she looked elegant yet not gaudy. What's even more amazing is, she was wearing a JK Lowly uniform. Short skirt, beautiful legs, campus, student, and a small hat on her head. She looked youthful and cute, without losing her sexy charm. Chen Yuan's roommates were left dumbfounded. Wow, how come I never noticed before, Sun Rue is so beautiful. Old Zhou, you're quite lucky, she even dressed up for you. Sun Rue is a dark horse, she used to have a bit of baby fat, but now that she has lost weight, her looks and figure are not inferior to Lin Shuton. Several lewd roommates discussed among themselves. Old Zhou appeared a bit shy, almost turning red. But at this moment, he also felt immensely proud. After all, it was a girl he asked out himself. Hi, beautiful, can we add each other on WeChat? Sun Rue had just walked into the internet cafe when a young man with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, looking a bit rough, blocked her. He immediately asked for her contact information. His gaze was very bold, sweeping over Sun Rue's chest and thighs multiple times. Sorry, I'm looking for someone. Sun Rue shook her head to refuse. Don't go, beautiful. Adding me on WeChat won't cost you anything. I don't want to add you, please move aside. Damn, you're too arrogant. Dressed like that, you look just like someone who sells herself, pretending to be so pure. The rough young man seemed unwilling to back down and actually grabbed Sun Rue's arm. What the hell? Who are you trying to get WeChat from? You better not try that again. Zhou Haiquan suddenly stood up, his face filled with rage. His date had been openly harassed, how could he endure this? Zhou Haiquan rushed over and kicked him. You little punk, how dare you hit me? The rough young man wanted to fight back, but then he saw 3 more people coming behind Zhou Haiquan, obviously part of his gang. 4 against 1, he couldn't win. What's the problem with hitting you? You dare flirt with my brother's girl, do you want to die? Xiong Tao yelled fiercely. Fine, you guys have more people, you're tough. The rough young man threw away his cigarette and seemed to admit defeat as he walked away. Ha, thought you were something special, turns out you're just a coward. Old Zhou, you did well. Usually, you seem so honest, but when it mattered, you were so powerful. A real man. Lao Chao and Lao Xiong praised him one after another. He. Actually, it's nothing. People like this just bully the weak. Zhou Haiquan scratched the back of his head, looking a bit shy. Then he glanced at Sun Rue. But to his surprise, Sun Rue was staring at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, thank you for helping me just now, and also thank you, Haiquan. I didn't seem to do anything, right? If you want to thank someone, thank old Zhou. Chen Yuan said, looking confused. From start to finish, he hadn't done anything, not even said a word, he just stood behind Zhou Haiquan and watched. Why was Sun Rue thanking someone who hadn't helped and not thanking the one who actually did? Was there something wrong with her head? At that moment, Su Lele walked over. Chen Yuan, why don't you guys leave first? That guy looks like trouble, he won't give up easily, and he might come back with friends. Su Lele's words made some sense. Chen Yuan thought that it might be better to avoid trouble. If that guy really brought someone to block them, they might be the ones in trouble. Just as Chen Yuan was about to speak, Zhou Haiquan, with an obviously ugly expression, interrupted him. If Lao Si wants to leave, then you go ahead. I'm definitely not leaving today. I'm not afraid of a coward, let him come if he dares. Clearly, Zhou Haiquan was speaking in anger. He wasn't foolish, he could easily tell that Sun Rue was looking at Chen Yuan a bit differently. Of course, boys care about face. When a girl runs over urging them to leave, telling them to back down, no man would like that. Let alone that guy might not even come back to block them. If they were scared off due to a hypothetical situation, they would look even more cowardly. Don't worry, old Zhou, we're brothers, we won't leave. We'll solve any problems together and fight if we need to. Xiong Tao patted Zhou Haiquan on the shoulder. Come on. Let's get ready for a fight, Sun Rue, you can sit next to Lao Zhou. Lao Chao suddenly played a trick, allowing Sun Rue to sit beside Zhou Haiquan. Alright then. Sun Rue nodded, not very enthusiastically. Actually, she wanted to sit next to Chen Yuan, but she couldn't make it too obvious. Chen Yuan felt a bit wrongfully implicated. He understood Lao Zhou's feelings. The girl he asked out was showing a different attitude towards another roommate. This is just too heart-wrenching. But Chen Yuan didn't flirt with Sun Rue at all. He didn't even want to pay attention to Lin Shutong, let alone Sun Rue. Lulu, can you help us get a few bottles of water? It's fine. Chen Yuan rubbed Su Lili's head, showing that he was already taken, clearly planning to stick together with his roommates. Okay. Su Lula shyly nodded. Her current fondness for Chen Yuan reached a high score of 94 points, this intimate gesture wouldn't make her feel annoyed, but rather thrilled. By the way, brother Chen Yuan, come to my house tonight, I want to cook for you, don't forget. While delivering water, Su Lulu whispered in Chen Yuan's ear where only the two of them could hear. Chen Yuan felt his bones soften. The blood in his body began to stir restlessly. It felt like the weather was a bit sultry. He glanced at Su Loli's hot figure, and found it hard to control himself. Play games. Play games. Humph. Women are trouble. How can anything be more fun than games? After the game started, Chen Yuan is Garen in the top lane. Old Zhou is Yasuo in the mid lane. Sun Rue is Soraka in the bot lane. Normally, after building an advantage in the bot lane, the support Soraka could go help Yasuo in the mid lane. The two could team up to kill the enemy mid laner and create an even greater advantage. But what Sun Rue did, whether she really didn't know how to play or was doing it on purpose, was to not help Yasuo in the mid lane. Instead, she went all the way to help Chen Yuan in the top lane. She even abandoned the ADC. Sun Rue, you don't need to help in the top lane, I've already killed the enemy twice, go help mid lane. It's okay, Chen Yuan, let me help you push the tower first and build a bigger advantage. But you're taking my experience. Then I'll just stand back and watch you farm minions and earn tower gold. Sister Rue, why don't you go back and help me in the bot lane? I can't get out of the tower at all. Bear Tao couldn't help but speak up. He was an ADC, and it was just too hard. The game started with an advantage in the early stages, but in the end, they lost. Everyone knew the reason for that. They initially wanted to start a second game. But just then, more than 10 young men suddenly surged in at the entrance of the internet cafe. This group had some with tattoos, some with dyed hair, some with buzz cuts, all sorts of strange looks, each one different. But all had cigarettes dangling from their lips. They looked fierce and ready to pick a fight. One young man was the ruffian who had been kicked by Zhou Haiquan earlier. Damn, a bunch of little brats, get out here. Weren't you just so bold? Try acting tough again. Chapter 27 Chapter 027 Courageous and Fearless. A loud roar interrupted all the game-addicted youths in the internet cafe. The atmosphere was stifling and suffocating. Zhou Haiquan's face turned ashen. Bear Tao and Chao Jinyan's expressions also flickered with fear. Though they were young and full of blood, they weren't delinquents used to fighting. At this moment, there were more than 10 of them. It was impossible to not feel a bit intimidated. Taozi, old Chao, you guys don't need to worry about this. I kicked him just now, so I'll just get beaten up in return. It's just a beating, it won't take my life, right? At the crucial moment, Zhou Haiquan showed his loyalty, planning to take the fall alone. While Zhou Haiquan was speaking, the gang had already surrounded them. Sun Rue, terrified and pale, shouted, "You thugs, don't come over here. If you do, I'll call the police." "Call your damn police. Take this bitch's phone. Damn it, I'll wipe out this bunch of little brats today." Huang Bo roared. He suddenly swung a slap towards Zhou Haiquan's face. He thought nobody would dare to stop him this time. After all, he had more than 10 people behind him. These students were already scared out of their wits. They didn't dare fight back. Nor could they fight back. But the outcome was often unexpected. When Huang Bo's slap came crashing down, Zhou Haiquan clenched his fist tightly. He stood still there, already ready to take a beating. But just when the heavy blow was only 10 centimeters away from Zhou Haiquan's cheek, a strong hand grasped Huang Bo's arm tightly, making him unable to move. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. "I can't believe it, you dare to fight back. How dare you fight back?" "Why wouldn't I dare to fight back? You beat my brother without even asking for my opinion." Chen Yuan replied firmly. "Who do you think you are?" Bang! Before Huang Bo could finish speaking, Chen Yuan kicked him fiercely, sending him flying out. Chen Yuan's strength had already reached 19 points, which was twice that of a normal person. With this kick, he sent Huang Bo flying 3 meters away, rolling on the ground several times. "So painful, damn it. Damn! You dare to hit my brother, everyone attack, beat these little bastards to death." A buzzcut man saw Huang Bo being beaten and immediately rushed over in fury. Instead of retreating, Chen Yuan charged forward alone, heading towards this group of thugs. When strength and physical quality reached twice that of a normal person, the combat power Chen Yuan had was definitely not simply 1 + 1 = 2. Good physical quality means he could take more hits. Strong power means he hurt others a lot. When Chen Yuan hit someone, they couldn't take it. When someone hit him, it didn't hurt at all. Now he was both tough and had great output. This time, Chen Yuan also wanted to test what kind of transformation the 20 points of enhancement would bring him. Next, everyone saw such a scene. This seemingly not particularly strong young man was incredibly brave, single-handedly challenging more than 10 people without falling behind at all. He had no advanced fighting skills. Just you hit me once, I kick you back. Clashing hard. Absolutely strong. In fact, although there were 12 thugs, when it came to fighting, only 5 or 6 actually attacked, while the rest were just for show, they're only to cheer. 5 or 6 fighting against Chen Yuan alone, they really couldn't win. Chen Yuan's strength was too strong, and he could take a beating, no one could restrain him. He fiercely counterattacked, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Exceptionally brave. "Don't panic, fourth. I'm here to help you, damn it, a whole group beating my brother, do they really think I'm just decoration?" Xiong Tao roared and started to wrestle with one of the thugs. "Damn, second, fourth, you guys are so fierce, I'm not going to back down, let's go." Chao Jinyan joined the group fight. Zhou Haiquan followed closely behind. This incident started because of him, and now that 3 roommates had already jumped in, he had no reason to hide behind. Besides, Sun Rue was watching nearby. He must show off even more. With the help of 3 roommates, Chen Yuan was like fighting with wings. After all, being surrounded by more than 10 people was a bit disadvantaged. Now that someone was sharing the pressure, he naturally became braver and more powerful. In just a few minutes, more than 10 people lay on the ground. A group of onlooking internet-addicted youths were completely dumbfounded. Who is this guy? Wow, he's too fierce, 1 against 10. Awesome, I should have recorded this and posted it on social media. It's good he didn't use a knife. If he did, do you think he could still take on 10? Can you not debate? Acknowledge that others are amazing. Do you think that will kill you? Chen Yuan, you are too impressive. Sun Rui looked at Chen Yuan with adoration on her face. Her big eyes sparkled with pink hearts. She didn't expect that Chen Yuan not only had money but was also so strong. His incredibly brave appearance was already deeply engraved in her mind. This man was too heroic. Too masculine. She thought Lin Shudong was really foolish to miss out on such a perfect male god. She was close to crying. At the same time, Su Lele was also stunned for several seconds. The more she looked at Chen Yuan, the more she admired him. It has even reached a point of obsession. Chen Yuan is not only brave but also very responsible. Originally, it was his roommate who caused trouble, but in the end, he solved the problem himself. From beginning to end, he never said a word against the roommate. Such a man gives a strong sense of security. And he is very handsome and quite rich. If such a man is missed, Su Lele estimates she will regret for a lifetime. Su Lele, favorability +1. Ding. Detected target number 1, the admirer Su Lele, has successfully surpassed 95 points of host favorability. Congratulations to the host for a successful reversal. Ding. Target number 1 has spent a total of 530,000 yuan on admiration, rewarding the host with 53,000 yuan. Ding. Su Lele has successfully transformed into the host's admirer, rewarding 5 reinforcement points. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Constitution, 19. Spirit, 10. Agility, 9. The peak level value for adults is 10. Status, healthy. Skills, none. Reinforcement points, 5. Please choose a reinforcement direction, host. I choose to enhance agility, adding all 5 reinforcement points to agility. Ding. Reinforcement successful. The host's current agility is 14 points. In the next second, a familiar warm current surged throughout his body. Chen Yuan felt his body starting to become lighter. He became a lot more nimble. Before this, he had a hard confrontation with a group of ruffians. He looked incredibly brave but actually took quite a few hits. He had been punched 7 or 8 times and kicked more than a dozen times. Fortunately, his physical quality was strong, allowing him to withstand this wave of brutality. Now with increased agility, he felt light as a swallow. He was confident that if he fought again, he would definitely not be so embarrassed and wouldn't get kicked so many times. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 Surface Best Friend. Get lost. If I see you again, I will hit you again. Zhou Haiquan kicked the already fallen Huang Bo and said fiercely. He felt that his performance today was quite extraordinary. 4 of them against more than a dozen people, fighting more with less, and knocking their opponents down. Such a remarkable feat could be bragged about for at least a year. He thought Sun Rui should look at him with new eyes now. But when he turned around and took a look, he found that this girl had run off to Chen Yuan to offer her flattery. His face started to look ugly again. Damn, old four, why are you so fierce? I never noticed before, have you practiced? Xiong Tao asked in surprise at this moment. He definitely has practiced, otherwise, he wouldn't be so ferocious. It seems he was pretending in the dormitory before. If he truly made a move, the 3 of us together wouldn't be able to handle him. No wonder girls all like him. It turns out this kid is skilled. Several roommates looked at him with envy and jealousy. They seemed to finally discover the reason for Chen Yuan's popularity. However, they did not know that the reason these girls admired Chen Yuan was not because he was skilled, but because he had money. Chen Yuan did not pay attention to Sun Rui's flattery. Her looks were only at 7.5 points, not even reaching the minimum standard of a goddess. Chen Yuan would not spend any energy on her at all. He glanced at the system interface. Chen Yuan discovered that after strengthening his constitution and strength, his body seemed to have welcomed a second development. Originally only 179 centimeters tall, now it surprisingly grew to 180 centimeters. Even though it only increased by a tiny centimeter, it represented the possibility of continuing to grow taller. His weight also increased quite a bit. No wonder he always felt hungry lately and ate more. Sorry, Su Lele, I think we broke a few computers while fighting in your family's internet cafe, right? It's fine, just a few monitors broke, we can just replace them. You name it, how much are these monitors? We can gather the money. Zhou Haiquan said with a painful expression. Fighting was satisfying. But breaking things has to be compensated. He is a very stubborn, very honest, and somewhat pedantic person. No need to compensate, no need to compensate, you are all good brothers of Chen Yuan, don't mention just a few broken monitors. Even if I smash the entire internet cafe, it doesn't matter. This statement was made. It almost made several roommates spit blood on the spot. What kind of magic did this dog Chen Yuan use to make the girl so completely devoted? Why would she be willing to smash the internet cafe for him? Is Chen Yuan really that good? Damn, where's the fourth one? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Chen Yuan had already left the Great Luo Internet Cafe. He simply couldn't stand Sun Rui's intentional or unintentional acts of flattery. She was like a dog licking him. Even though he knew he wasn't interested in her, she still shamelessly clung to him. It was disgusting. Moreover, she was Lin Shutong's close friend. Chen Yuan had pursued Lin Shutong for 3 years, finally moved her, and made Lin Shutong agree to be his girlfriend. And it was this Sun Rui who kept gossiping about Chen Yuan in Lin Shutong's ear. She also looked down on Chen Yuan in every way. Lin Shutong being a gold digger and a green tea girl was one thing, but Sun Rui's behind-the-back scheming was also an important factor. Now, things had gotten worse. Didn't this Sun Rui have a problem? She actually came over to flatter him? Did Lin Shutong know about this? You're just a surface-level close friend, right? Even if I don't like Lin Shutong anymore, you immediately come to seduce me, isn't that a bit too obvious? Chapter 29, Chapter 029, I'm just running around for fun. After leaving the internet cafe, Chen Yuan went alone to the school playground. He had just added the agility enhancement point and was thinking of finding a place to test the effects after enhancing his agility. However, there seemed to be quite a lot of people on the playground this afternoon. Hey, why are there so many people on the playground today? Chen Yuan asked a beautiful girl nearby. Don't you know? The physical education department is holding a sprint competition today. I heard they're selecting national second-level athletes. The girl explained with a kind face. Oh, I see. Can I add you on WeChat, beautiful? Sorry, I have a boyfriend. The guy in the red clothes in the middle, the one warming up for the competition, that's my boyfriend. The girl who had been kind at first immediately became cold and distant upon hearing that Chen Yuan wanted to add her on WeChat. It was as if she automatically put up a defensive posture. And she proudly pointed at the man in the red vest warming up on the track. Li Yang? It's actually him? Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. You know my boyfriend? Not just know him, we were high school classmates. He was the champion of the sprint competition in our school sports meet. He was that impressive back in high school? I thought he was just boasting. The girl's attitude softened a little after hearing Chen Yuan praise her boyfriend, and realizing that they were high school classmates. Chen Yuan and Li Yang were indeed high school classmates. But their relationship wasn't very friendly. They even fought before. The reason for the fight was that Li Yang wanted to pursue Xiao Ruoyu. And this Li Yang wasn't just any playboy, he had been flaunting his sprint championship title from the school sports meet and changed girlfriends as frequently as changing clothes. Chen Yuan couldn't stop Li Yang from being a playboy, and he didn't have the right to interfere. But this guy wanted to pursue Xiao Ruoyu, so Chen Yuan developed a grudge against him. The fight back then ended with Chen Yuan losing, and Li Yang slapped him while pinning him to the ground. It was a humiliation that Chen Yuan would never forget. He still held a grudge about it to this day. However, to be fair, Li Yang looked sunny, was muscular, and had a sporty vibe, so he naturally attracted girls. The girlfriends he found were all very high quality. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Dog licking operation activated. Name, He Jiying. Age, 19. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 8.2 points. This girl's favorability towards the host, -5 points. Binding dog licker relationship number 4, once the girl's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the host will succeed in a reversal, the roles will be switched, and the girl will become the host's dog licker. Reversal complete, reward, 10% of the dog licking money spent. Reward enhancement points, 22 points. Reward skill, dance proficiency. What's going on? I'm actually bound to a dog licker relationship? System, are you forcing me to dig Li Yang's wall corner? Chen Yuan shook his head. He used to hate scumbags the most. But now he has become the kind of person he once despised. But why does it feel a little exciting? At that moment, Chen Yuan carefully looked at He Jiying. At first glance, he thought this girl was the most beautiful on the whole playground, unexpectedly so beautiful. Her looks scored 8.2 points. She was prettier than Su Lele and Lin Shadong. And she was only 19, probably a freshman. Quick, look, the competition is starting. Li Yang, go for it. Li Yang, go for it. He Zhiying shouted as she jumped up. Chen Yuan did not continue to ask for her WeChat. If he forced it, what would be the difference from the previous scumbags? Besides, doing so would only make people dislike him. While He Zhiying cheered and a crowd of onlookers pointed and whispered, Chen Yuan quietly walked towards the rubber track. This Li Yang is a great prospect. His best time is 10.12 seconds in the 100 meters. He's already qualified to be a substitute for the national team, and there's still a lot of room for growth. Yeah, Li Yang is indeed good. He's the most promising one this year. The two coaches were discussing each other. After that, they blew their whistles. The boys from the sports college were ready. Set. Bang. When the coach fired the signal flare, more than 10 boys from the sports college dashed out like cheetahs. They were incredibly fast, clearly all professionally trained. Especially Li Yang in the middle of the track, leading the way, his speed and reaction nearly reached the level of a national athlete. Wait, who is that person? Just as the two coaches were watching Li Yang, a boy in ordinary casual clothes suddenly began to chase up the track. Despite being 5 to 6 positions behind the other athletes, he sprinted wildly. He surpassed one athlete after another with incredible speed. In the end, he pulled ahead of Li Yang by 2 or 3 meters and crossed the finish line first. 100 meters in 9 seconds 63, my gosh, under 10 seconds. Wow, he started nearly a second late. If he had given his all, wouldn't he be a world-class seed? Genius, this is a genius. Student, don't go. Are you interested in joining the national team? The coach hurriedly chased after him to ask. Not interested, I'm just running for fun. Who knew these guys from the sports college were so weak? Chapter 30 Chapter 030 Little kid, do you have many questions? Student, which college are you from? I'm from the College of Literature. What? The coach looked completely bewildered. Students from the College of Literature are just a bunch of bookworms, right? How could one crush a group of muscular boys in a professional athletics competition? Doesn't that sound a bit surreal? Are you sure you're not just pretending? Chen Yuan, why is it you? Li Yang's face suddenly turned a bit ugly. He had a fight with Chen Yuan before. The two had not seen eye to eye for a long time. In Li Yang's eyes, Chen Yuan was an annoying simp. Back in high school, he wanted to pursue Xiao Ruoyu, but this guy always got in the way. Are you afraid to chase after her, but won't let me pursue? What does that mean? Aren't you just being brainless? Once, Li Yang arranged a heroic rescue scheme. He found 2 buddies from outside to deliberately block Xiao Ruoyu on her way home from school. He planned to jump out at the critical moment to save her and win her heart. But who would have known, at the crucial moment, Chen Yuan jumped out. This guy had been following Xiao Ruoyu all the way and blocked those 2 actors before Li Yang could. He had no choice but to make do and beat him up. Who knew this guy would not learn his lesson and would follow Xiao Ruoyu home every day? It was precisely because of Chen Yuan's interference that the heroic rescue plan fell apart completely. In the end, Li Yang graduated without chasing Xiao Ruoyu. This became his biggest regret. Therefore, he hated Chen Yuan to the core. You brat, occupying the latrine without doing your business, and you want to be a flower protector as a dog licker? Li Yang, do you know this classmate? Perfect. Although this classmate is from the School of Literature, who says literature students can't join the athletics team? Classmate, as long as you agree to join the athletics team, I will exceptionally give you the only provincial recommendation spot in the school. At that time, you will represent our school in the provincial athletics competition, and you will soon stand out and enter the national team. With your talent, it won't be long before you participate in the International Olympic Games, and even have the hope of winning the Olympic Championship to bring glory to our country. The coach excitedly described. The explosive power Chen Yuan displayed earlier was simply astonishing. This was definitely the most talented seed player he had seen in many years of work. He had not undergone any professional training and could already run so fast. If he received professional training, how incredible would he be? Coach, didn't you say you would give the provincial recommendation spot to me? Li Yang asked, confused. Li Yang, I understand how you feel. Although you are excellent, even if you get this spot, it doesn't guarantee you will represent our school and win the provincial competition championship. But this classmate is different. You saw his explosive power just now, right? Much stronger than yours. I dare say, as long as he agrees to compete, he will definitely win the provincial championship and will definitely become a national top athlete. What does it mean to be a national top athlete? It is a level above national first-class athletes. Yet today's competition was merely to select national second-class athletes. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. The gap is truly not small. If this sudden genius was someone else, it would be fine. But this person happened to be Chen Yuan. A dog licker waste that he had once looked down upon, actually crushed him in the field he was most proud of? Chapter 31 Chapter 031 Lung exploding. At this moment, He Jiying, who had originally been watching the competition outside, walked over with a bottle of mineral water. She was here to bring water to Li Yang. But she looked at Chen Yuan with surprise and said, "So you're this amazing, huh? You just ran so fast, faster than my Li Yang." He Jiying, favorability +5. He Jiying, favorability +5. He Jiying, favorability +5. Because of Chen Yuan's performance, He Jiying's favorability towards Chen Yuan surged from -5 points to a positive 10 points. After all, a truly talented person can indeed make girls unconsciously develop feelings. Admiring the strong is a woman's nature. But Li Yang, upon hearing this, almost exploded with anger. The coach wanted Chen Yuan to join the athletics team, taking his place to represent the school in the provincial athletics competition. He had nothing to say. After all, he had no say in this matter. He could only endure in silence. But He Jiying was his girlfriend. How could she say Chen Yuan was better than him right in front of so many people? Who was this? Chen Yuan. How could this useless dog licker possibly be better than himself? The athletics competition was his proudest field. The sprint champion was a title he took pride in. He could accept others pointing out his flaws. But he could never accept losing to others in the sprinting field. And now, his girlfriend said in front of all these people that he was not as good as a useless dog licker? Unacceptable. Cannot accept. Li Yang's mindset exploded. What do you mean, He Jiying? Saying he is better than me, what exactly is he better at? Am I that pathetic in your eyes? Can't even compare to a Chen Yuan? Since you think he's so great, why don't you just go with him? Li Yang yelled loudly. Of course, this was just in anger, and he regretted it immediately after saying it. You yell at me? You actually yell at me? When you were pursuing me back then, you weren't like this. Less than a month, and you've already shown your true colors? I never expected you to be this kind of person. Chen Yuan is your high school classmate, and just now he praised you as the sprint champion of the school sports meeting. What about you? You can't run faster than him. Why are you getting angry at me? He Jiying had tears welling up in her eyes. She angrily pointed at Li Yang. Although she looked gentle and kind, delicate and weak, her personality was somewhat willful. In this day and age, girls have a relatively high status. A girl like He Jiying, who is pretty and has a good figure, holds even higher status. She is not the kind of woman who would remain silent when insulted. You, Li Yang, treat me badly, but there are many people outside who treat me well. Li Yang had some regrets about the angry words he just said. But He Jiying not only didn't realize her mistake. She surprisingly added fuel to the fire? She repeatedly said that Chen Yuan runs faster than him. And said Chen Yuan praised him as the sprint champion? Is this praise? This is clearly sarcasm. Moreover, when did he praise him? Have you two already communicated privately? He Jiying, don't go too far, I've tolerated you for a long time. Fine, Li Yang, you really can. You are competing, and I kindly came to bring you water. Not only do you not appreciate it, but you also get angry at me when you lose. Are you even a man? If you are a real man, go win against Chen Yuan. Go prove yourself. I don't know if I was blind at the beginning, otherwise, how could I have liked you? He Jiying got angrier as she spoke. She was also thoroughly annoyed. Forget it. Stop arguing. Do you really need to make such a big fuss over such a trivial matter? Li Yang, you too, a man should be more open-minded. The coach casually intervened, then turned to Chen Yuan and said, by the way, Chen Yuan, have you thought about joining the track team? No, I think I'll pass on the track team. I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Chen Yuan said, not looking back as he left the playground. He came quickly, and left quickly. Only a mysterious silhouette was left behind, inspiring admiration. No way, a talent like him not joining the track team is such a waste. It's simply a loss for the sprinting world in China. I must persuade him. Coach Sun, why don't you talk to the school leaders? I'll go find his counselor to learn more about this student. Sure, let's do that. As the two coaches discussed, the relationship between Li Yang and He Jiying had already cracked. Meanwhile, two girls in the audience recorded the sprint race and edited a video, then posted it online. The title of the video read, School Track Team Sprint Competition, a boy accidentally entered the track, displaying devil-like speed. Xing Qing, do you think this video will go viral? Liang Xiaoqin, who posted the video, asked with a smile. I don't know if it will go viral, but that boy is really amazing. A student from the literature department runs faster than those from the sports department's track team. Did he get possessed by Lu Xiang? Ha, I only planned to shoot a normal competition video. Who knew a master would suddenly show up? The two girls laughed as they discussed. They didn't really expect this video to go viral. It was just a casual and fun thing they recorded. After successfully uploading the video, they didn't think about it anymore. The story splits. Just after Chen Yuan left the school playground, he received a call from his roommate, Lao Chao. Hey, Lao Si, where are you? Why did you sneak away alone? I went out to clear my mind. You saw the situation earlier, right? Lao Zhou seems to have some issues with me. Can you explain to him that I'm not interested in that Sun Rue? Actually, anyone can see that you're not interested in Sun Rue, but she is interested in you. I find it strange, didn't she used to look down on you? Why has the attitude changed so suddenly? It feels like a puppy licking at you. Maybe I'm too handsome. Chen Yuan joked. Get lost. I'm trying to tell you something serious. You've been denounced. On the school forum, a guy named Keyboard Hero is spreading dirt about you everywhere. Your reputation is ruined, you should check it out yourself. Hearing Lao Chao's reminder, Chen Yuan was instantly stunned. He hadn't done anything out of line. How could he be denounced? And isn't the campus forum usually for discussing and criticizing some prominent figures? Chen Yuan had always kept a low profile. Of course, he just thought he was low-key. So-called campus denunciation posts are typically made after certain students do extremely bad things and get exposed online, calling for everyone to collectively resist and denounce this guy. Such posts are what you would call combat posts. Simply put, it is online violence. Chen Yuan immediately opened his browser and logged into the campus network. Soon, he discovered a pinned post. This post was made this morning, but in just over half a day, the comments had already exceeded 1,000. It was a long post. The content of the post was written like this. In reality, I am silent, but online, I strike hard. Heaven did not give birth to me, the keyboard hero, to spray for eternity like a long night. I have one key to open the gate of heaven, I have one key to slay immortals. With just one mouth, I fight against 3,000 emperors, with 2 keys pushing across 13 continents. At the peak of immortals, I stand proudly. With my keyboard, heaven exists. The key of the great river comes from the sky. One key dominates the world. Break the red dust. Kill all immortals. One key in hand, slaying the 9 heavens. If there are no true immortals in this world, I am willing to hold the key and become an immortal. Today, I, the keyboard hero, return to the world. Only for justice in the human world, exposing the shameless scumbag. This person is named Chen Yuan, currently studying at the College of Literature of Hunan University, a junior student, looking pure and honest, but behind the scenes, is shameless, heartless, and has 3 boats under his feet. Below, I will attach screenshot evidence. Image 1. Image 2. Image 3. 3 pictures, just in time, capture 3 young, beautiful girls bringing breakfast to Chen Yuan. The girls all wore bright smiles. Chen Yuan's expression was cold. See? This is the same morning breakfast, 3 different girls brought him breakfast. One of the prettiest girls even gifted this scumbag an iPhone 12. Not only is he a scumbag, but he's also a pretty boy. I can no longer put my anger into words. I can't describe this scumbag's evil deeds with text. They are all young and beautiful girls, so pure and kind, their smiles so innocent, but why do they have to be deceived by a scumbag? Why does a societal scum like this get to have 3 girlfriends, each prettier than the last? And we honest folks are just destined to be the ones who take the fall? No. Justice surely exists in the world. Scumbags will face their due retribution. Today, I am here to battle him, expose him. In the name of the keyboard hero, I call upon all the girls in school to collectively resist him. I hope this post can be pinned so that more people can see it. From now on, if anyone sees scumbag Chen Yuan, they won't be deceived by him anymore. Justice might be late, but it will never be absent. Written by Keyboard Hero. After reading this combat post, Chen Yuan was completely speechless. This is a complete reversal of black and white. What the hell did I do to provoke you? You don't even understand the situation and just spout nonsense? Yet your literary talent is so good, I don't even know how to argue back. The keyboard hero truly deserves the title. This writing style and skill in cursing is definitely good enough to write novels. After reading this post, Chen Yuan glanced at the comments below. So scummy. Really too scummy. Keyboard hero, I support you. Scumbag, animal, human trash, just play with our feelings, none of you men are any good. Girl above, please don't harm the innocent. I admit the guy in the picture is a bit handsome. But he wasn't stunning to the point of shocking the world, instead, it was the 3 girls, each one more beautiful than the last, and the last one was simply stunning. How did he achieve that? I've been single for 23 years and never enjoyed such treatment. He gets it 3 times at once, and I feel like my small heart has been hit. Support the fight, resist scumbags. Support the fight, resist scumbags. What should I do? I'm just a girl from Huda, I'm afraid of being hurt by scumbags, I don't even dare to date. There were too many comments downstairs. Chen Yuan couldn't read them all. To be honest, Chen Yuan didn't pay much attention to such fighting posts. Anyway, his reputation had never been good. He was always seen as a dog who licked boots. Now he was being called a scumbag. Isn't being called a scumbag a bit better than being a bootlicker? Thinking about it this way, it feels like an upgrade. At the same time, in the second phase apartment, boys' dorm 709. A boy wearing black-rimmed glasses was quickly typing on the keyboard. He had a sly smile on his face. Chen Yuan, you're dead this time. You actually let my goddess Zhao Yuqi bring you breakfast. Just wait to be criticized by all the girls in the school. I, the keyboard knight, am not just a name without substance. P.S. Recommend a great book, The Little God Farmer Left Behind, it's really good, even the author is chasing it. Chapter 33 Chapter 033 Chen Yuan stood up the school beauty. Look, isn't this the scumbag Chen Yuan exposed on the campus forum? What the, it really is him, dead scumbag, phew. I didn't check the campus forum, but someone in our class group posted his photo, asking to expose him. I know this guy, he used to hang around the girls' dormitory often. I was wondering why he looked so familiar, turns out he's not only a scumbag but also a pervert. Chen Yuan clearly underestimated the power of the campus forum. He never expected that along the way, so many girls would recognize him and point fingers at him. His photo had even been spread to major class groups. In the age of online information, good things don't travel far, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Plus, there were people deliberately smearing him from behind. Chen Yuan accidentally became a rat hated by everyone. He originally thought maybe today he could take a chance and develop several bootlicking targets. But now, those girls saw him like they would see a plague, avoiding him at all costs. How could he develop anything like this? The fire of public opinion can spread wildly. Online violence is no less than real-life violence. At this moment, the phone rang, and Lin Shuton's call came in. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and pressed to answer. Hello, Chen Yuan, I know about the situation on the campus forum. I didn't expect that having breakfast delivered to you would cause such a big negative impact, but don't worry, no matter what people outside say about you, how they scold you, I won't leave you, because I know you are not the scumbag others say. I missed my chance with you before, and now I regret it every minute and every second. Please give me another chance, okay? Lin Shuton's voice was choked with emotion, her attitude was extremely sincere. In her words, she was humble as a dog. Just like how Chen Yuan was to her back then. Listening to such honest and sincere words, Chen Yuan's heart shook inexplicably. He remembered how wonderful Lin Shuton seemed when he first met her, she was as lovely as an elf. His feelings for Lin Shuton could not be expressed in just a few words. Maybe at first, he pursued Lin Shuton just to forget Xiao Ruoyu. But he had to admit, there was indeed a time when he really liked Lin Shuton and loved deeply. Lin Shuton's importance in his heart far exceeded Su Lele, even surpassing school beauty Zhao Yuqi. How he wished Lin Shuton could truly love him too. But now, everything couldn't go back. He always remembered the day they broke up. Lin Shuton used an ugly face to say such vicious words and trampled on his dignity. And now, just because she found out Chen Yuan had money, she wanted to get back together? Isn't that a bit too realistic? When Chen Yuan was almost begging her on his knees not to break up, did she ever give him a chance? Since you treated me this way back then, why should I be soft-hearted now? Lin Shuton, I'll say it one last time, I no longer love you, please don't bother me again. Is that okay? Chen Yuan said this in an extremely stiff and cold tone and hung up the phone. No. Chen Yuan, you can't treat me like this. Lin Shuton shouted and called again. Chen Yuan refused. She called again. Chen Yuan simply turned off his phone. Beep, the number you dialed is turned off, please call again later. Listening to the robotic voice on the phone, Lin Shuton's phone fell to the ground. At that moment, she felt her heart hurt like being pricked by needles. It was as if all her strength was suddenly drained away. Why does my heart hurt so much? So much pain. Lin Shuton cried. She cried crazily. For more than 20 years, never had there been a moment that made her feel so heart-wrenching. She really loved Chen Yuan. Why? Why can't you give me a chance? I love you, I've really fallen for you. Lin Shuton cried and shouted. She sat alone on the road, crying endlessly into her unreachable phone. Despair that made people feel heartbroken. After Chen Yuan turned off his phone, he also felt a bit unhappy. This time, he was really very decisive. A man has to learn to grow up. He can't always be so soft-hearted. Learning to refuse is just to protect himself from being hurt. But still, he felt a little empty inside. Chen Yuan entered a restaurant, ordered a dozen dishes, and ate heartily. Sometimes, the emptiness inside can be filled by stuffing oneself. Chen Yuan drank 2 bottles of ergwotu. Then, drunkenly returned to his dorm. Perhaps because his physical condition had been enhanced, after 2 bottles, he still managed to stay somewhat awake, which was quite impressive. When he got to his dorm, he fell asleep immediately. No matter how the world outside might collapse, he only cared to sleep until he woke up. But it seemed Chen Yuan forgot. He still had some things to do today. For example, at night Su Lele invited him to her home to cook. And for example, Zhao Yuqi had an incredibly important livestream tonight that needed the network tycoon Lonely Smoke to support her. Chen Yuan was so drunk. He even turned off his phone. Naturally, he stood them up. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yuqi started the livestream. By 10 o'clock, the traffic in her livestream room was still sparse as usual. Chi-Chi, have you contacted Chen Yuan? It's been 2 hours, where is that guy? Wu Xiaofei asked anxiously. Because Chen Yuan didn't come, there were no big gifts or donations. She couldn't get on the hourly leaderboard. Zhao Yuqi had been live for 2 hours, but there were only over 2,000 viewers, compared to the 300,000 online a few days ago. It was simply worlds apart. The sales orders during the livestream didn't seem to be very good either. I talked to him this morning, he agreed very well. How could I know he would stand me up? Zhao Yuqi was so angry she could almost explode. As a school beauty goddess, when she used to ask those boys to do things, they would jump to help her, right? Today's livestream was for an incredibly important advertising client. It was all about the effect of the livestream and sales. This was related to her personal traffic evaluation and future development potential. To ensure this matter, she personally went to give Chen Yuan breakfast this morning and even gave him an iPhone to show her sincerity. But Chen Yuan stood her up. That was too much. Maybe Chen Yuan had something urgent to deal with. For a moment, he didn't care about me at all, his phone was unreachable, and he didn't reply to my messages. He must have something important going on. Zhao Yuqi reasoned with Chen Yuan. What could be so important that he could go back on his promise? And Chi-Chi, do you know that Lonely One Smoke is trending again? This guy sent over 12,000 super rockets to the shark streamer Xiao Xinshan this morning. That's over 12,000 super rockets. A whole 25 million. He could spend tens of millions on a shark female streamer in the morning, but he doesn't come to see you at night. He clearly doesn't care about you. Wu Xiaofei finished speaking. Zhao Yuqi quickly took out another phone and opened Weibo trending searches. Sure enough. Shark First God of Wealth, Lonely One Smoke in big characters, ranked 5th on Weibo trending. As soon as she opened it, it was filled with screenshots of rockets. There were also screenshots of the streamer Xiao Xinshan's livestream room hitting over 4 billion in views. Damn it, this is too much. Zhao Yuqi was so angry her teeth itched. As a school beauty goddess, she had never been so ignored by a boy. She thought Chen Yuan was already within her grasp. He couldn't escape her palm at all. But who knew? Chapter 34 Chapter 034, bombarded with messages. Chen Yuan didn't take her seriously at all. This feeling of being overlooked drove Zhao Yuqi the craziest. It made her feel a sense of defeat. She would start to doubt if her charm had diminished. Chen Yuan at the time would go to great lengths for a Lin Shudong. Why is it that with her, he doesn't take her seriously? Is she not even better than Lin Shudong? Girls tend to compare themselves. The prettier the girl, the more she likes to compete. If Chen Yuan had met Zhao Yuqi's demands today and really continued to shower her with gifts, boosting her popularity, then Zhao Yuqi would always believe that Chen Yuan was under her control. No matter how rich this man is, wouldn't he still bow down before her? From a psychological perspective, everyone has a natural instinct to feel cheap. She would subconsciously think that anything easily obtained is not the best. What you can't obtain is the most precious. The less you care about her, the more she wants you to care about her. Of course, the premise is that this woman has developed enough curiosity about you and has a certain affection. Girls might say they like men who treat them well, love them, and indulge them, and never make them angry. In reality, such boys are mostly single. Because from the very beginning, the status between you and the girl is unequal, you're just a dog to her. You want to pursue her, so you're humble. This doesn't have much to do with being rich or poor. Even a rich person can become a dog when they meet a woman they like. Chen Yuan got drunk because of Lin Shudong. He accidentally stood up Zhao Yuqi. Zhao Yuqi felt very unhappy. But the more unhappy she was, the more she cared. The more she cared, the more significant Chen Yuan became in her heart. Sometimes making a woman angry isn't such a bad thing. The key is how to handle it afterward. If you handle it poorly, it could end badly. If you handle it well, you can rapidly heat up the feelings, even turn things around. Xiaofei, I'm not streaming today, I'm not in the mood. Zhao Yuqi said and closed the live stream room. A sleepless night. The next morning, early. Chen Yuan comfortably stretched. He picked up his phone, ready to check the time. What the hell, why is it off? Wait, I think I turned it off myself. Wait a minute, I feel like I had something important to do yesterday. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan immediately sat up from the bed. Looking at the bright morning light outside the window, Chen Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Damn it, I stood up the school beauty Zhao Yuqi. And Su Lele asked me to go to her house for dinner at 8 o'clock. It's already the next morning? Did I really stand up two beautiful women? Damn. Chen Yuan slapped his slightly heavy head hard. Drinking messed things up. That great opportunity yesterday just went to waste. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan quickly turned on his phone. Just powered on for less than a few seconds. Immediately, a series of messages popped up. There were more than 20 missed calls and over 300 WeChat messages. Lin Shadong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi all called him. There was even a call from Sun Rui? Forget the missed calls for now. Chen Yuan first tapped on the WeChat messages. Lin Shadong, Chen Yuan, why don't you answer my call? Chen Yuan, I'm so sad. I really know I was wrong. Please, don't treat me like this. Only now do I realize I really can't live without you. Don't ignore me. Please reply to me, okay? Just one reply, even a single word is fine. Su Lele, brother Chen Yuan, why don't you answer your phone? Aren't you coming to my house for dinner today? Brother Chen Yuan, I've already cooked the dish and prepared a bottle of red wine, but why didn't you come? Do you not like me anymore? Brother Chen Yuan, are you bothered by the many guy friends around me? Don't worry, I can delete them all. I'll delete them right now. Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan, what's going on? Why did you stand me up? I know you have money, I know you don't care about me, but you have to keep your promises. How can you go back on your word? Sun Rui, I'm sorry, this might be sudden, but I want to tell you, Chen Yuan, I like you. Even now, I can't forget your heroic figure in the internet cafe. Lin Shadong doesn't cherish you, but I can. I can give you what Lin Shadong can't. Looking at a series of bombarding messages, Chen Yuan felt a bit of a headache. These women are too terrifying. Why does each one feel like a life or death chase? Aren't I your boyfriend? I just simply treated you as tools, wanting to make some money. Did you misunderstand something? Whether it's Su Lele or Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan's purpose from the beginning was very simple. Just treating them as tools to earn some money. Now the money has been spent. But why do you want to talk about feelings with me? Do you all like talking about feelings with rich people and money with poor people? Can we fix the standard a bit and just talk about one thing? And this Sun Rui is even more puzzling. Annoying. Waking up early in the morning and being tangled up by girls, so uncomfortable. Chen Yuan couldn't help but complain. Old C, are you asking for a beating? Saying crap like this early in the morning when there are still 3 single dogs in our dormitory? Exactly, so ridiculous. I suggest kicking this guy out of 503. Agreed. Both hands in favor. At this moment, another message came through on Chen Yuan's WeChat. Manager Yan, I'm Xiao Hong. Yesterday you said you would come to my place to view the house. I don't know what time you're free today. This message was sent by Hong Yuanxiao. Chen Yuan remembered, it seemed he did agree to go see the house today. It's Manager Hong. I'm free today, just send me a location, and I'll take a taxi over to find you. Take a taxi? Hong Yuanxiao sent a question mark. In his impression, how could the wealthy manager Yan not have a car? Oh. The driver went home to visit family a few days ago. Chen Yuan quickly realized and replied in text. So that's how it is. Since your full-time driver went home to visit family, I'll send my company's driver to pick you up. Just send me a location. That works too. Chen Yuan replied. Since he promised Hong Yuanxiao to view the house, Chen Yuan naturally planned to buy the villa. But he can't spend the dog-licking money himself. He still needs to find someone to help him spend it. Thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan called Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan, you finally decided to call back? Zhao Yuqi questioned with a cold voice. I'm sorry, President Zhao, I was held up by something yesterday, I'll explain later. Can you step out for a moment? I have something very important to discuss with you. What is it? Just come out first, the main school gate at 9:30. No seeing off, no farewell. Chapter 35 All Setups. Chi-Chi, who is it? Calling you early in the morning, can't anyone sleep, complained her best friend, Wu Xiaofei, with a face full of grievances. It's Chen Yuan. He asked to meet at the school gate at 9:30. It seems he wants to explain why he stood me up yesterday. Zhao Yuqi reported honestly. Who, Chen Yuan? This guy finally dared to show up. Chi-Chi, you can't let this go easily. Otherwise, this brat will get cocky in the future. You must make him understand that offending a woman has serious consequences, especially since he offended our campus belle. That makes it even more unforgivable. Wu Xiaofei gritted her teeth, looking like she shared the same enemy. What should I do? Zhao Yuqi asked. It's simple. Didn't he ask to meet you at 9:30? Then you should go at 10:30 or even 11:30. Let him wait for a few hours and see how sincere he is in apologizing. Wu Xiaofei gave a terrible suggestion. Zhao Yuqi nodded in full agreement. All right, let's do it. He stood me up yesterday, so I'll deliberately be 2 hours late today to really get back at him. Zhao Yuqi said angrily. After saying that, she started to put on makeup. Unknowingly, the time had already reached 9:30 in the morning. Chen Yuan squinted for a moment in bed before starting to wash his face and brush his teeth. Then he casually sent Zhao Yuqi a message. Beautiful Chi-Chi, I've arrived at the school gate. When will you get here? Soon, Zhao Yuqi replied. I'm coming soon, I'll be there right away. Seeing this message, Chen Yuan showed a knowing expression. He stood Zhao Yuqi up yesterday. This woman would definitely not be on time today. When he was pursuing Lin Shadong, she often arrived late for no reason. If she was in a good mood, that was fine, but if she was in a bad mood, she would make you wait for 2 to 3 hours as a light punishment. Chen Yuan had already been trained by this. He was well aware of such tactics. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, washed his hair, dried his hair, changed clothes, put on his shoes, and looked at himself in the mirror for 10 minutes. Indeed, he still looked handsome. He took out his phone to check the time. It was already 10 o'clock. Chen Yuan sent Zhao Yuqi another message. President Zhao, Sister Yuqi, why aren't you here yet? I've been waiting for half an hour. Coming soon, I'll be there right away. Another same message came back. Chen Yuan chuckled. If I actually believed your words, that would be a miracle. Chen Yuan leisurely walked down the stairs, not in a hurry at all, and arrived at a noodle shop on the back street of the school. He ordered 2 bowls of hot dry noodles, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 eggs, and a steamer of soup dumplings. Recently, his appetite had been very large. He could eat 3 people's worth of breakfast in one sitting. Chen Yuan happily ate while sending messages to Zhao Yuqi. Sister Yuqi, big sister Yuqi, I've been waiting for you for almost an hour now. Why aren't you coming? I know I was wrong about yesterday, but you can't be this late, right? I really have something very important to discuss with you today. He sent 2 consecutive messages showing he was already getting impatient. Xiaofei, Chen Yuan has been waiting for almost an hour now, I think he should have learned his lesson. We can't go too far, so I'll head over now. It should take about 20 minutes to get to the school gate. Zhao Yuqi said. No, waiting just 1 hour and he's already impatient? You can't spoil him like this. This kind of man. He should be given a profound lesson, otherwise he will dare to stand you up next time. You are Chi-Chi, the campus beauty, and there are plenty of people pursuing you. What does Chen Yuan have? Just because he has money, can he do whatever he wants? You must let him know that you are different from other girls. It's not enough to have money to catch your eye, he must show true feelings. Wu Xiaofei saw that Zhao Yuqi was soft-hearted and immediately began to brainwash her. Alright then, let him wait for another hour. I also want to see if he truly cares about me. If he really cares, he shouldn't mind waiting for another 2 hours. Zhao Yuqi nodded in agreement with a serious face. She felt that her best friend Wu Xiaofei made a lot of sense. On the other side, Chen Yuan was full and satisfied. A few minutes later, he received another message from Zhao Yuqi. I'm really almost there, just wait for me a little longer. Seeing this message, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. He turned around and entered a nearby internet cafe. After the computer started up, he logged into his League of Legends account. With Zhao Yuqi's situation, he would at least have to wait more than half an hour, so wouldn't it be nice to start a game first? Of course, if Zhao Yuqi arrived first and didn't see Chen Yuan, he could also make an excuse, saying that after waiting for an hour and a half without having time for breakfast, he went to the back street to eat a bowl of noodles. After all, the back street is only a 10-minute walk from the school gate. So what if she is the campus beauty? Just a tool person anyway. Doesn't that allow me to play some tricks? Just as Chen Yuan had just started the computer and logged into his account, an unfamiliar phone number called in. Chen Yuan answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Yin? I am Xiao Lu, the driver of Mr. Hong. I have arrived near Huda according to the location you provided. When will you be here? How about this, Xiao Lu, you drive the car to the roadside at the main gate of Huda. I will be there in about 40 minutes to an hour. Okay, Mr. Yin, my license plate number is EA12345. Xiao Lu was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom and quickly parked at the roadside by the school gate. Mr. Hong had instructed that Mr. Yin is a very important client, and the other party's identity is very impressive. No matter what requests he has, Xiao Lu must comply. And the attitude must be respectful. Don't say just waiting for an hour, even if he's told to wait half a day, he must immediately await instructions. Chen Yuan hung up the phone. He casually chose a tank character and started playing the game. In this match, he almost got beaten badly in the early game. In the later team fights, the tank played an extremely crucial role, especially with the last ultimate, which knocked away all 5 enemy players, instantly deleting the enemy ADC. His teammates immediately followed up with damage. At a difference of 39:56 in kills, they won the match. However, this game took a bit long and lasted over 40 minutes. It's about time. Chen Yuan took out his phone and started sending a message to Zhao Yuqi. Big shot Yuqi, I've been waiting anxiously. When will you be here? I'm almost there, I've already left. Seeing this message, if Chen Yuan had truly been foolish enough to go to the school gate and wait for 2 hours, he would probably have been so angry he'd spit blood. But now, he was completely calm. He exited the game and shut down the computer. Chen Yuan then began to head toward their meeting place. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, Chen Yuan didn't see Zhao Yuqi, but instead spotted 2 familiar faces. It was Li Yang and He Jiying. The two seemed to have reconciled completely. Li Yang, did you see that car? A Rolls-Royce Phantom, it seems to be worth over 6 million. What's the big deal? The people who drive such cars are usually just drivers, the real big bosses sit in the back. Li Yang said somewhat enviously. Yeah, I wonder what kind of rich person can afford this car. He Jiying took out her phone. Start taking pictures. At that moment, Li Yang noticed a person he hated very much walking over. Who else could it be but that dog Chen Yuan? Chapter 36 Chapter 036 Instant slap in the face. Last time because of this guy, he almost broke up with his girlfriend. Today he finally managed to appease He Jiying. Unexpectedly, this guy appeared again. Li Yang already understood the ins and outs of the last incident. When he learned that Chen Yuan had actually asked He Jiying for WeChat before rushing onto the track, it almost drove him into a rage. A high school lick dog. A piece of trash he looked down upon. A coward who he once humiliated by slapping him on the ground. And now he actually had the guts to try to dig under his feet? Chen Yuan. Trying to dig under Li Yang's feet. Can you believe it? But Chen Yuan really did it. Not only did he do it, but he also humiliated him fiercely on the track. In his proud short distance running, he completely defeated him. This dog was doing it on purpose. Definitely on purpose. After being beaten by him back then, this kid is still holding a grudge. So what if you won the sprint against me? Money is always the most important thing in this society. Li Yang came from a wealthy family, and after graduation, he could directly take over the family business, starting as the general manager. What can you, Chen Yuan, a poor lick dog, compare with me? Oh. Isn't that an old classmate? Your performance yesterday really surprised me. You look like you're going somewhere. I can give you a ride. Li Yang laughed, as if he had completely forgotten his frustrated expression yesterday. He casually pulled out a car key. Beep. A BMW 7 Series car ahead suddenly flashed twice. This is a luxury car worth nearly $1 million. Originally, this car was his father's, and today he took it out to take his girlfriend for a ride. He didn't expect he could also show off in front of Chen Yuan. What a pleasant surprise. He had to show off perfectly today. He wanted Chen Yuan to feel inferior every time he looked at him. A lick dog is still a lick dog. Could you really challenge fate? No thanks, Li Yang. I also have someone waiting. Chen Yuan replied calmly. After saying that, he took out his phone and sent a text message to Xiao Lu. Are you meeting someone too, Chen Yuan? That's perfect. I still have 2 extra seats in my car. Let's go out for a barbecue. After all, we are old classmates, and it's good to get together and strengthen our bond. Li Yang wrapped his arm around He Jiying's waist, his smile growing even wider. He was already savoring the pleasure of showing off. He felt he had regained the lost face in front of He Jiying. And this guy Chen Yuan would soon feel so inferior he could barely lift his head. Ha ha. So refreshing. Really, no need. Chen Yuan still typed on his phone, shaking his head in refusal. Alright then, Jiying, get in the car. Today I'm taking you to eat French cuisine. Just as Li Yang wore a proud smile, feeling like he was making Chen Yuan look bad. The Rolls-Royce parked up ahead for an hour suddenly moved. This luxury car slowly drove in front of them. A middle-aged man in a suit, wearing white gloves and sunglasses, immediately got out of the car and very respectfully approached Chen Yuan. Young master, please get in the car. The middle-aged man with sunglasses, Xiao Lu, bowed to open the car door for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan walked in confidently and sat in the Rolls-Royce slowly. Li Yang was instantly dumbfounded. He was completely stunned. He Jiying's mouth was wide open. Her expression was one of disbelief. What happened? This Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 6 million actually came to pick up Chen Yuan? The driver even called him young master? Oh my. So embarrassing. Li Yang suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just a moment ago, he was boasting about his luxury car, and now he was slapped in the face in an instant. So awkward. What a complex mood Li Yang was in. Chen Yuan didn't want to care at all. He simply found it unexpectedly surprising. He Jiying's liking for him suddenly started rising rapidly. He Jiying, liking +5. He Jiying, liking +5. He Jiying, liking +5. Just by casually getting into a car, He Jiying's liking for him increased by 15 points, reaching a total of 25 points. I have to say, this was an unexpected gain. Jiying, let's go. Li Yang's mentality exploded. He grabbed He Jiying's hand and forcibly pulled her into that BMW 7 Series. He Jiying looked back several times. She originally thought Li Yang's car was great. After all, it was a BMW 7 Series, a luxury car. He was just a junior in college and could drive such a nice car. Almost no one among their classmates could do that. But when she looked back at Chen Yuan getting into a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the driver's call, young master, it made people think a lot. Chen Yuan's identity was too extraordinary. Li Yang, I think you should learn more from Chen Yuan in the future. Look how excellent he is, yet he's so low-key. You, on the other hand, are a bit too showy. Isn't this just ridiculous? He Jiying couldn't help but criticize. Li Yang was already frustrated, and when He Jiying said this, he immediately exploded. Chen Yuan is excellent? Where is he excellent? Do you like him just because he has a luxury car? Are you regretting not giving him your WeChat yesterday? Li Yang shouted furiously. You are yelling at me. You actually yelled at me? Yes, I do like him. Yes, I regret not giving him my WeChat yesterday. So what? If you're capable, go drive a Rolls-Royce too. If you have no money, why are you pretending in front of him? He Jiying's words pierced Li Yang's fragile self-esteem like needles. What she said was really too harsh. It was simply a challenge to a man's bottom line. Smack! In a fit of rage, Li Yang raised his hand and slapped He Jiying. He Jiying was stunned. She was also a pampered little treasure at home. Even her parents had never dared to hit her since she was little. But now, she was hit by Li Yang. Li Yang, you are not a man. Let's break up. He Jiying violently pushed open the car door and left angrily, covering her face. This time, Li Yang did not chase after her. He felt that He Jiying's words were really too much, making him unable to endure it anymore. Even if a woman is beautiful, she cannot repeatedly challenge a man's self-esteem. Especially when she raises Chen Yuan while belittling him, Li Yang. This was an insult to him. Li Yang sat in the car, lit a cigarette, and took a hard drag. He still couldn't quite understand. Why did Chen Yuan, this loser and licking dog, suddenly become so impressive? Did he pretend all along? At this moment, the school beauty Zhao Yuqi finally arrived late. Isn't this Zhao Yuqi? How lucky to run into the school beauty ranked second. Humph. You, He Jiying, want to break up? Then break up. Once I pursue Zhao Yuqi, what does He Jiying count for? Li Yang made up his mind. He wanted to chase the prettiest girl. Sometimes losing something can lead to unexpected blessings? Chapter 37 Chapter 037 Look at the villa. Zhao Yuqi was wearing a plain-colored, college-style fairy dress today, not too bright, but it highlighted her elegant and clear temperament. Plus a delicate makeup, bright eyes, and white teeth, she was naturally beautiful. It was as if she was a snow lotus on the Tianshan mountain, something to be admired but not to be profaned. Li Yang only took one glance and was already deeply moved, unable to forget. Hi, hello, classmate Yuqi, I am Li Yang, the captain of the school's track and field team. We have met before. Li Yang got out of the car and greeted her. Oh, it's you, classmate Li Yang. Zhao Yuqi politely nodded. She was the vice president of the student council, and Li Yang was also considered one of the influential figures in the school. They had crossed paths before. Do you remember? You are not very familiar. Is Yuki classmate going somewhere? How about sitting in my car? I can give you a ride? Li Yang pointed to his BMW 7 Series, either intentionally or unintentionally. No, I have an appointment today. Zhao Yuki looked around and scanned her surroundings. She didn't find Chen Yuan anywhere. Angrily, she stomped her foot. She had dressed up carefully today, and although she made Chen Yuan wait for more than 2 hours, was he really that inconsiderate? Just 2 hours, and he was already impatient? Wouldn't that make her makeup meaningless? Kiki Beauty, you finally arrived, hurry up and get in the car. At that moment, Chen Yuan rolled down the car window and called out to Zhao Yuki. Zhao Yuki turned around to look. She found out that Chen Yuan was already sitting in the car, and it was a top-notch Rolls-Royce Phantom. She was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. Based on Chen Yuan's generous manner, Zhao Yuki had long suspected he was a rich young master. Even though he rode a broken bicycle last time. But it was quite normal for someone like him to have a luxury car. So, Zhao Yuki completely ignored Li Yang. As if he didn't exist at all. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Zhao Yuki expressed her apologies while easily getting into the car. Li Yang was once again dumbfounded. Initially, he wanted to regain some face by chatting with the school beauty. But who knew he would be slapped in the face again? It was so hard. Truly so hard. Once a day is not enough, he was even humiliated twice? Trying to show off only backfired. This time he really lost face to the extreme. This damn BMW, I won't bring it out to show off again next time. After Zhao Yuki got into the car, the Rolls-Royce that had been parked at the school gate for a long time finally slowly drove away. Inside the car, Zhao Yuki noticed that Chen Yuan didn't seem to have any complaints about her being late for over 2 hours and appeared very gentlemanly. He didn't mind these minor things. Zhao Yuki was very satisfied with Chen Yuan's reaction. This was the mentality a mature man should have. In fact, she didn't know that Chen Yuan had only just arrived. He had waited for her for at most 10 minutes. Naturally, he was very relaxed. Xiaolu, thank you so much earlier, your acting was great. I will praise you to President Hong later, so he will give you a raise. You're too polite, Director Yan. I didn't expect you to be so young, the middle-aged driver Xiaolu smiled and said. Chen Yuan had just sent him a text message asking him to cooperate with the show-off. He looked at him several times in the rearview mirror before confirming that this young man in his early 20s was the Director Yan he was supposed to pick up today. It was said that this big shot was a wealthy person online. He casually spent tens of millions rewarding female streamers. Originally, he thought this big shot should be a successful middle-aged man. Who knew he was actually a college student? Of course, he didn't dare to look down on a university student. Someone who could take such action, how could their family background be ordinary? Chen Yuan, where are we going today, exactly? Zhao Yuki, not knowing what Chen Yuan and driver Xiaolu were talking about, asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, keeping it mysterious. Half an hour later, the luxury car finally drove into the Riverside Villa community. Finally stopping in front of the most luxurious number 1 garden villa. Director Yan, we're here, the polite driver Xiaolu said. Okay. Chen Yuan took Zhao Yuki out of the car. At this moment, a middle-aged man looking about 37 or 38 years old, with a slick back and a successful appearance, walked out with a smile from the garden villa. Behind him was a hot secretary wearing glasses. Why? Yan Director? Hong Yuanxiao looked at Chen Yuan at first sight, looking somewhat incredulous, but still asked in doubt. President Hong, I am just a lonely cigarette. Chen Yuan reached out and openly admitted. Wow, Mr. Yan looks so young. Indeed, heroes come from youth. Let's not be polite here, let's get straight to business. Chen Yuan didn't want to say those flowery, flattering words. This was the first time he met Hong Yuanxiao. Although they were friends in a group, they couldn't be called close. Hong Yuanxiao wanted to sell the villa to get back some funds. Chen Yuan wanted to buy it at a cheap price. It was that simple. Compared to him, Hong Yuanxiao was more anxious. His current cash flow was nearly running out. Mr. Yan is straightforward, so I won't say any wasteful words. Lena, introduce Mr. Yan. Okay, Mr. Hong. The glasses-wearing female secretary nodded. Mr. Yan, please follow me. Lena made a gesture inviting him to walk ahead. Chen Yuan held Zhao Yuqi's hand and walked into the garden villa. Hong Yuanxiao nodded in admiration. Mr. Yan's choice was different. The girl he brought was even more beautiful than his carefully selected female secretary. Sometimes, you can tell a man's strength by the woman he's with. Chen Yuan, what business are you going to discuss with Mr. Hong? Zhao Yuqi quietly asked. Nothing serious. Mr. Hong wants to sell this villa and is asking if I am interested in buying it. That's why I brought you to see it today. Chen Yuan spoke casually. As if buying a villa was as easy as buying vegetables at the market. The female secretary, Jolina, was secretly astonished. She knew that Mr. Hong had bought this villa for over 57 million, and with all the luxurious decorations, it totaled over 60 million. A villa worth 60 million was surprisingly considered not a big deal in the eyes of the other party? For a moment, the female secretary's attitude towards Chen Yuan became even more respectful. Mr. Yan, this is the first floor of the villa. The entire villa is a small duplex 3-story building with an underground level, making a total of 4 floors. This villa has 2 kitchens, 3 bathrooms, a separate shower room, 2 walk-in closets, 1 master bedroom, 4 guest bedrooms, and a maid's room. Additionally, there is a private swimming pool in front of the villa, a private theater on the 2nd floor, and a study room on the 3rd floor, designed with floor-to-ceiling windows, offering excellent lighting. Especially in summer, once you press the remote control, the roof of the study room will automatically open, allowing you to lie in bed and gaze at the stars. It is incredibly romantic. Mr. Hong even spent 500,000 to buy a telescope specifically for this study room design. The secretary, Lena, showed Chen Yuan around the entire villa while introducing each aspect. As they walked, she explained. When they reached the 2nd floor to introduce the master bedroom, one couldn't know if Mr. Hong had some odd preferences. His bed was actually 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Isn't that a bit too big? Fortunately, the master bedroom is over 100 square meters, otherwise, such a large bed wouldn't fit. After this round of touring, Zhao Yuqi was increasingly shocked. Although her family's situation was good and they owned a restaurant, her parents started from nothing. Therefore, they were quite frugal. They never indulged in extravagance. Their house, although 178 square meters, was just an ordinary commodity housing. But this Riverview villa was truly luxurious. It completely refreshed her worldview. Even an ordinary walk-in closet was bigger than the girls' dormitory that housed 8 people at school. It could practically serve as a clothing store. There was even a wall for shoes, a display case, a belt cabinet, a tie cabinet, a personal jewelry cabinet, a special wall for bags, a safe, and more. Additionally, the 3rd floor had not just the study room but also an incredibly luxurious study, a super large balcony of over 70 square meters, and an art studio. The basement also had a dance practice room, a piano room, and a private gym. If you could live here every day, you would probably wake up laughing in the morning. Plus, you could gaze at the rolling Yangtze River in the distance. This view is truly refreshing. Mr. Yan, what do you think of this villa? Lena smiled as she finished showing all the places. It's okay, but I'm actually not very satisfied. This villa is still a bit too small. But considering that Mr. Hong and I are friends, please ask him for a reasonable price. Chen Yuan was actually quite satisfied, but he definitely couldn't say that. If they knew you were perfectly happy, wouldn't the price just keep going up? Buying a villa is the same as buying clothes, isn't it? Alright then, I'll go report to Mr. Hong now. Lena clicked her heels as she walked into the elevator. You know, although this villa only has 3 or 4 floors, it still has an elevator. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi stayed on the balcony to enjoy the view. Chen Yuan, are you really going to buy this villa? I just checked the housing prices here on my phone, and it seems like 51,000 per square meter. Adding it all up, this villa must be at least 50 to 60 million, and with the luxurious decoration and design, it could be between 60 to 70 million. Zhao Yuqi said with a face full of surprise. Then do you like it? What do you think of the environment here? Chen Yuan smiled, as if he didn't care about the price Zhao Yuqi calculated. He simply asked if she liked it. Of course I like it. Who wouldn't want such a big, beautiful house? But then there's nothing more to say. As long as you like it, I will buy it. Chen Yuan waved his hand and interrupted Zhao Yuqi's words. He was worried that he had no place to spend his money as a devoted admirer. This time, he finally caught a chance for a big purchase. How could he let it slip away? You woman, don't even think about stopping me from spending money. Zhao Yuqi, affection +5. Zhao Yuqi, affection +5. Zhao Yuqi, affection +5. Chen Yuan's words completely touched Zhao Yuqi's heart. Just because she liked it, this man was willing to spend over 500 million to buy the villa. Although it sounded a bit cliché. But when it actually happened to her, Zhao Yuqi felt incredibly moved. And it seemed from Chen Yuan's words. He planned to move in together after buying the villa. Is he already building a love nest? But, I haven't prepared yet, and I haven't agreed to be his girlfriend. Why is he so domineering, not even asking for my opinion? Zhao Yuqi felt shy in her heart. Although she thought Chen Yuan was domineering, she couldn't help but like this kind of dominance. On the other side. Lena, is Mr. Yin satisfied with this villa? Hong Yuanxiao asked with great concern. Mr. Yin seems not very satisfied. He said this villa is too small. Lena reported truthfully. Is it small? But thinking about it, someone of Mr. Yan's status is definitely from a top-tier family. It's normal for him not to look at my small villa. But Mr. Yan also mentioned that given your friendship with him, he hopes you can offer him a reasonable price. Lena, can you please finish your words in one go next time? Stop being mischievous. Hong Yuanxiao said seriously. It's obvious that this female secretary has a special relationship with Hong Yuanxiao, otherwise, which secretary would dare to joke in front of their boss? Okay, I won't joke around next time. After a while, Hong Yuanxiao personally came to the third-floor balcony. Mr. Yen, what do you think of the view here? Hong Yuanxiao lit a cigarette and offered one to Chen Yuan. It's not bad, you can see the Yangtze River. Chen Yuan took the cigarette and lit it. By the way, Mr. Yen, to this day I still don't know your real name. My name is Chen Yuan. Brother Chen Yuan, to be honest, if it weren't for the terrible market conditions this year, the entire hotel industry. The tourism industry is operating at a loss, with hundreds of employees in the company waiting for me to pay their salaries. I absolutely will not sell this villa, but now, brother, if you are willing to take over, I can give you a real price of 58 million. When I bought this villa, I spent a total of 57 million, and later invested over 4 million in renovation and design. Even without considering appreciation, the market price is above 60 million. 58 million is definitely a real price. Hong Yuanxiao spoke as if he was pouring out his heart. Of course, Chen Yuan could tell that there was some exaggeration in what he said, but it wouldn't be too much. After all, the market housing prices are there. You can check it easily online with your phone. The difference can't be too large, of course. A fixed price, 55 million, full payment, one-time payment. Mr. Hong, if you're willing, I can transfer the money at any time. Chen Yuan didn't cut down by much. Because houses are real estate, and they even have appreciation potential, they are not like clothes that can easily be discounted. What it is worth is exactly what it is worth. Brother Chen Yuan, this price is exactly my bottom line. If you can make a one-time payment, we can sign the property transfer agreement at this price and handle the transfer procedures at any time. Hong Yuanxiao nodded and did not continue to haggle. No problem. Chen Yuan snapped his fingers. By the way, this villa is not being transferred to me, but to her. The property certificate will have Zhao Yuqi's name on it. Chen Yuan said calmly. There is no way. If the property certificate had his name, the dogged admirer Jean couldn't spend it at all. But writing Zhao Yuqi's name is different. As soon as Chen Yuan said this, Zhao Yuqi was instantly stunned. She was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Chen Yuan with an incredulous expression. She felt a little breathless. Hong Yuanxiao was also stunned. Lena was also shocked. This is a 60 million Riverview villa. Chen Yuan actually wants to give it to her? No, Chen Yuan, I really can't take this. This is a villa worth 50 to 60 million. How can you write my name? Although Zhao Yuqi was extremely shocked in her heart. She was also very touched that Chen Yuan had such intentions. But this gift is truly too big. It was so big that she was a bit afraid to accept it. After all, giving gifts in a live stream and directly giving a villa in reality have completely different meanings. Even for newlywed couples, the man buying a house might not write the woman's name. In fact, to avoid economic disputes during divorce, they might even do a premarital property notarization. And now Chen Yuan still doesn't have much with her. There is at most a little ambiguity between them, some mutual affection, and they are not even considered real boyfriend and girlfriend. And now you want to give a villa. Zhao Yuqi really didn't dare to accept it. Moreover, if she really agreed, it would make her seem very greedy, very materialistic, and lacking in taste. Any woman with a little emotional intelligence would not agree so easily. That would make her look too bad. Yuqi, if this villa isn't written in your name, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy it today. Why? Zhao Yuqi immediately asked. What else? Because I have too many properties under my name. You know that the country has a housing limit, right? Once a person has multiple properties, they can't buy new properties anymore. So this villa can only be temporarily transferred to your name. You can just consider it helping me out. Of course, if you really don't want to help, then I can only apologize to Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong, I'm truly sorry, but I fear I can't help you with this. As for your funding gap, you'll have to find a solution yourself. Chen Yuan shrugged his hands, looking as if he too was helpless. This excuse was something he had thought of long ago. Because according to normal logic, he could guess that Zhao Yuqi might not necessarily accept. And the excuse of the housing limit order was simply perfect. Firstly, it provided Zhao Yuqi with a way out, giving her an excuse to accept the property transfer. This way, she would not seem so greedy nor so materialistic. She was merely helping Chen Yuan out. With this excuse, it would be much easier for people to accept it on a moral level. Girls also care about their image. Secondly, Chen Yuan, right in front of Hong Yuanxiao, said he wouldn't buy it. Hong Yuanxiao, in order to fill the funding gap, would definitely think of all kinds of ways to make Zhao Yuqi accept this villa. Chen Yuan would not need to say much at all. Naturally, someone would persuade Zhao Yuqi for him. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Sure enough, when Chen Yuan said he wouldn't buy it, Hong Yuanxiao immediately panicked. This beautiful lady, since brother Chen Yuan has said so, why don't you agree and temporarily transfer this villa to your name? No, I really can't take it. A villa worth 50 to 60 million is just too much. Zhao Yuqi still shook her head in refusal. Beautiful lady, I'm really begging you, please agree. My company has hundreds of people waiting for their salaries. If this villa doesn't sell, my funding chain will break, and my company will go bankrupt. A lot of people would lose their jobs, many of them have families to support. Can you really bear to see them all unemployed? Hong Yuanxiao truly was a businessman. He spun his lies with ease. He persuaded from a lofty moral angle, as if today, if you don't accept this villa, you are an utterly wicked person. But there's no but, beautiful lady, I'm really on the verge of bankruptcy. I urgently need funds to get through this, otherwise I wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell the villa. Can you help me out, just as a favor? Yeah, sister, our President Hong is really in trouble. Hong Yuanxiao and Zhou Lina started a tag team persuasion. The two of them struck together, and Zhao Yuqi simply couldn't hold on. Finally, after half an hour of brainwashing, Zhao Yuqi nodded in acceptance. In order to quickly get the funds, Hong Yuanxiao signed the villa transfer agreement with Zhao Yuqi that very afternoon, and completed the transfer procedures. Chen Yuan also wasted no time, sending over 55 million in funds instantly. When Zhao Yuqi received the villa key and property certificate, she still felt a bit dreamy. Chen Yuan, is this villa really in my name now? Yes, from now on, you are the owner of Jiangjing Villa, number 1 Garden Mansion. Chen Yuan said with a smile. No, the villa is yours, I'm just temporarily helping you out, I'll transfer it back to you next time. Zhao Yuqi felt a bit dazed about the entire day's events. Out of nowhere, she had gained a villa worth 60 million. Can you believe it? Even if this villa was just temporarily under her name, it was enough to show Chen Yuan's sincerity towards her. Zhao Yuqi suddenly thought, the reason Chen Yuan stood her up yesterday, could it be just to prepare such a huge surprise for her today? And she not only misunderstood him but also intentionally arrived late by more than 2 hours in the morning. She felt inexplicably guilty in her heart. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, actually. I was intentionally late this morning, I hope you won't be mad. It's fine, this little thing, I really didn't take it to heart. Chen Yuan spoke the truth. He only waited for 10 minutes, so naturally, he couldn't care about such a small matter. But Zhao Yuqi thought he waited for over 2 hours. He hadn't complained even once from beginning to end. And he even bought her a villa. This man's heart is too generous. So graceful. So romantic. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan's casual remark unknowingly struck a soft spot in Zhao Yuqi's heart. Her favorability towards Chen Yuan unexpectedly surged by 30 points. Previously, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards Chen Yuan was 45 points. When looking at the house, it increased by 15 points, and now it has skyrocketed by 30 points. Now Zhao Yuqi's fondness for Chen Yuan has reached an astonishing 90 points. Only 5 more points to go, and he can successfully turn the tables. Chen Yuan looked at Zhao Yuqi's 90 points of fondness above her head. His heart was suddenly filled with great encouragement. He was a bit excited. The reward for turning the tables on Zhao Yuqi was simply too generous. He had already spent around 60 to 70 million on Zhao Yuqi in adoring dog money, and as long as he succeeded in turning the tables, the bonus would be 6 to 700,000. There were also a full 25 points of enhancement points. This tool man was a bit fat. Harvesting once would make him sore. Ha ha. Awesome. Chen Yuan, why do you keep looking at the top of my head? Is there something dirty on me? No, I just think you look especially beautiful today. How can that be? Wasn't I ugly before? Zhao Yuqi said shyly. Now, in front of Chen Yuan, she was becoming more and more bashful, especially when she thought about what might happen if they lived together in a villa in the future. After all, a lonely man and a woman sharing a room could easily get out of control. Oh dear, it's so embarrassing. How could I be thinking about such things? Chapter 040 Chen Yuan's emotional intelligence is too high. Chen Yuan, next week is my birthday. I want to invite my close friends and former high school classmates to have a birthday party here. I'm not sure if that's okay. Zhao Yuqi glanced at Chen Yuan with flushed cheeks, seeking his opinion. Although the villa was now in her name, it was ultimately purchased by Chen Yuan. If she wanted to hold a birthday party in the villa, she naturally had to seek Chen Yuan's opinion. Oh, so your birthday is coming up soon. Why didn't you say so earlier? I should have prepared something for you in advance. Chen Yuan thought, could throwing a birthday party allow him to spend another round of adoring dog money? And giving gifts would also be perfectly justified. Not only could he gain Zhao Yuqi's favor, but he could also keep spending money. It was simply a win-win situation. Zhao Yuqi thought Chen Yuan was not only graceful but also cultured. And his emotional intelligence was simply too high. When Zhao Yuqi asked if she could have a party in the villa, he immediately cared about her birthday. He quickly honed in on the key to the issue. Sometimes when women speak, they often have two layers of meaning. If she asks you a question, it may not be the main focus. What she really wants to express is her birthday date, or she has her eye on something, or wants to go somewhere fun, and other such deeper meanings. If the man doesn't understand the meaning behind it and only focuses on the question itself, she will say you are a straight guy. She thinks you have low emotional intelligence. This is probably the difference in thought processes between men and women. Chen Yuan was essentially also a straight guy. And a very straight one at that. However, he was always only thinking about how to spend more adoring dog money. This thought process accidentally aligned with Zhao Yuqi's train of thought. Thus, Zhao Yuqi instinctively felt that Chen Yuan's emotional intelligence was particularly high. Being with him was very comfortable and enjoyable. He was simply a perfect male god. He was handsome, wealthy, skilled, generous, caring, gentlemanly, cultured, low-key, and had a domineering CEO aura. Thinking about it this way, Chen Yuan had too many advantages. So much so that Zhao Yuqi was almost losing confidence in front of him. Chen Yuan had no idea Zhao Yuqi thought this way of him. He used to be seen as just an adoring dog by others. There was not a single good point about him. Even Lin Shudong scolded him as a good-for-nothing. But after gaining money power, it seemed that all the previous shortcomings had turned into advantages. Sure enough, when you have money, even a fart smells good. Chen Yuan, brother, there are still some of my personal belongings in this villa. I'll find a moving company to move them out in the next few days. It will be handled quickly. I'm sorry, you might have to wait a couple of days to move in. Hong Yuanqiao expressed his apologies. It's fine, Lao Hong, we are not in a hurry. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Actually, besides dealing with some things in the master bedroom, the guest rooms can still be lived in. No, let driver Lu take us back. By the way, Lu helped me a lot today, I should thank him good. Chen Yuan casually mentioned. Lu is my capable assistant. Next time I will give him a raise. Brother Chen Yuan, if you ever need anything in Han City, just tell me. I don't have many other advantages, just love making friends. Hong Yuanqiao laughed heartily, resolving the financial difficulty. He felt that Chen Yuan should be befriended well. This kind of wealthy young man who could casually take out more than $500 million is not someone you can just know whenever you want. Now that there is this opportunity to get to know him, of course, he must take the chance. By then, just one introduction to a business deal could probably make him earn a fortune. In business, connections are the most crucial. Hong Yuanqiao had been in business for many years, how could he not understand this truth? Chapter 41 Zhao Yuqi, you stepped in dog poop. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi began to return to school. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Yuqi didn't know if she was considered Chen Yuan's girlfriend now. He did so much, but he just never confessed. He had never clearly expressed that he wanted to be her boyfriend. This ambiguous attitude made Zhao Yuqi a bit anxious. As for other boys, they just confessed outright, but they never really did anything practical. Even if they actually made some effort, it was only sending a small flower or a little toy. Today's girls have long scoffed at such gifts. Chen Yuan was exactly the opposite. He would suddenly send hundreds of millions. Even giving villas. His actions were full of weight. But he just never said he liked her. This left Zhao Yuqi in a very passive position. As a girl, it wasn't good for her to confess first, right? What's wrong with Chen Yuan? Why does he always lose the plot at critical moments? The atmosphere is already so intense. As long as you confess, I will agree, but why don't you say anything? What are you thinking? In the car, Zhao Yuqi occasionally stared at Chen Yuan with her round, big eyes. Her gaze seemed to hint at him to put in more effort. Additionally, her snowy white arms often accidentally brushed against Chen Yuan's arm. It felt like being electrocuted. Such small-scale physical contact nearly made Chen Yuan lose control. But in the end, Chen Yuan still forced himself to hold back. He thought he should learn from past mistakes and not be seduced by Zhao Yuqi's beauty. Lin Shirtong had used the same method and made him infatuated. But afterward, she just flirted and left. Chen Yuan became deeply trapped, unable to extricate himself, turning into a loyal dog. So now, Chen Yuan remembered the 9-character truth: not proactive, not rejecting, not responsible. Confessing is impossible. It will never be possible to confess. Only if the girl takes the initiative to confess can life continue. More than half an hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of the university. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi got out of the car. Yuqi, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Zhao Yuqi's heart suddenly became excited. Is it coming? Is he finally unable to hold back and ready to speak? You seem to have stepped in dog poop. Ah. Zhao Yuqi had just not noticed the trap on the ground. Hearing Chen Yuan's reminder, she immediately looked at her shoe sole. There really was a lump of black and yellow stuff. And it smelled terrible. She actually stepped in dog poop. So disgusting. I didn't expect the school beauty would also step in dog poop. It smells so bad, you better stay away from me. Chen Yuan said with a face full of disdain. Chen Yuan, you bastard, don't you dare laugh at me. Wait a moment, don't move, let me take a picture for my social media. Chen Yuan immediately pulled out his phone. No photos, I will hit you, you bad thing. Zhao Yuqi's heart filled with anger as she started chasing Chen Yuan to hit him. Chen Yuan immediately took off running. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up or hit him. Almost crying from anger. Today was supposed to be a romantic day, who knew it would turn into a silly joke at the end? Hey! Isn't that the school beauty Zhao Yuqi? She is actually chasing a boy and playing around? How enviable. I also want to be chased and hit by the school beauty. Even if I get beaten to death, I would gladly accept it. Isn't that the scumbag Chen Yuan? Damn, this scumbag is still alive and has made Zhao crying. Too much. When I first saw the gossip on the campus forum, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect Zhao Yuqi to really fall for this scumbag's tricks. My goddess, can you please wake up and stop being deceived by scumbags? As days passed, more and more people in school came to know Chen Yuan. His reputation became worse and worse. This incident even reached the school leaders. It created an extremely negative impact. And at that moment, a video of a campus track and field competition suddenly went viral on a platform. It was only posted 2 days ago, but it received over 10 million likes and more than 100,000 comments. This video was truly a sensation. Chapter 42 Chapter 042 accidentally went viral. After finishing the playful chase with Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory. As soon as he stepped into room 503, his 3 roommates rushed over excitedly. Damn! Fourth, you've gone viral. This time you're really going to be famous. How did I not see that you actually have the potential to be an online celebrity? Xiong Tao looked at Chen Yuan with jealousy and admiration, as if he couldn't believe that the online star running hero was actually his roommate Chen Yuan. What do you mean I've gone viral? Is it the bad reputation on the campus forum? Chen Yuan asked. No, how many people even see the campus forum? We are talking about you on Douyin and Bilibili. You've gone viral everywhere. Old Chow explained. Chen Yuan was immediately taken aback. Could it be that my identity was exposed? Has everyone found out that I am the internet millionaire Lonely Smoking? Damn, I can't be that unlucky. Chen Yuan thought, if his identity was really exposed, how could he continue pretending to be a sycophant? But it was clear that he misunderstood. The identity of Lonely Smoking had not been exposed. He had gone viral because of something else. Chen Yuan, just check your Douyin, you'll see that your video is literally the hottest one online right now. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately took out his phone to check Douyin. After scrolling through a dozen videos, a super popular short video caught his eye. The video had over 12 million likes and more than 100,000 comments. It was posted 2 days ago. In a campus track and field competition, a man accidentally ran onto the track and shocked everyone with his devil-like speed. Chen Yuan clicked on the video. The entire video was only a few seconds long. But it clearly captured a handsome young man in casual clothes, who, despite trailing behind other athletes by 5 or 6 positions, surpassed everyone and pulled ahead of the first place by 2 or 3 meters. In the short 100-meter sprint, he exhibited incredible explosive power. It was truly unstoppable. To know that those competing on the track were not ordinary people. They ran faster than normal people. The average running speed for a normal adult male is about 12 to 15 seconds for 100 meters. Typically around 13 seconds. To reach 12 seconds is to be considered fast among normal people, requiring outstanding physical fitness. Achieving 11 seconds in 100 meters already qualifies as professional athlete level. As for the time between 10 seconds and 11 seconds, even national team athletes only reach that speed. As for results under 10 seconds, they are basically record-breaking. The fastest sprinter in Asia back then broke the speed record for the yellow race with a time of 9.91 seconds. He once created history. And the handsome man in the video astonishingly exhibited explosive power that was completely comparable to the fastest sprinter in Asia. This speed could nearly rival the king of sprinters in the world. Incredible. Moreover, this video had no special effects added at all. It was an accidental occurrence during a real competition. Unbelievable. Chen Yuan watched this video several times. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? What the hell? Is this really trending? That day, Chen Yuan just wanted to show off. Who knew someone would capture it and upload it to a short video platform? He inexplicably became famous like this? Fortunately, the video was not particularly clear. It was filmed from a bit far away, so people couldn't recognize him at a glance. Chen Yuan clicked open the comment section. It was bustling and seemed to spark a lot of controversy. I have to say, the top talent is among the people. This young man runs too fast. I am a professional physical education teacher, let me educate everyone about sprinting. From just watching this video, you might not realize how fast the young man is running. The video lasts a total of 15 seconds, from when the young man starts running until he crosses the finish line, covering a full 100 meters. When you hit pause as he crosses the finish line, you will see he completed the 100 meters in less than 10 seconds. How many seconds is the world champion? Do the math yourself. Awesome, the world record for the 100-meter sprint is around 9.58 seconds. If this guy participates in the Olympics, he might break the world record. I think this video is exaggerated and can't be used as a reference. So claiming he is better than the world champion? Isn't that a bit too much? Whether he can compare to the world champion, I don't know, but he is definitely better than you. Chapter 43 Chapter 043 I really don't want to go viral. 04 You aren't even the most impressive on Douyin, you are truly famous on Bilibili. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan quickly opened his computer. Logged into Bilibili. He immediately discovered a video that was the hottest across all platforms, which seemed related to him. The uploader was a creator with millions of followers. This person was named, the handsome guy. Chen Yuan opened the video, it was clearly edited. It perfectly captured Chen Yuan's entire run from the starting point to the 100-meter finish line. At the top of the video, a timer was specially set up. The timer played concurrently with the footage of the man running, creating a stark contrast. In the end, the time stopped at 9.31 seconds. The image froze as well. Hello everyone, I am your uploader, the handsome guy. Although I am very handsome, you must not admire me too much, because I am just a legend. Alright, back to the point. In today's episode, the handsome guy will analyze the most awesome grassroots talent. We don't yet know the name of this talent, so let's call him the running hero for now. Why call him the running hero? Because he really runs fast. Moreover, he is very likely to be the next person to break the world sprint record. You must not think the handsome guy is exaggerating or speaking nonsense. I have my basis for this. I'm not exaggerating when I say I really do not brag. I always emphasize the truth. The previous video is solid proof. I have not made any speed adjustments to that video. This, I can assure you with my good looks. According to insiders, the competition in the video is a selection event for national professional athletes by a university track and field team. The skill level is remarkably high. The slowest athlete in there runs under 12 seconds for 100 meters. Suddenly, the running hero bursts onto the track, not wearing professional athletic gear, and without any warm-up, even his shoes are just ordinary online sneakers worth 50 or 60 yuan. This ordinary young man suddenly charges into the racetrack. He proves with his strength just how amazing he really is. From the video, it can be seen that when the coach fired the starter pistol, the other athletes shot out like cheetahs. However, the running hero lagged behind by 4 to 5 meters. Even with a 5-meter disadvantage, he astonishingly overtakes all the sprinters with incredible speed. The last athlete was even 10 meters behind him. What a terrifying speed that is. Through the handsome guy's detailed video analysis and speed evaluation, it was concluded that he ran the 100 meters in an estimated 9.31 seconds. Although it might not be perfectly accurate. But it's pretty close. The world's fastest man once broke the world record with a time of 9.58 seconds for 100 meters, and no one has surpassed it for over a decade. Yet our running hero achieved a time of 9.31 seconds for the 100 meters. Yes, you read that right, and there's no need to doubt it. I can't find the words to express my shock. Perhaps only the words "terrifying" like this can describe my feelings right now. The handsome guy explained with exaggerated tone while pulling out video comparisons. Chen Yuan's brief 10-second running video was analyzed and replayed, showing impressive results over and over again. At first glance, it didn't seem impressive, but on closer examination, it turned out to be better than the world's best. This person is indeed amazing, there's no room for rebuttal. The handsome guy is great, the running hero is great. Handsome guy, I believe you when you say the running hero is great, but when you say you never brag, I can't even trust punctuation. Handsome guy, are you using your looks to guarantee this? Isn't that a bit funny? Do you even have looks? This segment of the video went viral. It really went viral. Not only could it be seen on Douyin, but it also appeared on the Bilibili homepage and even on Penguin News. It was simply on fire. Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He felt as if the handsome guy had a grudge against him. I really don't want to be famous. Why are you messing with me instead of promoting all those wannabe internet celebrities? Chapter 44 Chapter 044 Happy Zhao Yuqi. On the other side, Zhao Yuqi returned to her girl's rental apartment. As soon as she came back, her best friend Wu Xiaofei fired a barrage of questions at her. Chi, why did you come back so late? You left early in the morning, and now it's evening. What did Chen Yuan take you to do? Chen Yuan? He took me to buy a house. He bought me a villa. Zhao Yuqi tried to speak calmly, wanting to appear more composed. What? Chi, what are you talking about? Are you feverish today? Wu Xiaofei touched Zhao Yuqi's forehead, checking if she was out of her mind. It's true, why would I lie to you? The property certificates are right here, and I have the villa keys. Zhao Yuqi took a property certificate and the keys out of her bag. Wu Xiaofei opened the property certificate to take a look. Instantly, she became petrified, stiff, and breathless. She felt like her worldview had collapsed. This property certificate was undeniably real. Wait a minute. Riverview Villa Community? 980 square meters? It only has your name on it? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Wu Xiaofei exclaimed holy crap 3 times in a row. Yet no amount of holy crap could express her shocked emotions at that moment. This is a 980 square meter big villa, and it's located on the precious Yangtze riverbank. It's actually given to Zhao Yuqi? Chen Yuan is so generous. Which woman could possibly resist this? Wu Xiaofei is jealous. She is really jealous. Chi, you quickly tell me this isn't true, this is all an illusion, your property deed is fake. You went out once and achieved the dream I've worked for my whole life? Damn. This world is so unfair. Wu Xiaofei looked dumbfounded. Looking at her best friend's exaggerated expression. Zhao Yuqi instantly showed a joyful expression. Who says a school beauty cannot show off? She is so happy showing off in front of her best friend. Simply too happy. So refreshing. Alright, Xiaofei, don't be too exaggerated. This villa is currently just temporarily under my name. Mainly because Chen Yuan has too many properties registered under his name, and it doesn't meet the country's housing purchase standards, so it's temporarily under me. I will give it back later. Zhao Yuqi hurriedly explained. Give it back? Why do you need to give it back? This is a 980 square meter big villa. Sister. If you end up with Chen Yuan, won't this villa belong to you? Honestly, Chi, I've seen many rich second-generation kids. They are wealthy, and they are generous enough to buy you luxury bags, clothes, and cosmetics. But it's rare for a rich second generation to directly buy you a car or a house. The value and meaning between the two are completely different. Chen Yuan not only bought you a house, but it's also a 980 square meter big villa. Your position in his heart is really different. He must be sincere to you. At this moment, Wu Xiaofei also started speaking well of Chen Yuan. Because there's nothing to criticize. He bought a villa, what else can you say? For girls, the standard to measure whether a man loves her is simple. It's whether he is willing to spend money on you. In this aspect, Chen Yuan is simply impeccable. Actually, I think Chen Yuan is really great. He is really my ideal type. After you get to know him, you will find that he's not only handsome but also humorous and shares the same values as me. He's quite skilled too. Zhao Yuqi's big round eyes have already started sparkling with admiration. If someone sees the school beauty Zhao Yuqi showing this kind of infatuation, they might be shocked to start questioning their own life. Alright, stop praising him. Aren't you about to celebrate your birthday soon? How do you plan to celebrate? Wu Xiaofei asked. I have already made plans. This birthday, I will have a party at the Riverside Villa and invite the student council and my high school classmates, and a few good friends. It'd be best to invite Qin Bingxue too. Zhao Yuqi said with a smile. Qin Bingxue? Aren't you two not on good terms? Oh, I understand. Wu Xiaofei nodded, of course, knowing that Zhao Yuqi and Qin Bingxue are not on good terms. Qin Bingxue is a senior in her 4th year. One is the vice president of the student council and the other is the president. Qin Bingxue dominates Zhao Yuqi. And there have often been rumors in the school that Zhao Yuqi is the second beauty while Qin Bingxue is the first beauty at school. No matter how hard Zhao Yuqi tries, it seems she can never surpass Qin Bingxue. She is being overshadowed completely. Who would voluntarily want to always be the second? If this birthday party can invite the student council and Qin Bingxue, it will definitely be impressive when it launches. The Riverside Villa community, the 980 square meter garden villa, will definitely make people envious to the point of turning purple. Just thinking about it makes her excited. Chapter 45 Chapter 045 Should Yan really buy a car? Although Chen Yuan's video became popular online, he wasn't particularly worried. First, the video wasn't very clear, it only captured a silhouette of his back. He wasn't worried about being recognized. Maybe only people who are quite familiar with him. He could recognize him at a glance. But for those unfamiliar, walking down the street, no one would inquire. Secondly, we are now in an explosion of online information. If someone suddenly becomes popular, if they don't show up for some time, they will soon vanish from sight. To maintain long-lasting popularity, one must frequently appear before the audience. This is what we call an internet celebrity. They can get hot quickly, but also cool off just as fast. A few months ago, you were very popular, and a few months later, you're forgotten. This is completely normal. In the evening, Chen Yuan was chatting with Zhao Yuqi while holding his phone. Who knew the messages in the Emperor group were ringing non-stop? He opened the group chat to take a look. The conversations inside were all centered around him. Chen Yuan? Did you solve your funding issue? It's already solved. I really appreciate General Yan this time. He has bought my villa outright with cash. With this funding, I should be able to hold on until the market warms up. General Yan is generous, and his efficiency is impressive. Not just generous, interacting with General Yan this time has truly refreshed my worldview. It has made me realize what a real wealthy person is. Jingfeng Su Lai teased. How so? Let me tell you, when General Yan came this time, he brought a girl with him. He immediately gifted my villa to her. Although I admit this villa isn't the top luxury house, it's still worth 60 million. General Yan didn't even frown when he gave it away. So impressive. But that girl truly is beautiful. Hong Yuanxiao was boasting in the group. However, this bragging indeed caused a huge reaction. The emperors in the group were all wealthy people. They could easily give the female streamer tens of thousands of gifts, or even hundreds of thousands. But they definitely couldn't casually give away a 60 million villa. Even the Dragon Emperor would probably think carefully about it. Incredible. General Yan really treats money as nothing. What kind of girl is worth 60 million? General Yan, give me the money, and I'll find you 10 different beautiful streamers. They will all be top-notch. At General Yan, I am a luxury car agent. I have channels to get luxury cars that many forest shops in the country cannot obtain. I wonder if General Yan is interested. A group friend with the ID Car Emperor sent a message asking. General Yan probably doesn't lack luxury cars, right? But having a few more doesn't hurt. Do you have a Bugatti? At this moment, Chen Yuan chimed in with a message. As soon as this message was sent, the entire group erupted. General Yan, as expected of General Yan, asking for a Bugatti right off the bat, impressive. Bugatti is usually a globally limited edition. If there's no channel in the country, even with money, you can't buy it. But Car Emperor should have channels. I bought an Aston Martin from him before. At General Yan, privately message me. Car Emperor replied with a message. Ding. From the Shark Emperor group, Car Emperor requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Accept. Chen Yuan quickly approved the friend request. General Yan, if you really want a Bugatti, I can think of a way, but I'll take a 5% commission. What do you think? No problem. Do you have the Bugatti Chiron? Chen Yuan asked casually. Wanting to get such a top luxury car and the other side taking a commission is very normal. After all, they have channels, and you don't. Chen Yuan directly asked for the Bugatti Chiron, almost scaring Car Emperor to death. This is a top luxury car worth 160 million, with only 20 in the world. I thought you just wanted a Bugatti Veyron. Who knew you wanted a Bugatti Chiron? I'm very sorry, General Yen, I'm afraid I also have no channel to buy the Bugatti Chiron. Lamborghini Veneno or Pagani Huayra is also fine. Chen Yuan replied. Settling for second best. Car Emperor was already speechless. This business is too difficult. Why do you keep asking for these globally limited editions? The luxury cars he agents typically range from 2 to 8 million. What Chen Yuan wanted were all the world's top limited edition cars, the cheapest Pagani Huayra worth 48 million, and the Lamborghini Veneno worth an astonishing 90 million. Even though his Car Emperor connections were deep, it was still a bit overwhelming. Mr. Yen, the models you mentioned are indeed too hard to get. How about you look at something else? The most expensive car I can get is a Ferrari LaFerrari, priced at 22.5 million, and a fully equipped Lamborghini Aventador, priced at 9.2 million. If you choose these types of cars, I won't take any commission from you. After sending the message, the Car Emperor sent several pictures. Picture 1. Picture 2. Picture 3. Picture 4. Chen Yuan looked at the pictures and thought the Lamborghini Aventador suited his taste more and seemed more powerful. But at just over 9 million, it was too cheap. He couldn't show it off. The Ferrari LaFerrari was more expensive, but the model was too small and more suited for women. By the way, isn't Zhao Yuqi's birthday next week? I still haven't thought of a gift. This Ferrari LaFerrari would be quite suitable. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. He decided to go for this car, just right as a gift. Car Emperor, I've made my choice, just this Ferrari LaFerrari, price is not a problem, I only have one request, please deliver the car to the Jiangjing Villa community in Han City, Villa number 1, cash on delivery. No problem, Mr. Yan's name, I still trust. The Car Emperor was very happy to have closed a deal. This deal would at least earn him 1 million. They had only chatted for a bit. In the Emperor Group selling cars, the circles one interacts with are different, so the money earned is naturally different. No wonder they say big shots can casually eat a meal worth tens of millions or even billions. As long as one can blend into this circle, making money becomes very easy. Chapter 46, Charge 200 million first. After discussing specific car purchase matters with the Car Emperor, Chen Yuan logged out of WeChat. Through 2 dealings with people in the Emperor Group, Chen Yuan increasingly felt the benefits of knowing these big tycoons. This is the power of connections. People in wealth circles mostly have their own influence, and the connections are very complicated, involved in various industries but mostly at the top of those industries. What you usually can't buy or achieve, these people can easily help you with. No wonder so many people try so hard to enter high society. It's not just for face. The interests involved are what attract people. And the luxurious identity Chen Yuan built online brought him immense benefits. The ID Lonely Smoke wasn't just for gifting streamers, the advantages this identity brought were also unimaginable. Since that's the case, let's make this title even more prominent. Today, Chen Yuan aimed at the Dragon Tooth platform. He decided to stick to gifting streamers honestly. Gifting streamers is considered a licking dog behavior and complies with the system's regulations. Logging into the Dragon Tooth Live app, Chen Yuan created a new small account. ID, Lonely Smoke. Level 1 small account. Live platform usernames are allowed to be registered repeatedly. Because each ID name will also have a unique account number from the live platform. So there's no need to worry about duplicates. Switching to a new live platform, Chen Yuan transformed from a level 120 rich emperor into an unnoticed small fish. He began to wander among major female streamers' live rooms. This one won't do, too ugly. This one won't do either, too small. This one isn't right either, no talents, just sits and chats. Oh. This one is quite good, has a nice voice, decent figure, and looks passable. After browsing through more than a dozen female streamers' live rooms, he finally locked onto one streamer. This streamer's ID is Shalalala. She is a highly popular female streamer on the Dragon Tooth Live platform. Her live stream attracts nearly 1 million viewers. Her voice is sweet, gentle, and warm. Listening to her speak makes you feel very comfortable. Next up, it's time to show some skills. Chen Yuan logged into the recharge page. He started to add money. He found that the Dragon Tooth Live platform allows users to input their desired recharge amount, with a maximum limit of 900,000. This is much larger than the recharge limits on other platforms. Chen Yuan spent half an hour adding money. This time, he added a full 200 million. Ammo fully loaded. Chen Yuan logged into Shalalala's live stream again. Your voice is really nice, call me brother so I can hear it, and I'll gift you a treasure map, instantly making you number 1 on the leaderboard. Wow, this little ID is a bit flirty, daring to steal my big boss's name? I said, why does this ID look so familiar? Turns out it's the ID of the first big spender in the shark world. Who exactly is this big boss you all are talking about? Streamer Shalalala curiously asked. She has always been on Dragon Tooth Live, so it's normal she doesn't pay attention to other platforms. However, some viewers circulate across various live platforms, with a part overlapping. Clearly, Shalalala saw Chen Yuan's message. But she didn't pay any attention to it. That's just how female streamers are, so realistic. If you're of high level and gift well, she treats you like a dad. If you're of low level, she can't be bothered. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and chose to activate in noble status first. Dragontooth Live's noble ranks are divided into Swordsman, Knight, Lord, Duke, King, Emperor, and Super God Emperor. To first activate the Emperor status, it costs 150,000. You need to spend over 150,000 within a month to activate the Super God Emperor. The Super God Emperor activation requires 1.5 million renminbi. Without a second thought, Chen Yuan activated the Emperor noble status. Wow! Thank you, Loner with a cigarette brother, for activating the Emperor. The beautiful and sweet-voiced streamer Shalalala suddenly exclaimed with surprise. No way, could this be the real big boss? That godlike man came to Dragon Tooth to show off? No. I don't believe, when Big Boss takes action, he must instantly be number one on the leaderboard. Here it comes, it really came. Chapter 47, it turns out to be a talented streamer. Big Boss, what song do you want to hear? I'll sing a song for you. Shalalala said in the live stream. Anything, just sing what you are good at. Chen Yuan came in for her looks and didn't know she could sing. However, it's expected that someone with such a beautiful voice would also be a singing streamer. Just as Chen Yuan was about to casually drop a few treasure maps and leave, Shalalala started singing. Once she opened her mouth, her heavenly voice instantly captivated Chen Yuan. She is actually a talented streamer? No wonder she has such high popularity. I must say, competition among female streamers on live platforms is getting tougher. To stand out among thousands of female streamers and have such high popularity, most of these streamers are truly skilled. Simply being pretty is not enough. You must have talent. And it must be professional. The more professional the performance, the easier it is to retain fans. Chen Yuan had to admit he was moved by Shalalala's singing. The singing skills of this female streamer are actually on par with professional star singers. Chen Yuan inexplicably felt a rush of surprise. It's like you originally planned to give her an 8 score, but suddenly found out she actually deserves a 9. It feels like discovering a treasure. Talent adds extra points. Miss Sister, your singing skills amaze me, so are you ready to receive gifts? So, Big Boss, are you really planning to give me a treasure map? On the Dragon Tooth Live platform, treasure maps are the most expensive gifts, each worth 5,000 renminbi. Chen Yuan indeed planned to gift a treasure map, but one is not enough. Loner with a cigarette sends a treasure map heavy multiplication x1 to streamer Shalalala. A huge gift effect instantly dazzled the entire screen. But this was just the beginning. Chen Yuan did not know how much the number one on the overall leaderboard was. But he was absolutely confident he could surpass the top spot. Because A Lonely Smoke, gifting the host Shalala treasure maps heavy multiplication x2. A Lonely Smoke, gifting the host Shalala treasure maps heavy multiplication x3. A Lonely Smoke, gifting the host Shalala treasure maps heavy multiplication x4. In less than a minute, Chen Yuan had sent out 30 treasure maps, worth 150,000 soft sister coins. After spending over 150,000, Chen Yuan spent 1,500,000 and chose to activate the Super God Emperor. Since he was going to become a noble, he naturally wanted to open the most prestigious noble rank. Wow! Thank you, Smoke Lord, for sending 30 treasure maps. Thank you, Smoke Lord, for activating the Super God Emperor. Smoke Lord, so generous and mighty, love you, moi, heart. Wow! This must be the real Smoke Lord. Only he activates Super God Emperor like this, who else could it be? A Lonely Smoke, gifting the host Shalala treasure maps heavy multiplication x31. After activating the Super God Emperor, Chen Yuan began to continue sending gifts. He maintained a rate of sending one every second. Thus, he kept sending for an hour. At first, the audience in the live stream room was just a little shocked. But slowly, they began to turn to stone. An hour later, they were all frozen. 2 hours later, the entire platform audience was collectively petrified. Collectively stiff. Collectively trembling. Collectively dumbfounded. Their eyes were about to pop out from the shock. Shalala's live stream popularity surpassed 100 million. She herself was completely dazed. Besides being dazed, still dazed. Wow, I can't take it anymore, Smoke Lord has sent 10,000 treasure maps. 10,000 treasure maps, my god, that's 50 million soft sister coins, half a billion? Sit down, everybody sit down, this is basic operation, a bunch of guys who haven't seen the world, Smoke Lord always acts this way. So amazing. Mom, why am I watching the live stream on my knees? I just want to interview Shalayla's feelings, this is overnight wealth. This time, not only the Dragon Tooth hosts and audience were shocked. Even the chairman of Dragon Tooth and the platform shareholders were almost stunned. Because they had just received the backend recharge data. This user ID named A Lonely Smoke actually recharged 200 million? Such a huge financial flow, you could become a Dragon Tooth shareholder. Chapter 48 Chapter 048, My Brother Was Greened. Dragon Tooth Live has exploded across the entire platform. A Lonely Smoke, this wealthy ID, had only bubbled up once and made all platform hosts and audiences remember his name. People might not remember regular wealthy users deeply. But for those who cause a sensation across the platform and break the highest tipping records, they will undoubtedly be unforgettable. Because whenever thinking of those wealthy users, the first one that comes to mind is the most amazing one. And A Lonely Smoke has repeatedly created tipping history. His legend has been left on all major live platforms. Up until now, A Lonely Smoke had tipped female hosts over 100 million. Ah! Smoke Lord, thank you so much, really so grateful, how about I sing for you? I never expected you would give me so many gifts. What to do, I'm so happy, Thank you Smoke Lord, thank you wealthy Lord. Host Shalayla was completely at a loss for words. She didn't even know what she was saying, wanting to express her heartfelt thanks, but no matter how she thanked, it seemed too weak and lacking in words. Smoke Lord, add me on WeChat, let me send you a private message on the backend. Lala, how can you do this? I've been watching you for a year, you haven't given me WeChat, and Smoke Lord only watched you for a day and you give it to him. Bro, you've watched for a year and still haven't reached level 10, showing you are a freeloader loser. Smoke Lord, do you need a dog at home? One that can talk? Smoke Lord, my sister is 36D, are you interested? I don't mind you being my brother-in-law. The barrage in the live stream soared. The screen was full of smoke and enthusiasm. Chen Yuan was about to add Sarah's WeChat. Suddenly, the phone rang. It interrupted Chen Yuan's gift-giving. On the caller ID was a very familiar name. Lu Wenjie. Chen Yuan pressed to answer. Old Chen, what are you doing? Lu Wenjie asked. Nothing much, lying in the dorm playing with my phone, watching female streamers, sending some gifts. Chen Yuan spoke honestly. I'm in a bad mood, come out for a drink with me. Don't ask why, I really don't want to say. Lu Wenjie, without any politeness, directly invited him out for a drink. Okay, just tell me where, I'll be there soon. Chen Yuan thought that old Lu usually wouldn't call him out for a drink in the middle of the night. Since he made this call, something must have happened. Their relationship didn't need many words. In Chen Yuan's heart, Lu Wenjie was much more important than a female streamer. I'm at the east gate of your school, just come find me. 10 minutes. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and immediately went out. Lu Wenjie was Chen Yuan's best friend. Their relationship was possibly even stronger than with his dorm mates. They were classmates since elementary school. Later, they were in the same class in middle school and also desk mates. In high school, they were also in the same class. They were brothers who played together since childhood, with over 10 years of feelings. Back then, they would tear a novel apart and read it together. You read a page, I read a page, that's how close they were. Even when caught by the teacher, they endured the punishment together. They shared joys and sorrows. Blood brothers, sworn friends. However, after going to college, Chen Yuan entered Hunan University, while Lu Wenjie went to Wuhan University. Their contact became much less than before. Although they were in the same city, they couldn't meet together often due to different schools. Previously, Chen Yuan spent all his living expenses to buy a gift for Lin Shadong. He couldn't even afford instant noodles. In the end, Lu Wenjie helped him out. If Lu Wenjie hadn't transferred him a few hundred yuan during his toughest time, he might have starved. Some friendships don't need to be spoken, just remembered in the heart is enough. 10 minutes later. Chen Yuan arrived at the east gate of Hunan University and indeed saw a disheveled man squatting by the roadside looking dejected. The once good student who never smoked now had cigarette butts scattered everywhere on the ground. Almost one after another. He definitely was dumped by his girlfriend. Did you break up with Liao Jia? Damn, how did you know? Lu Wenjie looked stunned. He hadn't planned to mention it, but who knew Chen Yuan would guess it right upon seeing him? Just by looking at your face. Half an hour later. Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjie found a barbecue stall. While skewering meat, they drank beer. After a few bottles down, Lu Wenjie finally began to pour out his heart. Chen Yuan, I can't accept this, I've given so much to Liao Jia, how can she treat me like this? It's been 6 years, a full 6 years. Since the first year of high school, I liked her. She was the class representative, and I was the slacker. To match her, I studied hard and finally got into Wuhan University, but she went to Kai University instead. I should have studied a bit worse, that way I could have gone to the same university as her. Damn it, are you even speaking human language? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes, thinking this guy might be acting pretentious. I really do think that way. After entering college, I almost ran to Kai University every few days. I thought Liao Jia would see my efforts, but her attitude towards me grew colder and colder. I sent over a dozen messages, and she didn't even bother to reply to one. Today, I went to Kai University without notifying her in advance. But do you know what I saw? Liao Jia was actually kissing someone else. She was, unbelievably, kissing someone else? Lu Wenjie said each word with emphasis, almost shouting. Veins on his arms bulged. I loved her so much, yet she cheated on me, just because that guy drives a Porsche. Looking at Lu Wenjie's face filled with pain, Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. Back then, he was just as humble as a dog in front of Lin Shadong. Don't be like this, it's not worth it for such a woman. You chased her for 3 years in high school, and she never agreed. Later, if it weren't for hearing you got into Wuhan University, she wouldn't have even agreed to be with you. This woman doesn't like you, she just thinks having a boyfriend from Wuhan University sounds impressive. You have a monthly living expense of 2,000, leaving 800 for food, and giving 1,200 to Liao Jia. She's partying at bars and KTV every day, while you're eating plain meals. Why do you like to demean yourself so much? Don't say that, Liao Jia isn't that kind of person. She just can't refuse her friend's social obligations. So when she cheated on you, was it also a social obligation? Maybe, it's just because I wasn't there to be with her long term, and she let someone take advantage of her vulnerability. Lu Wenjie explained. Hearing this, Chen Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. She cheated on you, and you're still making excuses for her? Chapter 49, Who can lend me a car? So what do you want to do now? Chen Yuan asked. I don't know. I'm really in pain. Lu Wenjie chugged a bottle of beer. He drank it too fast and spat it all out. Cough, cough. Old Lu, if you trust me, I'll arrange it for you, I guarantee Liao Jia will regret it. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. What do you plan to do? Just listen to me. Chen Yuan chuckled. After that, he opened the WeChat Emperor group. At that moment, the discussions in the group were still lively. Did you guys know? Just now, Yenzong went to Longya to show off again. You won't believe the scene, Yenzong swiped over 10,000 treasure maps in one go. Now the local rich circle is blown up. Awesome. Yenzong is incredible. He swiped 500 million at once, Principal Wang might not even be that impressive. The principal is still very impressive, he once ran a live streaming platform. But Yenzong's status is probably not much less than that of the principal. Yenzong and I are in the same group, now I have some clout to show off, huh? Watching the discussion in the group, Chen Yuan smiled faintly. He quickly edited a message and sent it out. Does anyone have a cool car? Lend it to me tomorrow in Han City, and I'll owe you a favor. As soon as this message was sent, someone replied immediately. At Yenzong, I have a Maserati, but you probably won't want it. At Yenzong, I have a Porsche 911. At Yenzong, I have a Lamborghini. At Yenzong, I have a Bentley, feel free to take it any time. At Yenzong, although I'm not in Han City, my friend has a Koenigsegg there, it starts at 26 million, which should be pretty impressive. Long Huang personally at Chen Yuan. He sent him a message. Yenzong, private message. Chen Yuan immediately replied. He had just swiped 500 million in the Longya live streaming platform. Now, his status in the rich emperor group was exceptionally high, almost the most impressive among them. Everyone wanted to befriend him. But trying too hard to please would seem a bit abrupt and overly intentional, which could be annoying. However, now that Yenzong personally asked to borrow a car, this was an opportunity to connect with the god of wealth, Yenzong. Of course, he couldn't let it slip away. This is status. Once a person has enough fame and status, borrowing a car, plane, cruise ship, or even a wife would be no problem. But if you are just a poor loser, even borrowing a bicycle would be a hard sell. Chen Yuan started discussing the car borrowing with Long Huang. Lu Wenjie still looked utterly heartbroken. After all, having an entire green grassland above his head, anyone would feel upset facing such matters. Chen Yuan felt a deep sense of empathy. He and Lu Wenjie could be considered the same type of person. Both belonged to the category of being a licker. Once, they were so humble for the women they loved that it was to the extreme. Lu Wenjia's level of licking even surpassed his own. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hang out together. Like attracts like, people form groups by their similarities. Because they shared the same feelings, they could understand each other better. Chen Yuan had now come out of his shell and made changes. He also wanted to help Lu Wenjia change. There was nothing left to lick, no need to lick anymore. Liao Jia's vain character was incredibly similar to Lin Shuton's. If she thought you had no money or ability, it was pointless to give anything. Only by giving her a hard slap in the face would it work. Thinking about it, just borrowing a car wasn't enough. He also needed to set Lu up with a girl. Chapter 50 Chapter 050 Favorability reached 96 points. Lele, are you free tomorrow? After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan sent a message to Su Lele. Yes, I am, Chen Yuan brother. You finally took the initiative to contact me. I thought you would never want to talk to me again after you missed our last date. Su Lele instantly replied to the message. In fact, she already knew her position in Chen Yuan's heart after he didn't show up for the last date. She didn't blame Chen Yuan. She only hated that she had left a bad impression on him from the start. She was famous in school for being a gold digger. And she had unclear relationships with many boys. Knowing Chen Yuan was just a coincidence. How could a girl like her, a scumbag, compare to the school beauty Zhao Yuqi? In terms of looks, temperament, or reputation, she couldn't compete. At the beginning, she acted very greedy. Even if boys were really interested in her, it was just for fun. She never cared about others' opinions. After all, it was just mutual play. You play with me, I can play with you, mutually scumbag, no one loses. When young, one should indulge and chase everything they desire. But now, she regretted it. When she realized she truly loved Chen Yuan, she began to feel very insecure. Because her body was no longer pure. She only hated herself for being young and ignorant, for giving her first time too early, only to be hurt by scumbags. Because of this, she began to fall into depravity. Drinking, smoking, getting tattoos, rebelling, partying in bars, staying out all night, she had experienced far too much at such a young age. She had changed boyfriends over a dozen times. How could she expect Chen Yuan to fall in love with her? There was hatred in her heart. She hated the world for being so unfair. Why did she have to meet someone so perfect like Chen Yuan only after being so battered and bruised? Meeting the right person at the wrong time was a kind of sorrow. If only she had met Chen Yuan earlier, how could she have become what she was now? The tragedy of life is when you truly want to give your all to someone, you no longer have the qualification to do so. Lele, I have something I want your help with. I have a very good brother who got cheated on, and I want you to help him act in a play. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it right away. Sure, Chen Yuan brother. I am very happy to help you. You borrowed 5 million from me last time, and you haven't even signed a loan contract with me yet. Aren't you afraid I won't pay it back? Su Lele asked. It doesn't matter, I wasn't planning on asking you to pay it back. Chen Yuan replied to the message. That 5 million was just liquor money spent to gain Su Lele's favor. Now that Su Lele's favorability had reached 95 points, Chen Yuan had successfully turned the tables. Naturally, whether he got the money back or not was irrelevant. What was there to be heartbroken over when spending the system's money? Su Lele, favorability +1. Ding. Current target for turning the tables, Su Lele, favorability reached 96 points. Rewarding host with enhancement points, 5 points. Reminder, when the host's bound liquor target reaches a favorability of 95 points, continuing to raise the favorability will yield enhancement attribute points, with each point rewarded as 5 enhancement points. What the heck? Seeing the system notification, Chen Yuan was almost shocked. He originally thought that as long as the affection level of the target reached 95 points, the task would be completed. There would be no need to maintain the relationship afterwards. After all, the task was completed, and the tool would naturally be useless. Who knew that the affection level would continue to rise, and there would be unexpected rewards? Moreover, each increase in affection level would grant 5 strengthening points. This reward was simply very generous. Of course, the higher the affection level rose, the harder it became. After all, the maximum affection level is only 100 points. Going beyond 100 points in affection means that this person loves you even more than they love themselves. In this world, everyone loves themselves the most. It is rare to see someone loving others more than themselves. If there is, it should be Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, who could even die for each other. At this moment, the system interface popped up. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Physique, 19. Mind, 10. Agility, 14. The peak level for adults is 10. Status, very healthy. Strengthening points, 5. Please choose the direction of strengthening. I choose to strengthen the mind. Chen Yuan responded with intent. Ding. Strengthening successful. The host's current mind is 15 points. As soon as the system finished speaking, Chen Yuan suddenly felt a cool breath surge in his mind. He inexplicably felt that his thinking began to become exceptionally clear. It was as if many questions that he didn't understand before suddenly had an epiphany. There was a feeling of enlightenment. Incredibly comfortable. Chapter 51 Chapter 051 You really have no cure. Old Chen, who are you texting? Lu Wenjie asked. I'm arranging an actor for you. This way, you can invite Liao Jia out tomorrow for a good talk, and I guarantee you'll have a moment of glory in front of her. Chen Yuan declared earnestly. Can this really work? Absolutely. To get your face back, I even borrowed a car for you. Lu Wenjie thought that Chen Yuan was just borrowing an ordinary car. He didn't have high hopes for it. However, since it was his brother's goodwill, there was no need to refuse. The key point was that he also wanted to have a good talk with Liao Jia. After 6 years of feelings, there should be an explanation. That night, Chen Yuan did not return to the dorm. He kept Lu Wenjie company drinking until 1 in the morning. Chen Yuan was fine. After strengthening his physical quality, his alcohol tolerance increased. Even after half a box of beer, he was only slightly tipsy. But Lu Wenjie had already thrown up 2 or 3 times. Men in heartbreak need to get drunk. Chen Yuan did not stop him. They found a hotel and casually spent the night. The next morning at 10 o'clock. A strange phone call came in. Hello, is this Supervisor Yan? I am a friend of Dragon Emperor, Zhang Haotian, you can call me Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang. Are you here to deliver the car? Chen Yuan casually asked. Yes, Supervisor Yan, your performance yesterday on Long Ya Live was simply amazing. I am truly honored to get to know a big shot like you. Zhang Haotian on the phone sounded like a fan meeting their idol. His tone was very humble. There was no trace of the arrogant rich second-generation attitude. Zhang Haotian could be considered one of the top rich second generations in Han City. The Zhang family is a large real estate developer in Han City. High-end properties like the Jiangjing Villa community were developed by the Zhang family. Zhang Haotian also liked watching live broadcasts in his spare time. Sometimes, when he was happy watching, he would tip the host a few $100,000, showing off a bit. A few $100,000 was nothing to him as a top rich second generation. After all, he was the rich lad from the Zhang family who could take out 20 to 30 million to buy a Koenigsegg. But today, this rich young master was very humble. Because the person he was facing was the millionaire Supervisor Yan. This big shot had easily spent 100 million on various live streaming platforms. Although the Zhang family was wealthy, with assets exceeding 5 billion, Zhang Haotian definitely did not dare to take 100 million to tip a female streamer. Yet Supervisor Yan had effortlessly achieved this. Especially when hearing about Lord Yan, it's clear that not only did he casually spend 100 million on a streaming platform, but he generously gifted a girl a 600 million villa. This shows that this big boss is not just a fool trying to appear rich, but a real, true tycoon. With unfathomable depth. Zhang Haotian is usually so extravagant, but in front of Lord Yan, he just can't be. Oh. You were watching the live stream at Long Ya 2 yesterday, it's just some small stuff, nothing worth mentioning. I'm over here at Chen Yuan Community on Friendship Avenue, just drive your car over. Alright, big shot, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Just as Chen Yuan hung up the phone, Lu Wenjie's phone rang again. The caller ID was Liao Jia. Lu Wenjie hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and ultimately chose to answer. Hello? Wenjie, there are some things that I've actually wanted to clarify with you for a long time, but I never knew how to start. Do you have time? I'd like to talk to you face to face. On the phone, Liao Jia's tone was very calm. It seemed that she felt not a shred of shame for her infidelity. Okay, Jia, I have time. Actually, I have something to say to you too. At noon, 12 o'clock, at the My Cafe, don't be late. Liao Jia set the place and then hung up the phone. Chen Yuan shook his head helplessly. This guy, even after being cheated on, still has such a good attitude? Are you used to being a simping fool? Old Chen, I've thought it through. I still want to win Jia back, I can't lose her. Lu Wenjie said firmly. Damn. You really are hopeless. Chapter 52 Chapter 052 Call all the brothers. After leaving the hotel, Chen Yuan casually bought 2 bowls of hot dry noodles by the roadside. At this moment, a streak of silver lightning swooped past, like a ghost. A very domineering supercar stopped in front of the home inn. Damn, what car is this? It looks really impressive, way cooler than the Ferrari 488 I saw last time. This supercar must be worth at least several million, right? A passing girl exclaimed. Ha, you ignorant guy, what's a 488? This is a Koenigsegg, the world's top supercar, priced at 26 million. Go check it out yourself. 26 million? My god, that's too outrageous, just for a car. It's more expensive than a villa. I thought it was some cheap brand sports car, turns out it's ridiculously high-end. While a group of passers-by marveled. A young man wearing sunglasses stepped out of the Koenigsegg. With a toothpick in his mouth, a Patek Philippe on his wrist, dressed in Versace, his face seemed to write two big words, rich and overbearing. Hey! Lord Yen, I've arrived, where are you? In the small alley 10 meters to your right, wearing a white t-shirt and cargo pants, holding hot dry noodles, that's me. Listening to the voice on the phone. Following Chen Yuan's directions, Zhang Haotian looked in that direction. He saw two nerdy-looking boys walking towards him in the alley. These two guys were wearing clothes worth less than $200 from a street vendor. Eating 5 yuan hot dry noodles. One of them smiled and waved to him. Zhang Haotian was dumbfounded. Is this the legendary Lord Yen? So young. So nerdy. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like a world-class tycoon who casually gives $500 million to reward a female streamer. You are Lord Yen? That's me. Chen Yuan nodded. I'm so sorry, big boss, I didn't realize earlier, you're just too low-key. Zhang Haotian took off his sunglasses. He quickly realized that some real tycoons actually don't need superficial things to boost their status. Because for them, these things have no meaning at all. Big shots do things based on their likes and dislikes. Whether low-key or overbearing, they switch modes freely. This is the true higher realm. Looks like I need to learn from Lord Yen in the future. It can't be too flashy. Xiao Zhang, give me the car key, I will return it to you tomorrow. By the way, your watch is quite nice too. Let me borrow it for a friend, and when I have time later, I will treat you to dinner. Although this was the first time Chen Yuan met Zhang Haotian, he wasn't polite, showing a commanding attitude. After all, this kind of behavior matched his big shot persona perfectly. Zhang Haotian glanced at Lu Wenjie beside Chen Yuan and immediately showed a knowing expression. It seems that this friend of General Yen is just an ordinary person who lost face for some reason, and General Yen decided to help him regain his dignity. Such things are common in the circle of the rich second generation. General Yen, here are the car keys and the watch. If you think it's not enough, shall I call a few more friends? Just so you know, assembling a convoy of over 10 cars is no problem. As soon as these words came out, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. Sure. Xiao Zhang, if you are willing to help, that would be great. Wait a moment, I will call my friend right now. Hello? Dogsy, there's an event today, I want you to meet someone. Who? General Yen. What the hell? Brother Tian, you're not talking about the General Yen who spent $500 million at Longya yesterday, are you? Now you know who your brother Tian is. Hurry, call the guys. Chapter 53, Chapter 053, instantly petrified. At 12 noon, in the Konoha Cafe. Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjie arrived 10 minutes early. Konoha Cafe is a place full of a rich artistic atmosphere. The entire cafe has a very artistic style. Clean, tidy, and peaceful. In the bustling metropolis, being able to drink coffee, read a book, and enjoy an afternoon here is one of the favorite lifestyles of many urban white-collar women. However, just ordering a cup of coffee here costs around 1 or 200. For ordinary students, this is considered high expenditure. It's fine to come occasionally, but coming frequently requires a relatively good family background. Lu Wenjie felt somewhat uneasy sitting in the cafe. Chen Yuan sat in a distant corner, holding a book to shield himself. They waited for over half an hour. Around 12:30, a Porsche Cayenne finally slowly drove up in front of the cafe. At that moment, a girl familiar yet unfamiliar to Chen Yuan stepped out of the Cayenne. This girl had quite the looks, wearing a Chanel dress, holding an LV bag, and sporting a Swarovski necklace. This outfit probably cost around 20 to 30,000. Although they were all luxury items, they were only ordinary styles among luxury goods. Yet her expression was as proud as a peacock. Jia, you finally came. I ordered your usual Americano, take a look if you like it. As soon as Liao Jia sat down, Lu Wenjie automatically switched to a serval mode. Wenjie, let's break up. Liao Jia said directly. Why? I don't understand what I did wrong. Maybe it really was my fault, I shouldn't have gone to find you without telling you. I can act as if yesterday didn't happen, I can pretend I saw nothing, as long as you clear things up with that man, I can forgive you. Lu Wenjie grabbed Liao Jia's hand with red eyes, like grasping the last straw of survival. He really couldn't let go of 6 years of feelings. In front of Liao Jia, he had long been humble without a shred of dignity. But Liao Jia suddenly shook Lu Wenjia's hand off. Lu Wenjia, I want you to understand one thing, I do not need your forgiveness, in fact, I haven't done anything wrong. We aren't married, I have the right to choose. Maybe I should have made it clear to you earlier. This society is very realistic. We have 1 year left until graduation. Do you know how low a fresh graduate's salary is? You can't provide me with what I want. Break up. Liao Jia said decisively. Jia, believe me, I will definitely work hard to make money in the future. No matter what, I graduated from a top 985 university, and I will also work hard to study for the graduate entrance exam. My future salary will definitely not be low. Even if I earn money alone to support the family, I can guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing. Lu Wenjia vowed. But in Liao Jia's ears, this was simply a joke. Graduate entrance exam? Does a fresh graduate even earn 10,000 a month? At most 2 or 3,000, and you expect me to wait for several years? A woman's youth is the most precious. I can't wait that long for you, and even if you earn 2 or 3,000 in the future, buying a house, buying a car, the bride price, which one does not require money? Life must still be managed carefully. This is not the life I want, you just don't understand. As Liao Jia said this, Chen Yuan could not bear to listen anymore. A woman's youth is precious. Isn't a man's youth precious too? If you want to get something for nothing, just say so. Why make it sound so grand? Simply ridiculous. You think a salary of 2 or 3,000 is low? May I ask, can you earn 3,000 a month? Damn. Jia, do you really have to be this heartless? After so many years of love, do you really want to just cut it off? Lu Wenjia's eyes turned blood red, and his tone began to grow cold. It's not that I'm heartless, it's just that you are too immature. Do you see the bag on my shoulder? It's LV. You'd have to spend a year's living expenses to afford a bag like this. I don't want to say more nonsense to you. Brother Kai is still waiting for me in the car. I came here today just to end things cleanly. Don't contact me again. After Liao Jia finished speaking, she was about to turn around and leave. The man in the Porsche Cayenne suddenly walked in. This guy seemed to be around 27 or 8, looking quite impressive. On a hot day, he wore dress pants, leather shoes, and a red vest, with slicked back hair, very flamboyant. Jia, are you done talking? I've made everything clear with him, Brother Kai. After Liao Jia said this, Brother Kai disdainfully pointed at Lu Wenjia. Kid, let me give you some advice, if you have no money, don't play with high-end things. If you're poor, just hurry up and get lost. Don't bother my girlfriend in the future, or I'll make you regret it. The man in the vest arrogantly threatened Lu Wenjia. Then he took Liao Jia's hand and left. Lu Wenjia endured humiliation and ridicule time and again. He finally could not hold back any longer. Liao Jia, you will regret it. From today on, you have lost me. You have completely lost me. Lu Wenjia nearly shouted. TSK, a poor loser thinks too highly of himself. The man in the vest sneered dismissively. Upon hearing this, Liao Jia suddenly went dazed for a moment. She felt like she really had lost something. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing this childish and ridiculous thought. Oh. There's a supercar ahead, how cool. I wonder whose it is. Damn, this is a Koenigsegg, a top luxury car worth 26 million. Jia, let's go take a picture. Such a top supercar is not often seen. The man in the vest was obviously a car enthusiast. He had quite a bit of knowledge about the world's top luxury cars. This car, worth over 20 million? That's terrifying. I wonder what kind of person can afford this. Liao Jia said with some lingering fear. After finishing, she started to stand in front of the car to take selfies, striking various poses. The man in the vest was taking photos of Liao Jia while also taking selfies. At that moment, Lu Wenjia walked over. Could you please step aside? Lu Wenjia, what do you want to do? I already told you. Beep. Lu Wenjia pressed the car key, and the Koenigsegg scissor doors slowly opened like butterfly wings. The sleek, domineering car design had a strong visual impact. Liao Jia was instantly stunned, with her mouth agape in shock. This is impossible, how could you have such a luxury car? I understand, Lu Wenjia, this car is rented by you, right? I didn't expect that you've already learned these deceptive tricks. You think that renting a luxury car will make me change my mind? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Liao Jia was initially stunned, but she quickly snapped back to reality. She had known Lu Wenjia for a long time. Although they didn't know each other's life in every detail, They were quite familiar with each other. How could she not know the situation at Lu Wenjia's home? What are you pretending for? Sure enough, has it been exposed? I told Xiao Chun a long time ago that this trick wouldn't work, but you insisted on having me do it. Lu Wenjia secretly sighed in his heart. He knew that the show-off had failed. Not only would he lose face today, but he would probably lose even more face. Both his pride and dignity were about to be shattered. Ha! So it's a rented car, be careful not to scratch or bump it, or you'll have to sell a kidney to pay for it. Ma Kai said with even more contempt. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with an enchanting appearance and an unbelievably hot body, wearing red high heels, walked towards them step by step. Brother Wenjia, didn't you promise to take me for a drive today? Hurry up and get in the car. Humph. Two country bumpkins who've never seen the world, and yet they say Brother Wenjia's car is rented. A $26 million luxury car, go rent one for me to see. Su Lele crossed her arms and scolded. Her acting skills were top-notch. She played the role perfectly. She looked at Liao Jia and Ma Kai with disdain, her eyes filled with contempt and scorn. And she was right. Luxury cars worth a few million can indeed be rented. But a $20+ million luxury car? You can't rent that. People who can afford such high-end cars would never rent them out. You've got some skills, Lu Wenjia. Not only did you learn how to rent a car, but you even hired an actress. Spent quite a bit of money, didn't you? Let me tell you, stop with these fancy tricks, they're useless. A fake is still a fake. No matter how well you act, you're not a second-generation rich kid. Liao Jia continued to mock. She absolutely didn't believe that Lu Wenjia, this serval dog, could be the legendary super-rich second generation. If you really could afford a $20+ million supercar, then why, when I asked you to buy an iPhone, did you delay and even save for 2 months, only buying it during the Double 11 sale? Vroom vroom vroom. As soon as Liao Jia's mocking words fell, a roar of engines suddenly came from the distance. It was the sound of supercars revving, and there wasn't just one. Over 20 luxury supercars all came towards the Woodleaf Cafe. Some girls who were eating melon seeds on the side of the road were all exclaiming in shock. Oh my god, that's Maserati, Lamborghini, Porsche 911, Ferrari 488, Aston Martin, Maybach. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is insane, there's even a Koenigsegg. Is this a gathering of top-tier rich second-generation people? Hurry up and take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. This scene, this scale, is terrifying. Wow. That guy driving the Ferrari with one hand is so handsome. A girl with a perfect figure exclaimed. Handsome my ass, I want to drive a Ferrari, I'm even more handsome than him. Her boyfriend protested. Under the amazed gazes of everyone. All the luxury cars parked in front of the Woodleaf Cafe, completely blocking the entire street. The atmosphere became stifling, almost suffocating. The scene was out of control. At that moment, a young man, arrogantly chewing on a toothpick and wearing black sunglasses, slowly got out of the car. Then, he quickly ran up to Lu Wenjia. Young Master Wenjia, I heard someone is looking down on you. I came to see who the hell is so bold, daring to offend our young Master Wenjia. Are they tired of living? Young Master. Suddenly, all the rich second-generation people who were driving the supercars got out of their cars and walked respectfully to Lu Wenjia, all calling out Young Master. In an instant, the whole place was in shock. Lu Wenjia's aura skyrocketed. Pretending to be rich was like the wind, it was unstoppable. Always accompanying me. Although this Master Wen never said a word from beginning to end. But it still did not affect him from becoming the focus of the whole scene. So domineering. So impressive. Liao Jia was completely stunned. Her worldview shattered, her mindset exploded, and she began to doubt her life. Lu Wenjia, could he really be a super wealthy young master? His identity is so incredible. The scene is so astonishing. Even this group of arrogant rich second-generation kids had to respectfully call him Master Wen. Damn. How could this happen? At this point, Liao Jia had to believe that the supercar worth over 20 million might really be his. The facts are right in front of her. Unrefutable. One actor is easy to hire. 2 actors are also easy to hire. But now there are more than 20 rich second-generation kids driving supercars, it can't be all actors, right? Even if they are actors, if you can hire such a lineup, that means you are also very impressive. Damn it, I thought some incredible person dared to show off in front of Master Wen, turns out it's you, Ma Kai, said a rich second-generation kid with dyed white hair, suddenly full of disdain. White hair, do you know this guy? Asked Zheng Haoqian. Of course, this kid has no other skills, but he's pretty good at picking up girls, that group of people is all into packaging design, so low class. White hair mocked. Packaging design, what's that? You guys wouldn't understand this. Some losers, clearly have no money, still pretend to be rich second generation by building a social circle to attract high-scoring girls. There are about 20 to 30 of them in this group. They rent a luxury car, and 20 people take turns taking photos, averaging 1 or 200 per person, and then they have luxury car selfies. Rent a 5-star presidential suite, averaging 200 per person, and they have luxurious suite pictures. Rent a luxury cruise ship, averaging 500 per person, and they have luxury cruise photos. Rent a plane. Rent a villa. Dozens of people taking turns AING for a photo. After a whole process, averaging less than 2,000 per person, their social circle looks high-end, filled with upscale places and luxury cars and villas. These girls think they have met a Prince Charming. In reality, this guy might not even earn 5,000 a month. Just the LV bag she is carrying, I can tell at a glance that it's fake. White hair pointed at Liao Jia's LV with a smirk, mocking without restraint. Now, even Chen Yuan, who was hiding in the dark watching, looked completely dumbfounded. So this is how picking up girls works? A few thousand yuan can attract high-scoring girls? The talent in our country is so abundant, there are always more ways than difficulties. This operation, 666, wow. It's impossible, how can my LV bag be fake? It has a regular invoice. Kai and them are all deceiving, right? You wouldn't lie to me, right? Liao Jia hurriedly asked. Regular invoice? For $100, I can get you 10, do you want? Chapter 55, Boss Yen, can you support me? Liao Jia looked at Ma Kai with more and more suspicion. Because everything was exactly as White Hair said. Ma Kai's social circle was indeed luxurious beyond measure. Today's 5-star hotel, tomorrow's cruise watching the sunrise, the day after tomorrow's villa winery, how luxurious can it be, how high-end can it be? It was precisely because she saw Ma Kai's social circle that her first impression was perfect, thinking he was completely her ideal type. So in just half a month, she established an unusual relationship with him. But in recent days, she found that Ma Kai's car was not often used. The LV bag he bought for her seemed to be prepared in advance. At that time, she thought it was a surprise, so she didn't pay attention to anything. She even felt very touched. Moreover, with Ma Kai's sweet words, she had already lost herself in the charm. Now that someone pointed out the loophole, she suddenly realized there were numerous doubts. Ma Kai looked at Liao Jia's increasingly suspicious eyes. At that moment, he chose to give up completely. Alright, Liao Jia, I'll be honest, I'm not a rich second generation, but I never said I was, so it's not a lie. You? Don't look at me like that, I've seen gold diggers like you before. I spent 200 on LV, and you're only worth that. I paid for the hotel, I paid for dinner, and I spent over 1,000 on 3 dates with you, you should be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Liao Jia was almost so angry that she spat blood right there. It turned out she had truly been deceived. Even knowing she had been tricked, she could only accept her bad luck. She didn't even have a reason to call the police. Because from beginning to end, Ma Kai hadn't taken a dime from her. Legally speaking, there was no fraud involved. You both were just dating normally. Even staying over was something you willingly did. You can't accuse someone of fraud just because of a romantic conflict. This reason doesn't hold. Liao Jia's mentality completely collapsed. Just thinking of how she lost her real rich boyfriend who drove a 20 million supercar because of a scumbag who only used her. And that man treated her so well, with 6 years of dedication, always being there, and being incredibly considerate. He was also a top student from a prestigious university. Compared to this, Lu Wenjie was practically an angel. She regretted it. She truly regretted it deeply. Wenjie. Don't call me that. Since you said you wanted to end things completely, I hope you won't contact me anymore. Let's leave it at that. This time. Lu Wenjie finally stood firm this time. At this point, saying more would be useless. Lu Wenjie turned and got into his Koenigsegg, with Su Lele sitting in the passenger seat, surrounded by the envious and jealous gazes of many onlooking girls. This luxury supercar sped away into the dust. So handsome. How great it would be to have a boyfriend like that. You don't know, I just saw this girl break up with him in the cafe. Isn't that foolish? She threw away a watermelon for a sesame seed, and now she didn't even get the sesame seed. I'm impressed. Today's gold diggers just can't see their own worth, only thinking of clinging to the rich. They deserve to be played with. There's nothing to sympathize with, gold diggers deserve it. Bah! After Lu Wenjie drove away, Liao Jia was pointed at by others. Every harsh word felt like a sharp knife stabbing painfully into her chest, making her bleed endlessly. Finally, she completely broke down. She sat on the ground, crying uncontrollably. But no one sympathized with her. Those who are pitiable must have their faults. Hey you, Makai, right? You dug up Wenja's girlfriend, and you think you can leave so easily? At this moment, Chen Yuan, who had been hiding in the corner watching the drama, finally stepped out. He blocked Makai, who wanted to leave. Lu Wenjia was normally reserved and wouldn't do extreme things, but since this guy dug into his brother's relationship, Chen Yuan wouldn't let him off easily. As soon as Chen Yuan stood out, Zhang Haoyan immediately followed, and a group of rich second generations behind him surrounded Makai. Makai was almost scared to death in an instant. Everyone, I really didn't know this girl was Wenja's girlfriend. It's my fault for being blind, I'm so sorry, I'll break up with her immediately, I'll even block her on WeChat. I swear I won't dare do it again. Can you guys let me off? Is saying sorry enough? If I cut you, can I just get a sorry? A blonde shouted. I won't fight you, but you need to slap yourself 100 times, and then you can leave, or do you believe I can make you unable to survive in Han City? Chen Yuan said coldly. I'll do it right now. Ma Kai nodded timidly. He immediately started slapping himself hard. It was no joke, any one of these rich second generations could easily take him down, let alone having this group. If he could get through this today. Losing a bit of face and enduring some pain. It doesn't matter. Those who do packaging design are all big men, able to bend and stretch. After 100 slaps, Ma Kai's face was swollen. Awesome, someone who dares to be hard on themselves is a real character. Zhang Haoyan nodded in surprise. Get lost, don't let me see you again. I'm leaving right now. Finally, Ma Kai drove away in the rented Porsche Cayenne, escaping like a dog. Boss Yen, my acting just now was pretty good, right? Zhang Haoyan said with a smile. In front of Chen Yuan, he took off his sunglasses and put away his usual arrogant demeanor. Wow, is this really Boss Yen? I thought the one just now, Wen Xiao, was the real Boss Yen. I even bowed to that kid? I also thought Wen Xiao was Boss Yen, after all this time, turns out it's a big misunderstanding. I saw Tiange call Wen Xiao, so I called him Wen Xiao too. Turns out Boss Yen has been watching the show all along. I wondered how Boss Yen could fancy such trash. Wait, don't you guys think Boss Yen's back looks a bit familiar? It seems a bit like the running hero who went viral on Douyin a few days ago. It really does. Stop joking, no way Boss Yen could be the running hero, it should be the rich hero instead. A group of rich second-generation youths exchanged remarks, each one chiming in. They all lowered their postures. Brothers, thank you all for supporting today. Lu Wenjie is my brother, your support for him is also showing me face. How about we go to the cafe and I treat you to coffee? Chen Yuan said politely. Since they helped out and supported him, it was only right to return the favor. But if he had to treat this group of rich second-generation youths to dinner, Chen Yuan couldn't afford it, who knew what expensive things they would order. If it's just for coffee, then Chen Yuan could manage that. Although spending his own money was a bit painful, he couldn't lose face. Sure, I'm just thirsty. By the way, Boss Yen, actually, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with, I wonder if it's convenient. The rich second-generation youth with white hair suddenly spoke up. Chen Yuan felt a sudden panic in his heart. You're really not holding back, are you? It's like this, Boss Yen, I've recently taken a liking to a female streamer. She's beautiful, has a great figure and talent, just my type, but her popularity is low. I'd like to ask Boss Yen to come and support her, just say it's an invitation from the white-haired hero, that way I'd have some face too. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Supporting a female streamer is not my weak point, is it? Today I'll show you rich second-generation youths what a true extraordinary wealthy man is. Chapter 56, I'm going to the bathroom. White hair, don't go too far, it's your first time meeting Boss Yen, and you dare to make such a request? Zhang Haoyan scolded. It's nothing, just a small matter. Which platform is the female streamer you mentioned on? Chen Yuan laughed and waved his hand. As they spoke, they walked into the Woodleaf Cafe. Boss Yen, this female streamer I'm talking about is on Longya. I even opened a Duke there, but the prestige is average. If Boss Yen is willing to help, I'd really appreciate it. Whitehair pleaded for help while also implying something else. So far, he still had some doubts about whether this guy in front of him was really the wealthy Boss Yen. Chen Yuan was too young. Moreover, the clothes and shoes he wore added up to less than 200 yuan. This is a complete image of a poor loser. How could this fit the temperament of the wealthy Boss Yen? Not only did Whitehair have doubts, but other rich second-generation youths also had some skepticism. In this day and age, various tricks and scams were simply too deep, and one couldn't be too careful. If you are the wealthy Boss Yen, is it too much to ask you to show support for the female streamer in front of everyone? Of course, if you want Chen Yuan to treat them to dinner, he might hesitate. But if you want him to send gifts to the female streamer, that's really no problem at all. He still has 150 million left to spend, and the system's wealth is endless. Since you want to test me, I will satisfy you. Waiter, bring 20 cups of coffee. Okay, sir. The beautiful waitress in the cafe smiled sweetly. She knew what kind of people this group was. Outside, there were still 20 luxury cars parked. As soon as these people came in, the cafe was almost filled up. Originally, there were 5 or 6 female white-collar workers in the cafe, and now each of them showed a shy expression. Under normal circumstances, how could one see so many rich second-generation kids at once? In an instant, the business at the Kanoha Cafe improved significantly. The number of girls coming and going increased several times. Among them were many young, fashionable beauties. After finding a seat and sitting down, Chen Yuan took out the iPhone 12 that Zhao Yuqi had bought for him. He turned on the data. He opened the Longya Live broadcast app. It's really Smoke Master. A rich second-generation kid saw the familiar ID Lonely Smoke on Chen Yuan's phone and nodded in acknowledgement. Bro, what's the name of the girl streamer you like? Chen Yuan asked casually to the white-haired guy. Smoke Master, the girl streamer I like is called Ruoshi Classmate. She is a streamer in the Star Show area, currently has just over 50,000 subscribers, just a small streamer. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded. He began to search for the name Ruoshi Classmate. He usually doesn't watch these small streamers, but there are many good-looking ones among them. After searching, Chen Yuan opened Ruoshi Classmate's live room. Coincidentally, this girl streamer was not only live but also in a PK battle with another girl streamer. Now, a large part of female streamers' income on major platforms comes from PK battles. Because PK can promote audience spending. It allows interaction with other streamers and attracts fans. This leads to many girl streamers basically in PK as soon as they start streaming. Not bad, she really looks great. Chen Yuan couldn't help but praise. He looked at the beautiful girl live streaming on his phone, her looks could almost score 9 out of 10. This Ruoshi Classmate could rank top 3 in looks among all the girl streamers Chen Yuan had seen. Even Zhao Yuqi might not be as pretty as her. Of course, he didn't know after turning off the beauty filter. White-haired bro's aesthetic standards are indeed sharp as always. Not bad, really good, too stunning. Wow, isn't that Jo Ruoshi, the campus beauty of the Music Academy? She is actually live on Longya? In the crowd, a younger rich second generation seemed to recognize this girl streamer. Music Academy, is that Han City Music Academy? Yes, Jo Ruoshi is quite famous in the Music Academy. Previously, a buddy of mine tried to chase her but failed, who knew white-haired bro had already taken notice. While several rich second-generation kids were discussing excitedly. Ruoshi Classmates seemed to have finally noticed that a big spender had entered her live room. The Super God Emperor entrance effect that Chen Yuan activated was indeed eye-catching. It was hard not to notice. And this Super God Emperor was none other than the Smoke Master, who had just spent $500 million on Longya yesterday. Wow! Welcome, Smoke Master. Good afternoon, Smoke Master. What should I do? I'm a bit excited, didn't expect Smoke Master to come into my live room. Ruoshi, you're on fire, any girl streamer that has Smoke Master visit will definitely be a hit. Smoke Master is awesome, where are my Smoke Army? Smoke Master is generous. Thanks for the 1,000 treasure maps you sent, did I say it too early? Smoke Master is generous. Smoke Master is generous. Before Chen Yuan even started sending gifts, the live room was already filled with comments praising Smoke Master. At this time, Chen Yuan posted a comment. White-haired hero introduced me here, said there's a very beautiful sister, and indeed didn't disappoint. What the heck, white-haired, do you know Smoke Master? That's too impressive. After Chen Yuan went online, the white-haired guy also took out his phone to log on. Of course not, Smoke is always my good buddy, you guys have no idea about my power. I mouth-typed, showing off a bit. Chen Yuan looked at this bullet screen. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He opened the gift interface and skillfully started to swipe. Wow! Thank you, Smoke, for sending the treasure map, thank you, Smoke. As soon as Jo Ruoshi finished saying thank you, she found that the number of treasure map gifts had already exceeded 30. And it was crazily swiping at a speed of 2 per second. This thing costs 5,000 each, how does it feel like swiping free glow sticks in Smoke's hands? It started again, Smoke has started again. Smoke, how much money do you really have? Can you share a little with me? Even Principal Wang would go bankrupt swiping like this every day, right? The bullet screens in the live room flew up. The female broadcaster, classmate Ruoshi, was already dumbfounded. However, what was even more shocking was this group of rich kids who witnessed Chen Yuan swiping gifts with their own eyes. Watching others swipe gifts in the live room only makes one lament how rich the other person is. But seeing a godly tycoon in real life, using his phone to tip the female broadcaster, and in just a few minutes, had already swiped over $1 million. And seeing Smoke's speed. It seemed to never stop. So exaggerated. So extravagant and heartless. Damn, Smoke, please don't swipe too many gifts. In just a few minutes, a sports car has already been gifted. Bai Mao quickly pleaded. At first, it was him who asked Chen Yuan to support her. Now that the person had swiped millions for the broadcaster he liked, shouldn't he repay this favor? But such a huge favor, how could he repay it? It's fine, just a few treasure maps, who else has a broadcaster they fancy? I'll tip for you one by one today, how about it? Chen Yuan said with a smile. Unknowingly, the number of treasure map gifts in the live room had reached 1,000. Bai Mao was about to kneel down. Smoke, it's 5 million already, stop swiping, really stop swiping. I can't repay this. I didn't say you have to repay, I think this broadcaster is quite good, let's swipe 10,000 treasure maps first. By the way, can someone click for me, I want to use the toilet. Chapter 57, How could Smoke possibly spare a cup of coffee money? Shocking. Dumbfounded. Has Smoke really become this extravagant? He actually asked someone to help him swipe? Bai Mao blankly took the phone, and then Chen Yuan really went to the toilet. He opened the back end to check the remaining dragon tooth coins. Put. Bai Mao had just taken a sip of coffee and suddenly spurted it out. What the hell? What's going on? Bai Mao, you just sprayed me all over. Zhang Haotian said unhappily. Sorry, Brother Tian, I couldn't hold it in, the dragon tooth coins in the back end are too shocking. Let me see, let me see. Except for Zhang Haotian, a group of rich kids quickly crowded around to look at the phone. Count, how many digits is this? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 100 millions? Holy crap, 9 digits, over 140 million dragon tooth coins, I'll be damned. Smoke had already swiped over 50 million on dragon tooth before, didn't that mean he is charged at least 200 million? The ratio of dragon tooth coins to renminbi is 1 to 1. Just like the Shark Live broadcasts fins and renminbi is also 1:1. 200 million dragon tooth coins means 200 million soft sister coins. This kind of enormous sum used to tip female broadcasters is simply unheard of, unseen before, never seen in history, and never to be seen again. The group of rich kids present was almost shattered. Before they felt like high-end players. They looked down on ordinary players. But in front of Smoke, they felt like elementary school students. They had never seen the world. I give up, I really give up this time. Smoke's rank is at least higher than ours by more than 1 star. Brother Tian, should I continue swiping? My hands feel a bit soft and don't listen to me. Bai Mao asked. Since Smoke asked you to help him swipe. Then just swipe it, anyway, it's not your money. Aren't you always saying you don't have enough to spend? Zhang Haotian cheered. Brother White Hair, this isn't your style. Aren't you usually fearless? Why are you being timid this time? Another rich second generation also chimed in. Who says I am timid? It's just swiping money. I've never panicked about this. Believe it or not, I dare to keep swiping. Brother White Hair declared confidently. These days, you can lose anything, but you can't lose face. Brother White Hair, you said it yourself. I hope you won't slap your own face. A group of rich second generation kids were eager for trouble. Anyway, the boss has already opened his mouth. Just swipe it and be done. Brother Whitehair steeled his heart and began to furiously click to send gifts. When his left hand got tired, he switched to his right. When his right hand got tired, he switched back to the left. 5 minutes later. Chen Yuan still hadn't returned. 10 minutes later. Chen Yuan still hadn't returned. 20 minutes later. What the hell, why is the boss still not back? I've already swiped nearly 20 million. Brother Whitehair's forehead began to sweat. He had never given so much money to a female streamer all at once. Although the boss had asked him to help swipe, actually swiping someone 1 or 2 million still made him a bit anxious. It's just this group of rich second-generation kids who dared to be so bold. Others wouldn't even dare to swipe randomly. I just went to the bathroom and asked, the boss said he ate bad barbecue yesterday and is now taking a dump. I'm cracking up. Is the boss not afraid I'll swipe all his money away? Brother Whitehair, didn't you say you wouldn't stop until the boss comes back? If you're anxious, just say it. It's not embarrassing to be anxious in front of the boss. Who said I'm anxious? I'm just a bit tired from clicking the screen. 30 minutes later. Chen Yuan finally came back from the bathroom. Last night, he had eaten too much barbecue with Lu Wenjia, and it wasn't quite clean, making him feel unwell early today. Now that he was done taking care of business, he finally expelled all the toxins from his body. Instantly, he felt refreshed. But he was indeed in the bathroom for quite a while, almost half an hour. "Boss, you're finally back. Brother Whitehair has swiped 30 million for you." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan furrowed his brows. The others thought Chen Yuan was angry. After all, someone had swiped over 30 million from his account, anyone would be angry about that. This isn't a matter of being petty or not. The main issue is that Brother Whitehair has no sense of moderation. He doesn't know when to stop. The atmosphere suddenly turned a bit oppressive. At this moment, Chen Yuan changed his tone. "Brother Whitehair, you're not good enough. It took you half an hour to swipe 30 million? You don't even have half my speed, you're pathetic." Chen Yuan looked completely disdainful. He wasn't even angry about Brother Whitehair swiping over 30 million. Instead, he was complaining about his speed? And he wasn't just pretending. He truly felt that Brother Whitehair's speed wasn't fast enough. He often swiped gifts on his own and felt quite exhausted. He finally had someone to help him swipe. "Can't you swipe a bit faster?" Stunned, stiff, dazed, a group of rich second-generation kids looked at each other in shock. It felt like their worldviews had shattered. "In the past, I thought I was a rich person and very superior. Now I realize I'm not even a poor loser. No, I'm not even worthy of being called that. Boss, can I be your little brother from now on? I want to take you as my role model. Boss, here's your phone back. I'm sorry, at the beginning, I was just trying to test you, but now I truly admire you. I, Bai Qilin, am convinced." It turns out Brother Whitehair's name is Bai Qilin. Chen Yuan took the phone and nodded. In just a coffee break's time, all 20 rich kids were thoroughly impressed by Chen Yuan's powerful presence. His calmness and nonchalance didn't seem like acting at all. Getting swiped for 30 million but still maintaining such a good attitude. One could only say, 30 million to him. It might really just be a few dimes of pocket money. "No worries, we are friends. You don't get to know someone without a bit of a scuffle. Let's set up a group face-to-face, and we can meet again next time," Chen Yuan proactively suggested. "Sure. Boss Yan, it's my honor to become friends with you. Boss Yan is our group leader. I can brag about this for sure in the future, haha. You can brag about it for a year. Not just a year, I can brag about it for 50 years. And so, Chen Yuan created a WeChat group chat, with 20 rich kids joining in, none absent. With these people joining, Chen Yuan felt his circle of connections had significantly expanded. The resources he could utilize would also keep increasing. These wealthy kids might not have much influence right now, but the family powers behind them were well known in Hancheng. When an issue arose, a simple phone call could resolve it. And they would gradually grow stronger. In short, getting to know them was no harm. "Brothers, let's meet again next time." Chen Yuan left the My Cafe. With Boss Yan gone, this group naturally planned to disperse. "Everyone, can someone pay the bill?" the beautiful waitress suddenly called out. "Huh? Didn't Boss Yan pay the bill?" He probably forgot. Someone like Boss Yan wouldn't be stingy about a few cups of coffee, right? Chapter 58 Chapter 058 One shot, one little friend. No one probably expected it. The extravagant Boss Yan, who just casually spent over 30 million in the livestream, didn't bat an eye. He actually intended to skip out on the bill. Damn it, a cup of coffee costs over 100, 20 cups of coffee is over 2,000, right? Too expensive. I bought hand-brewed coffee on Taobao for 30 bucks, I could make 50 cups with that. Chen Yuan complained with a grimace. Soon, he hailed a taxi, prepared to go back to school. On the way, Lu Wenjia's call came in. "Hey! Little Chen, the actress you invited, Su Lele, I've already sent her back. Just now, Liao Jia called me crying, saying she really regrets it. What should I do?" Lu Wenjia's voice was full of confusion. "Stop right there. Didn't you let your old bad habit of being soft-hearted resurface? How did she treat you before? Have you forgotten? Just because she said a few nice words, you get soft-hearted? Come on." "But?" "No buts. I went to great lengths today to support you, and you changed your mind after a few words from her. Don't you think it's disappointing to all the brothers who cared?" Chen Yuan angrily hung up the phone. The emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Why can't you change your dog-like behavior? Back to the dorm. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Fourth. Where did you go last night? You didn't come back all night, did you go out with a girl? Asked his roommate, Xiong Tao, with a sly grin. Yeah, not only did you not return last night, but you also skipped your morning classes, and the counselor even called your name to criticize you. I got you an excuse. Lao Chao said earnestly. Damn, I was almost killed by Voldemort, I was so close to winning chicken dinner. Zhou Haiquan, holding a phone, looked furious. Recently, the guys in the dorm have started to play League much less. After so many years, they haven't achieved diamond rank, and if they can't play in a 5-man group, it's even less interesting to play alone. It's better to play chicken dinner instead. After all, you can play with just a phone. No need to go to an internet cafe, you can play anytime, anywhere. Come on. Let's do it. 4-man squad since the 4th is back, we can gather a full team and probably quickly get to Super Ace. Xiong Tao shouted. Chen Yuan looked speechless. I thought you meant to dominate the game, but who knew you were just talking about teaming up to huddle together? Chen Yuan had played chicken dinner before. After playing for more than 2 months, he reached the Immortal Star Diamond rank but couldn't advance further. Because he didn't like to huddle, he preferred to gunfight. The result of gunfighting was getting killed quickly. Too many divisions, and the rank won't rise naturally. Those who like to play safe, like Voldemort, don't even need to kill, as long as they can survive to the final circle, they can score points. Soon. The 4 of them pulled out their phones. They all logged in at the same time. Except for Chen Yuan, who is still an Immortal Star Diamond, Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Xiao Jinyan have all reached Glory Crown. Especially Zhou Haiquan, he has already reached Glory Crown 1 and will soon hit Super Ace. Entering the game interface. Controlling the special forces, Chen Yuan suddenly felt a strange sensation rising in his heart. After increasing his spiritual attributes by 5 points yesterday, Chen Yuan felt that his mental state had improved greatly. He didn't notice much change from usual. But as he suddenly focused on playing the game, he felt inexplicably different from before. His previously clumsy operation skills had surprisingly become exceptionally smooth. Where to jump? Xiong Tao asked. Let's jump to G-Port, let's go for a fight. Chen Yuan suggested. No way, there are definitely too many people at G-Port with this flight path, we would probably land right into a box. Damn, why did you jump first, old 4? The worse you are, the more you like to fight. Zhou Haiquan mocked. More than 30 people dropped from the plane just now, this G-Port will have at least 6 or 7 full teams. Old 4, you're done for. If you can walk out alive, I'll kneel and call you dad. Old Chow said confidently. Chen Yuan didn't speak, he just quickly calculated the enemy's landing positions the moment he opened his parachute. Landing behind a container. Chen Yuan picked up an Uzi. But to his surprise, 4 enemies landed simultaneously beside him. With one burst of bullets, he instantly knocked down 2. But he didn't finish them off. Because the other 2 enemies had landed with an M4 and an AKM. Chen Yuan was hit twice and instantly went prone, jumping down from the container. He was already at half health. Reloading quickly, he circled around the container a couple of times, listening to the footsteps to judge the enemy's position. He suddenly rushed out and knocked down one enemy who was reviving his teammate. Quickly hiding back in the container. 3 enemies were down, only one teammate was left. Flanked from behind? Chen Yuan's lips curled into a slight cold smile. He raised his hand to switch the interface and fired one burst of bullets. The enemy had just rushed out from behind the container and was surprisingly hit dead on by his prediction. 4 kills at the start. What the hell, how did you predict that? Are you hacking? The last guy who got killed cursed over the voice chat. After wiping out a full team, Chen Yuan quickly looted their boxes, now he had upgraded weapons. M4 in his left hand, AKM in his right, plus level 2 armor, level 2 helmet, and a level 3 backpack. Although the ammo wasn't much, it was enough. Next, Chen Yuan embarked on a real slaughter journey. When he used to play this game, he always thought his opponents were strong and could never outfight them. But today, playing this game, he actually felt that everyone's reactions were very slow. One by one, they seemed like bots, clumsy as can be. Chen Yuan alone wiped out 4 full teams. There were 3 bots and 2 lone wolves left. Coming out of G-Port, he actually killed 21 people. It was simply outrageous. Damn, old 4, you killed so many? After seeing the number of kills on Chen Yuan's phone, Xiong Tao was shocked. What the hell, 21 kills? Old 4, are you hacking? After coming out of G-Port, Chen Yuan was now fully geared. Next, he started searching everywhere for people to kill. Facing 4 opponents alone, he wiped out another full team, 3 lone wolves, and 1 bot, raising his kill count to 29. Damn, old 4, hurry over. We got shot down in the car, full team, they're very strong. As soon as old Chow finished the sentence, he was knocked down. Xiong Tao and Zhou Haiquan were also soon taken down. Only Chen Yuan was left on the team. Chen Yuan rode a motorcycle and stopped over 400 meters from where his teammates had been taken down. He now held an M4 and an AWM. Picking up the sniper rifle, he activated the 8x scope and instantly blew the head off an enemy special forces soldier who was looting a box. Even with a level 3 helmet, it can't withstand the power of the AWM. Damn, there's a sniper, hurry and hide behind the car. On the hill, just one person, it should be the last lone wolf, what are you afraid of? Dare to face me, I fucking. A chicken dinner streamer was boasting, but before he could finish, he was instantly shot in the head. What the hell, moving target at 500 meters headshot, this must be aimbot. Bang. Another gunshot rang out. The third teammate went down. Bang. The fourth shot, the last person in a Maserati, was shot in the head in the car. One shot, one little buddy. This is definitely cheating, report him. On the Shark Live platform, a popular chicken dinner streamer cursed loudly. Chapter 59 Chapter 059 Xiaomi is in Han City. He entered the spectator mode, but was shocked to find that this lone wolf, who wiped out their entire team, had actually killed 33 people. It was simply terrifying. In the game Peace Elite, there are only 100 Special Forces soldiers dropped at the start. In one game, you might not even encounter 30 people. You actually killed 33? And this is before entering the final circle. Are you a headshot machine? Streamer, you are so bad, you can't even beat a bystander. This person must be cheating, if not I'll eat shit. Not scientific, the Penguin official has cracked down several times, cheats are almost gone. Almost gone doesn't mean there aren't any. Wait a minute, let me check the kill replay. This streamer replayed the scene where Chen Yuan killed them more than 10 times. But found it puzzling. It seemed like real prediction, not aimbot. But how can one person's prediction be this strong? That's not scientific. Could it really be a master? At least with invincible warrior strength? After thinking, this chicken dinner streamer chose not to report him, but to add him as a friend. Unknowingly, Chen Yuan had already entered the final circle. Only 5 people were left on the battlefield. The 5 of them had a clash, and only 2 people were left. Chen Yuan, holding an M4, rushed in and took one person down. He then got attacked by another camouflaged player. At this critical moment, with his health nearly gone, Chen Yuan actually performed a snake-like movement, then with incredible reflexes, he instantly locked on the camouflaged player's position, headshot 3 times and killed him. A comeback from near death. With 35 kills, he successfully achieved a chicken dinner. Shocking. Confused. Dazed. Xiong Tao, Zhou Haiquan, and Chao Jinyan looked at Chen Yuan as if he were an alien. Impossible, old 4, how can you be this strong? 35 kills? You could go pro with that. Have you been practicing chicken dinner skills for the past 2 months? No way, I never saw you play before. Are you really cheating? Old Chao asked in increasing bewilderment. He noticed that ever since Chen Yuan broke up with Lin Shooting, in just one short week, Chen Yuan had undergone a tremendous change. Not only was he popular with girls, he became strong in fights. And now, he was even this good at gaming? Is there no justice? So breaking up can make someone stronger? Can heartbreak cause such a dramatic change? Or has Chen Yuan always hidden his strength, did they never truly know him? Old Chao, you sly person, don't change the subject. Didn't you say if I win out of G-Port you'd call me daddy? Now I've won a chicken dinner, hurry and call. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Ah. We're all brothers, just joking, don't take it seriously. Old Chao, this is where you're wrong, a true man must keep his word, how can you go back on it? Xiong Tao suddenly turned and aligned himself with Chen Yuan. Exactly, hurry up and call. Zhou Haiquan also chimed in. You bunch of bastards, sigh, I'm going to eat, I'm starving. Old Chao was set on being stubborn. Chen Yuan couldn't do anything about it. Let's go, let's eat at the cafeteria together. After dinner, Chen Yuan lay in the dormitory. Today was already Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday. Chen Yuan opened WeChat and found that the broadcaster, Xiaomi, had sent him several messages. Brother Yen, are you there? Brother Yen, I'm coming to Han City for a trip tomorrow, my flight is from 9 to 11 in the morning, can you pick me up? These days of live streaming, Brother Yen, you haven't come to see me, I'm a little sad. Looking at the 3 WeChat messages from Xiaomi, Chen Yuan suddenly realized. Xiaomi was the first broadcaster he had ever tipped. At that time, although Xiaomi said she would come to Han City to find him, Chen Yuan did not take it seriously. She's a big broadcaster with millions of fans, and you think she is serious just because she flirted with you a bit? What if she was just playing with you? In this day and age, with so many tricks, some words are better left unheard. When interacting with these broadcasters, Chen Yuan always held a cautious attitude. Flirting with Xiaomi was just a bit of harmless banter for him. He didn't expect that this Saturday, she really would come. I've been a bit busy these days, working on something important, so I haven't been able to check out your livestream. Tomorrow, I'll have time. See you at the airport. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it to Xiaomir. After all, she was the first broadcaster he had arranged to meet, and she was a popular big star. Chen Yuan felt a little excited. On the other side, in a luxurious hotel, Xiaomir looked at the message that Chen Yuan sent. She was speechless. Busy? She naturally knew Brother Yan was very busy. Busy giving gifts to other female broadcasters. Not only did he give gifts to Shark Zayashenshin, but he also went to Lonya to tip. In just 2 days, he spent nearly 100 million. Yesterday, it was the popular singing broadcaster, Shalalala. Today, it was the completely unknown small broadcaster, Ruwashi. Everyone in the live streaming circle knows how much Brother Yan gives to female broadcasters. If it weren't for this, Xiaomir wouldn't have planned to come to Han City so quickly. Because Brother Yan was just too rich. She desperately wanted Brother Yan's support. Shark Live was about to hold its annual live streaming carnival event. At that time, all broadcasters on the platform would strive to compete for the top 10 peak broadcasters of Shark. This was crucial for their future development and the platform's traffic support plan. Because with the title of top 10 peak broadcaster from Shark, your fame and traffic wouldn't be lacking. Some broadcasters, in order to make a name for themselves, even spend their own money or take out loans to tip. Because once there is fame and traffic, making money becomes much easier. Self-funding for competitions is also a way of operating. Originally, if it were in the past, Xiaomir wouldn't have had a chance to compete for the top 10 peak broadcasters. She would have been lucky to just be among the top 10 outstanding broadcasters in her district. But this time, she saw hope. As long as she had Brother Yan's support, who could win against her in the competition? The top 10 peak broadcasters might not have a place for her. Since she wanted to rise, she naturally had to pay a price. This time she had already made up her mind. At all costs, she would win Brother Yan over. Otherwise, if Brother Yan was snatched away by some other flirty fox, it would be too late for regrets. With so many female broadcasters on the live streaming platform, who wouldn't want to gain Brother Yan's favor? Xiaomir felt a strong sense of urgency in her heart. That's why she couldn't wait to come to Han City to meet Chen Yuan. I knew Brother Yan was a busy person, but you can't just ignore me. I thought you forgot about me. Xiaomir replied. How could I? Xiaomir, you're so beautiful, adorable, and sexy. I'm more worried that you, as a big broadcaster, are so busy that you don't have time for me. Brother Yan, how can you say that? No matter how busy a person is, they can't possibly ignore Brother Yan. Xiaomi replied to the message in an instant. She even sent a shy emoji. Do I really have that much face? In Xiaomi's eyes, Brother Yan will always be the number one. This wave of flattery made Chen Yuan feel extremely comfortable. Thinking of a popular streamer with millions of fans lowering themselves to please him, Chen Yuan felt life was so colorful. The goddess in countless otaku's hearts. Now she had become my fan, and this feeling was not ordinary bliss. Xiaomi, you are really too thoughtful, now I can't wait to see you. Tonight feels so long. Chen Yuan replied. I want to see the mysterious Brother Yan quickly too. I'm very curious. Brother Yan, are you sure you won't send a photo for me to see? Even if you don't look that good, it doesn't matter. What's most important for a man is not a handsome face, but inner strength. Xiaomi sent 3 messages in a row. She seemed eager to know Chen Yuan's appearance. The more he didn't let her know, the more she wanted to find out. But she guessed that Brother Yan should look quite ordinary, even a bit older. He was very likely a middle-aged man with a big belly. After all, how could a handsome guy not have a single selfie in his social circle? I usually don't like taking selfies, but you will see me tomorrow. Chen Yuan chatted with Xiaomi. They talked for 2 hours straight. From hobbies to favorite foods, what they like to play, movies they enjoy, and favorite stars. What drama series they are currently following. What kind of girl do you like? Cute, lively, pure, or quiet? What kind of boy do I like? Mature and steady, or sporty and sunny, or scholarly and refined? And so on, and so forth. After chatting for these 2 hours, Chen Yuan felt they had many common topics. Of course, it might also be the result of the other party deliberately cooperating. Just like that, filled with expectations for tomorrow's date, Chen Yuan fell into a deep sleep. Unknowingly, it started raining heavily outside. It seemed to foreshadow that tomorrow would not be a good weather day. Early the next morning, the sky was still a hazy gray. The dark clouds had not dispersed. Although the rain had decreased a lot, it was still a bit inconvenient to go out. Chen Yuan woke up early today. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, washed his hair, got dressed, and then went out. He ate 2 bowls of hot dry noodles and drank 2 cups of soy milk, then took a taxi to the shopping mall. Chen Yuan bought a handsome outfit, shoes, and even got a haircut. After all, he still had a bit of a wannabe attitude. It was the first time to meet a beautiful streamer. And she was a big-name streamer. It's inevitable to feel a bit nervous. He instinctively wanted to make himself look more attractive. Clean himself up properly, so as not to leave a bad impression on the first encounter. This kind of psychological suggestion is uncontrollable. Just like girls always like to put on makeup before going on a date. The less familiar the person they are meeting, the more they want their image to be perfect. Men are the same. After Tony helped with his hairstyle, Chen Yuan looked at the elegant and handsome man in the mirror and immediately nodded in satisfaction. Recently, his figure had become quite sturdy. He looked more masculine. He was not ugly to begin with, but he had been a bit skinny before, just like a reclusive gamer. Now he had a model's physique, 8-pack abs, and a V-shaped body. Before he had messy hair. Now it's professionally styled. Before he wore shorts and slippers. Now he is dressed in fashionable brands. He felt like he barely recognized himself. So handsome. After finishing this whole outfit, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The airport is a bit far from the city center. Taking a taxi there would take almost an hour. The timing is just right. Because the other person comes out of the airport, it's almost around 11:20. Chen Yuan would never go to pick up the plane early. Just the right timing is enough. Even if I'm late for 10 minutes, it doesn't matter. I'd rather make the goddess wait for me. I will never wait for the goddess. This is one of the 10 rules of a scumbag. Just like Chow Chow's famous saying, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. It's the same principle. Of course, I can do this, but I can't say it. As soon as he got into the taxi, Chen Yuan sent a message to Xiaomi Air. I have arrived at the airport. Xiaomi Air did not reply. Maybe the signal is bad on the plane, or her phone is off. But it doesn't matter, when she receives the message, it will show that it was sent at 10 o'clock. After sending this message, Chen Yuan started chatting with Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele. Keeping in touch every day is necessary to maintain and gradually enhance feelings. Sometimes, haste makes waste. Just then, Lai Nulin Shudong suddenly sent him a message. Chen Yuan, please respond to me, okay? If you ignore me, I will commit suicide. Damn, Lin Shudong, are you crazy? Chen Yuan was really afraid she would commit suicide, so he quickly replied angrily. Girls' dormitory. Lin Shudong held her phone, looking very excited. Xiao Ruerue, Chen Yuan replied to my message. This tactic really works, which shows that he still cares about me. While talking, Lin Shudong continued to type and send messages. Chen Yuan, you finally replied to me. You're worried about me, so you still care about me, right? No, I'm just afraid you'll drag me down. Don't think too much. Chen Yuan quickly explained. You don't have to deny it, I know you still have me in your heart. Anyway, since you are willing to reply to my message and haven't blocked me, it means I still have a chance to make it right. Chen Yuan, back then you spent 3 years proving your love for me, and I will spend 3 years proving I love you too. Chen Yuan looked at this message. He thought, should he just block Lin Shudong on WeChat? Ding. System warning, the pet dog binding target, the host must not actively delete the contact information of the other party, otherwise, 20 points of basic attributes will be deducted. The voice of the system warning suddenly echoed in his mind, leaving Chen Yuan feeling completely baffled. Is there really such a ridiculous rule? Once bound to a pet dog target, even deleting each other's contact information is not allowed. Chen Yuan thought about it carefully. This rule should actually make sense. Otherwise, if you bind one and delete one, it would mean you have cut off the pet dog relationship, and then the rewards you previously earned would no longer exist. After understanding the cause and effect, Chen Yuan didn't continue to struggle. If I don't delete, then I won't delete. It's just a friend position, I can tolerate this. An hour later, he finally arrived at Tianhe International Airport. At this moment, Xiaomi Air's message came through. Sorry, Brother Yan, I just got off the plane. Have you been waiting for a long time? Not long, just an hour. Chen Yuan replied to the message. Actually, he had just gotten out of the taxi. It's a trick. It's to make the other person feel a little guilty at the start. Only then can he gain more favor. Chapter 61 Chapter 061 Collecting Debts in the Street. Chen Yuan arrived at the pickup entrance. He waited for about 5 minutes. Finally, a girl wearing oversized sunglasses and a mask slowly walked out. Next to her was a female assistant. The female assistant looked ordinary and was slightly overweight. Let's not talk about that. This girl with sunglasses had a perfect figure. About 1 meter tall, wearing a pleated skirt, with slim legs, pure and flawless, graceful, and curvy. She deserved to be a dance streamer. This figure is really amazing. At least among the girls Chen Yuan knew, including the female celebrities, her figure could rank at the very top. Just by looking at her figure, Chen Yuan almost recognized Xiaomier at first glance. Xiaomier, over here. Chen Yuan waved his hand in greeting. Xiaomier was suddenly stunned and stopped in her tracks. She took off her frog glasses, revealing a pure and slightly puzzled face. You are Brother Yenzong? It's me. Chen Yuan nodded. Oh my gosh, Brother Yenzong, you are so young and so handsome? Xiaomier said, covering her mouth in surprise. Her eyes clearly showed a hint of joy. For the wealthy Yenzong, she initially didn't expect him to be very handsome or good-looking. After all, a man's wealth and looks often do not match. You can't have both a fish and a bear's paw. But she didn't expect that after meeting. Chen Yuan's looks far exceeded her expectations. Not only was he so rich, but he was also so charming, with a tall and fit figure, just like a prince on a white horse in a fairy tale. This was such a surprise. Compared to Xiaomier's surprised reaction, Chen Yuan felt a bit disappointed. In the streaming room, she almost had a score of 9 out of 10 for her high looks. In reality, she probably only scored about 8.3. She was slightly less attractive than Zhao Yuqi, although she was still very eye-catching in the crowd. But she was nowhere near as stunning as in the streaming room. Who says female streamers look better in real life than in the streaming room? That's simply nonsense. Without the magic of beauty filters, she was only at the level of the school beauty and did not reach the national goddess level. But it's okay, she could barely accept it, the difference wasn't too big. It was much better than some light killers streamers. Xiaomier, finally seeing you in person, I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful than in the streaming room. Chen Yuan put on a surprised expression to show respect. But this was all polite talk. Usually, when boys meet a girl for the first time, they would say this. Even if they think she is less attractive than in her photos, they will say she looks better than in her photos. But some girls actually take this seriously? Brother Yenzong, you are actually much better looking than I imagined. I thought you were a middle-aged man in your 40s. Who knew you were so young? What Xiaomier said was the truth. With a shy look on her face, she seemed to have a really good first impression of Chen Yuan. System, why haven't you bound the licking dog relationship yet? Ding. Name, Suihan, stage name, Xiaomier. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Looks, 8.3 points. This girl has a favorability towards the host of 70 points. Ding. Due to the girl's initial favorability towards the host being too high, the licking dog relationship binding failed. Tip. When the target's favorability towards the host drops below 10 points, the licking dog relationship can be rebound. Oh my gosh. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Chen Yuan felt a bit bewildered. 1,000 thoughts rushed through his mind. He really didn't expect that such a good first impression could also lead to a failure in binding the licking dog relationship. If he had known, he wouldn't have dressed like this. He also didn't expect Xiaomier's initial favorability towards him to be as high as 70 points. This was nearly reaching the level of love at first sight. Of course. The reason why Xiaomier had such a good first impression of Chen Yuan was not just because he looked handsome today. Handsome was just one aspect. The key point was that the wealthy Yenzong's identity was already deeply ingrained. And he had previously given her huge gifts. All these factors led to Xiaomier having a favorability of 70 points the first time she met Chen Yuan. But now, he couldn't bind the licking dog relationship. What's the use of so much favorability? It won't do, I've already spent the money, I must make her favorability drop. Chen Yuan made up his mind. He decided to start annoying her now. Brother Yenzong, where did you park your car? Xiaomier casually asked. I didn't drive, I don't own a car. I just took a taxi here. Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders and spoke the truth. Brother Yenzong, don't joke. How could someone as wealthy as you not even buy a car? Xiaomier said with disbelief. Chen Yuan looked into her eyes and said very seriously, I'm not joking. I'm spending my dad's money on the live stream gifting. My dad's company is almost going bankrupt because of me, and he owes the bank tens of millions. I called you over this time to discuss whether you can return a portion of the money I spent on gifts for you earlier. As soon as these words came out, Xiaomier was instantly dumbfounded. She looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. It seemed unbelievable that this guy who looked decent would say such shameless things. To ask for back gifts that he had given out himself? How shameless could he be? Suihan, favorability -10. Suihan, favorability -10. Suihan, favorability -10. Suihan, favorability -10. The woman's current favorability towards the host, 30 points. Mr. Yen, are you serious? Xiaomier's tone began to turn cold. Even her assistant, who had initially admired him, had turned to look at him with disdain. I'm serious, of course I'm serious. You see, I probably spent over 10 million on you before, and I know your platform takes half, so let's say 5 million. You pay me back 5 million, and I won't ask for more, how about that? Chen Yuan said with righteous indignation. He looked like a delinquent demanding money right there. Xiaomier was on the verge of a breakdown. She had originally come to Hansheng to get closer to the wealthy Mr. Yen, hoping to gain more support. To help her climb to the top of the Shark's top 10 broadcaster list. But unexpectedly, this wealthy man was nothing like she had imagined. He had actually gambled his family's fortune away. Now he wanted to ask her for money? Are you out of your mind? Damn, I've never seen someone so shameless like you. You voluntarily gifted to Xiaomier back then, right? No one forced you, right? Now that you are out of money, you want it back? Aren't you an adult? You should take responsibility for your own actions, stop being such a delinquent. The fat assistant rushed over in anger, blocking Xiaomier and pointed his finger at Chen Yuan, cursing loudly. Suihan, favorability -10, current favorability, 20 points. I did voluntarily gift before, but why can't I get a refund? Everyone else like Taobao, JD, Pinduoduo, offers a 7-day no-reason refund, so why can't you? I'm telling you right now, if you don't give me this money back, I will sue you in court. Chen Yuan shouted loudly. His blatant behavior in public completely ruined Xiaomier's last bit of goodwill towards him. Suihan, favorability -20. Suihan, favorability -20. Suihan, favorability -20. Current favorability towards the host from the girl, -40 points. Ding. The relationship binding with the sycophant is successful. Finally, the binding is successful. But it seems a bit too disgusting. Xiaomier's favorability towards him actually dropped to -40 points. At first, Xiaomier had a favorability score as high as 70 points, but in less than 5 minutes, there was a shocking turnaround. From 70 points, it fell to -40, a difference of 110 points. It was utterly outrageous. When you want to win a girl's favor, you often need to give a lot to slowly raise it a little. But making a girl hate you is very easy. Just say a few disgusting words to ruin your image in her eyes, making your character collapse. The favorability instantly disappears. Indeed, being a bad guy is much easier than being a good guy. Being a villain is simpler than being a hero. At this moment, Xiaomier's once admiring gaze was now filled with intense disgust. Go ahead and sue me. Do you think I would be scared of you? An adult is not a child, you have the capacity for civil action, and you must take responsibility for what you've done. I've never met such a disgusting man like you, worthless, a spendthrift, and still trying to put on a brave face. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be awesome. Xiaomier scolded with a face full of disdain. Her mood changed faster than flipping a book. Just a moment ago, she called him Brother Yen, and in less than 5 minutes, she was cursing him as a useless waste. Chen Yuan was also drunk. Although he admitted he intentionally said some harsh words to lower his favorability. But no matter what, he had at least sent Xiaomier over 10 million in gifts. Even if you don't refund the money, do you really need to talk so harshly? What does it mean to be useless? What does it mean to be a spendthrift? Damn, I'm still your #1 fan. The moment you heard I was out of money, you turned your face. Isn't that too realistic? Indeed, for these female streamers, when you have money, you are like a father, when you don't, you are even worse than a dog. Xiaomier and Chen Yuan's argument drew the attention of many onlookers at the airport. I said, how does this beauty have such a great figure? Turns out she is a streamer. Did I just hear correctly? This guy gave the female streamer gifts until he went bankrupt, and now he actually wants to get them back? What a weird fool. Are there still people like this? Just 2 days ago, there was a report about a delivery man making 3,000 a month, giving 5,000 to a female streamer, and borrowing 2,000 just to hear a compliment. This is the loser mentality. They have no skills in real life but want to show off online to find a sense of existence, huh? A group of onlookers pointed and commented. The looks they gave Chen Yuan were like looking at a fool. Regardless of men or women, their eyes were full of disdain. You claim to have money and skills, so giving gifts to a female streamer is understandable. You can be a rich guy, spending money as you please. But you have no skills at all, aren't making any money, and even steal your dad's credit card to send gifts to a female streamer? Are you brainless? Are you stupid? Are you an idiot? Useless thing. No skills but still love to show off. You are just a spendthrift. People like this deserve to be despised. At that moment, a Bentley luxury car stopped by the road in the airport hall. A middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s got out of the luxury car. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in formal attire, slightly plump, giving off the aura of a successful person. "Mir, I heard you came to Han City today, so I specially came to pick you up." The middle-aged man shamelessly eyed Xiaomir up and down. "Ah. You are Chen Yuan? I just casually posted a moment, and I didn't expect you to come to pick me up." Xiaomir looked at her phone, seemingly recognizing the middle-aged man in front of her from a WeChat photo. She said with a face full of surprise. Chen Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't expect this woman not only to have a date with himself, but also with another rich guy. As expected, as long as there are many fans, spare tires exist everywhere across the country. This show Chen Yuan had some impression of. Her ID was called Heaven and Earth Divine Show. So, she was jokingly called Xiu Huang by the viewers in her livestream. Xiu Huang was also one of the top 10 rich fans in Xiaomir's livestream, having spent over 2 million, ranking 8th. It seems Xiaomir didn't just come to Han City for Chen Yuan. She also wanted to settle multiple rich guys at once. With this shark carnival, she would have even more competitiveness. Who is this? Xiu Huang seemed to have finally noticed Chen Yuan's presence, so he asked. This is none other than the renowned wealthy guy Brother Yan. Xiaomir introduced disdainfully. Ah, so you are Brother Yan. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the big boss just now. If I had known Brother Yan was here to pick me up, I wouldn't have humiliated myself. Although Chen Yuan looked very young. Once he learned that he was the online famous wealthy guy Brother Yan, Xiu Huang immediately lowered his stance. What a joke. In just a few days, he had spent $1 billion across various platforms. He had watched live broadcasts for 2 or 3 years and had only spent over 2 million. The total assets do not exceed 100 million. Now that I see this legendary rich boss, how can I not lower my stance? For business people, being humble is basic operation. Xiu Huang, you don't need to be like this, he's just a prodigal son, you know where his money comes from? He stole from his dad, broke his dad's company, and owes the bank tens of millions. Now he actually wants me to refund him money, it's absolutely infuriating. In 2 years of live streaming, I have never met someone like this. How can he have the audacity to speak? It's disgusting. Xiaomir grew more and more furious, more and more contemptuous as she spoke. At first, she thought Chen Yuan was quite handsome. But now, the more she looked, the more she felt he was filthy, disgusting, a loser, scum, a waste, nauseating. Such a useless piece of garbage. She actually felt a heartbeat for him just now. Almost fell in love at first sight. Just thinking about it sends shivers down her spine. How could the rich guy, Yenzong, on the internet, turn out to be this kind of person? Xiu Huang looked confused. He couldn't believe that someone who could spend 100 million on major live streaming platforms was actually a prodigal who stole money from home to reward a female streamer. But it seems Xiaomir didn't need to deceive him. Moreover, Chen Yuan was too young. He should still be in college. Such a college student, even if his family is very wealthy, shouldn't be given 100 million to reward female streamers. It's impossible for him to control such a huge amount of funds. So stealing money should be true. Bankrupting his family is also true. This is just a brainless fool. Authentication completed. Understanding the situation, Xiu Huang no longer looked at Chen Yuan with any respect. He thought about how this thing would explode. It would probably cause a stir in the wealthy circle. It could even make the news tomorrow. He even thought of an explosive news headline. Recently, a netizen exposed that the newly risen internet #1 rich guy, Lonely Yen, turned out to be a super prodigal who spent 100 million to reward a female streamer in 3 days, bankrupting his whole family. Ha ha. Xiu Huang started in self-media. He thought this news would sell for a lot of money. Chapter 63 Chapter 063 Contemptuous Smile. Chen Yuan's gaze was cold. Facing all sorts of ridicule, he felt as if he was outside this world. At first, he had a good impression of Xiaomir. After all, they had a pleasant chat last night. But unexpectedly, he merely said a few words to establish a sycophantic relationship, which caused the other party to detest him. She turned out to have this kind of face. Chen Yuan had seen gold diggers before. For example, Su Lele. Although she was also materialistic, at least she understood gratitude. After borrowing 5 million, she always thought about paying it back. But Xiaomir's greed was too much, making Chen Yuan feel disgusted. Just now when Chen Yuan asked her to refund, he was just saying it casually, he didn't really intend for Xiaomir to return him 5 million. If the other party had shown even a hint of hesitation or a negotiating tone, even if they ultimately decided not to refund, Chen Yuan wouldn't have said anything more. After all, she was in this line of work, returning was still kindness, wasn't it reasonable? But her attitude turned too quickly. Not only was she heartless, but she also mocked him in front of others. Can this be tolerated? Xiaomir, no matter what, I'm still your top supporter, you don't have to say such harsh words, right? Chen Yuan took a deep breath, speaking with a very calm tone. Those who knew him understood this was just the calm before the storm. Top supporter? Ridiculous. Having a top supporter like you is my bad luck. If people find out that your gifts were stolen money, I don't know how many people will target me. Have you considered the impact on my reputation? I'm already not asking you for compensation for my reputation loss. Also, it's not just me you rewarded, why don't you go ask Xiaoshenchen? Why don't you go ask Shalalala? Why are you looking for me? You never ask other people, and I'm the one who has received the least gifts. Are you trying to bully an honest person? Xiaomir spoke with confidence, almost pointing at Chen Yuan's nose to scold him fiercely. Mir, don't bother arguing with this wasteful guy. You haven't eaten yet, right? I booked a spot at a 5-star hotel. Didn't you say you came here for vacation? In a couple of days, I'll take you to see the Three Gorges and the beautiful Shenangjia primitive forest. How does that sound? Xiu Huang intentionally ignored Chen Yuan and subtly wrapped his arm around Xiaomir's slender waist. You naughty brother Xiu Huang, don't you know that you shouldn't touch a girl's waist randomly? Sorry, Mir, your waist is just so slim, I couldn't help it. Bad person. Brother Xiu Huang, you are too bad. Xiaomir said with a shy expression. She wasn't even angry? Could it be that the relationship between the beautiful streamer and the rich guy? Got it. Chen Yuan finally understood. Suihan, Xiaomir, this girl, appears pure and cute on the surface, like a fairy who doesn't eat human food during live streams. But behind the scenes, she is so wild. The relationship between her and the rich guy must have some untold secrets. Xiu Huang directly made a move, and she still managed to flirt without changing her expression, which shows how experienced she was. In front of such a woman, Chen Yuan had no desire to show off. He didn't want to explain anything. If you misunderstand, then so be it. Even if he had already been bound to this kind of person, Chen Yuan didn't want to spend another penny on her. Just like that. Xiu Huang, Suihan, and her assistant walked towards the Bentley luxury car by the roadside. At that moment, a silver flash of lightning whizzed by. With a thunderous roar, it stopped behind the Bentley luxury car. My goodness, a Koenigsegg, a supercar worth over 26 million. So impressive. Suihan exclaimed in shock. As far as I know, in Han City, there is only one person who has this car, the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Haotian. Xiu Huang said with admiration while looking at the young man who got out of the Koenigsegg. Young Master Zhang? Suihan clearly didn't know the power the Zhang family held in Han City. But Xiu Huang knew. Knowing this only made him more respectful. The Zhang family is one of the top wealthy families in Han City, mainly engaged in real estate development, with a network spread all over the city. Compared to a giant like the Zhang family, I am just a small fry. Xiu Huang explained. So that's how it is. Suihan's beautiful eyes glimmered, looking at Zhang Haotian as if he were a huge prey. This kind of young and rich top second generation is truly her ideal type. As for a small tycoon like Xiu Huang, she would at most let him have some advantages, but wouldn't easily give everything. Hello, young Master Zhang, I am Feng Xiubua, we met at the cocktail party last time. Xiu Huang took the initiative to greet him. Oh. It's you, I have a bit of an impression. Zhang Haotian replied absent-mindedly. He was at the airport today to pick someone up and had no mood to deal with this casual acquaintance. Hello, young Master Zhang, my name is Suihan, I am a dancing streamer on SharkLive, you can also call me Xiaomir. Suihan flipped her hair flirtatiously. With a shy face, she began to introduce herself. At this moment, Chen Yuan walked out from the airport gate. Seeing Chen Yuan, Zhang Haotian was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to run into Chen at the airport. Chen Yuan was also taken aback. Sometimes, when you have many friends, this kind of thing can happen, running into familiar faces wherever you go. Young Master Zhang. You guys wait a minute, I ran into a big boss, let me go greet him. For Zhang Haotian, the real big boss is Yan. Putting aside what kind of family power he has behind him, just the fact that he could recharge 2 billion on a live streaming platform for entertainment and casually gift a girl a 6 million villa is astonishing. This is far from something Zhang Haotian can compare to. After what happened yesterday, this group of rich second-generation elites has been completely awed by the powerful aura of Mr. Yan. They were truly convinced. They almost recognized him as their big brother right on the spot. Now that they have met their big brother, they naturally have to hurry to greet him. Zhang Haoyan took 2 steps at a time, running to Chen Yuan's side. Mr. Yan, I didn't expect to run into you right here at the airport. Zhang Haoyan lowered his posture significantly. While greeting Chen Yuan, he even used the respectful term you. Suihan was a bit confused. Feng Xiaobo was also a bit confused. Young Master Zhang, do you know him too? Feng Xiaobo asked. Of course I know him, he is the famous Mr. Yan, the unbeatable top wealthy big shot on all major live streaming platforms, who doesn't know him? Young Master Zhang, don't be fooled by him, this so-called Mr. Yan is a phony wealthy guy, he's just using his dad's bank card to send gifts to female streamers everywhere, now his family is almost bankrupt because of this spendthrift. Suihan exaggeratedly said. Zhang Haoyan, upon hearing this, carefully looked at Suihan for a moment, then glanced at Chen Yuan, as if some thought just crossed his mind. He instantly laughed in disdain. Chapter 64 Chapter 064 Mr. Yan wants you to return money? Don't be funny. What's going on? What else could it be? This so-called Mr. Yan is just showing off online while using family money, now that his family is bankrupt, he comes looking for me to return money? What kind of person is that, really? Suihan angrily responded. No matter whom she met, she seemed eager to mock Chen Yuan fiercely. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Zhang Haoyan looked at Suihan as if he was looking at a fool. He. Mr. Yan wants you to return money? Don't be funny. He casually spent 200 million on Lanya, and he still has over 100 million left. Bankrupt? Stupid girl, you probably don't know Mr. Yan's real strength at all. Chen Yuan was too lazy to explain. But Zhang Haoyan wouldn't put up with her bad temper. You dare to look down on Mr. Yan? Are you trying to fly to the sky? Shocked. Petrified. Dumbfounded. Suihan had a dazed expression. If someone else said this, she might not believe it. But hearing this from Zhang, who drove a 20 million supercar, she felt he had no need to deceive her, nor to purposely elevate Chen Yuan's status. What the hell? Could it be? Was Mr. Yan testing her on purpose? Suihan suddenly realized, and she almost slapped herself on the spot. So heartbreaking. She actually made such a low-level mistake. She heard that some super-rich second generations don't like women who are with them for money, believing it's not true love. So they always find ways to act poor to test the other person. If someone can withstand the test, they could fly to the top and become a phoenix. When watching dramas before, she always thought those women were fools. Who knew she would become a fool herself in such a situation? Regret. Heartache. Feeling like she missed out on $1 billion. I knew you must have misunderstood Mr. Yan. How could a person who can easily spend $1 billion on major live streaming platforms possibly go bankrupt? Mr. Yan was just joking with you, and I can't believe you took it seriously? Feng Xiaobo suddenly turned the conversation, and began to scold Suihan as if he had always been on Chen Yuan's side. Wow. The speed of this shift in attitude was simply incredible. Even the assistant beside them looked completely stunned. Show Emperor, no doubt. So impressive it makes your scalp tingle. At this moment, Suihan's gaze towards Chen Yuan changed again. Suihan, favorability plus 30. Suihan, favorability plus 30. Suihan, favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 50 points. Mr. Yan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, can you forgive me? Suihan felt anxious inside, quickly apologizing. Chen Yuan sneered internally. He had completely seen through the kind of person she was. In her eyes, money makes you a father, without it, you are a dog. Since that's the case, there's no need for any pretense. Smack her face hard. Show off arrogantly in front of her. Just treat her as a complete tool. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan felt no anger anymore. There's no need to be angry. Just a tool, once I fill up the favorability score, I won't bother with you. Resolutely decided. Chen Yuan waved his hand calmly. It's fine, I really don't mind, just a bit disappointed. Chen Yuan sighed. If an ordinary person was insulted and belittled like that, they'd probably explode with rage. Seizing the opportunity, wouldn't they retaliate fiercely? But Chen Yuan didn't. He remained calm from start to finish. It seemed that no matter how severe the humiliation, he could handle it with ease. From this perspective, this is indeed the noble demeanor cultivated by top families. Indeed different from others. Suihan, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 60 points. This woman. Chen Yuan was somewhat speechless. Her favorability drops quickly but rises just as fast. It seems that once you establish your identity as a rich second generation, her favorability skyrockets, but once that identity collapses, her favorability instantly drops to 0. And some girls are slow to warm up, their favorability increases little by little. There are significant differences between women. Mr. Yan, I'm at the airport to pick up my sister, so I won't chat for long, I'll head in first. Zhang Haoyan spoke. Alright, go ahead, let's meet up next time. Chen Yuan waved his hand, planning to take a taxi back to the city center. Mr. Yan, if you don't mind, why not take my car? We're both heading back to the city center, it's on the way. Actually, what just happened was just some misunderstandings, I hope you don't take it to heart. Feng Shoubua hurriedly apologized. Though he hadn't said anything too insulting before, he did show a dismissive attitude. Now he also regretted it. Why listen to Xiaomi's one-sided words? If it weren't for that, he might have been able to cling to Mr. Yan's thigh. The benefits of befriending a super-rich person are far greater than those of a female streamer. No matter how beautiful the female streamer is, it's just entertainment. Moreover, you have to keep spending money on her. She will endlessly clip your leaks. But befriending a super-rich person can lead to making money. One spends. The other earns. The two are not on the same level. Yes, Mr. Yan, let's go together. I'm really sorry about what happened earlier, I might have been feeling unwell these days, emotions were a bit off, and I reacted poorly. I'm usually not like this. Suihan explained with a sincere face. She tried to salvage her image in Chen Yuan's heart. Alright, since it's on the way, let's go together. You guys don't need to keep apologizing, I really don't mind. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he opened the back seat of his Bentley and sat down naturally. Feng Shoubua breathed a sigh of relief. Since Mr. Yan was willing to get in his car, it showed a plan for reconciliation. Suihan also smiled slightly. Xiaofeng, you sit in the front passenger seat, I will sit in the back with Mr. Yan. Okay. Thus, Suihan and Chen Yuan sat in the back seat. Feng Shoubua said nothing. He wouldn't let a woman ruin his relationship with a super-rich person. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The four people in the car hardly spoke. Mainly because they didn't know where to start. They had already apologized, and constantly apologizing wouldn't necessarily help Mr. Yan completely let go of the previous unpleasantness. At this moment, Chen Yuan took out his phone. He opened the Longya live streaming app. Suihan didn't know if it was intentional, but even though there was a lot of space in the back seat, she insisted on sitting very close to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan could almost smell the faint fragrance on her. This woman uses a pretty high-end perfume. It smells pleasant, not overwhelming. Instead, it feels very natural and fresh. However, the more natural the perfume, the higher the price. She is a popular streamer, so it's normal for her to afford top-tier perfume. Brother Yan, are you watching Lonya's live stream? It seems you haven't been to Shark's live stream lately. Suihan glanced at Chen Yuan's phone. She found that he had entered a female streamer's live room. Then. Welcome, the wealthy Yan. Yan, why did you leave yesterday without saying a word? I sent you a private message in the background, if you saw it, please reply. The live room that Chen Yuan entered was exactly the one where he had gifted student Ruwashi yesterday. Zhou Ruwashi is extremely beautiful, with a great figure, in terms of looks and temperament, she is not at all inferior to Suihan beside her. She might even be better. However, Zhou Ruwashi is currently just a student, and she streams purely on a whim. 3 days of fishing, 2 days of sunbathing. She streams when she has time, and doesn't when she doesn't. She has been streaming on Longya for several months, always in a lukewarm state. But many wealthy viewers still tip her. She can earn over 10,000 a month. That's enough to support her daily living expenses. Zhou Ruwashi is very satisfied with this lifestyle. She doesn't have any ambitions. But yesterday afternoon around 2 o'clock, she just occasionally felt inspired and started streaming. Who knew it would attract the attention of the wealthy Yan? And indeed, it exploded the whole room. In just over half an hour, he gifted her over 30 million. She was so shocked that she started to doubt her life. Even the host Big Rabbit, who was streaming with her, was instantly petrified. Just yesterday, her live room's followers went from 50,000 to 300,000, increasing by 250,000 new fans. Not only that, but her live room's popularity also broke 10 million yesterday. Even though the heat has passed, her room's popularity today still stabilizes over 1 million. And there were hundreds more nobles. It seems to have a rhythm of becoming popular. Of course, that's not the main point. The key is that yesterday, the wealthy Yan gifted her over 30 million, even after the platform's cut in personal income tax, she could still receive over 10 million huge funds. Over 10 million. As a student, she has never imagined earning so much money in a single day. It's incredible. For the little streamer Zhou Ruwashi, the wealthy Yan is simply like a god. After she ended her stream yesterday, She paid special attention to the deeds of the wealthy Yen. This mysterious wealthy man, although he is generous, gifting millions each time, rarely tips the same female streamer twice. This is a rule she summarized herself. Today, as she started streaming, she did not expect the wealthy Yen to appear in her room again. After just gaining 250,000 new followers, she needed to stream well for a few days to stabilize her room's popularity. But unexpectedly, just after starting for less than half an hour, the wealthy Yen actually appeared again. Student Ruwashi was excited, enthusiastic. Her blood began to boil. She felt like she was favored by the emperor, as if her name had been called once more tonight. Wealthy Yen, what song do you want to hear? As soon as Joe Ruwashi's words fell, a treasure map gift flew out. Wow! Thank you, Wealthy Yen, for the treasure map. Wealthy Yen, don't just start gifting as soon as you come. The gifts yesterday were so many that I still feel a bit uneasy, thinking I'm in a dream. If you keep doing this, I'm afraid I can only offer my body in return. Host, I suspect you are driving, but I have no evidence. Ruwashi, weren't you usually very cool? How did you get conquered in just 2 days in front of the wealthy Yen? Host 666, how dare you have ideas about the wealthy Yen? You must be dreaming. I just want to ask, wealthy Yen, do you like grass powder? The bullet comments in the live stream soared. Chen Yuan did not pay any attention to these comment rhythms. He simply started sending gifts to Joe Ruwashi right in front of Suihan. Treasure maps worth 5,000 each. Chen Yuan seemed to casually swipe them like free glowsticks, carefree and unconcerned. Once he started sending, he never stopped. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan had spent 10 million. Suihan's puffy little face suddenly turned incredibly shy, her gaze on Chen Yuan like he was a gold mine. Suihan, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 70 points. Half an hour later, Suihan started to feel a bit breathless. Because in just that little time, Chen Yuan had sent over 30 million to classmate Ruwashi. Over 30 million? Suihan had been in the live streaming business for nearly 3 years. In those 3 years, her total income didn't even reach 30 million. But in just that half hour, Chen Yuan had brushed away her entire earnings from 3 years. She was a popular anchor, making $1 million a month. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't they have spent a lifetime's worth of income? An hour later, Suihan was suffocating. She received gifts in the live stream and witnessed others being rewarded. But the two feelings were different. From the moment he started, for a whole hour, for a whole hour, for a whole hour, important things need to be said 3 times. He kept sending gifts to classmate Ruwashi. He never stopped. He had sent over 13,000 treasure maps. Adding in the previous rewards, he had sent gifts to Ruwashi that exceeded 100 million. Shocking. Petrified. Stunned. Her heart was turbulent, yet Chen Yuan remained calm and composed. From start to finish, Chen Yuan maintained a nonchalant expression. As if he hadn't just brushed out 60 or 70 million. It was just $60 or $70. Wow. It was only at this moment Suihan truly realized how terrifying the power of Master Yen was. Unimaginable. Deep and unfathomable. This was definitely not just showing off. If there wasn't a strong backing, how could one brush out 60 or 70 million without changing color right in front of others? Suihan felt increasingly regretful in her heart. She thought, if only she hadn't offended Master Yen before, if only she hadn't said so many unpleasant things, if only she could have passed the test. Perhaps today, that 60 or 70 million would have been gifted to her by Master Yen. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a medicine for regret in this world. Watching Master Yen gift other female anchors, she felt no anger. Instead, she began to blame herself. Master Yen is young and wealthy, handsome and extraordinary. He was exactly the Prince Charming in her heart. How could she have let herself be blinded? Showing such ugly behavior in front of Prince Charming, leaving such a bad impression. So foolish. So mistaken. Brother Yen looked even more handsome the more she looked. Suihan, favorability plus 10. Suihan, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 90 points. Chen Yuan looked at Suihan's favorability, which had skyrocketed to 90 points, nearly bewildered. I just brushed a few million gifts in front of you. Can this really boost favorability? Alright, it seems that for some women, as long as you have money, everything you do is right, everything is charm. My goodness, Brother Yen, you've already gifted me 100 million? At this moment. Except for Suihan, who was shocked by Chen Yuan's grand gesture. On the Longya live streaming platform. In classmate Ruwashi's live stream, all the viewers trembled collectively. Chapter 66 Large-scale turnover scene. Master Yen is too extravagant, gifting 100 million in 2 days? Not just 100 million, including gifts to Sharara, 150 million in 3 days. I am shocked. I am really shocked. Some people say I'm Master Yan's lackey. I want to say, what's wrong with being a dog? Woof woof woof. The bullet comments in the live stream soared. Classmate Ruoshi bowed 90 degrees to thank. She had said thank you nearly hundreds of times. The atmosphere in the live stream was incredibly hot. In just 3 days, Chen Yuan has completely become the true #1 rich man in Longya. His fame in Longya live streaming even surpasses that of Shark Douyin. All the female streamers in Longya eagerly await the arrival of President Yen. They are almost envious of classmate Ruoshi, turning green with jealousy. Among so many female streamers in Longya, President Yen only has eyes for classmate Ruoshi, which is incredibly enviable. A completely unknown small streamer. She unexpectedly received a reward of 100 million, just the shares alone amount to tens of millions. With so much money, why not be your own boss? Why continue live streaming? This is simply a meteoric rise to success. President Yen, we have arrived. I have reserved a table at Zhao's private kitchen ahead. Don't be fooled by Zhao's private kitchen size compared to a 5-star hotel. Getting a seat here is much harder than at a 5-star hotel. Feng Shoubo drove the Bentley into the parking lot, confidently pointing to Zhao's private kitchen ahead. Chen Yuan had heard of Zhao's private kitchen. This private kitchen is quite famous in Han City. It is said that the owner, Zhao Jiangwo, was once the head chef for state banquets in Yanjing. He has won countless gold medals in chef competitions. His culinary skills have reached an extraordinary level. Even his apprentices are all comparable to Michelin 3-star chefs. The business at Zhao's private kitchen is incredibly booming, and this restaurant strives for excellence. Therefore, they have a strange rule: they only accept 50 reservations per day. Sometimes, reservations at Zhao's private kitchen can be booked a month in advance. It is that exaggerated. If you want to taste real gourmet food, Zhao's private kitchen is the first choice in Han City. That's great, Xiao Wang. I didn't expect you to secure a spot at Zhao's private kitchen. I've heard the food here is amazing, it's truly exceptional. Since you're treating today, I won't stand on ceremony. Chen Yuan gave him an out. Since the other party was treating, it must be to bury the hatchet. Chen Yuan felt it was unnecessary to hold grudges. Sometimes enemies can become friends, and friends can also become enemies. As long as there are no major conflicts of interest, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Chen Yuan closed the Longya app, got out of the car, and walked with Feng Shoubo, Suihan, and Xiaofeng towards Zhao's private kitchen. He didn't know if Suihan was being intentional, but she always seemed to lean closer to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stood tall, with a handsome appearance and outstanding temperament. Suihan was tall and elegant, with graceful curves and fair skin, looking quite well matched with Chen Yuan. This pair of handsome man and beautiful woman walking on the road attracted the attention of many people. Upon entering Zhao's private kitchen, the ambience inside was very elegant. It was not in a traditional Chinese style, but rather a minimalist Nordic style. Clean and tidy, the environment was graceful. The floor-to-ceiling windows allowed for great lighting, with crystal glass tabletops. Although the business was booming, it did not feel crowded or noisy. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped into this private kitchen, he heard an enchanting piano melody. He saw a beautiful woman in white, her aura ethereal, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, expertly playing the famous piano piece Castle in the Sky. The piano piece Castle in the Sky is quite simple, but truly playing it well is very difficult. This is because the piece contains very rich emotions. To integrate these emotions into the music and resonate with others is not an easy task. But the woman in white sitting on the piano bench had her fingers fluttering like butterflies, beautifully agile. Her performance of Castle in the Sky almost instantly drew people into a state of emotional resonance, showcasing her high level of skill. Upon seeing this beautiful woman playing piano, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. President Yen, this beauty is very enchanting, isn't she? She is not just an ordinary piano girl. She is precisely the daughter of Zhao's private restaurant, the only daughter of Chef Zhao Jiangwo, Zhao Yuqi. It is said that there are numerous wealthy young men pursuing her. Feng Shoubo glanced at Zhao Yuqi with admiration. Then, he looked at the beautiful host beside him, Suihan. The two girls are not far apart in age, both have great figures, and even their looks are not very different. But when standing together, one could still feel that Zhao Yuqi's aura is superior. Suihan noticed a girl whose looks were not inferior to her own and felt a little dissatisfied inside. She could not play the piano, but if it came to dancing, she felt she could easily outperform the girl in front of her. She is the best dancer of Shark, a popular host with 1 million fans, and the center of attention wherever she goes. Absolutely unwilling to be overshadowed by another girl. At this moment, Suihan, whether intentionally or unintentionally, quietly wrapped her arm around Chen Yuan's. It seemed like she wanted to declare her territory. And just at that moment, Zhao Yuqi finished playing the last note. She gently lifted her head, intending to bow and thank, but unexpectedly saw Chen Yuan at first glance. However, what she saw was not just Chen Yuan. There was a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs and a slim waist, who was hooking her arm around Chen Yuan's. Their relationship was obvious. For a moment, Zhao Yuqi's face turned pale. She almost instantly lost all color. She felt unprecedented betrayal. A man who had just gifted her a luxurious villa a few days before, whom she had fallen for deeply. A man who had tossed her heart into chaos, nearly captivating her completely. How could he turn around and be with another woman? Chen Yuan, you? No, Yuqi, let me explain. Chen Yuan was also a bit confused. He really didn't expect Zhao Yuqi to be the daughter of Zhao's private restaurant. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have dined with Suihan in Fengshobois. Having dinner wasn't a problem, bumping into each other could have been explained. But who knew that Suihan, whether out of her mind or not, would just happen to hook his arm right in front of Zhao Yuqi? This is a situation where even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. Chen Yuan's mindset was breaking down. Who knew he would suddenly encounter such a major faceplant? Hell's beginning. So heartbreaking. So difficult. Although Chen Yuan may not have truly fallen for Zhao Yuqi, her position in his heart was absolutely far above Suihan. So, he decisively shook off Suihan's hand that was hooked around his arm and chased after Zhao Yuqi to explain. What do you want to explain? Can't you see clearly what I saw? Chen Yuan, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What do you take me for? Chapter 67 Chapter 067 Chen Yuan's chaotic explanation. Chen Yuan, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Do you think because you have money, I will become your mistress? Let me tell you, it's impossible. I, Zhao Yuqi, in my lifetime, will never share the same man with another woman, no matter who that person is. Zhao Yuqi spoke decisively. The way she looked at Chen Yuan seemed as if she was looking at an utterly despicable man. Walking on two boats, this kind of behavior had already crossed the moral line and wasn't worthy of any forgiveness. No matter what kind of explanation was given, it would just be an excuse. Chen Yuan's mind quickly thought of a countermeasure. The key is, how can he resolve this train wreck situation? Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Chen Yuan just remained silent for a moment, and Zhao Yuqi's favorability had already started to continuously drop. In this situation, no matter what kind of explanation he provided, it would be futile. It would only make things worse. The only way to break the deadlock was to turn passive into active. Yuqi, is there a misunderstanding? We are only ordinary classmates, why do you suddenly have such a strong hostility towards me? What the small third and small fourth, are you thinking too much? Chen Yuan retorted. With this question, Zhao Yuqi was directly confused. It seemed like she indeed wasn't Chen Yuan's girlfriend. From beginning to end, he had never confessed, and they had never formally established a relationship. They didn't qualify as boyfriend and girlfriend at all. Since they weren't in a relationship, then Chen Yuan's action of straddling two boats didn't exist. He was free and single, naturally wanting to be with whoever he liked. It had nothing to do with Zhao Yuqi. No, that's not it. If we are just ordinary classmates, why did you give me a luxurious villa? Why did you send me over 10 million in gifts during the livestream? Aren't you pursuing me? Zhao Yuqi's attitude softened a little, but she still pressed on aggressively. Yuqi, this is a long story, you should know. I don't just give rewards to you alone. During this time, I've spent a lot on various live streaming platforms, not sure how much, but actually, I have my difficulties. Chen Yuan, as he spoke, silently changed the topic. What difficulties do you have? Let's step aside to talk. I can tell you about this, but you must not let anyone else know. Chen Yuan said, pulling Zhao Yuqi's arm and walking to an empty stairwell. Zhao Yuqi did not resist. Yuqi, have you seen The Richest Man in Zihongxi? I've seen it, why are you asking this? Since you've seen it, let's make it short. Actually, my situation is somewhat similar. I have 50 billion in inheritance to inherit, but the condition to inherit this huge wealth is to spend 10 billion within a month, and cannot leave any assets, but my restrictions are not as many as in the movie. The only requirement is to spend money only on girls. Now you understand, right? Why I bought you a villa, why I sent you gifts, and why I give gifts to other female streamers. Actually, I also have no choice. By the way, the girl you just saw is actually a female streamer from the Shark Livestream platform. She just flew over from the Magic City today, just because I rewarded her 1 million. She's clinging to me. Actually, I don't have any relationship with her. Chen Yuan went on with his story, giving an explanation about his relationship with Suihan. Zhao Yuqi suddenly learned such explosive secret. She was a bit dazed. You have 50 billion in inheritance to inherit? The condition to inherit is to spend 10 billion within a month? Isn't this a plot in a movie? Are you sure you're not telling a story? Normally, if anyone else said such things, Zhao Yuqi wouldn't believe it at all, just think you are joking. But when Chen Yuan spoke these words, it suddenly held a bit of credibility because he had indeed done this before. He had crazily rewarded female streamers on various platforms. Sometimes it was tens of millions. For this, his best friend Wu Xiaofei had even specially criticized Chen Yuan several times. She thought Chen Yuan might be very unfaithful, seeing beautiful female streamers, one after another. Now it seemed, he indeed had his difficulties. Otherwise, even Principal Wang couldn't possibly give so much money to female streamers for no reason? Thinking this way, the reason Chen Yuan bought her a 60 million luxury villa was merely to complete a family task to inherit 50 billion. He truly did not pursue her. She actually had misjudged herself. Oh my, so embarrassing. Zhao Yuqi blushed. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. First, Chen Yuan didn't pursue her. Second, she and Chen Yuan were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Based on these conditions, the reason Chen Yuan straddled two boats simply didn't hold. He was not a scumbag. Moreover, Chen Yuan had also explained that the girl who just held his hand was just a female streamer from the Shark platform who had clung to him. The other party just flew over from the Magic City today. How could there be any unclear relationship with Chen Yuan? Thinking about this, she really had no reason to get angry. You're not even his girlfriend, what right do you have to point your finger and curse at others? Just because you saw a girl holding his hand? You stand on the moral high ground and criticize him? Don't be ridiculous. Once the relationships are sorted out, Zhao Yuqi's perspective changes. Different relationships naturally demand different things. It's also easier to consider from the other person's perspective. The key point is, Chen Yuan actually has 500 billion in inheritance to inherit? What a huge sum of assets. If other girls find out, who knows how many flirty foxes will come to seduce Chen Yuan. He's young and rich, handsome and charming, with hundreds of billions in inheritance waiting to be claimed. Such a top-level son-in-law, a modern-day Prince Charming, Zhao Yuqi, actually might not be worthy. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, I misunderstood you, I shouldn't have cursed at you in front of so many people. Zhao Yuqi apologizes softly. After speaking, she lowers her head. It's okay, as long as you understand me. On the contrary, if my actions during this time have caused you to misunderstand, I'm really sorry. Maybe I should have made things clear to you earlier. After what happened with Lin Shadong, I didn't want to date for a while, I just want to quickly complete the task and inherit the family fortune. Chen Yuan reminisces with deep affection. It seems that after being hurt, not wanting to jump into a new relationship is also a kind of respect for past feelings. Of course, Chen Yuan saying this is just to be cautious. He may continue to reward other female streamers and flirt with other girls, without needing to find excuses. Simply perfect. Chapter 68 Chapter 068 A stunning turnaround. Zhao Yuqi, affection +5. Zhao Yuqi, affection +5. Zhao Yuqi, affection +1. Current affection, 91 points. This wave of strong persuasion from Chen Yuan not only brought Zhao Yuqi's affection that it dropped back up, but it even increased a little. Although it was just a bit. But the higher the affection goes, the harder it is to increase. Especially after 90 points, every increase in affection is quite difficult. Actually, after Chen Yuan made things clear, Zhao Yuqi felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. Because she realized that Chen Yuan never truly liked her from the beginning, nor did he pursue her, he just wanted to complete the task of inheriting the fortune. Yet, at the same time she felt uncomfortable, her admiration for Chen Yuan's character grew. This precisely shows that Chen Yuan is not a casual man. Just after breaking up with Lin Shadong, he wouldn't immediately pursue another woman. This kind of seamless transition is actually a behavior of a scumbag. Previously, Zhao Yuqi's attitude towards Chen Yuan had always been reserved. Because Chen Yuan seamlessly pursued her while also rewarding other female streamers online, to say she felt no jealousy and had no doubts about Chen Yuan's character would be impossible. A person may have many strengths, but they can't fully cover up their flaws. However, this wave of explanation from Chen Yuan let her know that he isn't just a man who is purely driven by lust, nor is he a wasteful person who randomly gives money to female streamers. He could spend 10 billion and still inherit 500 billion. He is merely completing the task of being the heir. He has legitimate reasons. Moreover, while Chen Yuan spoke simply, the actual task of inheriting 500 billion is probably not so easy, is it? Naturally not. On the surface, he seems relaxed, but who knows how much pressure he bears behind the scenes. In families with assets worth hundreds of billions, how could there be no rivalry? Yet, such an important secret, Chen Yuan actually told her. This shows that her position in Chen Yuan's heart is somewhat different. After doing a wave of self-imagination, Zhao Yuqi's gaze towards Chen Yuan began to soften even more. Chen Yuan, I really didn't know you were under such great pressure. Compared to you, I am really too immature, and I have always misunderstood you. I am truly sorry. What? Have I endured a lot? How come I didn't even know myself? What on earth are you thinking? Chen Yuan was filled with questions. He felt that Zhao Yuqi probably watched too many soap operas. She always liked to fill in some storylines by herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't say such mysterious things. So you really understand me? Chen Yuan didn't know what she was thinking, but saying you understand me was definitely not wrong. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +1. Current favorability, 92 points. Wow, this can happen? Just like that. Chen Yuan talked with Zhao Yuqi in the stairwell for 5 minutes. Then he took her back to the restaurant. Before going out, everyone in the hall saw Zhao Yuqi's furious face, as if she wanted to eat Chen Yuan alive. Such a scumbag, caught by his girlfriend on the spot for stepping on 2 boats, should be torn into pieces. Otherwise, the resentment in her heart would never disappear. But 5 minutes later, Zhao Yuqi came back. Her expression returned to normal, and she even looked shy, following closely behind Chen Yuan with an apologetic look. What the hell? What? Feng Shoubo pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses on his face. He was almost drop-jawed in shock. His face was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. He had seen clearly just now, the relationship between Yenzong and Zhao Yuqi was obvious. This kind of situation, caught on the spot by the official girlfriend, was a dead end. In his view, it was completely unsolvable. It could only get worse. Zhao Yuqi's reaction didn't seem like someone who could be easily soothed. But Yenzong took her to the stairwell. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, the deadly deadlock unexpectedly had a shocking turnaround. Zhao Yuqi was fine. She was not only completely fine, but also showed a look of guilt. As if it was not Yenzong who flipped the situation, but the girl who made a mistake. Wow. So awesome. This kind of mysterious skill in flirting is simply mind-blowing. Is this the work of a love guru? A deadly deadlock can be perfectly resolved? This is unscientific. Really unscientific. Feng Shoubo, at the age of 36, actually felt a desire to take him as a teacher. If he had Yenzong's flirtation skills, his nagging wife would have been tamed long ago. He wouldn't have to feel like a thief every time he went out. Sorry, I was in a bad mood earlier and affected everyone's meal. I apologize to everyone. Zhao Yuqi first apologized to the other diners, then turned to Feng Shoubo and Suihan, saying generously, "You are Chen Yuan's friends, right? Since you are his friends, then you are my friends. I'll treat you to this meal today." No, Miss Xiao, today it was agreed that I would treat. Feng Shoubo immediately said politely. It's okay, Chen Yuan's friends are my friends, we're all from the same restaurant, don't be polite. Zhao Yuqi's words seemed to be directed at Feng Shoubo. But in fact, they all revealed one meaning. Her relationship with Chen Yuan was unusual. They were one of their own. Not something some people can easily manipulate. Want to seduce a man? You'd better look at whose territory this is. Suihan clearly also understood Zhao Yuqi's meaning. But she didn't care at all. With such an excellent rich man like Yenzong, how could he not have a few beautiful women by his side? Just the female anchors who received huge gifts alone already had 4 or 5. She had never cared about such things. Looking at Zhao Yuqi's appearance, she probably wasn't Yenzong's official girlfriend. Otherwise, how could she be pacified so easily? Since no one here is the official girlfriend of Mr. Yen, why do you boast so arrogantly? Everyone should compete fairly. There are opportunities for all. When you meet an extraordinary man, you should take the initiative to get him. Those losers who have no women liking them, she wouldn't even look at them. Happiness must be fought for by yourself. Suihan has been struggling in the live broadcast industry for 3 years, rising step by step from an unnoticed small streamer to where she is today. She understands this truth deeply. If you don't strive, if you don't grab it, in the end, the one who suffers is only yourself. Come on, sit down and eat, we've all been hungry all day. Chen Yuan waved his hand and sat down at a restaurant table. Zhao Yuqi immediately followed, sitting confidently to his left. Suihan was not to be outdone, sitting to Chen Yuan's right. The atmosphere was inexplicably tense. There was a smell of gunpowder in the air. Mr. Yen, I actually want to explain about what happened at noon. 2 years ago, I was still a small streamer. At that time, I had a boyfriend who was the top supporter in my livestream, and he was very generous. Later, when we met, I found that he was not only funny and humorous, but also decent looking. He was a mature man, very caring, and then we got together. I loved him for a year, and I really loved him, almost giving everything I had. But in the end, he not only got together with my best friend but also tricked me out of my money. My hard-earned salary from a year of live streaming was borrowed by him under the pretext of doing business. Because of contract loopholes, I can't get my money back. Since then, I've been very sensitive to friends who borrow money, and because of this incident, I reacted excessively at the airport. I truly didn't mean it. Sui-han's eyes turned red, her tone extremely sincere. It seemed she really remembered the painful past that was hard to look back on. Chen Yuan was somewhat speechless. If it were anyone else, they might really be moved by Sui-han's sincere tone. They would completely forget the unpleasantness from before. Her excuse was so well-timed that it could evoke a hint of sympathy. It made it easier to understand why she was so realistic and materialistic. But Chen Yuan just seemed to have used this very trick to fool Zhao Yuqi. Did you really just turn around and use the same trick to fool me? Are you joking? The story you made up is even more cliché than mine. You thought for more than an hour for this? Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. But on the surface, he showed a hint of sympathy. So you've had such an unforgettable experience, sigh. We are both lost souls, I have had similar experiences before, I understand you. Chen Yuan nodded and said. He seemed to have completely let go of the unpleasant experience of being mocked at the airport. Sui-han, favorability +1. Current favorability, 91 points. As expected, girls seem to especially love hearing I understand you. It doesn't matter if you really understand or not. As long as you say you understand, go along with her words, and show emotions of empathy, she will show you affection. It doesn't matter if you truly understand, just say you do. Mr. Yan, thank you for understanding me. By the way, I still don't know Mr. Yan's real name. My name is Chen Yuan. So it's brother Chen Yuan. The conversation between Chen Yuan and Sui-han relieved Zhao Yuqi. Unexpectedly, after all this time, she didn't even know Chen Yuan's name. It seems Chen Yuan wasn't lying to her, they had just met. Humph. Shameless green tea, holding onto a man's arm after just meeting him. If you knew Chen Yuan had 50 billion in assets waiting to be inherited, wouldn't you just leap on him? Zhao Yuqi thought disdainfully in her heart. No more small talk, I'm starving. Hurry up and order food. Chen Yuan picked up the menu, changing the subject. Let's get a portion of that snowflake beef. And a portion of that excellent braised pork. Hot pot spicy chicken, steamed East Star grouper, Australian lobster, poached small yellow croaker, farmhouse stir-fried pork, bird's nest lotus seed soup, one of each dish. Chen Yuan looked at the menu. Casually ordered 7 or 8 dishes. Anyway, it's not spending my own money. The prices at Zhao's private kitchen are generally expensive. A very ordinary farmhouse stir-fried pork costs 108. Steamed East Star grouper costs more than 2,000 for one. The 7 or 8 dishes Chen Yuan casually ordered add up to nearly 10,000 yuan. So damn expensive. It's practically a black shop. In other small restaurants, their farmhouse stir-fried pork only costs 20 yuan for a portion. You sell it for 108, which is 5 times more expensive. Chen Yuan started complaining in his heart. Usually, he only eats at the school canteen, even if he goes out to eat, a few classmates together usually won't exceed 500. If it exceeds 1,000, that definitely means a gathering of more than 10 people. For Chen Yuan, spending over 10,000 yuan for a meal for a few people is truly extravagant. Half an hour later. Wow! So delicious. The taste is just spot on. Just one portion of the most ordinary farmhouse stir-fried pork uses the best lean ingredients. So fragrant. It turns out that the expensive dishes really have their reasons for being pricey. Yuqi, your restaurant's food is really good. Zhao's private kitchen being so famous in Hancheng is truly well-deserved. Chen Yuan praised and then started to gobble down his food. He has a big appetite, and the more he eats, the better it tastes. Really? Chen Yuan, if you think it's good, then come often. I'll have someone reserve a seat for you. These dishes are actually made by my dad's apprentice. If my dad cooks, that would be the real delicacy. How about you come to my house next time? I'll have my dad cook for you personally. That's not really good, right? You don't need to be nervous, I'm just joking. Ha ha. Zhao Yuqi laughed out loud, stuck out her tongue, showing a cute and adorable look. This meal. Chen Yuan was extremely satisfied. This is truly a master. The manager Yan is indeed the manager, unflinching even when facing Mount Tai. So impressive. At that moment, Lu Wenjie's call suddenly came in. Hello? Xiao Chen, do you have time tomorrow? What's up? It's like this. Tomorrow there's a high school class reunion organized by class monitor Jean Menjing, and it just happens to be Sunday. Are you planning to go? Not going. Doesn't sound interesting. Oh. But I heard that this time the monitor invited Xiao Ruoyu too. Hearing the name Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his breathing hitched. Chapter 70, Xiao Ruoyu's favorability rating mysteriously soars. Xiao Ruoyu was Chen Yuan's goddess in high school. She was also his first love. At 16, the first time his heart raced, the first time he blushed, the first time he was so nervous he couldn't speak. In front of this girl, Chen Yuan didn't even have the courage to confess. Until graduation, he merely watched her quietly from the crowd. She was a brilliant girl, while Chen Yuan felt as small as a speck of dust. Looking back carefully, it wasn't that he didn't dare to confess, but he had self-awareness. How could Xiao Ruoyu possibly like him? That was simply impossible. Since it's impossible, why humiliate himself? A man's heart can only race so many times. Perhaps during the youthful budding years, it was the easiest to have a crush. He would remember a girl tightly because of that first racing heart feeling, and it wouldn't fade for many years. But as he got older, and saw more girls. Even when he later met very beautiful girls, he didn't experience that youthful rapid heartbeat feeling anymore. Maybe after seeing enough, he became indifferent, apathetic. Or perhaps his heart already housed one person, making it difficult to accommodate a second. Until many years later, he would become increasingly casual. Casual because, well, nobody could ever be her. Chen Yuan remained silent for over 10 seconds before finally speaking. Where is the gathering tomorrow? Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, at the Jojo Hotel. By the way, Li Yuntao will also be there. After so many years, this guy is still not giving up. Lu Wenjie reminded. Li Yuntao was an outstanding model student in high school, a leading class officer, and later got into Huaxia University of Geosciences, also a top 985 university. Moreover, he came from a well-off family. His father was a leader in the education bureau. After the college entrance examination, Li Yuntao publicly confessed to Xiao Ruoyu. Even though he was rejected later, he still did many things that other boys wished but dared not do. It's fine, I will have time tomorrow. Chen Yuan hung up the phone, feeling quite complex emotions in his heart. At this moment, Suihan sent him another WeChat message. Brother Yan, later I will be live streaming. Will you come to the live room to watch me? Yes. Chen Yuan replied absent-mindedly by typing. In fact, he had already decided not to give Suihan gifts anymore. But after thinking about it, Suihan's favorability towards him was just 4 points away from a successful turnabout. Now, if he gave more gifts, the returned licking dog money would quickly increase. There was no need to be stingy with money. It was also time to solidify the reputation of the wealthy brother Yan on the Shark platform. Chen Yuan opened the system interface and took a look at Suihan's progress bar for favorability. Name, Suihan. Stage name, Xiaomi Air. Current favorability, 91 points. Licking dog money consumption limit, 10,020,000. Turnabout refund bonus, 1,020,000, not completed. Reward enhancement points, 25 points, not completed. Reward skill, dance mastery, not completed. Let's take a look at Zhao Yuqi's progress. Name, Zhao Yuqi, stage name, Kiki Cutie. Current favorability, 92 points. Licking dog money consumption limit, 65 million. Turnabout refund bonus, 6,500,000, not completed. Reward enhancement points, 25 points, not completed. Reward skill, master level piano proficiency, not completed. Name, Lin Shudong. Current favorability, 95 points. Current status, turnabout successful. Name, Su Lele. Current favorability, 96 points. Current status, turnabout successful. Name, He Jiying. Current favorability, 76 points. Licking dog money consumption limit, 0. Turnabout refund bonus, 0, not completed. Reward enhancement points, 22 points, not completed. Reward skill, dance mastery, not completed. Currently, there are a total of 5 girls tied to him as targets for licking dog. Among them, Lin Shudong and Su Lele have already succeeded in their turnabouts. He also received generous rewards. Zhao Yuqi and Suihan both reached above 90 points in favorability. Whether they could succeed depended on the crucial last push. What surprised Chen Yuan was He Jiying. It seemed he had never spent a penny on her. He only had 2 conflicts with Li Yang, slapped Li Yang's face twice, and showed off his luxurious car. Yet, he remembered that at that time, He Jiying's favorability towards him was only 25 points, right? How could it suddenly rise to 76 points after a few days without seeing her? What the heck? Could it be that he didn't need to do anything, and her favorability would just climb up? Chen Yuan was stunned. Could it be that He Jiying knows my identity as Brother Yin? Or perhaps because of the Running Heroes viral event online, her heart raced and she couldn't help herself? The only two possibilities Chen Yuan could think of. Indeed, he was right about this. After Chen Yuan's video went viral online, He Jiying inexplicably felt a sense of regret. She did not regret breaking up with Li Yang. Rather, she regretted not leaving her WeChat for Chen Yuan. This man was not only unstoppable in the track and field arena, dominating everything, but his true identity was also extraordinary. A rich young master driving a Rolls-Royce. In school, he was so low-key. He was unbelievably strong but disliked showing off. If it weren't for Li Yang's aggressive confrontation and self-humiliation, he wouldn't have bothered to show off in front of him. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan was simply hundreds of times better than Li Yang. And Li Yang has a bad temper. These past few days, whenever Jiying scrolls through Douyin, every time she sees Chen Yuan's video, she feels regret in her heart. Somehow, she feels like she has started to like Chen Yuan. Although in reality, she has only seen Chen Yuan twice. But strangely, in those 2 times, Chen Yuan left an incredibly deep impression in her heart. So later when she rewatched the video, the more she watched, the more handsome he became, the more her heart raced. Every day, she wished she could repeat it hundreds of times. In the female dormitory room 708. Jiying, today is Saturday, aren't you going out with your boyfriend? You've watched Running Heroes videos hundreds of times, aren't you tired? Her roommate Zhou Cheng asked. I have broken up with Li Yang, he is just a scumbag, I have made my decision, Running Hero is going to be my next boyfriend. Don't joke around, do you even know who Running Hero is? Of course I know, this story is a bit long. At that time, I was watching a match on the school playground, and a very handsome boy suddenly rushed over to chat with me and asked for my WeChat. I didn't give it to him, he must have felt very disappointed. Later, to prove himself, he dashed onto the competition track. This person is now the popular running hero on Douyin. Jiying said with conviction. What? Running Hero became popular because of you? Don't boast. Xiaoying, I know you like Running Hero, you like sporty boys, but you can't break up with your boyfriend just because you like a celebrity, especially one whose face you can't even clearly see. Zhou Qing advised. Just now, I saw Li Yang downstairs, holding a bouquet of roses, setting up 999 candles, preparing to apologize to you, a roommate who just returned to the dorm said to Jiying. Apologize? Now he knows to apologize? It's too late. No matter what, you should go down and take a look, you should at least clear things up, right? At this moment, Chen Yuan returned to school. As soon as he walked through the school gate, passing the library, he noticed that there were many people around the girls' dormitory. It was a huge crowd. Many people were taking photos with their phones, cheering. With a sense of curiosity, Chen Yuan walked over to the crowd. Chapter 71, Using Talent to Attract Girls. Wow! Is this Li Yang, the captain of the athletics team? He looks pretty handsome. Not only is Li Yang the captain of the athletics team, but his family also owns a company, with assets worth tens of millions. Have you seen the BMW 7 Series beside him? In his 3rd year of college, how many can afford a BMW? Li Yang is so excellent, isn't Jiying crazy? She would dump such a boyfriend? Isn't she just relying on her beauty, big breasts, and long legs? What's so great about that? Among the crowd of onlookers, some girls jealously said. They seemed to have a good impression of Li Yang. So they particularly disapproved of Jiying. When she just entered school last year, as a freshman, Jiying stole the spotlight at the New Year's Eve party. She attracted many outstanding seniors who pursued her. This made many girls quite unhappy. Later, Li Yang successfully defeated all competitors in pursuing her and spent almost half a year winning Jiying's heart. But after just a month of dating, they were going to break up? Jiying really acted too spoiled. Unlike the girls' thoughts, guys thought Li Yang was really lucky. Jiying was definitely one of the prettiest freshmen in this year's batch. Not only did she have high looks, but most importantly, she had a stunning figure with an S-shaped curve. Li Yang was just relying on his family's money. Otherwise, how could he pursue such an attractive younger sister? Such good cabbage would be spoiled by a pig. She's coming down, Jiying is coming down. As Chen Yuan got closer, he discovered it was Li Yang apologizing to Jiying. He had set up a huge heart shape with candles downstairs the girls' dormitory. Holding 99 roses, he knelt on one knee. Next to him was a BMW 7 Series parked. Luxury cars, fresh flowers, candles, hearts, plus a crowd of onlookers. The atmosphere was set. Sincerity was also present. Under normal circumstances, He Jiying should definitely forgive him. After all, this wasn't a confession, but an apology. Li Yang's effort showed how sincere he was, and it also gave He Jiying face. But the outcome was often unexpected. He Jiying had just come downstairs. And she surprisingly spotted Chen Yuan among the crowd. Xiaoying, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you that day, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Li Yang approached He Jiying, offering the flowers with sincere words. Go away. He Jiying did not take his flowers. Instead, she sprinted over to Chen Yuan. I'm sorry. That day, actually, how about we exchange WeChat? He Jiying stammered, her face flushed with shyness. This time, she actually took the initiative to ask Chen Yuan for WeChat? In an instant. The whole place was shocked. A group of onlookers stared in disbelief. Li Yang's face turned ashen. He felt a green hat was placed on his head. It almost made him spit blood in anger. Isn't He Jiying Li Yang's girlfriend? What is she doing flirting with another guy in front of him? Damn, isn't that Chen Yuan, the scumbag? The notorious one on our campus forum, even Li Yang's girlfriend is being stolen by him? Why do I feel like he's amazing? His reputation stinks, yet there are still girls throwing themselves at him? Is He Jiying trying to deliberately anger Li Yang? Or does she really want to dump him for Chen Yuan? Watching the onlookers point and whisper. Li Yang felt utterly humiliated. For a man, the most embarrassing thing is to be cuckolded publicly. Li Yang was furious. He was really angry. He felt a fire burning in his chest, completely destroying his rationality. I'm going to beat you to death today, Chen Yuan. If I don't, I'm not Li. Li Yang charged over furiously. He swung his fist straight at Chen Yuan's face. He was the captain of the track and field team, strong and tall, with incredible explosive power. Usually, 2 or 3 guys combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. But today he faced Chen Yuan. Li Yang's speed was fast, Chen Yuan's speed was even faster. Li Yang's explosive strength was great, Chen Yuan's was even greater. In the moment of his punch, Chen Yuan kicked him away with lightning speed. Li Yang quickly charged back again. Then he was kicked away again. In less than 2 minutes, Li Yang was knocked down by Chen Yuan. A strong guy from the sports university couldn't defeat a sickly literature student? What the hell? Are all your muscles just for show? You can't even beat someone like Chen Yuan, a good-for-nothing from the literature department? It's a disgrace to the sports department. Impossible, why can't I beat him? Li Yang started to doubt life. He still remembered 3 years ago. He had slapped Chen Yuan while sitting on his neck. That little brat had no strength to resist at all. Li Yang could hit him however he wanted, humiliate him however he wanted. But 3 years later, Chen Yuan not only stole his girlfriend but he couldn't even win in a fight. He lost in sprinting. He lost in luxury cars. He even lost in girls. Now he lost in fighting too. Li Yang's mindset broke down. He Jiying, you shameless woman, daring to betray me. Chen Yuan, you better wait for me, this won't just end like this. Li Yang spat a harsh remark and escaped in embarrassment. If he didn't leave, would he wait to become a laughingstock? Are you crazy? Did I provoke you? Chen Yuan felt speechless. He admitted that his relationship with Li Yang was indeed not good. Except for the first time when he deliberately targeted someone on the athletics field. The other 2 times, he never took the initiative to provoke the opponent. Instead, it was that guy Li Yang who wanted to show off in front of him, and ended up getting slapped in the face. Today's incident was purely an accident. He was just there to watch the excitement. Who knew he would end up being an innocent victim? Your sister flirted with me first, am I to blame? You want to hit me, how could I not fight back? Is this my fault too? Chen Yuan shook his head. He was about to leave when He Jiying suddenly ran back to him. Her fingers were tightly interlocked, her face shy, and her big round eyes seemed to be bubbling with pink bubbles. The way she looked at Chen Yuan was very passionate. Chen Yuan, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to be so skilled that even Li Yang couldn't beat you. Have you trained? He Jiying, favorability +5. He Jiying, favorability +5. He Jiying, favorability +5. Current favorability, 91 points. He Jiying directly ignored Li Yang. This girl with a big chest and long legs seemed to admire violence, maybe that's why she liked sporty boys. Chen Yuan never expected He Jiying's favorability toward him would grow so fast. They had only met 3 times, and her favorability had already increased to 91 points. And he had never spent a single penny on her. Could it be that I've reached a profound level where I can attract girls with talent without spending money? Chapter 72 Chapter 072 Evidence of a Scumbag. The conversation split in 2. Just as He Jiying was chasing Chen Yuan for contact details. On the other side, Zhao Yuqi returned to the girls' dormitory. As soon as she arrived, her friend Wu Xiaofei walked over with a conflicted expression. Chichi, there's something I don't know if I should tell you. If I don't say it, I'm worried you might be deceived, but if I do say it, I'm afraid you might be hurt. Wu Xiaofei stammered. Zhao Yuqi's heart skipped a beat. She thought something bad had happened. It's okay, just tell me. Chi-Chi, I advise you not to contact that scumbag Chen Yuan anymore. You might not know just how terrible he is. Huh? Zhao Yuqi was stunned. Why is it about Chen Yuan again? What did he do? Chi-Chi, just look at this. This is the trending topic from this afternoon. Zhao Yuqi glanced at the phone Wu Xiaofei handed her. She saw the Weibo title read, "The Extraordinary Rich Man Lonely One Smoke, Crazy Spent 150 million in 3 days, quietly rising small streamer, gained 1 million followers in a day, became a new star in the streaming world." This Weibo trending topic had only been out for a few hours. The comments below had already exceeded 20,000. See, Chi-Chi, for the past few days I've been following the trends of Lonely One Smoke for you. Who knew that scumbag Chen Yuan was so sly? He didn't go to Shark Live or Douyin, but instead ran to Longya Live, which I've never paid attention to at all, and poured 150 million on 2 female streamers. That's 150 million. Especially that classmate Ruwashi, just the gifts he gave her exceeded 100 million. I originally thought he bought you a luxurious villa to show he was sincere, but look. In just 2 days without seeing each other, look at what he's done. This heartless scumbag, this trash, this beast, is just toying with your feelings. He is a prodigal, and if this continues, no matter how much money he has at home, it will be squandered by him. It makes me so angry, it's like trying to lift mud against a wall. Wu Xiaofei grew angrier as she spoke. Chen Yuan's actions were simply heinous, unforgivable. He was flirting with female streamers all over the internet, completely an unreliable partner. But after Zhao Yuqi listened to her bombshell, not only did she not feel shocked by this matter at all. Instead, she was very calm. Xiaofei, please don't speak ill of Chen Yuan in front of me anymore. You don't understand him at all, and he gives gifts to the female streamer, I know about this. What? Wu Xiaofei was stunned. She was shocked. She really couldn't understand what Zhao Yuqi was thinking. Since you know that Chen Yuan gives gifts to other female streamers behind your back, and even gives huge gifts, why are you not angry at all? Have you been brainwashed? Any woman who knows about this would be furious. Chi-Chi, what happened to you? Have you really lost your mind to that scumbag? Chen Yuan is really not a good guy, why don't you listen to advice? Wu Xiaofei spoke earnestly. Xiaofei, if you say that again, I will really be angry. I know exactly who Chen Yuan is, he has his reasons for giving gifts to the female streamer. You are not allowed to slander him, understand? Zhao Yuqi's face darkened, and she suddenly looked very serious as she spoke to Wu Xiaofei. She seemed genuinely disgusted with her friend speaking ill of Chen Yuan behind his back. Are you crazy? You really have lost your mind. Wu Xiaofei showed an expression of disbelief. She really didn't expect, after seriously trying to help her friend see the scumbag for who he is, Zhao Yuqi wouldn't appreciate it and instead defended Chen Yuan everywhere. Is she under a spell? Even after all this evidence, you still refuse to wake up? Is your brain malfunctioning? Because of this issue, Zhao Yuqi and Wu Xiaofei got into a fight. If Chen Yuan knew about this, he would probably be very glad that he had taken precautions in advance. Otherwise, even without the crash bureau today, with Wu Xiaofei's solid proof, Zhao Yuqi's feelings for him would quickly decline. She might even be disgusted. And if this matter isn't handled promptly, even if Chen Yuan comes up with excuses later, Zhao Yuqi might not believe him. On the contrary, Chen Yuan had already taken precautions in advance. If Wu Xiaofei later provides solid proof, then you would be spreading rumors, stirring trouble, and maliciously slandering. The order of evidence matters. Zhao Yuqi, affection +1. Current affection, 93 points. On his way back to the dormitory, Chen Yuan suddenly noticed that Zhao Yuqi's affection for him had increased again. What's going on? What happened to Zhao Yuqi? Did she trigger some hidden plot again? Chen Yuan was puzzled. He felt that these women had been a bit strange lately. Not only Ying, but also was inexplicably increasing in affection. Zhao Yuqi actually experienced a similar situation? Looks like my charm has indeed reached the highest realm of attracting girls without spending money. This must be the trouble of being a handsome guy. Chen Yuan sighed leisurely. Back in the dormitory, he lay on the bed. Then he opened Shark Live, entered Xiaomier's live stream room, and started sending her rockets. Wow, Yenzong, you're back. Yenzong is awesome, Yenzong is amazing. Yenzong spent 100 million in Lanya and finally came back to show off on Shark. It feels like Yenzong alone can overwhelm all the tycoons. Wow. Thank you, Yenzong brother, for sending the super rocket. Thank you, Yenzong brother. Moa. Xiaomier said with surprise on her face. It seems that the unpleasant matter has finally passed. Yan Zong really forgave her, otherwise he wouldn't continue sending her gifts. On the other side, after being lectured by Zhao Yuqi, Wu Xiaofei was somewhat unconvinced. In her heart, she had already determined that Chen Yuan was a scumbag. She absolutely could not let her friend fall into this trap. She must make Zhao Yuqi wake up. Wu Xiaofei opened Shark Live. She originally had no hope, but as soon as she came in, she found an exploding hot live stream room. On the global public screen, a wealthy person was frantically giving super rockets to the streamer Xiaomi Air. This person was none other than Lonely One Cigarette. Good, you scumbag Chen Yuan. I was planning to collect evidence to nail you down, and didn't expect you to deliver yourself. This time, I won't let you off easily. I certainly don't have the surname Wu. Chi-Chi, come quickly and take a look, the screenshot from Weibo earlier. I won't say much, but you see what Chen Yuan is doing now? Wu Xiaofei righteously pointed at the computer screen. On it, the ID Lonely Smoke had already sent over 1,000 super rockets to the streamer Xiaomi Air. And there was no sign of stopping at all. At that moment, Zhao Yuqi slowly walked over. P.S. Let me recommend an incredible book, I Can Be a Fake Big Shot from All Realms, by Pinyin Zimu. This book is really good and is by a friend in a handsome guy group. Friends who are running out of reading material can check it out. Chapter 73 Chapter 073 I've changed my shoes. See? That scumbag Chen Yuan is sending rockets to other female streamers. Wu Xiaofei crossed her arms. She really wanted to see Zhao Yuqi's face change dramatically. But it didn't happen. Zhao Yuqi's face remained calm, even after witnessing Chen Yuan sending rockets to other female streamers. But she was still calm as ever. I know this female streamer, I had dinner with her today. She was trying all sorts of ways to attract Chen Yuan. Zhao Yuqi spoke with some disgust. Dined together? Yes, the three of us, me, her, and Chen Yuan. Zhao Yuqi nodded. Hearing this, Wu Xiaofei was stunned in shock. She was wide-eyed. Completely unable to believe she was looking at Zhao Yuqi. Is this still the first beauty of the literature department she knew? Is this still the proud school flower of Hunan University? Have you really become so humble for Chen Yuan that you don't mind the existence of other women? My God. You are the school flower, how did you turn into a dog licker now? Don't think too much. Chen Yuan is not the person you imagine him to be. There are actually reasons for her sending gifts to the female streamer, but it's inconvenient for me to say right now. In short, I will not give up on Chen Yuan. If I back out now, I am just giving those cheap girls an opportunity. Hearing Zhao Yuqi's explanation, Wu Xiaofei almost spat out blood. She really could not imagine what reason would allow Zhao Yuqi not to mind Chen Yuan giving gifts to other women. Is there really such a generous woman in the world? Impossible. Doesn't exist. Can't believe it. Could it be that Zhao Yuqi doesn't truly like Chen Yuan in her heart, but simply sees him as an ATM, so she doesn't mind it at all? But this doesn't seem right. Zhao Yuqi's behavior clearly indicates she likes Chen Yuan. It's too complicated. I feel like my worldview is about to collapse. Chi-Chi, take care of yourself. It's already this solid proof, you still want to speak well of Chen Yuan. Looking at Wu Xiaofei's exhausted expression, Zhao Yuqi was also speechless. You're my best friend. Why do you have to be at odds with Chen Yuan? Did he provoke you? And you only understand the surface situation and criticize others. Don't you think that's too hasty? Zhao Yuqi didn't want to explain so much. Because she knew Wu Xiaofei's personality. This best friend is a big mouth, particularly fond of gossip, and can't keep a secret at all. If she lets her know that Chen Yuan has 500 billion in assets waiting to be inherited, it probably won't be long before everyone in school knows. By then, who knows how many seductive girls will try to woo Chen Yuan? Isn't this setting herself up for enemies for no reason? Although she has great confidence in herself. But there's still a Qin Bingxue in the school. What if? 1 hour later. Chen Yuan had sent a full 10,000 super rockets to the streamer Xiaomi. As of now, the audience on the Shark platform and the streamers had completely become numb. When they first saw Yan Zong sending gifts like this, they were almost shocked to the point of losing their minds. But after seeing it more often, they found their hearts grew stronger. It seemed like tens of millions were no longer seen as money. Yan Zong can even spend 100 million on Longya. It's only 20 million now. It means there's still some left. Don't. Everyone sit down. Basic operation. The live stream's comments are flying up. The entire screen is filled with Yenzong being awesome. Yenzong is amazing. It's not just Xiaomi's livestream where people are doing this. On the entire Shark platform, almost every host's livestream is filled with praise for Yenzong. He isn't even a host. But his fame is even bigger than that of the hosts. The name Yenzong is already completely famous in the rich community. Damn, gifting like this every day, my hand is almost cramping up, no more, I'm going to take a shower and sleep. Chen Yuan thought, maybe he should specially hire someone to gift for him. Every day, he wouldn't have to do anything. Just sit here and gift away. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. But thinking carefully, he decided against it. Currently, Yenzong's identity isn't convenient to reveal to the public. The system's money can only be gifted by him alone. This idea was just a joke. After showering, Chen Yuan went to sleep. That night. Stars twinkling, dark clouds dissipating. The crescent moon hung in the sky, hazy moonlight, spreading across the earth, seeming to indicate that tomorrow would be a good day. The next day. Morning light was bright, golden sunshine shone through the glass window, warming the desk in his dormitory. It really was a good day. Chen Yuan didn't get out of bed until 10 in the morning. After getting up, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, took a shower, and even washed his hair. Originally, according to his habit, he would only wash his hair every 2 days. He had just washed it yesterday. So logically, he didn't need to wash it today. But today there was a class reunion, and Xiao Ruoyu would be there. This hair had to be washed. Not washing it felt like a lack of confidence. Boys always care strangely about their hairstyles. After washing his hair, Chen Yuan changed his clothes and went to the dining hall for a meal. After eating, he looked at the time. It was only 12? For some reason, Chen Yuan felt that today's time was passing incredibly slowly. Usually, he always felt time flew by quickly. Just a few rounds of games could take half a day. But today he really had no mood to play games. He walked back and forth in the dorm. His walking annoyed a few roommates. Hey, what's wrong with you today? I noticed you seemed a bit distracted while eating. Lao Chao suddenly asked. Come on, stop wandering, hurry and log on, the special forces are ready. Xiong Tao urged. You guys play? Sun Rui just messaged me saying all 4 girls in her dorm are bored this afternoon, and they want to join us for a game. Just write 4 guys and 4 girls, we can go to KTV to sing, are you interested? Zhou Haiquan suddenly said excitedly. As soon as he said this, Lao Chao also got excited. Wow, the girls are taking the initiative to socialize, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, except for Sun Rui and Lin Xiaodong, that Li Xiaoling is pretty good too? What's the other one's name again? Xiong Tao said with a lewd smile. I don't know the other one either, she's a bit chubby, not really paying attention, but Li Xiaoling is indeed good. Let's do it, come on, hurry and message Sun Rui back, let her know we agreed. Xiong Tao excitedly urged. He seemed to have automatically ignored Chen Yuan's opinion. Wait, I can't go today, I have other things this afternoon. Chen Yuan said. Alright then. Zhou Haiquan nodded, then started editing the message. Xiaorui, Chen Yuan can't go today, but the other roommates are free, let's go to the Joy Space to sing, it's not far, how about we meet up first and talk? After editing the message, Zhou Haiquan immediately sent it. The reply came back quickly. Chen Yuan can't go? Then forget it, today's activity is cancelled. Don't. Even if Chen Yuan can't go, we can still have fun. No mood, I suddenly don't want to sing anymore. Seeing Sun Rui's message, Zhou Haiquan was bewildered. Why did it suddenly change? Lao Zhou, how's it going? I'm really ready with my shoes on. Chapter 74 What's wrong with girls being 20 minutes late? Well, Sun Rui said the event is cancelled. Zhou Haiquan said awkwardly. What's going on? Didn't she just take the initiative to invite you? How did it suddenly get cancelled? Chen Yuan is not going, so the girls in her dormitory don't want to go out. Zhou Haiquan shrugged his shoulders. There was a sense of helplessness. Life is just lonely as snow. You watch your crush fall for your brother. And there's nothing you can do about it. Can you blame Chen Yuan? It's obvious that Chen Yuan never intended to compete with him for Sun Rui. But Sun Rui just likes Chen Yuan, obviously using him as a stepping stone to get closer to Chen Yuan. He had thought about deleting Sun Rui. But he couldn't do it. He felt inexplicably like he became Sun Rui's backup, possibly not even a backup. I get it, there's Lin Xiaodong in their dorm, and Sun Rui seems. Lao Chao glanced at Chen Yuan. He didn't finish his sentence. Because he was worried about Zhou Haiquan's feelings. Ahem. This time the social gathering, it's probably Lin Xiaodong wanting to get back together with the 4th, deliberately setting up this gathering. If the 4th doesn't go, today's event will definitely be cancelled. Lao Chao shook his head. He saw clearly. Brother Yuan, can I still call you Brother Yuan? For the happiness of our brothers, you should sacrifice yourself a bit. Plus, going to sing with a girl isn't a loss for you. Xiong Tao suddenly called him Brother Yuan. For the sake of chasing girls, he was willing to go all out. It doesn't matter if you call me anything, today I truly have important matters. Chen Yuan waved his hand, his tone resolute and not swayed at all. Brother Yuan, are you really so heartless? If I end up single for life, you have to take responsibility. By the way, what time do you have something this afternoon? 5 o'clock. Why rush at 5? It's only just past 12. Just agree first, and after the girls in Sun Rui's dorm come out, you can change locations at 4. Understand what time management means? Xiong Tao's words suddenly opened people's minds. Good time management really seems possible? It's quite normal to arrange 2 dates in one day. It is said that some amazing people can manage 5 or 6 in a day, and it's no problem. President Tao is right, it's just rushing to a place. As long as you can get the girls from Sun Rui's dorm out first, you've completed the task. After that, you can go wherever you want. Brother Yuan, the happiness of our brothers' later lives is all on you. Lao Chao also echoed. Alright then, at the latest, I'm leaving at 4. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. The Happy Space KTV isn't far from the Jojo Hotel, it only takes about 20 minutes by taxi. The high school class meeting is at 5 in the afternoon. The timing is completely enough. Okay. Old Zhou, try to invite them again. Without Xiong Tao saying more, Zhou Haiquan had already started messaging Sun Rui. Xiao Rui, Chen Yuan agreed to come out. Let's meet at the school gate later, what do you think? In the girls' dormitory. Sun Rui held her phone, and seeing the message from Zhou Haiquan, her previously low interest suddenly sparked. Shut on, Chen Yuan agreed to come out. What do you think? I'm pretty capable, right? Since you can't get Chen Yuan out, let's start with his roommate. I'm not wrong with this idea, right? As long as they come out, everything can be negotiated. Sun Rui smiled broadly, looking like she was going to help Lin Shudong win over Chen Yuan. But the other roommate, Li Xiaoling, felt something was off. Why are you excited about helping Lin Shudong ask out Chen Yuan? And what is so special about Chen Yuan? How can he make Lin Shudong and Sun Rui change their attitudes towards him so much? Really? Chen Yuan really agreed to come out? Thank you, Xiao Rui, I knew you were the best for me. To help me win back Chen Yuan, you even sacrificed your looks to flirt with Zhou Haiquan. I don't know how to repay you. Lin Shudong expressed her immense gratitude in her heart. Although she could also sense that Sun Rui was a bit too passionate about this matter. But she did not doubt anything. 3 years of friendship, Xiao Rui wouldn't possibly be sneaky and try to seduce Chen Yuan behind her back, right? Around 1:30. Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates appeared at the school gate. They waited for a full 20 minutes. Lin Shutan, Sun Rui, Li Xiaoling, and Wang Wenwan finally arrived fashionably late. Chen Yuan didn't understand why girls like to be late so much. They had clearly agreed on 1:30. But they had to be late by 20 minutes. Chen Yuan was quite disgusted by this. I'm not asking you to arrive early, can't you just be on time? It seems like not being late or arriving early makes girls feel embarrassed. Sorry, Chen Yuan, we are late. We just took too much time with makeup and changing clothes. You aren't angry, right? Lin Shutan asked cautiously. It had been a week since they last met. She noticed that Chen Yuan seemed to have grown taller, his body had become stronger, and he looked even more handsome. Although he was still wearing cheap stuff, his confidence and sunshine vibe made him stand out. Lin Shutan's heart was racing. She found that Chen Yuan increasingly resembled her ideal Prince Charming. Not only was he rich, but his looks, body, and temperament were also exactly her type. How did she ever make such a foolish mistake? She had abandoned Chen Yuan for that scum Huang Junjie? I'm not angry, I'm used to you being late. If you weren't late one day, I might actually be surprised. Chen Yuan's tone was cold. He seemed unwilling to get too entangled with Lin Shutan. What is wrong with you? How can you be so uncouth? As a guy, waiting for girls, what is the big deal? It's only 20 minutes. Are you really impatient? I have never seen such an uncouth man. Li Xiaoling scolded him abruptly. She wasn't familiar with Chen Yuan. She didn't know the specifics of his situation. She only knew that this guy had chased Lin Shutan for 3 years. It seemed Lin Shutan had done something wrong to Chen Yuan. But no matter what, they were all girls. They had already given him a way out and apologized, what else did he want? In her opinion, Chen Yuan's behavior was simply excessive. And he was dressed in cheap clothes, apart from being somewhat handsome, he had no other advantages. Xiaoling, don't be like this. Indeed, we were wrong, we shouldn't have been late. Chen Yuan, I apologize for Xiaoling. She didn't mean it. As soon as Sun Rui said this, Li Xiaoling was stunned. In her impression, Sun Rui wasn't someone who reasoned like this. She used to be unapologetic even when she was an hour late for a date with a guy. Now, being 20 minutes late, she actually apologized? This is not scientific, right? The atmosphere was a bit delicate. But Li Xiaoling still felt unyielding. What kind of future can a guy who has been a dog for 3 years have? Isn't he just a little handsome? Can looks fill your stomach? 20 minutes later. They arrived at Joy Space KTV. Just got out of the taxi. A blue Maserati stopped in front of them. Inside sat a handsome young man. Wow! So handsome. I don't know when my boyfriend will drive such a luxury car, he only has a Mercedes 350. Li Xiaoling exclaimed. This was clearly showing off. At that moment, a stylish, gentle-looking man got out of the Maserati. He was about 182 tall, slightly thin. He was fair-skinned. Even whiter than a woman. He had a scholarly aura. The first impression he gave was that he was an educated young man. He somewhat resembled the current national idol, Kuan. They both belonged to the fresh meat type. When this man saw Chen Yuan for the first time, he was taken aback. It took him a full 5 seconds before he walked over. Chen Yuan, I didn't expect to run into you here. We probably haven't seen each other in 3 years, right? What? Li Xiaoling looked confused. Chen Yuan actually knows a rich second generation who drives a Maserati? And he is so charming, so handsome. He has a bit of that young Korean heartthrob vibe. This is exactly the kind of Prince Charming I dream of. Li Yuntao? Chen Yuan asked uncertainly. Yes, that's me. Li Yuntao nodded. Chen Yuan didn't expect to run into Li Yuntao before their high school reunion even started. This guy looks refined and neat on the surface, but is actually quite shy underneath. It is said that because his father is a leader in the Education Bureau, and his mother is the founder of an educational institution. This led to strict family rules from a young age. He never dared to date anyone during high school. He secretly had a crush on Xiao Ruoyu for 3 years. However, when graduation came, Li Yuntao finally mustered the courage to confess to Xiao Ruoyu in front of the whole school. Chen Yuan couldn't even gather the courage to confess. It is said that Li Yuntao was suppressed by his parents throughout high school. Once he got to university, he completely liberated himself. From then on, he became uncontrollable. He often frequented places of pleasure. Of course, it could also be that he was deeply hurt after Xiao Ruoyu rejected him and became totally indulgent. Chen Yuan didn't know the specific reasons. Anyway, this guy likes to show one side on the surface and be another behind the scenes. The first impression of Li Yuntao is gentle and elegant. But in reality, this guy particularly likes to show off. In high school, he flaunted his exam scores. In university, he flaunted his school. Flaunted his luxury car. Flaunted his villas. Flaunted his girls. He often posted on social media to show off. He would casually travel abroad. And then go to KTV and party. Young as he was living a lavish life full of excess. Eventually, Chen Yuan just blacklisted him. Because it made him uncomfortable to see. Chen Yuan, who is this handsome guy? A high school classmate, Li Yuntao. He was the vice class leader of my senior class, too, currently studying at Huaxia University of Geosciences, a top student from a 985 school. His mother is the founder of an English training institution, and his family assets are almost $1 billion, right? Chen Yuan detailed Li Yuntao's background, fully satisfying his need to show off. No. Chen Yuan, you are exaggerating too much. My family only has 5 houses, 2 villas, and 4 cars. My mom just likes being a teacher. In total, it's less than 50 million. You are exaggerating. Li Yuntao waved his hand. He looked very humble. But every word was blatant bragging. Showing off is fine. But it's concerning if you don't even have the qualification to show off. He is a genuine rich second generation. Different from the fake rich second generations met before, like Lin Shudong and Liao Jia. Li Yuntao's family background is all real. Indeed, when Li Yuntao said this, Li Xiaoling, Sun Rui, Wang Wenwan, and Lin Shutong's eyes all lit up. The way they looked at Li Yuntao was clearly different from how they looked at Chen Yuan's 3 roommates behind him. But Lin Shudong quickly reacted. Although Li Yuntao is excellent, he can't compare to Chen Yuan. After all, Chen Yuan is someone who can spend tens of millions on gifts in a live stream. Li Yuntao's family assets are only 50 million. He simply cannot compare to Chen Yuan. She can't keep having second thoughts. Otherwise, Chen Yuan could never forgive her. Unlike Lin Shutong's thoughts, Sun Rui was very interested in Li Yuntao. Since she couldn't get close to Chen Yuan, Li Yuntao was also a good choice. He is a top student from a 985 school, looks handsome, is gentle and kind, has a good family background, drives a Maserati, much better than that poor guy Joe Haikwan, right? Men choose women. Women can also choose men. As long as she meets a good man, why not give herself another chance? Li Yuntao, my name is Sun Rui, can I add you on WeChat? It would be convenient to hang out together in the future. As soon as these words came out. Beside him, Joe Haikwan immediately showed an expression of disbelief. He was dumbfounded. In his mind, the always reserved, cute, and pure classmate Sun Rui actually took the initiative to ask a man for contact information? What the hell? His mindset exploded. Just because this pretty boy drives a luxury car, you can be so proactive? But you are the girl I asked out. How can you not care about my feelings and ask other men for WeChat right in front of me? I have my pride too. How can you treat me like this? Joe Haikwan was roaring inside. But he could never bring himself to say these words out loud. He was just a backup. When Sun Rui found a better choice, she would kick him away without hesitation. From beginning to end, he was only being used. Li Yuntao smiled slightly. He felt very proud. The pressure was overflowing. Chen Yuan, this scumbag, actually asked for my WeChat for the girl he brought out? Ha, you probably lost face out of the solar system. You, a broke loser, dare to have designs on Xiao Ruoyu? Why don't you go look in the mirror at yourself? Losers will always be losers. The girl he worked so hard to ask out is just minutes away from being flirted with by me. Li Yuntao was laughing wildly inside. He felt like he had already shown off before the class reunion even started. It was so enjoyable. But on the surface, he put on a troubled look. Well, isn't this a bit inappropriate? If I add your WeChat, won't Chen Yuan get angry? I still know the principle of a friend's wife cannot be deceived. Oh, I'm not Chen Yuan's girlfriend. We're just ordinary classmates. Sun Rui explained. Okay, you scan me. Li Yuntao pretended to hesitate for a few seconds, then pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Ding! Scan successful. Sun Rui had just added Li Yuntao as a friend. Li Shaoling unexpectedly walked over as well. Let me scan too, is it okay, handsome? No problem. No problem. We're all classmates and friends, this classmate can add me too. Li Yuntao suddenly pointed at Lin Shudong. Because among these four girls, it seemed that Lin Shudong was the prettiest. Li Yuntao had completely inflated his ego. The way he looked at Chen Yuan was as if he were looking at a fool. This isn't too good. Lin Shudong hesitated. In the past, if she encountered this situation, she would definitely not hesitate to add Li Yuntao on WeChat. But now, she glanced at Chen Yuan several times, clearly not daring to be ambiguous with other men in front of him. This attitude was worlds apart from before. Okay then, you guys have fun. I have something to do, so I will leave first. Li Yuntao casually stuffed his phone into his pocket. Lin Shudong was not exactly top tier in looks, but she was definitely not bad. However, the object of his focus today was his first love, Xiao Ruoyu, who had captured his heart and whom he still obsessively thought of 3 years after graduating high school. A woman he casually met by the roadside was just that. Although she had some charm, she was just for fun. But when it came to being serious, he didn't need it. He could still distinguish priorities. The key was that today he had shown off in front of Chen Yuan. It felt so good to show off. Chen Yuan must still be so dumbfounded, right? And those 3 clowns with him, I'm flirting with your girls right in front of you, and you guys can't say a word, huh? Li Yuntao confidently sat in the Maserati. He started the car and sped away. Bye, handsome. Goodbye, Tao Gu. Sun Rui and Li Shaoling waved their hands enthusiastically. Damn it, others call him Tao, and I also call him Tao. Why is there such a big difference? Xiong Tao was self-mocking. Originally having some fondness for Li Shaoling. But now he discovered that this woman not only had a boyfriend, but he even took the initiative to flirt with Li Yuntao. This guy is just a scumbag. Eating from one bowl while looking at what's in the pot. But it's okay. The more of a scumbag a woman is, the more he likes her. Let's be scumbags together. Xiong Tao is completely different from Joe Haikwan. He is essentially a playboy. In 3 years of college, he has already changed more than 20 girlfriends. Sometimes dating 2 or 3 at the same time. Otherwise, how would he master time management? Although Xiong Tao's family condition doesn't meet the standards of rich second generation, he still has some money, plus this guy is talkative and thick-skinned. He often goes out to chat up girls. His core picking up girls philosophy is cast a wide net, focus on the catch, accept all who come, the more the better. Since I can't pursue quality, then I'll make up for it with quantity. In his freshman year, he once dated 4 girls at the same time. Because he got into trouble, he later became more low-key. On the surface, he is a bronze. In reality, he is a king. This guy often says he was hurt by his first love, so he goes crazy meeting girls, crazy flirting. His experience in picking up girls is extremely rich, and many tricks that Chen Yuan learned are from Xiong Tao. Xiong Tao once said, picking up girls is a matter of probability. If you pursue one goddess, you are her dog. If you pursue 100 goddesses, then 100 goddesses are your dogs. Quantity can lead to change in quality. When you have more than 500 girls on your WeChat, you will never lack a girlfriend. Even if you're broke and a loser, you can still have fun, and with a thick skin, you can conquer all. He once also said that a guy can only relieve inner anxiety by pursuing several girls at the same time. If you only pursue one girl, you'll be worried. If she doesn't reply to your message, you'll think, is she not interested in me? Did I say something wrong? Did I send the wrong message? Then you'll keep messaging her like a dog. Girls will get more and more annoyed with you. But if you pursue several girls at the same time, not only does your success rate increase, but you won't feel anxious, because if one girl ignores you, you can flirt with another. You'll be calm. If a girl doesn't reply to you, you'll remain composed, appear generous, mature, and reasonable. Instead, the girl is more likely to develop feelings for you. So, pursuing a few girls at the same time really can relieve psychological pressure. No need to worry about progress. You can also maintain enthusiasm for one girl for a longer time. The chances of winning her over will definitely increase. Chen Yuan once dared not agree with this scumbag mantra. But now he finds that it actually seems to be true. The less you care about a girl's opinion of you, the better you tend to perform. Of course, scumbags end up hurting others and themselves. No matter how deep your tricks are, you can't change the outcome of a disaster. Paper can never wrap fire. The most common trick for guys is, pursue several girls at the same time. If one girl shows good feelings toward you, then you get together with her and cut off the other lines once you succeed. It relieves inner anxiety, increases the probability of picking up girls, and you don't have to worry about disasters. It's reasonable and legal. This is just like girls looking for spare tires, choosing the best option. So real. Xiong Tao is interested in scumbag girls. Because scumbag girls can play with each other, no one has to be responsible to anyone. They won't feel any guilt for breaking up. 10 minutes later. They, a party of 8, opened a big KTV room. Xiong Tao seemed to have arrived at his own stage. He was lively in the KTV room, singing songs frantically. From time to time, he'd joke with a few girls. As if he completely didn't care about what just happened. Zhou Haiquan, on the other hand, was very silent. It was clear that he had really been hurt by Sun Rui's actions. Old Zhou, don't take it too seriously. As a man, you should be more magnanimous. As long as you can take Sun Rui to a hotel today. Everything that was invested before was worth it. After we finish singing, we will go watch a movie, then have some late-night snacks, and naturally, drink a bit. By the end of the day, it should be about right. Xiong Tao finished singing a song and walked up to Zhou Haiquan, whispering. Can we really do that? Isn't it a bit too fast? Fast? You've been chasing Sun Rui for months, is this still called fast? Do you believe I can win over Li Shaoling tonight? Xiong Tao was determined. Don't brag. She has a boyfriend, and she's interested in that rich second-generation guy driving a Maserati. Can you really win her over in a day? Zhou Haiquan looked disbelieving. Even if Xiong Tao had some glorious achievements in the past, ever since he messed up, he's been nearly silent for a year. Can he still have those impressive skills with girls? Ha ha. Let's make a bet. If I can win her over tonight, you will bring me breakfast every day for a month. Do you dare bet? What if you can't win her over? If I can't win her over, I'll bring you breakfast. All right. You said it yourself. Zhou Haiquan felt like he had already won. Though Sun Rui embarrassed him today, at least he would win a month of breakfast money. Could it be that Xiong Tao has seen that I'm feeling down, so he deliberately bet he would lose to cheer me up? What a good brother. Zhou Haiquan felt very touched, but then he saw Xiong Tao running over to tell a joke to Li Shaoling. And it was a dirty joke. Li Shaoling was amused and they actually sang love songs together? An hour later. Xiong Tao and Li Shaoling were hugging? What a move! Zhou Haiquan was dumbfounded. Li Shaoling, with Xiong Tao's advances, surprisingly did not resist or push him away. What the heck? Looking at Xiong Tao and Li Shaoling getting along so well. The atmosphere in the private room started to become a bit ambiguous. At that moment, Sun Rui suddenly raised the microphone and asked, Chen Yuan, I want to confirm something with you. What is it? You speak? Chen Yuan replied in a calm tone. Are you the godly rich man, Mr. Yen? I saw your WeChat profile and name before, you were loneliness and a single cigarette, but then you changed your WeChat name. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy KTV private room suddenly fell into dead silence. The atmosphere became suffocating. Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Yuan. Sun Rui once suspected Chen Yuan was the rich man, but she couldn't be 100% sure. Chen Yuan had never personally admitted it. There was no solid proof. So, confirmation was needed. Lin Shudong also had the same doubt. In recent days, the godly rich man, loneliness and a single cigarette, had been sending increasing gifts on major live streaming platforms. It was over 200 million. Originally, it was confirmed that loneliness and a single cigarette was Chen Yuan. But now, there was some hesitation. Mainly because Mr. Yen was too extravagant. So awesome that it felt unreal. Even if Chen Yuan hid his identity, even if he was a rich second-generation kid, he didn't seem like someone who could casually spend 200 million. That's too exaggerated. Li Xiaoling, Wang Wanwan, and roommates Chao Jinyan, Xiong Tao, and Zhou Haikuan all looked confused. They stared at Chen Yuan, seemingly deep in thought. I see now. No wonder so many girls suddenly expressed their feelings for the fourth lately. No wonder his luck with women has surged, even the school beauty Zhao Yuqin is getting close to him. Turns out, his true identity is... Xiong Tao looked enlightened. So awesome. Are you really Mr. Yen, fourth? Mr. Yen is my idol. I can't believe such an incredible rich man is my roommate. Old Chow also looked shocked. Now I finally understand where I lost. If you really are Mr. Yen, fine, I admit defeat willingly. Zhou Haikuan sighed. He had actually noticed too. Chen Yuan's recent behavior was indeed a bit strange. Yunzong? The Yunzong who gave a female streamer 100 million gifts on Weibo's trending topic? How could this be possible? Li Xiaoling pushed away the greasy hand of Xiong Tao on her, equally shocked, looking at Chen Yuan. 7 people. 7 pairs of eyes. Staring at him intensely. Sun Rui's question today was meant to force Chen Yuan to come clean. Lin Shudong also wanted to hear Chen Yuan admit it himself. She had already been fooled by Huang Junkai once and didn't want it to happen again. At first, Chen Yuan's expression was calm. But suddenly showed a look of astonishment. What the heck? Are you guys out of your minds? How could you doubt that I am Yunzong? Do I look like someone who can give female streamers 200 million? If I had that much money, I could buy luxury cars and villas, wouldn't that be nice? Why would I spend that money on gifts? Am I crazy? Just to hear one phrase, Old Iron 666? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. He directly denied that he was Yunzong. This identity was a bit sensitive. If several roommates found out he was so wealthy, they wouldn't know how to interact with him anymore. It could lead to him being asked to treat meals every day. The key point was that Chen Yuan didn't have that much money to treat meals every day. At that time, it would make people feel like he could throw money around for an online female streamer, but was being stingy with his friends he'd lived with for 3 years. They might even doubt his character. Chen Yuan's immediate denial left Lin Shudong stunned. You are not Yunzong, you really aren't Yunzong? Lin Shudong looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Her expression began to look a little disappointed. I assure you, I am not Yunzong. I am Chen Yuan, an ordinary junior student. Just recently my family did some renovations, so I have a bit of extra money. However, I did boast a bit before, actually, the houses my family got are in the suburbs, each worth only a few $100,000. Together, there might be 3 to 5 million. Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders. He looked like he was completely coming clean. I believe what little Chen said. Although his behavior has been a bit strange lately, I've been his roommate for 3 years, and I still know his character. He wouldn't even spend $200 to treat us to a meal, let alone give a female streamer 200 million. I was wondering how you suddenly had money to buy brand name clothes, turns out your family is renovating. A child of a renovation family, awesome. The 3 roommates chimed in, seemingly quite happy. But Lin Shudong and Sun Rui's expressions changed upon hearing this. The difference between a wealthy man measured in billions and a renovation child who just made a few million. The gap could be described as sky and mud. There was simply no comparability. When one person's expectations for another are too high, once they discover the reality is not what they imagined, they will instantly feel disappointed and even disgusted. Lin Shudong, favorability -1. Lin Shudong, favorability -1. Lin Shudong, favorability -1. Thus, Chen Yuan noticed Lin Shudong's favorability towards him began to steadily decline. In just a few minutes, Her favorability had already dropped to 70 points. And it seemed to have a trend of continuing to decline. Ding! The targeted person whose favorability is decreasing, Lin Shudong, has dropped to 70 points. Once favorability drops to 0 points, binding can be automatically released. The host can choose to rebind or no longer bind. There's such an operation? Chen Yuan was a bit bewildered. The target for the reversal could actually be unbound. And could be bound a second time? What the heck, is this going to torture people to death? Could it be played like this? Disappointment, despair, reversal, disappointment, despair, reversal. Can it be repeatedly bragged and slapped in the face? I swear. System, you are too evil. However, Lin Shudong's reaction truly disappointed him greatly. Previously, Chen Yuan's attitude towards her was indifferent. And Lin Shudong's favorability hadn't dropped at all. After discovering that Chen Yuan was not a wealthy boss, the attitude immediately changed. It's really hard to understand. Is a person's identity and status really that important? In other words, if Chen Yuan truly had that kind of identity, do you, Lin Shudong, think you deserve him? Do wealthy people not care about matching social classes? Why must one climb to high branches? Have you watched too many idol dramas? Or heard too many fairy tales? Shudong, actually I've been watching your performance during this time, and I think you are sincerely regretting it. You said you would pursue me for 3 years, which really touched me. I think. Chen Yuan hadn't finished his sentence. Lin Shudong immediately interrupted him. Chen Yuan, I'm still not sure, my mind is a bit confused. Can you give me some time? Chapter 78 Chapter 078 The supercar you ordered has arrived. Lin Shudong, favorability -1. Lin Shudong, favorability -1. Lin Shudong, favorability -1. Current favorability, 62 points. A self-deprecating smile seemed to appear on Chen Yuan's lips. What he just said was actually just a test. He didn't expect Lin Shudong to still be as realistic as ever. Indeed, a dog cannot change its way of eating poop. A person's values and character cannot be changed in just a day or two, or even a month or two. Forget the pain after the wound heals. This is human nature. Previously, when he saw Lin Shudong looking pitiful, he even felt a twinge of compassion, wondering if he had gone too far. Was he too heartless? But now, to hell with love. Didn't you want a chance? I already gave you one, but you just never cherished it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance in the future. Chen Yuan snorted coldly. He stood up and strode away. He casually closed the door of the KTV room, leaving only a lonely back. Lin Shudong, Sun Rui, Li Xiaoling, Wang Wenwan, Zhao Jinyan, Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao. 4 girls and 3 boys looked at each other. The atmosphere gradually cooled down. Xiao Rui, did I do something wrong just now? Today, getting Chen Yuan out was a chance that I fought hard for, but why did I say that kind of thing? My mind is really a mess, so messy. Lin Shudong said a bit frantically. She felt really contradictory. She had tried everything to win him back, but when she truly had the chance, she hesitated. This is so annoying. It feels wrong. Doubting her own determination? Shudong, you didn't do anything wrong. Luckily, I asked clearly today, otherwise, you would have really gotten trapped. Think about it carefully. During this time, your mind has been filled with thoughts of Chen Yuan. You texted him, he didn't reply. You called him, he didn't answer. You even delivered breakfast to him, surrounding him like a lovesick dog. You have lost yourself, so humble without a shred of dignity. This is not the Lin Shudong I know. Where is your pride? How did you end up acting like a lovesick dog for Chen Yuan? Sun Rui fired off a series of rhetorical questions. This made Lin Shudong feel increasingly uncomfortable inside, thinking about how Chen Yuan ignored her. She had lowered her stance and let go of a girl's modesty to please him, yet he still showed her a cold face? Absolutely excessive. Thinking of this, her temper also flared up. Xiao Rui, you're right. It's Chen Yuan who doesn't appreciate me, thinking that since his family received compensation from a demolition, he can look down on people? Since he doesn't care about me, I don't care about him either. Just because his family got a few million, does he really think he's a rich second generation? Lin Shudong said angrily. You know it's fine, this is the Shudong I know. Xiao Rui, thank you for clarifying the true situation with Chen Yuan for me, otherwise I would still be in the dark. Lin Shudong said gratefully. She felt that all men are scum, but girl friendships are dependable. But she didn't know that Sun Rui was not asking for her, but asking for herself.